Chapter 1061. This time his routine is very simple. Compared to rashly joining the battlefield, this choice is undoubtedly the best solution now. Although he has been thinking about the feasibility of other ideas, it seems that in this great purge, the so-called feasibility is impossible, not to mention him. Even those civilizations that have already stood at the top of the universe are the same. For him, this time is the only routine that can allow him to get through safely. At present, combined with the current situation, I believe everyone can see clearly that we have no more choices. Only entering a dormant state is the only way to protect civilization, and our super combat celestial body is still under construction. For us, this is not a bad thing. At this time, temporarily change the construction mode of the super combat celestial body. I decided to transform it into a modular construction method. As his voice fell, a group of civilizations also talked about the modular construction method. It is indeed very easy to use. At least there are not many points to consider. Compared with one-piece molding, the biggest advantage of this construction mode is that the difficulty of construction will be greatly reduced. Of course, there are various other advantages, so I don't need to list them one by one. However, the biggest flaw of this construction mode is also very obvious, that is, this thing, his ability to resist damage will be greatly reduced. Originally, according to normal logic, it may be able to withstand 100,000 damage, but modularization can only withstand 80,000 at most. The overall damage resistance performance has dropped by at least 20%, and this is still a conservative number. In fact, it may decrease more, but it is undeniable that this mode is actually a more reliable mode for him now. Leader, you mean to dismantle the super combat celestial bodies in this way when necessary. Then scatter them all over the universe, and assemble them after we come back from hibernation. Jiangyan nodded. That's right, this is the only reliable way I can think of at present. Otherwise, when we come back from hibernation, there will be nothing left, and we have to develop again, which may be too risky for us. Hearing his words, everyone present couldn't help but think about it. Indeed, if nothing is retained, after coming back from hibernation, starting from scratch, God knows what changes will happen to the entire universe at that stage. What if some civilizations appear, and are very powerful to target them? Their biggest advantage now lies in their resource reserves, and the various super combats they have tossed out during this time. Once the weapons are gone, these have no foundation. If there is such an enemy next time, will they still give them the opportunity to develop? It is indeed possible. At the cost of losing some performance, we can quickly form combat power in the future. When we are stable, we can dissolve these super combat celestial bodies and rebuild them into a single unit. In this way, the risk on our side will be very low. So everyone discussed it one by one. Compared to other plans, this plan is indeed very feasible now, at least from their perspective. Organisms can rely on technology to hibernate, so what about our warships? Does the warship have to do the same as the super combat natural enemy and adopt this method? It is very easy for the special materials of super combat celestial bodies to locate each other, but if it is a warship, it is really hard to say. That's true. It is not difficult to locate a super combat celestial body, but if the warship is disassembled, it may not be so easy to locate it. So things are getting more and more difficult. If we look at the current situation, we must make a choice. We can't just give up without making any choices and make a warship. We are here. There are not many materials for construction. We can melt the materials of the battleships, and we can use them later. However, no one knows how much can be retained after the cleansing. That's right. As far as the current situation is concerned, it is good to be able to split the super combat celestial body. In that case, let's discuss how to split the super combat celestial body in the future. Because even if we build all in this way, we have to consider one thing, that is, some subsequent operational details of the super combat celestial body. Because if all 5 super combat celestial bodies are split, it may be good if we can finally find one. So the model of our super combat celestial body should be unified, but in this case. For a while, everyone was discussing this matter. As they said, even if they survived, how much material they could find back was unknown. If the 5 super combat celestial bodies were divided into different ones, then in a later stage, it would be likely that the attacking side would find 2 or 3 of them, and the defending side would find 2 or 3. In this case, it would be meaningless. For a while, everyone was talking about it. In the end, they decided that all the super combat celestial bodies would temporarily change their ideas, and go all the way according to the attack. As for the defenses or other things that were half-built, they would be rectified immediately. In this way, they have prepared 5 sets of materials, so at least one set can be found at that time. Of course, this is just conservative, and it is estimated that they may have better luck. In short, this time, they have planned all kinds of ideas, and they don't know what the situation will be when they wake up next time. At that time, all civilizations may be relatively weak civilizations, or they may be very powerful civilizations. In short, no one knows what the situation will be at that stage, and it is even unknown whether they can survive at that time. In short, what they can do now is to do their best to plan for the future. They will think of everything they can and cannot think of, and then arrange it in advance. In this way, they may really be able to overcome the difficulties at that time. For any civilization, their actions are undoubtedly very risky, because no one knows what the future will be like. So, after many discussions, a complete plan was arranged and then various details were arranged. The next step is to study this special hibernation technology. Through research, they are more and more curious about this creature, because now they have to admit that this creature is really too unexpected. As the research becomes more and more in depth, their feelings about this creature are getting deeper and deeper. This creature can be regarded as a perfect creature without exaggeration. At their stage, they rarely use perfection to evaluate a certain creature, but it must be said that this creature can really be evaluated in this way. They are too perfect in every aspect, so perfect that people can't help but sigh. In the process of evolution, if you gain something, you will inevitably lose something, but this creature has perfectly occupied everything. The most important thing is that their intelligence is not high. This undoubtedly makes them very good, and they have become the target of many civilizations scrambling to control. This is the specialness of this creature. Of course, the reason why this creature is so special is actually related to the environment in which they live. The environment in which they live is very perfect, and compared with this universe, they naturally have more advantages. The overall environment of the universe determines the perfection of biological evolution. At present, they have obtained a lot of technologies that are very helpful to them now through this creature, such as attack technology, defense technology, and even a hibernation technology. It is no exaggeration to say that when they thoroughly study this creature one day in the future, they will really have the capital to fight those special beings outside. However, if they want to study it clearly, it is still too difficult for them now. It is like a two-dimensional creature studying something in the three-dimensional world. It is very difficult to study it clearly. So this thing is really not as easy as imagined. Fortunately, the development over the years has given them a certain foundation, and it is precisely because of these foundations that they can quickly and specifically study some useful things. After everything was arranged, time passed quickly, and during this period, their research progress was also rapidly improved. Everything was developing in a good direction, and everything was going in the direction of their plan, which made everyone feel relieved. At this time, Jiang Yao looked at Xing Kong in the command room and fell into thought. The changes in these years are really huge. Maybe it was okay before, but now it is completely different. In less than a year, the pattern of the universe is changing at a very fast speed. In the past long years, perhaps for most civilizations, the changes in the universe were gradual, from the emergence of those special beings, and then began to arrange various routines to now. It took thousands of years to change the overall pattern of the universe. But now, in just a few years, such a huge change has taken place. I really can't imagine what those special beings are doing in these years. How can they have such a speed? I don't know anything. No matter how well you do, no matter how strong you do, you have to admit one thing. That is, if the entire universe is used as the background, then it will take a long time for many things to radiate. But this time, the entire change cycle is very short, so short that it feels incredible. If it weren't for this reason, I'm afraid he wouldn't be so anxious to make a decision now. He is still thinking about developing his strength, and then competing with those so-called civilizations. But now, he doesn't have this opportunity. No one knows what the players will become in the future. There is not much I can do for you. I just hope that we can meet again one day in the long time to come. It is not difficult for me to hide a planet, but I don't know those special beings, and I don't know whether my hiding is useful in their cleaning methods. But what I can do is to hide you as much as possible. Apart from that, I have no other way. This is all he can do now. Maybe one day in the long years to come, he will wake up and understand the situation of the players at that time, but he knows very well that this is all in the future. This can barely be regarded as a promise with the future. This time, he doesn't know how many years he will sleep for, and he doesn't know what kind of changes the entire universe will experience. He only knows that now, the only thing he can do is to arrange everything as much as possible. The encounter with the player's civilization may not happen in the future, or forever. As time went by, a few years passed in the blink of an eye, and in these few years, the changes in various things were dazzling. The entire universe has completely changed. Whether it is the overall pattern of the universe or other things, this time the change is very huge. Similarly, that special existence also started its subsequent layout at the first time, and at the same time the real war also started. Many civilizations in the universe united to form a cosmic joint army. Naturally, the meaning of the existence of this army is to fight against this special existence. Everyone knows that according to the current situation, their chances of winning are very low, but for their own continuation, they can only do so. During the battle, they are also recruiting other civilizations. Naturally, the purpose of recruiting these civilizations is very simple. That is to improve the combat effectiveness of this side as much as possible. For them now, they can only do so. And many civilizations are naturally not stupid. They know very well that they can only do so according to the current situation. They have no more choices. In this war, countless civilizations were destroyed and countless lives died, but for many civilizations present, they have long been prepared. Of course, this is just the beginning, and there will be more casualties in the future. Sometimes, I have even burned near the insects. In this chaotic situation in the entire universe, the research on the insects finally came to an end. With the end of the research, they naturally started the civilization hibernation plan at the first time. Goodbye to this universe. I'm afraid it will be a brand new universe when I wake up next time, Jiang Yao said with some emotion in his tone. Chapter 1062. This time will span countless years. In this way, with the official launch of the hibernation plan, the entire Zerg began to undergo earth-shaking changes. All the giant creations of the original insects, super apocalypse, and other things gradually began to disappear. They scattered into various small substances and began to be distributed throughout the universe. In this way, they can achieve their desired goals. This is the change on their side. Countless insects began to change gradually. I saw that the first to fall asleep were naturally a large number of insects, because compared with other creatures, insects are very adaptable. I saw that these insects carried a lot of resources in their bodies, and then fell into a deep sleep. As they began to sleep, their figures slowly disappeared. These changes in insects are visible to the naked eye. As time went by, the remaining bodies began to gradually petrify, and as time went by, these insects quickly turned into pieces of meteorites. They began to float around. Like most ordinary meteorites in this universe, it began to wander aimlessly in the universe. No one knows how long this will last, but it is certain that it will last for a very long time. Of course, this is just the beginning. Soon, as time goes on, many people from the affiliated civilization also start to act. They are naturally in a different mode. They need to borrow instruments to achieve the same effect. In order to research this special instrument that will not be discovered later, they also spent a lot of time, which led to the huge difference in the sleeping time of the two. Then, as these instruments began to spread out to all parts of the universe, the people of the subordinate civilizations that were sleeping inside also gradually fell into a sleeping state. Similarly, the warships they retained, like the super combat celestial bodies, began to disintegrate on their own and then spread all over the world. Of course, the disintegrated parts of these warships all carry independent energy. The area where the insects were originally located became empty in a short period of time, leaving only the resources left after being mined. In addition, there are more things that were destroyed by the insects themselves. After all, they don't want to leave too much for the enemy, or too much for the later ones. The insects prepared very quickly this time. In fact, under normal circumstances, it would take a long time to complete all this, but this time the insects only took a few years to complete this feat. The originally powerful race just disappeared in the universe without anyone noticing. Perhaps many years later, if the United Civilization wins, they will recall the race they had set their sights on, and then search the entire universe for it but fail to find it, mistaking it for a seed that has been destroyed. Of course, they may also forget about this race, but it doesn't matter anymore, because from now on, the insect race has truly disappeared in the universe. But to be precise, it should be the vast majority, because after all, the insects on the player's side have been preserved, and of course the captain and Chris are the same. They accepted this mission, and will protect this planet for generations. Maybe one day this planet will no longer need them, or something else. At least for now, they still need the protection of these two people. After accepting the mission, the two were well prepared. They knew what they would face in the future. What is the current situation? Everyone has their own mission, and so do they, so they didn't feel anything about this matter. After receiving the news that their last descendant had successfully fallen into a deep sleep, the two were completely relieved. Like them, the descendants of other members of the warship were also arranged to sleep. They were arranged in the best cabin, which was also the greatest benefit given to them here. After all, if you pay for civilization, then civilization will definitely give you enough. No one wants to deal with those who are unwilling to pay. The managers of civilization naturally know this, so they give these descendants the best treatment. At this time, this group of people knew very well that they could only spend the long years in the future. Perhaps they might return to civilization in the future, but no one knew whether this might cause huge changes in the universe, and they also knew it. As time went on, when the last person in the affiliated civilization fell into a deep sleep, the Zerg, one of the most powerful civilizations in the universe, completely disappeared. And many people know that although sleeping is a good way to avoid the next danger, it also comes with risks. Once you are discovered or something unexpected happens, you will never wake up from your sleep. This is undoubtedly a gamble, but for any civilization, in this era, as long as you can survive, even if there is such a chance, it is worth trying. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many civilizations that would choose to join the United Civilization. All the civilizations present knew this very well. When the Zerg fell into a deep sleep, the players were still busy. They began to develop in different areas, and they also had a certain foundation in many areas. After laying the foundation, the development will naturally be much faster. They began to create more troops, prepare to gather, and then go to seize the location. However, what everyone did not expect was that the changes this time were very huge, and the changes in the entire universe affected many civilizations. Even the inconspicuous planet, where the players were located, was affected. Fortunately, the captain and his team gave early warnings and carried out various defenses to minimize the impact. But even so, the planet became full of disasters, with high temperatures, earthquakes, hunger and cold. The weather is changing constantly. Maybe it is not dangerous for advanced civilizations, but for civilizations of their level, it is really a serious injury. In the disasters again and again, they don't know how many people died. It has been almost 5 years since everything was over. Of course, it does not mean that this disaster has ended, but this disaster belongs to multiple batches, not just one time. After all, the United Civilization is already fighting those special existences at this time. It is also for this reason that many civilizations in the universe that have not even set foot in the real space have a moment of respite. The player's civilization began to recover, and various works were also carried out. Of course, the disasters in recent years have made many people stay at home. After all, with this level of disaster, it is unnecessary to say who dares to run out. Compared with the physical industry, the development of the internet industry is beyond people's expectations. Various entertainments emerge in an endless stream. Of course, due to environmental reasons, various semi-automatic or fully automatic processing factories have also gradually appeared, and the number is increasing, which has improved the productivity of the entire planet. All aspects of the planting industry have begun to use mechanization to replace manual labor. The entire development can be regarded as thriving, but the technology of Blue Star is stuck at a certain stage. It is impossible to make further progress. At present, they can only produce satellites and other things that belong to the regulations. Other things can't be made at all. That's right, this time the technology of Blue Star was restricted. The main reason is that if it is not restricted, given the current situation in the universe, they will wander around and sooner or later something will happen. After all, now outside, if there is no dimensional civilization and complete formation protection, they may have died long ago. And the things of the players on the outside are real secrets after all, naturally no one can tell, so only by restricting technology to let them stay at this stage will they not expose too many things. There is nothing we can do about it, after all, sometimes it is like this. If we continue to treat the players as before and do not take any action, I am afraid that the same situation will occur again in the future. Sometimes restrictions may not be a bad thing. They also found the problem, and the reason is very simple. At the beginning, they were always researching various technologies and developing rapidly, but soon as time went by, the technology stopped completely everywhere. Technology seems to be stuck in a situation where no matter how hard these people try, they can't solve it. This makes everyone very happy. They don't want to stay at this stage forever. However, these technological problems have been difficult to solve. They are also very helpless about this, but it's useless to be helpless. This problem can't be solved, no matter how many ways they try. The stagnation of technology has not hindered the development of other industries, especially the entertainment industry, which is booming. After all, If one industry is not good, it doesn't mean that other industries are not good. Various new games are emerging in an endless stream, and naturally this game has also entered the public's field of vision. This game is incomparable and mysterious to everyone. No one knows where this company is, and no one knows how they created this game, but what everyone knows is that no company can surpass this game at present. In fact, according to the current technology of Blue Star, as long as they are willing to spend money, they can naturally create games that are almost the same, but it is obvious that no one is willing to spend this money. It is not difficult for them to create a game that simulates the real world, but the investment cost and income are completely disproportionate. The price of creating such a game may be enough to make hundreds of mainstream games on the market. Who is the accompaniment of such a big gap? Who would be willing to spend this money? Although this game is very popular now, the money he earns is not enough to support the development of this game. This also makes many companies sneer at this matter. Even if you have many players, what's the use? If you can't make money, you will just look at your cash flow in vain. I am afraid that you can't even recover the cost after working hard for decades. If you wait for a few more decades, there may be a low-cost game that can achieve this effect. By that time, maybe you haven't even recovered your costs, so the people in these companies can only shake their heads and sigh about this game. This game has a huge impact on the entire game industry. It's like a shit stirrer. If you can't make this quality, you can't compare with it. But if you don't compare with it, the problem comes. Then, what will you use to seize the market in the future? But if you want to seize the market, the cost of making this kind of game is too high, and it will be a complete loss. It belongs to this state. Those who imitate you can't make money, and those who don't imitate you. You have taken a large part of the market and made less money, or even couldn't survive. The problem that all practitioners in the game industry are concerned about every day is how to achieve the same effect at a low cost. It's right. They are now studying how to reduce costs and achieve the same effect, otherwise they will be finished sooner or later. Of course, they also have their own bad intentions, because as long as they develop this technology, then how much they have invested in this game before, or even if they can't get back even half of it, I'm afraid it will be cold. This can be regarded as a small lesson for them, letting them know that sometimes they still have to follow the mainstream technology, and don't just think about doing something big every day, making life difficult for everyone. After all, everyone is at the same level. Why do you have to copy so much from everyone? Are you forcing everyone to learn from you? Originally, everyone was doing well, but you had to jump out. What do you mean? You are deliberately making things difficult for everyone. So now the entire gaming industry is holding back a lot of energy. And with the blessing of this energy, various games emerge in an endless stream, dazzling the players. I have to say that this game has been affected to a certain extent. After all, there are many tracks in the game. If I can't beat you on this track, I can just change a few tracks. So for players, these years are simply an era of various buoyancy. Games of different types and characteristics emerge in an endless stream, making everyone dazzled. Among them, there are also many high-quality games that stand out. But no matter what they do, this game still occupies the mainstream among the game giants. There is no way, because it shows a real world, a world without any restrictions, and shows everyone the most realistic space. Because humans can't really roam in space now, what they observe is limited. But this game can fully satisfy their imagination, and let them see different places, and different styles in the universe. For everyone, this is naturally a big temptation, so they resolutely chose this game. Chapter 1063. This is how the world is. Sometimes a stable life may just be a coincidence. When the coincidence does not exist, what remains is danger. The planet where the players are located is saved. But the captain and Chris paid a heavy price. That's right. In order to resist the changes, they lost many teammates and warships. There is no way that no civilization can avoid this catastrophe. First of all, there are large civilizations, which are the most affected. Then, there are some small civilizations. Many small civilizations were destroyed in this catastrophe. The red glow dyed the entire universe red. This is a special weapon that seems to be corroded wherever it passes. And this is a targeted weapon. It will not destroy the original planets in this universe, but it will destroy all intelligent life and their creations. This is a special weapon developed by those special beings outside, and its purpose is to destroy all the unstable factors in this world. Facts have proved that they are very successful. This time, a total of 70% of the civilizations destroyed the United Civilization in this good game. The remaining civilizations are basically powerful. If this attack was not mainly aimed at the United Civilization, I am afraid that the captain and his team would definitely not be able to hold on. Fortunately, They survived this time and also analyzed the situation of this special substance. Before falling asleep, Jiang Yao asked the super brain to take charge of him. This supercomputer was developed by him a long time ago and has been used as the core, so its computing power and analytical ability are very strong. With his help, the captain can also adapt to the current environment. As time went by, these special substances began to disappear, and then they began to nourish the entire universe. The substances they decomposed began to play a positive role in the entire universe. Of course, this is not important to the captain or the players. The captains have completed their tasks, and the players are still continuing their games. Their games are completely unaware of the situation outside. Brothers, I feel that the popularity of our game has risen again this time. Just a player, sighing while developing. Of course, after all, the most amazing thing about this game official is that it follows the real-time hot spots. Before, the universe didn't know why the red clouds appeared. All astronomers couldn't figure out the reason, but the official website of this game was smart and arranged it into a special substance that can destroy various creatures. It's outrageous. This substance almost cleared my troops. If it weren't for the critical moment, the evolutionary genes of the Zerg played a role and finally adapted to this special substance, I'm afraid that what I developed with great difficulty would be ruined. I went back to the time before liberation. I finally stepped into the universe, and I ended up like this. This time the official website launched a new event called the World Destruction Cleanup. The automatic introduction is very simple. A powerful special existence feels that the universe has been out of his control, so he decided to clean up the entire universe. Of course, the purpose of his doing this is to clean up the existing civilization, and then develop a civilization that can be controlled by him. What players have to do is to try their best to survive this big surprise, but danger and opportunity coexist. After this cleansing, many civilizations will be left behind. If conditions permit, you can find the heritage of these civilizations and strengthen yourself. Obviously, the players underestimated the destructiveness of this activity. Many players suffered heavy losses this time, but fortunately, it is time to reap the rewards next. The players are also very excited. The next step is to find the civilizations that have been defeated and collect their heritage. This is really wonderful, brothers. There is a civilization not far from me, and I have been eyeing it for a long time. There is also a civilization here. When I was dying before, I saw that his side was almost dead. When the time comes, I will go over and take a wave of steady play. It is completely picking up money. I feel that this time, I can at least make hundreds of flying dragons. I am afraid it is more than that. As long as you are willing to work hard, you may have more. I have to say that this time is really a bit unexpected. While talking, the players are also very excited. In this way, many players have already started to act. Previously, many players who had many powerful beings on their own planets were also very excited, because although they suffered heavy losses this time, so did those powerful beings. Compared with the adaptability of insects, these special beings are naturally weaker. So many of them did not survive this great purge. Although many of their creations have been completely destroyed, the players don't want the little things in their hands at all. The players want the various mineral resources they left behind. After all, they can appear on this planet, which is enough to show that the mineral resources on this planet are very valuable for mining, and this is not the key. What is the most important thing? That is, many of these mineral resources are extremely difficult to mine, especially when mining, they must be maintained very deeply, otherwise it is very likely to cause material loss, so the mining progress is very slow. These resources were also reserved, which made the players happy to pick up the resources. As for players in some places, they were not so lucky, and they did not have these resources at all. They were surrounded by a state of desolation, which made them envious. After all, seeing other people like themselves making money so easily while they had to work so hard, how could they not feel uncomfortable? Currently, a group of players, who have developed relatively well, have a group of mature arms. Ground forces, air forces, support forces, etc. are very complete, and this is the highlight. Others have a fully equipped formation, but they have nothing here now. I envy you for these resources, it's so good. Brothers, have you heard that there seems to be something big happening in the gaming circle recently? You mean there is a company developing a game similar to this one, and it is said that the scale of this game is larger and the picture quality is better. No way. The graphics quality of this game can be surpassed. I'm afraid it's another company that only knows how to brag. For a while, the players discussed this news as a casual talk after dinner. While they were still discussing these unimportant things, the situation on the United Civilization side was already very urgent. In the previous battle, we destroyed their arrangements one by one. The special existences they deployed, except for the attack mode and some other places we have not seen, are basically the same as ours. So it will take us some time to defeat them, but it is not impossible. However, they seem to have discovered this, and have been trying to target us for a while. They attack us in various unknown ways, and the most important thing is that they only use each special method once. In this way, even if we research these attack methods, they will not play a big role. So our strategic deployment must undergo major changes next, and it can't be the same as before. It's their special attack. We have no way to solve it. This is the most annoying thing. The atmosphere was a little depressed for a while, and it was indeed so. Now they really can't find a way to completely balance the other side. There is not much they can do now. After a long time, one of them sighed. Let's gather the other civilizations first. Otherwise, according to our current situation, we will have to face many more in the future. We must integrate everyone's strength. Only in this way can we safely get through this difficult time. And I believe you can see that our situation is not particularly stable now. Now many affiliated civilizations in the United Civilization are in a state of danger because the enemy's offensive is too fierce. But fortunately the United Civilization can still stabilize the current situation. Hold on for a while longer. We have not been passively beaten all these years. The results of our current research will soon achieve certain results. If our plan succeeds, it will be a big change for us. Our future destiny will also change. From now on, the endless years of fighting between us, and that special existence outside will also come to an end. Hearing this, everyone's eyes also flashed with hope. Indeed, they have been doing their most important research in recent years, and this research is naturally how to break through the barriers and leave this world. To be honest, they were almost successful at the beginning of this plan. If the manager had not been temporarily replaced, there would probably be two results now, but man proposes, God disposes, and they did not expect this to happen. Fortunately, this research is still useful, at least at this stage. Once their research succeeds, they will be able to break through the barriers directly. Go to the outside world. As for what the outside world looks like, it is no longer important. Because they have already touched it almost, after all, they have not been idle in fighting those special existences in these years. They knew exactly how powerful those special beings were. In the end, they were just different levels and starting points, but in fact, their technological levels and understanding were basically the same. So if he wanted to defeat these special beings, what he had to do was actually very simple, that is, to leave this world. As long as he left this world and went to a new world, and then found out the situation there, and then combined many of his own technologies with the world there for improvement, then basically, he didn't have to think about it, and it would be easy to control those special beings that suppressed him in the later stage. They even felt that these civilizations that struggled like them, and then left naturally had an absolute advantage over those special existences. So, with this mentality, they continued to maintain the status quo. The other party's cleanup of their side was getting more and more serious, and they were ready for the last desperate gamble. They knew very well that if they continued, they would be killed by those civilizations sooner or later, so they had to break through this barrier before they were killed. While they were still discussing what to do, they actually didn't know that the researchers in charge of cleaning in the universe were also frowning. The power of these civilizations is far beyond our imagination. Because of the different speed of time, it may take several years, or even more than 10 years for them to spend one day on our side. In order to ensure the stability of the universe, we can't put things in large quantities, and this time interval is enough for them to study how to target them. All our current launches have failed because of this reason. At this time, a researcher couldn't help but speak up. These days, they have been trying to find ways to target those existences inside. However, due to the passage of time, many of their preparations did not work, such as the release of special creatures. Although they tried to reduce the interval between each batch of creatures as much as possible, it may have been several years in the other world, and they have almost cleared the previous batch in these years, because they have already studied how to target them. At this time, if you release another batch, it will basically have no effect, so they are ready to release some special weapons, and these weapons are the same. Of course, they can also release unlimited, and the consequence of this is that the universe may collapse directly for some reasons. The universe collapses. Is it a good thing? Of course not. First of all, their research has gone to waste, and secondly, the civilizations inside can definitely escape. If they escape, there is no need to fight. It is too easy for them to rush out of this laboratory. Then give them a few years to thoroughly understand the situation of this universe and transform themselves, then they will be able to compete with their side, and it refers to the entire civilization. At that time, their civilization will have a powerful enemy for no reason. Moreover, according to their research, they found that in addition to the Milky Way civilization, there are many powerful civilizations in that world. When these civilizations emerge, they will be in chaos. Maybe the whole world will be snatched away by them. They also feel a little headache that the experimental subjects they have studied have surpassed the researchers. This is a very outrageous thing. Chapter 1064. To be honest, they don't know the specific strength ratings of some of the civilizations here, because the rules of this universe were incomplete before. So the development of civilizations here is in a relatively deformed stage. In this case, the comprehensive strength they show is only part of the judging criteria. If it is in a complete state, what kind of strength it should be, it needs a series of studies to draw conclusions. However, judging from the current performance, they are very clear that the opponent's strength will not be weaker than their own, and it is still under the premise of incomplete rules. It is conceivable that what will be the result if the rules are complete, which will make people shudder. In addition to the cleaning process during this period, they are also studying the specific situation. It must be said that they are not disappointed because, at this time, after multiple analyses, they have determined the approximate level of the internal civilization. The current rating results have come out. Combined with the battles over the years, and the performance of their own technology, we have basically figured out what is going on over there. Their strength rating is around 9.2. If they are in a state of complete laws, this strength rating will continue to go up. At this time, everyone present looked at each other. Is it so high? Their strength rating is about 9.5, and this 9.5 seems high, but in fact it is because their laws are relatively complete in all aspects and other things in the universe are particularly complete. In the same research, they can easily go further. But if they were in the world before these civilizations, all the civilizations present knew that this was simply bullshit, and they would definitely beat the other side to the ground. If the civilization of this world left that world and went to their side, they would quickly make up for all the things in their technology. Some technologies may have reached a bottleneck in their world, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not move forward, but it was different in this world. Maybe these technologies could make a major breakthrough. If such a thing really happened, then this matter would be a big deal, because their rating will definitely continue to go up. According to their calculations, according to this situation, their rating must be at least 9.7 or even 9.8. At their level, even if it only goes up 0.1, it is a huge improvement, and this improvement is very terrifying. Naturally, everyone present knew that it was impossible for these guys to escape from it anyway. Because once they come out, they don't need to think about the hatred of the other party for themselves. They know what will happen. I'm afraid that the other party will attack them like crazy. Although for them, this seems to be nothing. After all, for them, their situation is just like this. Whether the universe is destroyed or not has nothing to do with them. They are just the latest in new research. But relatively speaking, their research will also fail. It is also because of this reason that they may try their best to hinder it. At this time, they had no idea that the other party was holding back a big one waiting for them. In fact, they have been researching this technology for a very long time, and the reason why it has not been used is because there have been too many changes in the middle. At the beginning, they had been fighting against the universe with several civilizations. At that time, the universe had not been accepted, so they had been constantly researching since then, and had achieved results. They also made a decision to use this thing at a critical moment, and then leave this world. At the beginning, everything went smoothly. Who knew that such an accident would occur? Of course, they immediately made a plan for such an accident. This plan was also very simple, that is, to continue to study in depth. Because the barriers of the universe are strengthening, their previous ones are definitely not usable. They continue to increase the strength and depth. In this way, they have been forbearing. Now, seeing the situation of the other party, and their own research, they have basically entered a bottleneck period. They know that they can't delay. So, they decided to go all out. In this way, they began to wait quietly for opportunities, because the other party wanted to destroy them all the time. So the opportunity came very quickly, because the other party sent new things to solve them. Naturally, the battle broke out, and after the battle broke out, no one noticed that a team on their side was quietly heading to a certain area. They began to set up there, and various rectangular instruments and equipment were set up. At the same time, a large amount of resources were quietly transported here. The battle on the front line attracted a large amount of attention. On the outside, their thing itself was well hidden, so this also led to the special existences in the rear to think that they were setting up new weapons again, and they didn't care at all. And this time inside the United Civilization. This is our last chance. Everyone, get ready. As the voice fell, everyone held their breath. Countless years of accumulation, countless years of preparation, just for this moment. They don't know how long they have prepared for this moment, but they know very well that now they only have this one chance. Then as the instrument slowly started, the surrounding space was also changing. These spaces seemed to be squeezed by something. Yes, they began to break into pieces, of course. This is just the beginning. Everything around has been separated from the original physical laws, time and space, as if nothing exists here. The entire surroundings began to spread around with the instrument as the center. The entire area is gradually turning into nothingness. From a distance, this area can't see anything at all, because there is nothing here, no time, no space, no various concepts, so it looks like it doesn't exist here, but when the instrument detects, it will be found that the huge and outrageous energy is gathering here. At the same time, a certain boundary in the universe seemed to be opened, and it actually made a sound like glass breaking. You should know that sound cannot be transmitted in the vacuum of the universe, but it can be heard clearly here. This is the product of the subversion of all physical laws and other laws. Of course, this is also the final success of these civilizations that have been resisting. At first, the special existence outside did not notice anything, but soon the equipment monitoring the universe began to sound an alarm, and it was the highest level of alarm. This alarm means that the other party is very likely to come out from inside, and the barrier is very likely to be broken. When this voice appeared, the expressions of the people present changed dramatically. Many of them didn't understand what happened. The battle was going well, but how could such an accident suddenly happen? At the same time, the entire base also took action, and various fronts outside the base began to converge here. Of course, this is not the outside. Some soldiers inside the machine have also made all preparations. They rushed here, protected the researchers, and began to retreat to the other side. Because once this alarm is issued, it means that the lightning protection has been opened. With the strength of the civilizations inside, there is no need to think about it. Once a hole is torn, it is simply a foolish dream to want to take them back. Without thinking too much, one of the researchers finally made the final decision. I saw that the I love you button he wanted was naturally their final backhand. The entire base entered the countdown to destruction. This is a special self-destruct device. The power of this device is very huge. It is no exaggeration to say that it is currently the most powerful one in their civilization. The damage caused is very horrible. Not only this base, but also the location several light years around this base will be affected. The explosion of this thing means that they will be exposed. Because this kind of movement is naturally impossible to pass. Of course, for them now, how can they care about these things? Once those things inside run out, there is no need to think about the future. They will probably be destroyed by those guys. Then these members immediately began to evacuate this level of attack. Even their warships could not withstand it. They had to leave the town before the explosion. So everyone in the base immediately began to retreat. Soon, the base, which was originally very noisy, became silent. As time went by, the time of the explosion arrived, and then the surroundings began to crack. The whole area began to be covered by an unknown force, and it was gradually spreading. As time went by, the trend of this spread became larger and larger. Then the previously spreading area began to shrink, as if something was absorbing these substances. The changes here naturally attracted the attention of the powerful civilizations here at the first time. They immediately sent warships here to find out the specific situation. At this time, on the side of the United Civilization, when they saw the appearance of the crack and felt the special energy emanating from the back of the crack, they were extremely excited because they knew what this power was. After their previous analysis, the power put by the other party at that time contained some special power from the universe over there, and this power was exactly this thing. Seeing this, how could they not be excited? Success, we succeeded, now we have successfully opened the gap. Go, 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 everyone leave here immediately. At a time, countless warships, super combat celestial bodies, and other things that can be thought of are rushing towards this crack at a very fast speed. Long before deploying this plan, they have packed all their things. They want to put everything in. If the crack opens, then they can take all their belongings and leave at a very fast speed. If the crack does not open, it doesn't matter. They will go up with their belongings and fight them to the death. Obviously, the result now happened in the place they hoped for the most. For a while, all civilizations were excited. After a long time, they finally found a way to leave this damn world. All their efforts were not in vain. They successfully opened the connecting channel, and they could leave here safely. However, they immediately felt the surging energy coming from the outside. Seeing this energy, everyone's expression changed. No, they found it. They must want to stop us in this way, and close the crack. Obviously, the United Civilization did not know that this crack was just like a corner of the broken glass. The whole glass would be spread to the point where it was impossible to patch up a certain area. In fact, even if they knew what the situation was, they would resolutely choose to charge, because even if there was only a slight possibility, they were unwilling to take the risk. They paid too much to leave here at the beginning, and they would never allow this drug rehabilitation to have an accident. So everyone rushed up. Countless warships were destroyed by this special force, and even many super combat celestial bodies were severely damaged. However, even with such a tragic result, it still couldn't stop these civilizations from rushing into the crack like crazy. The civilization had only one idea, that is, to rush out. At the same time, that powerful force also made the destruction of this universe more intense. However, it didn't matter what happened next, because some civilizations had successfully rushed out with their belongings. With the first civilization, there will naturally be a second civilization. In this way, among the countless civilizations that came one after another, the creatures in this special universe that was created finally ushered in their true rebirth. It's out! I saw a civilization leader who had just rushed out looking at everything around him, and he couldn't help but burst into tears. Endless reincarnation in that world, constant struggle in that world, finally they succeeded. Without much delay, they immediately ran in a certain direction. After leaving here, the union of the United Civilization was declared over. All civilizations can develop on their own, and now what they need to do is to find a way to adapt to the laws of this universe. Of course, they also need to transform all aspects of their bodies. As for the reason, it is also very simple. After all, they are just creatures in the cells. Simply put, they are just a cell to this world, but to them, it may be the size of the entire universe. Under such a proportion, there is no need to say what kind of situation they should be, so now what they have to do is to adapt to the situation of this universe. Although microscopic civilization also has the advantages of microscopic civilization, the biggest flaw of microscopic civilization is combat effectiveness. The destructive power is not strong enough. Now these escaped civilizations only want to do one thing, that is, to completely destroy the civilization that has controlled them for countless years. So they basically all chose the macroscopic view. Chapter 1065. However, from the perspective of macro-civilization, they have more things to consider. Born in such a world, their size is too limited, and they are in a completely different situation from the various creatures in this universe. So the first thing they have to do is to determine their general situation here and understand which parts need to be transformed. Then through genetic engineering, they gradually become the common size in this universe. The sizes of different creatures in each world are also different, but no matter which world they are in, there is a common ground. The size of the smallest matter and the materials that make up various different things is a standard for measuring the size of this world. In this world, even the size of an atom is comparable to the entire universe in their previous world. They know what this means. Their super combat celestial bodies are simply pitifully small for this universe. Of course, it doesn't matter to him now, because they have successfully left the existing world. In this new world, they need to slowly adapt, just like biological evolution, starting from the most basic and evolving step by step, but the power of technology allows them to easily make up for the gap here. Perhaps for a single cell, he doesn't know how long it will take to evolve to perfection, but for the civilization here, they don't need much time at all. I saw that these escaping civilizations sailed for a long time. Given their size, the sailing time naturally cannot be too short, otherwise they can't run very far. In this way, time passed day by day. The researchers of those bases had long since disappeared. The movement here also attracted the attention of many forces. When the people of these forces saw the experiment here, their expressions changed completely. This is a taboo experiment. They actually successfully created the universe and created civilizations in it. These civilizations have evolved for an unknown period of time in that world and finally have considerable strength. When the high-level civilizations received this news, their expressions suddenly became ugly. You must know that the time of the two worlds is not equal, which means that in the same period of time, the time they have experienced here may be very short, but the other side may have passed hundreds of millions of years, or even longer. In such a long time, the other side's technology can continue to evolve again and again. You must know that according to the information they have collected so far, it is still too far-fetched to use thoughts to measure the time there. It is not an exaggeration to use units of tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions, or even higher. After all, Being able to allow the civilization in the cage to discover the truth of this world is enough to show how serious the situation is. This can no longer be described as a simple world out of control. This can already be promoted to a crisis of civilization. That's right, there is no need to think about the current situation. They know that when these special beings that escape from inside adapt to the climate outside, what will be the first thing they do? They don't care what relationship those researchers have with them. What they want to do is definitely revenge. After retrieving the remaining intercepted data, they know very well what the civilization inside has been doing. They are constantly trying to break through this world. The hatred between the two sides has reached an irreconcilable point. Although I am their creator, there has never been any so-called creator in this world. What creator? It's just a joke. Everyone in this world only knows one thing, that is, they are enemies. At this time, this civilization can already foresee what kind of impact they will suffer in the future. Although they are now at the pinnacle of this universe, as the pinnacle civilization of this universe, they also have their own pride, but you have to see who you are facing. Damn, how could these damn bastards let them succeed in their research? Creating the universe will be affected by some special influences. However, under such influences, all experiments will have problems. It is impossible to succeed, but why? At this time in the conference room, the top leaders of the civilization are discussing the current situation. Not only that, they are also trying their best to catch that group of people. This time they can't care so much. It's time for life and death. The civilization has used its power and called all its own technology. Although this group of researchers still has some ability, this ability is limited to the fact that the civilization has not thought about dealing with you seriously. The civilization still has use for you, so it turns a blind eye to you and does not use its real power. But now it is different. This time the civilization is serious. If it does not take it seriously in the current situation, the civilization will be finished. As a result, these people were found out in a short time. Not only that, but also the forces behind them were dug out. These people were confused. They thought they were well hidden at first, and the various methods they had studied should be able to play a great effect, but when things really happened, they found that their so-called research was just a joke. After you use all your strength, they have no secrets. At the same time, they also learned a cruel truth, that is, they underestimated this civilization too much, or simply put, they overestimated themselves. When civilization develops to this point, everything becomes uncontrollable. To give a very simple example, perhaps at the beginning of civilization development, some weapons can be used to suppress it. But when your technology develops to the space age, it will be different. When everyone can travel in space, what can you rely on to control others who run to a place where no one is shitting? After reaching this stage, the management method of civilization will change again. After all, there are more and more people who set up their own businesses at this stage. So the civilization has adopted an impeccable method, that is, technological crushing. Indeed, there will be many researchers in various places, and each organization will recruit researchers to develop its own technology. In this way, they can also improve their strength at a very fast speed, and the most important thing is that as they become stronger, they even have the ability to compete with the famous. What they don't know is that this is just what we want them to see. After all, if they keep fighting, it will be a bad thing for everyone, so they need to make these civilizations mistakenly believe that they can't do anything to them, and they can govern some areas. Giving them jurisdiction seems to be a compromise of civilization on the surface, but it is better to say that it is for a better order. At least in the area under their jurisdiction, they will do a good job for their own development. But don't think that civilization can't do anything to you. The real situation is that civilization's technology has surpassed you by several levels, and can easily crush you, but civilization doesn't do it. Because what you do doesn't touch anything famous, and it doesn't matter to civilization. It is still within their acceptance range, and they also want to promote these things intentionally. So you can be rampant as much as you want. But once you touch a certain red line, then civilization will let you know what cruelty is. At this time, all the members of this organization were caught by the roots, and then they were separated for interrogation. In this way, they can ensure that accurate information can be obtained, and of course they will also conduct consciousness searches to ensure that they have not hidden deeper secrets. In short, they have tried everything to deal with this group of people. The purpose is naturally to get the most accurate information. Obviously, they have used their real skills this time. Soon, one piece of news after another was collected, and as the amount of news increased, their faces became uglier and uglier. That is to say, this world was originally created by a researcher. And the cornerstone of this world is a special crystal that person accidentally obtained. As for where it was obtained or where this thing came from, Even he is not sure, but based on this special substance, he constructed a universe. All aspects of the universe are in a hazy state, and many places are in a vague state, such as some laws or other things are in this state, and are not perfect, but even so, the universe is still in a stable form. Then he began to create civilization in it, by transferring genes from this world and investing them in it. After a long period of evolution, civilization appeared, and that guy began his observation journey. However, there is a very terrifying time difference between this world and the created world, because this world strictly belongs to the cell world. The speed of cell operation is very fast. For cells, their life may be very short in our eyes, but they have indeed lived a life. Speaking of this, the people present have become extremely ugly, because this time can no longer be multiplied by many times. This must be defined by the cosmic era. The so-called cosmic era is the entire time from the birth of the universe to the self-explosion of the universe. Their universe has also experienced many reincarnations, and they have mastered the ability to easily survive in this reincarnation. Although this ability is too simple for those civilizations that escaped, it is already a good ability in this world. Because of their suppression, the strength of this world has a huge gap. It is also for this reason that they are the only dominant civilization in this world. Under their intentional control, all civilizations cannot develop to the point of breaking through the extinction of the universe and becoming a new life again, but it is different here. Most of the civilizations that escaped from it have such ability, and they have a very terrifying hatred for their side. The more they thought about it, the more their scalps tingled. These damn bastards have long said that some special research must be banned. Once someone develops something similar, it must be destroyed directly, and he must be disposed of together, but you just didn't listen. Now it's red, and this is a big deal. The group of guys who ran out of that place are based on the cosmic era. Although the cosmic laws over there are not so perfect, being able to do this is enough to show that they are not simple. Many of their civilizations have experienced at least hundreds of eras. Don't you know what it means? They can even leave the universe and go to a special world outside the universe. Although such behavior is impossible in this world, this is enough to show their strength and their tenacity. In order to get out of there, they are willing to sacrifice everything. Generation after generation of efforts, they spared no expense. They have terrifying tenacity and strong technology. In addition, they have carried out so many cleanups before, which is enough to show that they are also highly adaptable. After all, they have been through battles for a long time, so now you know what kind of disaster we will face. Give them 100 years. At most, give them a few decades. I am afraid that they have some civilization that can completely adapt to everything in this world. Then it will be the beginning of our nightmare. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that these guys have been able to adapt to this universe before they came out. He also couldn't understand how those pigs in the laboratory had the brains to use some of the rules and laws of this world to forcefully enter that world and erase the civilization of that world in this way. This plan is indeed useful for some civilizations, but facing this kind of civilization that has gone through countless years and tried every possible way to survive and leave, your behavior is simply ridiculous. Now, not only did they not destroy them, but with the help of this group of people, they can now easily adapt to this world. Originally, they thought that the laws and aspects of the two worlds were different. They only needed to expand this thing, not to mention that they could destroy them all, but it was still easy to find out what caused them trouble. As a result, who would have thought that they had already adapted to it? Even if they used that special instrument, it could indeed have a little impact on them, but this impact was simply negligible. It was completely meaningless. Now they are really angry. And the most important thing is that they have no possibility of reconciliation with these civilizations. After all, it is obvious that in these long years, the hatred between the other side and themselves has been combined bit by bit. Thinking of this, they have made the worst plan. Adjust the troops and be ready for war at any time. They don't know how many civilizations they will face by then, but they dare to guarantee that the number will definitely not be small. Chapter 1066. At this time, in the meeting room of the Celestial Civilization, many elites from the Celestial Civilization gathered here. They are all the best among the famous celestial bodies, and their purpose is naturally very simple, that is, for this temporary disaster. After a month of interrogation, we have a certain understanding of these sudden existences. It is certain that after they fully adapt to the rules of this world, the strongest among them will have a strength of at least 9.5 or even higher. And according to the information we interrogated, that group of researchers used various methods to clean up there, forcing the civilizations in that area to unite. What? The voice caused everyone to exclaim. There is no way, they really didn't expect such a thing to happen, how outrageous it would be to let all civilizations unite. No, to be precise, how stupid the other party must be to facilitate this matter. You must know that there is a gap between different civilizations, so their progress is very slow. Each civilization is studying in a different direction. If you want to switch to another direction, it is very difficult. Although it is possible to obtain relevant technology trees by plundering other civilizations, it is not believed that the relevant technology trees will be completely destroyed before that. Some things may remain, and it takes a lot of time and energy to restore the complete technology tree through these remaining fragments. It is even said that some difficult levels are generally not overcome by anyone. Therefore, many researches will be stuck at a certain step. Even if you plunder civilizations, the strength you can improve is limited. It does not mean that you can improve it infinitely. Some research may even slow down your development progress. In short, this matter has both advantages and disadvantages. But it is different when all civilizations unite. There are too many things that will happen here. Take the most basic one. First of all, everyone has their own ideas about the technology tree. But when everyone really has no way to deal with the current situation, then at this time, there will definitely be civilizations willing to share some things. After all, if you lose your life, everything else will be in vain. Once a civilization takes the lead, other civilizations, including the dominant civilization, will come up with corresponding things, and everyone will study together and let the technology merge with each other. That means that the civilization that may have been strong in attack suddenly has very strong defense means, and vice versa. In this case, every civilization can evolve into a hexagonal warrior, and the overall strength will be greatly improved, with the combination of multiple civilizations. First of all, the amount of resource allocation and resource acquisition, and also some data on various aspects of military strength will be geometrically improved. Then the opponent's strength will be comprehensively improved in a short period of time. This means it is comprehensive. So if this happens, it is equivalent to saying that they have created one super civilization after another in this way. After coming to this universe, these civilizations may unite, but the grand strategies will be separated. However, the premise of separation must be to solve them, and then they will separate and begin to divide the universe. So the problem they are facing now is this. According to the information they provided, it is very bad. Another civilization is called the United Civilization, which has a total of 17,542 of them, and is a super civilization, which is a name they give to civilizations that have reached 9.0 or above. In the previous cleanup process, more than 13,000 civilizations were destroyed, but there are still more than 3,500 civilizations left, which are super civilizations composed of more than 3,500 civilizations. So I think you should be very clear about the situation, and now their civilization level is still at the microscopic level, which means that it is very difficult to find them before they enter the macroscopic level. For this point, it is very simple. In the microscopic state, it is very difficult to find the enemy, but once it is put into the macroscopic state, it is different. The opponent's technological level and strength are comparable to theirs in all aspects, and their own hidden technology is not bad. In this case, they are still microscopic. Hearing this, one of them seemed to have thought of something and asked about the situation. If that's the case, it's best for us to deal with them in their current state, but the time between them leaving the laboratory and us going to the laboratory is too long. This time is enough for them to run a long distance. It's basically impossible for us to search for them on a large scale in the universe, because the biggest natural enemy of their civilization may be similar to an ordinary cell in this universe. The current situation is indeed like this, so the problem we are facing now is very complicated, especially when they enter the macro level. We find that they probably need time, and this time is enough for them to create new super combat celestial bodies. But I guess they won't rashly create this kind of combat celestial body before they understand the situation in this universe. Although the size of this universe is completely different from the universe they have led, no matter how big this universe is, the size of the super combat celestial body means that they will never be able to conceal it. At this time, everyone present analyzed the situation in front of them. The strength of their conventional combat weapons is not bad, and there is no need to make the super seat so big in Tianqi. They can reduce the volume, so it may not be difficult for them to make it. In terms of strength, there is definitely a gap compared to the complete one, but this gap will not be too big, and if so many of their civilizations unite with each other, the effect will be completely different. In fact, the data they got here is not accurate, because when the civilization on the small universe left the small universe, there was an explosion there. After all, they also activated the base's wisdom program before leaving, and this is currently the strongest weapon they can take out in their civilization. In that catastrophe, more than 2,000 civilizations were completely annihilated in the long river of history. This means that there are only more than 1,000 civilizations that have actually reached this universe. But even so, this number is still very terrifying. Although the number of civilizations that can stand at the top is very small, even those civilizations that are not at the top are very threatening to them, because once they reach the 9.0 level, it means that these civilizations can cause harm to themselves no matter how they compare to themselves, and they are not completely without any threat to themselves. So we will face many attacks from civilizations in the future, but fortunately, we have been operating in this universe for so many years, and we have accumulated a lot, so we should be able to resist them, or even win, but there is a premise, that is, when they enter the macro, their integration level is not very high for the entire universe. So we can fully use this advantage to attack them, because once they enter the macro, they will definitely be discovered by us. At that time, we will attack with all our strength, and they will definitely not be able to resist our army before they have adapted. In this way, everyone discussed one by one. Indeed, this is the current situation. There are not many things they can do now. At present, the only most useful thing for them is to find the enemy as quickly as possible and then eliminate it, otherwise everything will be in vain. Through the researchers in the laboratory, the information they obtained is very one-sided, and some relatively basic information is not very meaningful. Because now what they need to know is where the other party is hiding. So we must strictly grasp the research of some related technologies, but many times some people choose to turn a blind eye, which eventually led to today's tragedy. And if I am not mistaken, the special item that created the universe must be something we must obtain in pursuit of a higher level, but it is because of indulgence that this thing was taken away by an unknown guy and related research was carried out. At this time, one person could not help but complain that the stone he was talking about was indeed very special. If it were not for that stone, then this universe would never be built. However, such a thing was wasted by others. If they obtained this thing, they would definitely be able to dig out more technology from it through research, allowing them to go further or even reach a higher level. In the words of this universe, they might become gods. This term actually appeared frequently in low-level civilizations, but the definition of gods was very vague at that time. Simply put, they only exist in fantasy, and the imagined abilities are related to their myopia. Different people imagine different mysterious powers, but when technology develops to their level, they also discover more special areas, like the special existence in this small universe. And they call this area the fantasy realm. This is a size. Theoretically, the area can be understood as the pastoral universe of thought, where your mind can create everything, and you can do whatever you want. Compared to the created dimension, the real dimension has more incredible abilities. Once you enter it, no matter what kind of existence you are, you can directly become a true god. They can control all kinds of things in this subjective universe, and use their imagination to create what they want. Of course, the biggest significance of entering here is that they can control everything. They can create countless parallel universes, and extend the age of the universe forever. They can truly become the existence of the creator. Naturally, they sneered at such legends at first. But when they began to study some literature and gradually understood the truth of this world through the clues they found in this universe. In their universe, there is such a place, but it is very difficult to enter here. There must be corresponding technology and many factors to have the conditions to enter here, and this special area can only have one person enter the previous creator clan. If there is no death, then the next creation will never appear, because this place can only accommodate one person. This is like the center of the whole world. This is the core area that controls the whole world. Although no one knows why the previous creator died strangely, because once it enters this world and becomes a real creator, it will have endless years, and it can evolve the universe according to its own preferences. Development can also do what he wants to do. In short, he can do whatever he thinks of. But such an existence eventually died for unknown reasons. Becoming a new creator is the lifelong pursuit of this civilization, because once they become the new creator, they can escape the control of the universe's reincarnation. In this universe, the universe will reincarnate once every fixed number of years. Although they can survive each reincarnation, the losses are still not small, and it will take a long time to recover the losses. So they also need to change the status quo as soon as possible, because they can indeed withstand it now, but who can guarantee that it will be the same every time? What if something goes wrong? In short, in order to avoid all risks, they want to become such a special existence to transform the universe. This is why they study these, but they also know that there are too many uncertainties in creating a new universe, especially the universe at the microscopic level, especially in terms of time. The time gap between the two worlds is too large. It is possible that you sleep and others have entered the space age from the primitive age. It is possible that you delay for a few days or 10 days, and you will find that the other party may have the same ability as you. This special cosmic rule is independent of the time of the large universe. Similarly, this also means that the special life forms in the universe have extremely short lifespans, at least from their perspective, but for them, when technology develops to a certain extent, their lifespans will be infinitely extended. With the same lifespan, the other party has n times as much time as you, and the other party's researchers also have n times as much accumulation. In this case, the gap between the two sides will gradually widen. Chapter 1067. For various reasons. The celestial civilization is also very cautious about this matter. Through the information they have obtained, they have also figured out the situation here. It must be said that this group of researchers has finally done something acceptable. At least they have a thorough understanding of the internal civilization situation. If not, I am afraid that this matter will not be so easy to handle. Through the intelligence they have currently obtained, they roughly divide the enemies this time into several types. The first is a special existence that has reached 9.5, or has a probability of reaching this level. These existences will be their main enemies, and the most powerful ones they need to face in the later stage. In addition, the remaining civilizations are basically used as cannon fodder. After all, these civilizations will definitely be used in this way in the end. In the battlefield with their own side later, if it is lower than 9.5, it will not have much effect at all. Although the difference in improvement at this level is very insignificant, the changes brought about by every little improvement are completely different. To put it simply, they are now at two completely different levels than they will be in the future. Of course, this is also very normal. After all, if they are the same, there is nothing to compare. They can just go to bed and do nothing. It is because at their level, even a little improvement can affect the entire battle situation. It is also for this reason that they are in such a situation now. At least now, if they want to fight the other side, they can do it. Otherwise, if the gap is not big enough, then they don't have to fight against so many enemies. As time goes by, both sides have started their own preparations, starting with the celestial civilization. Since they can travel so many circles in this universe, naturally, they also have their own way of fighting. Various special weapons are also emerging in an endless stream. Externally, they have also developed many new weapons in recent years, making their weapon types and quantities reach a very scary number. In addition, they also have an absolute advantage in the use of the laws of this universe. With these advantages, they will not lose if they fight against the other side. After all, they have prepared a lot of things here, and their accumulation is countless years. Moreover, the direction of their research is completely different from that of the civilizations that have just emerged from that small world. They want real noise. Many of their research in recent years has been biased towards this topic, and there are also many bizarre technologies derived from this project. So if they really fight, they are at a disadvantage on the surface, but in reality, it is completely different. Of course, this will have to wait until later to be confirmed. However, the only thing to be thankful for is that they have plenty of time to prepare. If they want to fully adapt to this world, the time required is not as short as imagined. They need to invest a lot of time in this. And they have to slowly run in. In short, it takes a long time to go through this. By the time they can fully adapt to this place and start to evolve, they should be almost ready. Once they reach the point where they can observe, then it is time for them to get serious. Of course, the current situation is actually a brand. Both sides know what the situation is, and when the other side will take action. Therefore, for the current situation, many civilizations present have no idea at all. But no matter whether they have a bottom or not, they must study what they should study as soon as possible. After all, it is definitely impossible to stay in the microscopic state. At this time, inside the United Civilization. Because the things we encountered when we came out should be attacks from this cosmic civilization. The method is just unclear. What is the intensity of this universe? But it seems that this is not important, because we in Asia don't need to consider these now. We need to get used to everything in this universe as soon as possible, and then transform from micro to macro. The overall cycle here will be very long. According to our observations, if we are in the microscopic state, we do have a great advantage, but we can't cause too much damage to the macroscopic enemy, and the effect we can play is limited. So we must develop to the macroscopic state as soon as possible, because only at this point. Then we can take revenge. These guys have enslaved us for so many years. This matter is definitely not so easy to let go, and I believe you can see that this is a perfect universe. If we can take over this universe, it will be of great help to our future. For the United Civilization, now in addition to quality assurance, they naturally want to occupy this place. After all, this is the main world. If they can take over this world, then it is naturally the best. They can rule this world without worrying about any special existence outside the so-called world, and they don't need to struggle on the edge of life and death every day in order to leave this world. In short, taking it will bring endless benefits, which they cannot refuse. In short, now we must study all aspects of the macro as soon as possible, but before that we need to do another thing, that is, to attack the micro-civilization in this universe. According to current observations, we have found 2 micro-civilizations, and their technological level is not as good as ours. Let's fight them first, and learn about the situation in this universe in this way. Although the attack methods and various methods of micro-civilization and macro-civilization are very different, this difference is not as terrible as imagined. Simply put, the two still have similarities. After all, both sides are in the same universe, there will always be similarities. In this way, we can understand the enemy's situation from the side, at least we can give ourselves something to do during the period of time when they adapt to the macro. It is impossible for them to say that they are in the adaptation stage and do nothing. After making arrangements, they immediately started to act. At this time, these civilizations in the microcosm in this universe naturally do not know their situation. In this universe, facing the apocalypse civilization, many civilizations that have reached level 9.0 choose to enter the microcosm and protect themselves in this way. Because once you reach this level, it will be a huge threat to celestial civilization. They will never allow such a threat to exist, and they will use all means. If you voluntarily give up the macroscopic world, it will be different. It will be very difficult to find you at the microscopic level, so once you enter the microscopic world, they don't need to worry so much. This is also the way for these civilizations in this universe to survive. At this time, wars are taking place one after another at the microscopic level. The United Civilization is unstoppable, and has defeated one civilization after another. These civilizations can't make any waves in front of the United Civilization. However, their movements soon attracted the attention of the other party at the macroscopic level, but fortunately they have always been more careful. When this place was discovered, they also moved as soon as possible. This made the celestial civilization miss several times in a row, and they were helpless in the end. Of course, this does not hinder the various arrangements of the celestial civilization in the future, but if the other party is not eliminated at this stage, it will be more or less disappointing for the celestial civilization. In this way, as time goes by, the United Civilization has quickly eliminated 7 or 8 civilizations. However, this is just the beginning, because the United Civilization has more preparations in the future. Through the data collected by these civilizations, they also have a certain understanding of the macroscopic situation of this universe. After all, these civilizations are transferred from the macroscopic to the microscopic, so the relevant records exist. Naturally, this is something to be thankful for them. Combining the current research on their side, and the situation on the other side, the relevant data was quickly integrated. Next, they began to try at the macro level. As different genes were transformed, countless experimental bodies failed to be transformed, and of course, there were also successful cases. In this way, they optimized step by step. Currently, 60% of the research on the macro level has been completed. At this rate, there should be no major problems in a few hundred years at most. At the same time, we also received intelligence that after the original universe was blown up, the original universe began to spread, and many civilizations in that universe also entered this universe along with the spread. Many of the civilizations died, but some still survived and began to wander in that area. The other party naturally thought that there were still surviving civilizations, so they had already arranged a lot of things there. The civilizations at the microscopic level were still. They would be destroyed before they figured out what happened. The remaining civilizations in that universe should basically be weak civilizations. After all, powerful civilizations have already joined the battle. Of course, there are also some powerful civilizations that did not join the battle, but the number of such civilizations is extremely small. But for us, this doesn't seem to matter. After all, as long as we make sure we get out here, we don't have to think too much about the others, and even if you find them, they can't cooperate with us. So everyone talked about this matter. However, for the civilization that survived from the original universe, the current situation is not particularly good. They have been exposed after they came out. At least they still have a chance to escape before being exposed, but the people behind them have no chance to escape at all, so it is definitely a dead end once they come out. In short, that area has been blocked. All the microscopic beings who try to escape from that area will be cleared at the first time. But this is not what they care about. The situation over there is basically the same. The celestial civilization has set up a special cage over there. This cage covers that area and has the ability to detect. Once it finds civilization, it will launch an attack immediately. Even if it doesn't find it, it doesn't matter, because it is basically impossible for you to leave within the cage. As long as you dare to touch the cage, you will be found immediately, and if you are inside, even if you are not found, you will not be able to develop. In short, they have laid out the whole place over there. Of course, the players are also among them. The players' planets are well protected, which allows the players to come to this universe smoothly, but because they are now in a microscopic state and the external technology level is very low, in their eyes, the universe has not changed much from before. It is still as dark and deep as usual, and because their target is too small, they don't need to worry about too many things at all, so they continue to develop steadily. Of course, the captain and his team were lucky enough to survive this disaster. Now they feel very uneasy because their instruments have detected that they are now trapped in a very large world. For them at this level, everything in this world, even a little distance, is equivalent to crossing dozens or hundreds of universes. Although their technology is not a big problem in all aspects, and they can easily cross such a long distance, they dare not act rashly. Because they found that the universe had undergone great changes in all aspects. Although they could adapt to such an environment before, the changes in the environment were more or less outrageous. So they did not dare to explore anything, but continued to protect this planet. Of course, the insects were still sleeping as usual. Although the whole world had changed a lot, they would still sleep for a long time as planned. The time between the two was different, but the time they slept would not change. Everything in the small universe seemed to have stabilized. There were only some advanced civilizations that tried to escape from here from time to time. There was nothing else. Fortunately, the celestial civilization did not focus on this now, which allowed many civilizations to barely escape this disaster. In this way, time flew by quickly, and 100 years passed quickly. In this 100 years, the celestial civilization had prepared everything that could be mobilized. In addition, they also developed many targeted weapons, and found more than 200 civilizations during this period. This once again reduced the strength of the United Civilization, but now the research of the United Civilization is almost over. The complete macro-experimental body has been successfully restored by them. The next step is to carry out relevant experimental restoration on their own side. Chapter 1068. Returning to the macroscopic world is not an easy task. Of course, this refers to a large-scale return, not a small-scale one. Once a large-scale return occurs, no matter how covert they are, it will inevitably be discovered, so they are naturally very cautious about the next arrangements. They began to plan some specific operational details. First, they need to return a group of people, and let them survive in this universe in a low-level way. It is best to replace a certain civilization in the universe. In this way, they can gradually replace the people of this civilization with their own people. In this process, as long as they don't make too much noise, they will generally not be discovered, and this is exactly their purpose. After having a preliminary idea, the next step is to choose a civilization. The selected civilization must first be strong enough, because if it is not strong at all, they have rashly used some things in the past to make the strength of this civilization soar in a short period of time, which will inevitably arouse suspicion. Therefore, combined with various reasons, their subsequent operations must be cautious. They only need to quietly replace a civilization, use this civilization as a basis, and then start the subsequent development of the whole process. As long as you are careful, there won't be too many surprises. As long as the problem of this civilization is solved, then the next step will be easy. This civilization is used as the basis to launch a war, clean up other civilizations, and then the key point is that these civilizations that have been given will also be replaced. In this way, all the people here will be gradually replaced at the macro level. As long as the number of people replaced is sufficient, then we will start to return to various technologies. Various special technologies must also be arranged. In this way, we can gradually restore our strength. Of course, we may be noticed by the other party at a certain stage, so we must give priority to restoring the technology that allows them to survive in this world. Not only that, they also have to consider several other issues, such as some other civilizations among them, which have long been separated. Will their civilization have the same plan? If the other party has the same plan, then the subsequent operation will also be a very complicated matter. Because once this idea is exposed, the other party will definitely be cautious, which will inevitably have a great impact on them. Similarly, they also know that this kind of thing cannot be avoided. In short, the overall operation of this matter is very complicated and difficult. It requires enough patience. In this way, after having a general plan, they also started to act. First, they began to look for civilization at the micro level. Similarly, they also screened several civilizations. These civilizations have one characteristic. First, they are powerful. In addition, the things they are researching are relatively unpopular in this universe, so there is not a very good standard for strength evaluation. And the technology they use here is also incompatible with this universe. If you choose a civilization that studies mainstream technology, the risk of exposure will undoubtedly increase. But if you choose this kind of civilization, you can further hide yourself. Of course, this is only the first step, and there will naturally be many steps in the future. After choosing this civilization, the next step is to replace it. They need to replace the people in this civilization imperceptibly without attracting their attention, because once they are discovered or attract attention, the war here will always cause a lot of follow-up reactions. In this way, they began to make arrangements. They released a special kind of biological machinery, which is released at the microscopic level, so the size is self-evident. Naturally, this size is difficult to be discovered. In addition, their technological level is very high. With the blessing of various factors, these biological machines have soon invaded the bodies of many people in this civilization. Of course, when technology reaches their level, once there is any change on their side, they will definitely make this special machine disappear in the shortest time. So now what this biological machine needs to do is to hide, and wait for more biological machines to come out, and then start to build more inside it. What they need to do is to prepare everything, and then burst out. Let everyone be infected in an instant, and then replace them at a very fast speed. The whole process must be completed at the fastest speed. After doing all this, the next thing will be easy, that is, this civilization will continue to develop in the same way as before, but some details will change. They are not sure whether the celestial civilization will monitor these powerful civilizations in the universe, so they must make full preparations. In this way, they began to make their own preparations in secret, but the chosen civilization was unaware of it. At this time, the people in the civilization were still developing at their own pace every day, and they had arranged a lot of things in the surrounding universe. The various buildings were also arranged very well, but due to the deterrence of the powerful civilization in this universe, they did not show it too much. No civilization in this universe can ignore the powerful civilization called Celestial Civilization, which controls the development of the entire universe. Any civilization that has reached their current point has been banned from continuing to study in the future, because once you cross this line, you will be hit by the Celestial Civilization. So their technology has also stayed at this stage for a long time. Of course, they also want to break through, but they dare not take any action for the time being. The only thing they can do now is actually very simple, that is, to study something secretly, and then find an opportunity to explode for a while. As usual, this civilization is developing steadily, but it is obvious that at this time they did not realize that there are already some extra things in their bodies. And the number of these things is still increasing. Of course, this will not pose any threat to them, and they can't even find this special existence. After all, if their technological level is transferred to the microcosm, it will be an advanced civilization at best, and they can't even reach a higher level. If they go to contact, it is naturally impossible to find any clues. The plan of the United Civilization was very successful. They gradually brought all the people in the entire civilization under their control. In this way, several years passed. One day, the overall layout was perfected to this point, and the United Civilization finally showed its fangs. All the layouts were almost ready. With the order issued, everything changed the next moment. The civilization that was originally booming seemed to have been paused. Everyone in the civilization paused for a moment, but the next moment, they returned to normal and continued to work day and night. Yes, it was so fast. At this time, everyone was controlled. It was not their own consciousness that controlled them, but these special robots that had long been infiltrated into their bodies. In the following time, everything in this civilization was the same as usual, without any changes, as if the previous incident had not happened. But soon some people in this civilization disappeared completely, or to be more precise, they were replaced. These people still kept their previous jobs and did what they did before, but now he is no longer the same as before. He has been replaced by an elite warrior from the United Civilization. At the same time, this kind of thing happens every day. A large number of people in each area return home to rest, and when they wake up the next day, they have changed. Even the closest people can't detect the clues. In this way, time passes by 1 minute and 1 second, and this civilization is secretly undergoing huge changes. The people of this civilization are being tabooed at a very fast speed. The direction of scientific research is also gradually changing, and the types of resource collection are also changing. In short, all good things seem to have not changed, but in fact, everything is changing, but no one has noticed this change. It took only 2 years for all the people in the entire civilization to be replaced by a cat and mouse. After these people were replaced, they continued their previous work, but they would go to different positions due to job transfers and other reasons. In short, everything in this civilization seemed extremely normal. It was also deliberately done by the United Civilization. For them, every action they take now must be cautious. It was not easy to get out of that world, it was not easy to live until now, and it was not easy to see that they would truly control this world, so they did not allow their operations to appear, even the slightest mistake. In this way, all the replacements were completed, and for a long time, no other civilizations paid attention, especially the special existence at the same level as him. And all this was going according to plan, and so was the subsequent development. At this time, they had begun to prepare various things needed for subsequent development. After all, when they were discovered, they had to be able to respond immediately, otherwise the consequences would be very serious. At this moment, the universe seemed very quiet on the surface, but in fact, undercurrents were surging, and different civilizations began their own preparations here. For any civilization, they will be affected next, and they may even perish in this battle. But this is the development of the universe. The celestial civilization has been in this universe for too long, and they have no enemies. They have been developing step by step. They firmly control the development mechanism of major civilizations. Once out of control, they will be cleared up immediately. In short, the promotion route of science and technology in this universe is firmly controlled by them. No civilization can escape their control. Their tentacles have spread to the entire universe. Of course, they used to be like this, but they broke through the restrictions and became the strongest civilization in this universe, so they have their own special permissions. And they know very well that if they don't make higher changes, they will always suffer the same fate, so in their technology system, they have divided the technology system into layers. What ordinary people use is completely different from what they use. What ordinary people know about them is just what they want these ordinary people to know. In fact, they have deeper technology here, which is also the core of their mainstream technology. Compared with the technology currently mastered by their subordinates, the real technology in their hands is 1 or 2 levels higher. It is also for this reason that whether the people under their hands rebel or others, they have the ability to suppress it. The existence of mastering the upper-level technology and the existence of the lower-level general technology are completely 2 different extremes. They are in 2 different worlds. Although they coexist in the same civilization, they are actually very different. Therefore, everything has created the current situation in this universe. At the low level, you have to go through various battles, and at the high level, you will be forced to restrict. This is the development path of most civilizations in this universe. After knowing the general situation, the United Civilization also had some feelings. Compared with the universe they were in before, this place is completely 2 extremes. In fact, if the universe they were in before could not be divided into several different areas, I am afraid that their situation here would be similar to this place. It is because of the division into the universe, and the outside of the universe, that the civilizations of the 2 different worlds have developed very harmoniously, and this design is probably because that special guy saw the current situation of this universe, so he deliberately set it up like this. Of course, his design did have the desired effect, but it is obvious that for them, this effect is now dispensable because they have left. In this way, as time went by, the preparations of the United Civilization soon entered a white-hot stage. The noise they made became bigger and bigger, and various special technologies gradually appeared in this world. Naturally, this also attracted the attention of the famous celestial body at the first time. They have been looking for traces of that civilization for many years. It has basically been determined that those special celestial creations are definitely the civilizations that escaped from it at the beginning. They have completely integrated into this universe, and have adapted to this universe. It was in the recovery phase before, but the recovery was not particularly good, so it needs enough time. So the next step is our chance to take action. What happened next was naturally very simple, and they began to act. The fleet, which had been prepared long ago, set off towards the area where the target was found. At the same time, their movements also caused reactions from other civilizations around them, and they were also wondering what this powerful civilization was doing. Chapter 1069. At this time, in a certain advanced civilization, they have been paying attention to this place for a long time, because this civilization itself is preparing how to get out of control, but what they don't know is how far they are from that civilization. This is also a problem that many advanced civilizations often encounter. They think that they are not far away from each other, but in fact, they don't know that the distance between them is probably greater than the sky and the earth. They only know that the other party has been mobilizing troops recently, but what they don't know is that the other party is not only mobilizing troops, but they have already transferred most of the troops in the civilization during this period. However, with their technological level, they can only observe a small part of it, but they think they have observed all of it. They are very panicked at this time, because they don't know what happened. Could it be that some of the things they hide here are known by the other party, so the other party is ready to destroy them? Thinking of this, they can't help but feel a little panic. So during this period of time, they kept a close eye on the other side, trying to figure out what was going on. But to their disappointment, they found that they didn't seem to notice the other side at all. That's right, they didn't notice it at all during this period of time. The other side didn't send troops to them, which made them more or less puzzled. Although there were many doubts, they were still very cautious. The current situation was very complicated, and they couldn't afford to be careless. So they watched the movements over their day and night. Until today, they finally saw the other side start to act, which made everyone present terrified. What do they want to do? Are they going to attack us? Impossible, we are doing it very secretly. How could they find us? For a while, everyone was worried. In order to ensure their own safety, and to ensure that what they did would not be discovered, they were very cautious. It is no exaggeration to say that they have been able to use all the secret plans they can think of, so they feel a little incredible to be discovered under such circumstances. But what they never know is that their so-called proportion has no effect at all in front of the other party, and what they think they have studied is actually worthless to the other party, and has no effect at all. Perhaps one day when they raise the flag and fight with the other party, and are easily solved by the other party, they will understand how ridiculous their actions are. Now, they are just ignorant and confused children to the other side. They will never know the scenery of another world. It is a very funny thing to use the technology that they think is ridiculous to try to escape from control. The suppression of high-level civilization on low-level civilization is never as simple as it seems on the surface. Even when Jiang Yao escaped from control, he entered the super civilization, and he was only one stage away from surpassing this level, a full level higher than them. In this case, because of the particularity of that world, there is a huge gap between the universe and the world outside the universe. The price paid by the hands outside the universe to reach it is not small. With the blessing of all these conditions, he successfully escaped from control after paying a huge price, but for a long time afterwards, he was still in a state of being tracked or running around. With the blessing of so many favorable factors, he barely escaped from control, and the civilization he faced was only a third-stage civilization. And the manager of this world, according to the ranking of the small universe, can at least reach the 9th or even 10th stage of civilization. There is no need to think too much about how big the gap is. It is also under so many prerequisites that he can successfully complete the test. Therefore, for the civilization of this universe, it is basically impossible to escape. The first and most important thing is the restriction. There is no so-called restriction in this universe. There will be no huge gap and barrier between the outside and inside of the universe. Under such huge restrictions, there are many operating spaces that are not here. So the civilization here is really enduring all kinds of attacks. They have no chance to resist at all. This is their helplessness. Compared to the bugs, they really have no chance at all. You must not think that the apocalypse civilization is an easy-to-get-along civilization. They have reincarnated again and again in this universe, and have seen too many civilizations. What is the situation of this civilization? What routines do they have? What is the situation of the other civilization? What routines will they play? They have seen too many. It is no exaggeration to say. Now the various routines of many civilizations are really like various jokes of babies in front of them. So for them, all your actions are just too lazy to care, because your stuff can't pose any threat to them at all. This is the difference. It's just that they will give these civilizations some so-called hope. If there is no hope at all, then the situation in this universe is very bad. It is also for this reason that these civilizations think about how to resist, and how to get out of control every day. In fact, what they don't know is that everything they see now is just what the other party wants them to see. Once the other party is tired of playing or wants to end it all, then they will have no power to resist. You say they are helpless. They are indeed helpless. What can they do in such a world? If they choose, they have no choice at all. For them, this is their whole life. It's just that they don't know what their life is like. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the current situation here has changed greatly. Maybe in the past, they didn't need to worry too much. But now it's different. Now what they need to consider here is a little exaggerated. Because of the abnormal behavior of the celestial civilization, they often secretly do some small actions on the wristband, which made them connect the two together for a while. This made many civilizations panic. At this time, they all thought that the celestial civilization came to invade them, which made them not know what to do next. If they were really liquidated by the celestial civilization, how should they face it? However, some civilizations soon discovered the situation, which seemed to be somewhat different from what they thought. They only saw the celestial civilization passing by them without doing anything, which made the civilizations a little confused. Some civilizations were even ready to fight to the death, but the other party passed by them without even looking at them. This made them quite puzzled, but it didn't matter if they didn't understand it, because they knew that it seemed that they had overcome the crisis this time, which made many people feel relieved. Of course, what they didn't know was that for the celestial civilization, they were just toys for their entertainment, and their development or anything was under their control. In short, the current situation was just like that. Ignoring this group of frightened birds, the celestial civilization soon arrived at the target area. This is where their target, the United Civilization, is located. As soon as they arrived here, it was exactly the same as they imagined. The fleet of the United Civilization had been waiting for them here for a long time, and the next moment the war between the two sides broke out. As the war broke out quickly, the movement here also attracted the attention of other civilizations. Both civilizations did not hold back at all, and both used their full strength. The celestial civilization knew that the other party was a civilization of the same level as it. Naturally, the United Civilization also knew how powerful the celestial civilization was. Therefore, the two civilizations did not hide any strength. Xiangfa relied on the degree of comprehension of the laws of this universe. The celestial civilization had a great advantage. But the United Civilization was not bad at all. After all, they had always been active on the front line, and had always grown in battle. Therefore, relying on their rich experience and combat capabilities, they were able to barely resist the attack of the celestial civilization under such a disadvantage. Sure enough, the strength that this kind of civilization that is constantly in battle can exert is far beyond our reach. Compared to other civilizations, the biggest advantage of celestial civilizations is that they have a very strong self-awareness. They are very clear about their own strengths and weaknesses, and never insist on saying that they are stronger than the other party, just because they are stronger than themselves in some aspects. It is meaningless to save the so-called face in this way. You must have seen the other side's situation clearly. Judging from the current situation, if we cannot defeat them in a short time on the front battlefield, then I am afraid that something will really happen to us later. The reason why we can suppress the other side so smoothly is not because the other side has used power, but because they have only recovered so much, and if I am not mistaken, they have already fled a group of troops, and this group of troops stayed here just to delay us. And they are also very light. No matter where they hide, they are easy to be found by us, so they must have their own unique operation mode in the future, and this mode should be able to continue to grow while hiding. Dispatch other fleets to track their fleeing main formation. We must eliminate all possibilities for them to survive. Soon, the celestial civilization has made a complete deployment, and this war is really too huge, which makes many civilizations watching the war deeply realize the power of the celestial civilization for the first time, and at the same time discover how powerful the special civilization that can fight against the celestial civilization is. At this time, they have to admit one thing. That is, they were too naive in the past. They thought they were already very powerful, and could get out of control through the little bit of technology they had researched. But after experiencing this incident, they knew that they thought too much. The other party did not use all their strength to play with you at all. They were just playing with you, but you used all your strength and there was nothing you could do. The gap between the two sides can no longer be described as obvious. This is already a world of difference. For a moment, all civilizations felt suffocated by the scene in front of them. The gap is so big that it is simply impossible to make up. They finally know what kind of status they are in the eyes of the other party. It's a pity that they were so scared before, but they didn't know that they were just a clown. Even if you have researched everything secretly, you still don't have the opportunity to participate in this level of war. The gap in strength is at the fault level. At the same time, they are also very curious about how this civilization has developed to the current level under the surveillance of the celestial civilization. You know, the strength of this civilization is beyond doubt. It is incredible that they can fight against the celestial civilization. At the same time, they also feel their own insignificance. In front of these powerful civilizations, they are too insignificant. The other party's attack mode even said that they have never even imagined it. This is enough to make them feel shocked. Of course, if this is the case, then it is not too late. What shocked them the most is that the celestial civilization actually sent a fleet to start searching in the American universe. Obviously, this civilization still has a backhand. This also shocked them a lot. You know, such a large-scale battle is just to attract attention for this civilization. They have more preparations. The gap is really too huge. They think they are already very powerful, but they can't imagine it in the face of such a gap. At the same time, they also analyze the battle data of the two civilizations. Although they can't get accurate data, they can basically be sure that the other party can destroy them directly by sending 1 or 2 warships. The gap-like gap makes them have no resistance at all. Until this moment, these civilizations realized the power of the other side, and realized why the other side could control the universe for so many years. This battle also gave them a lot of inspiration. They felt that if they could understand the other side's situation, or learn a little from the other side's attack, it would undoubtedly be a huge improvement for them. However, they did not dare to get too close to the battlefield, because even at the current long distance, they could not bear it. That's right, they had no way to get close now. The movement here was huge, even so huge that the sleeping insects were awakened. As the insects in the microscopic city woke up one by one, the entire race soon became active. Chapter 1070. So what happened? As soon as he woke up, Jiang Yao looked around with some confusion. Everything around him was no longer the same as before. Many things had changed and became extremely strange. He didn't know what was going on. First of all, the environment, and also the layout of the entire universe. Now he found himself in an unknown void. Of course, this was not the point. The point was that everything here made him feel extremely strange. He was also very strange. What happened? We must wake up all the sleeping insects as soon as possible and find out the situation here first. So, he immediately took action. As the order was issued, one after another of the sleeping insects began to wake up. After waking up, these insects also began to gather towards him at a very fast speed. Of course, the same was true for the subordinate civilization. Then he began to recall the fragments of the super combat celestial body that he had spread out. In fact, what happened this time was far beyond his expectations. He didn't know how many years he had been sleeping. The first thing he thought of was the situation of the players before he fell asleep. After all, he had made arrangements for the players at that time. What surprised him was that the captain was still alive, which was a bit unexpected for him. Then he hurriedly asked about the situation, because after all, the captain was always awake, and they should know much more about the situation here than he did. Leader. During your sleep, the entire universe has undergone tremendous changes. The United Civilization has found a way to break through the universe, and has broken through the limits, and arrived at the big universe. And the small universe has completely collapsed. In that catastrophe, too many civilizations were destroyed, and in order to save Nanjing, we lost nearly 90% of Bentleys to barely save it. Then he told Jiang Yao about the general structure of the universe now. After hearing the news, Jiang Yao was still a little shocked. He never expected this to happen. During the years he was asleep, the changes in the universe were a bit beyond his imagination. First of all, the United Civilization actually had a big plan, which was to be used at a critical moment, and then achieve their goals, and they succeeded. They successfully destroyed the barrier of the universe, allowing them to escape. Similarly, the other party would definitely not let them escape so smoothly, so they arranged a lot of backup plans, which also caused heavy losses to the United Civilization. No matter how much they lost, the United Civilization finally escaped. Of course, after the United Civilization escaped, the main civilization of this universe also reacted immediately. In order to prevent things from getting out of control, they immediately blocked the entire area. Now this area is under blockade, and all civilizations that dare to approach will be ruthlessly attacked by them. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that according to the current trend, they may be trapped here forever, because in this area, no one dares to leave the microscopic world. Once they leave the microscopic world and are discovered, they will only face the fate of destruction. After learning the general situation, Jiang Yao was also surprised, and he was also a little confused. So the good news now is that I seem to have escaped smoothly without wasting any soldiers, but the bad news is that I am blocked in an area again. That is to say, the current priority is to find a way to leave here while recovering strength, otherwise everything will be in vain. Leave here and find a safe place to recover to the macro state, and then start competing in this universe. It must be said that there is nothing wrong with this idea, but it is probably not that simple to do this. At least he knows very well that if he really fights head-on based on the current situation shown by the opponent, he will most likely be killed in seconds. What you have to do now is to find a way to analyze and understand the specific situation of this barrier that is trapping you, and then adjust according to the actual situation. However, he is not dissatisfied with the current situation. Their technological level should not be much higher than ours, so at the micro level plus our own profit technology, it is impossible for them to find us, so they can only trap us in this area. Perhaps according to their thinking, they should be able to directly clean up this area. There must be special means to do this. There are only two possibilities for why they have not taken action until now. The first is that they currently do not have effective technology to do this, and are still studying it. The second is that they have been delayed by other things. No matter which reason it is an excellent development opportunity for the current insects. Naturally, they will not let it go. Thinking of this, he immediately began to make arrangements. The changes brought by the universe, this time were more or less unexpected. Not even one of the 5 super combat celestial bodies that were deployed before could be found. Although their parts were distributed in various places in the universe, most of the parts were damaged due to the disaster this time, and even half of the fragments that were returned could not be assembled. This is more or less a bit outrageous. I never thought that there would be so many missing. He couldn't help but frown slightly while saying this. The super combat apocalypse that was deployed before was completely in vain. The materials that were found were smelted and processed, and then more materials needed to be collected before they could be manufactured. This was a big deviation from his previous plan, but now he didn't have too many choices. What he had to do now was to restore the industry and first maximize production in all aspects. Secondly, research on various details was also a key task. Especially since the special equipment was shielded outside, a solution must be found as soon as possible. Fortunately, the special bug that was replenished before was still alive, so he didn't need to worry too much in the short term. This bug's combat power is still ranked high, so there is no need to worry about being attacked by other civilizations. In fact, everyone can see the situation here clearly. To put it bluntly, there are very few resources left in this area. So many civilizations must recover themselves as soon as possible, so naturally they need more resources. The amount of resources is here, so the next thing is definitely a dispute. This place is like a training ground, and only 1 or 2 civilizations may be able to escape successfully. But at this time, he did receive a broadcast. Many civilizations from the same universe, now we need to unite. The resources in this area are limited. Although mutual competition can indeed allow everyone to obtain resources, I believe everyone also understands that once this is done, the probability of being discovered will be very high. Not only that, whether it can be broken through is another matter. The direction of technology studied by each civilization is different, so for the current situation, whether the corresponding things can be produced is an unknown. So for us now, the best solution should be to unite first to find a way to gather resources, solve the problems here, and then leave. There is no need for us to engage in meaningless disputes. For the civilizations of this universe, we are outsiders and the targets they need to attack. There is no need for us to have internal strife before solving the common enemy. After receiving this message, no matter who it is, they naturally chose to ignore it. After all, everyone knows what the situation is here, and now everyone can't trust each other, and the other party's alliance is even more nonsense. Compared with the united civilization at the beginning, there are several extremely strong civilizations as pillars, but there are none here, so everyone is naturally unwilling. So, this message did not receive any response, and all civilizations still developed on their own. In this way, as time went by, the days passed little by little, and what made many civilizations feel strange was that even now, they were still not targeted by that special civilization, which made the civilizations present basically confirm one thing. That is, the other party must have been delayed by other things. In addition, after a period of time here, they can more or less discover the surrounding civilizations, and then they found that the main civilizations that ruled the entire united civilization did not appear here, so they immediately thought of the reason. It seems that those civilizations have fled long ago, and have developed some momentum. So now the motherland in this universe should have focused all its attention on the united civilization, and he naturally has no intention to pay attention to us. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao also understood a little. It seems that no one is willing to pass that message. If the united civilization has not left now, Under the pressure of external civilizations, everyone may still unite, but now the united civilization is left, and, to a certain extent, it has delayed the subjective destiny of this world, which means that there is basically no need to worry about being targeted in the short term. Then everyone has sufficient time for development. The next thing to do is naturally very simple, that is, to seize the resources here. As for why everyone didn't unite and leave first, the reason is very simple. They are competitors, and may negotiate with each other in the future. So instead of waiting until the future is bad, and they are overturned by the other party, it is better to take advantage of the fact that everyone has few resources now, seize resources from each other, develop themselves, and then gain an advantage. Basically, after understanding the situation here, many civilizations present have similar ideas. Clearing one more competitor here will reduce one competitor in the future. In this way, with the various thoughts of many civilizations, the first battle here soon started. Then, as if this was a fuse, the second and third wars were soon launched, and the entire area began to fall into chaos. More and more civilizations began to join the battlefield, and naturally the insects were no exception. Leader, there are currently 3 civilizations with level 4 technology who are eyeing us covetously. They are also attacking and defending each other. The current situation is very chaotic. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Jianya nodded. Even if they attack us at the same time, it will be useless, because they will definitely encounter each other, and there will definitely be a big fight here. So what we need to do next is to protect ourselves and hide our strength, otherwise we may be taken down. My recovery rate should be higher than theirs now. Although I have only found the materials for half of a super combat celestial body, compared to those who may have just started to slowly collect materials to make super combat celestial bodies, I can now make a super combat celestial body here. The reason why it can be made with so few materials is mainly because the celestial body attacked by the special insect can be based on the insect as the core, and only needs to cover the outside with enough armor. In this way, there is defense and attack, which is completely enough, and there is no need to consider as many things as they need to consider, so he does not need too many materials to make this thing. So, he also began to step up the production of super combat celestial bodies. At the same time, small frictions began to arise among several civilizations. At first, these civilizations all attacked the insects, but soon they encountered each other, and the situation gradually became chaotic. Then the scale of the war grew larger and larger. At the same time, there were many places with similar situations in the whole area, and the civilizations trapped here were attacking each other. While adapting to various things in this universe, they tried their best to defeat the enemy. What's the matter with that level 2 civilization? Its strength is a little unexpected, and there are at least 3 level 4 civilizations around us. At this time, in the combat command room of one of the civilizations, the commanders of a group of civilizations were also discussing. There is no need to pay attention to the level 2 civilization. If you use your power, it is very simple to eliminate them. Now it is mainly because the other city-level civilizations are difficult to deal with. Through the previous confrontation, it can be basically determined that the strength here is not much different. For a while, everyone was talking about it. They naturally have a certain understanding of the situation here. Similarly, they also know that if they don't solve the other civilizations now, they will be solved by them. But no civilization has the ability to solve these civilizations at the same time. So now the battlefield here has gradually begun to become restrained. It is not an easy thing to solve the enemy and protect yourself. Now they are waiting for an opportunity, waiting for a civilization that doesn't know what's going on here. Rashly joins the battlefield, so that they can take advantage of one of the civilizations and strengthen themselves. As long as there are enough combat units on their side, it will be easy to eliminate the other civilizations. Now everyone is talking about the lack of weapons. Whoever has more weapons has the right to speak. But it is also because of this reason that they can't do anything about the bugs for the time being. After all, the bugs are not as strong as they are. In the current situation, the advantage is naturally reflected. Chapter 1071. I really didn't expect that this group of bugs would be such a tough nut to crack. The civilization that was fighting with the bugs couldn't help but complain. Indeed, the comrades' performance was a bit unexpected. Relying on their strong physical fitness, combat power, and strong reproductive ability, the bugs were not at all inferior in this battle. Although they all knew that if their troops were upgraded a few levels, the bugs would definitely have no way to deal with them. But it was obviously impossible. After all, the resources were there, and no matter how much they tried, it would not have much effect. The resources were limited, and there was only one thing he could do. The limited resources should be used to exert more powerful power, as much as possible. So now they can only do this, relying on the savings in their hands to fight the bugs. However, this t-shirt obviously cannot influence the current situation too much. Facing the counterattack of the bugs and the interference of other civilizations, they did not gain any advantage. It can even be said that the situation on the battlefield has entered a weird balance at this time. They fought back and forth with the bugs that were much weaker than them, and at the same time, they had to guard against harassment from other civilizations, which made the war situation in the entire area extremely chaotic. I never thought that our Tianxia civilization, which has been dominating the universe for so many years, would end up in such a situation. If it were in other places with sufficient resources, these civilizations combined might not be our opponents, but now they are fighting back and forth with us, and even if we are not careful, we will be severely damaged. At this time, the commander of the civilization could not help but say this as he watched the fierce exchange of fire between his own fleet and the other fleet. At this moment, he suddenly found that another fleet appeared on the battlefield, which forced him to devote some of his energy to deal with them. As for other civilizations, the same was true. As the battle progressed, new civilizations joined in. In short, the situation was very complicated. At this time, on the side of the bugs, Jiangyao was also staring at the battlefield. It will take some time for the super combat celestial body to be ready. Before that, we can only rely on the bugs in our hands to counterattack. Conventional fleets are not very effective in this kind of battle, and the resource loss is very serious, so now all resources are invested in the manufacture of bugs. The resources needed for the super combat celestial body also need to be vigorously mined, and this thing should be made as soon as possible. As long as the super combat celestial body is made, then in the next battle, we can at least occupy a dominant position, because at present, I am afraid that only we can make a super combat celestial body in such an environment. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the super support. The celestial body may play a very important role in the future. Naturally, even if this thing is made, he does not intend to expose it immediately, because once it is exposed, he will inevitably be targeted by several civilizations. So he has also figured out the later operation of this matter, that is, to hide it first, and then release it in the final decisive battle to catch them off guard. The current situation is indeed a little disadvantageous to us. Our combat power is always much weaker than theirs. Although the special nature of the bugs has played an unexpected effect here, the opponent's strength is here after all. It will not be affected too much by us in a short period of time. As time goes by, as long as they are willing to invest resources, various weapons against bugs will come out. At that time, the situation on my side will become more and more difficult. Now the only thing to be thankful for is that there are not many resources here, so even if they use them, they will be very cautious. In this way, while carefully observing the current situation, he made relevant combat deployments to ensure that the resources on his side can be reduced to the minimum consumption in each battle. But it is obvious that this matter is not as simple as imagined, especially since the current situation is originally very chaotic. At the beginning, there were only 3 civilizations, and then they grew into 4 or 5. As time went by, the number was gradually increasing, and as the number increased, the degree of chaos here became higher and higher. It has only been a short time, and there are already nearly 20 civilizations here. At this time, Jiangyao was fighting and running. There is no way. If you dare to stay in one place for too long, you will be besieged by several civilizations. So now you are in a state of running and fighting. It often happens here. Not long after running, several civilizations suddenly appear here. Then these civilizations fight again, and another civilization joins in. Then it becomes a melee of several civilizations. In such a melee, it is very difficult to protect yourself. There are quite a few civilizations that have joined here. And there are also quite a few that have been destroyed. After the destruction, you can see that many civilizations suddenly flock here and start to rob resources, and there is inevitably another battle while robbing resources. Now the roles here are so chaotic, many civilizations are constantly fighting and plundering here. The same is true for other areas, and as time goes by, the wars in these areas have also continued here, which makes the roles here more complicated, and eventually all the civilizations in the entire area are forced to join the battlefield, and some civilizations that want to hide are also forced to join in. The war that is happening here all the time. All civilizations start to wander around this area. As long as they find a little bit of resources, they will collect them immediately. The impact of the battle here is naturally very huge. The number of civilizations originally here is decreasing at a very fast rate. If we continue to fight like this, sooner or later, I will not be able to hold on here. Jiangyao thought so at this time. He knew very well that in the end, he might be destroyed by other civilizations in a battle. After all, although this area was large for them, it was actually just that easy to find the people hiding in this area, so there was no place for him to run this time. He knew very well that if he wanted to survive, he had to leave this area as quickly as possible, so during this period of time, he put a lot of energy into studying the barrier. Although this barrier does have a lot of technology inside, the other party actually did not expect to use it to trap the civilization inside for long. They were originally prepared to clean up here directly after they were done, but it was obvious that they had no time to take care of it because of the joint civilization. For the civilizations here, it is not difficult to leave here as long as they are given time. It's just that they don't know whether the other party will give them time or clean up in advance, so they want to use this extreme method to strengthen themselves as soon as possible. However, as time goes by, these civilizations soon discovered that according to the current melee style of fighting, they are basically in a state of not making ends meet. The resources collected with great difficulty, and then lost again after a fight, this is such a situation, repeating over and over again, which makes many civilizations present realize that continuing to fight will only consume resources for no reason, and make their own resources less and less. But the current situation is that even if you want to stop, it is impossible. You have no chance to stop at all. If you stop, others will not stop, so you can only be forced to continue. The so-called solution to other civilizations is to plunder his resources. The idea is good, but the situation here does not allow so many civilizations to fight each other, and you have no chance to digest the extra resources. Even if these resources are digested, they will most likely be invested in the manufacture of warships. Many civilizations are also very clear about the current situation, so they basically have the same plan as the bugs, and they are trying their best to study how to break through this limit here, because as long as the limit is broken, there is no need to worry about it next. After leaving here, find a place rich in resources and develop well. After the strength is restored, there is no need to worry about so many things, but in this case, it is difficult to research a way to leave. Time passed day by day. At first, no one had anything to do, and continued to escape and fight every day until one day a civilization escaped successfully. He opened the barrier. Without thinking much, the civilizations that discovered it rushed to that place. As a result, when they changed their minds, the civilization had already left, and the barrier had also healed. So the many civilizations present fought here again, destroyed several civilizations, and then left again. However, this civilization has inspired many civilizations around it. They are naturally trying their best to leave here. Their technology cannot catch up with the other party in all aspects, so the progress will be much slower, but many civilizations have already seen the signs. In this way, as time went by, the second civilization that escaped soon appeared. This made many civilizations more urgent, because it seemed that the war began to gradually decrease. Everyone focused on how to break through, because the previous civilizations proved a problem to everyone, that is, without investing too many resources, they can also research the corresponding way to leave. So, everyone started to operate immediately, followed by the third and fourth. As more and more civilizations left, the remaining civilizations unconsciously accelerated their pace. Compared with other civilizations, the situation of the insects was not good at all. Damn, if we continue like this, the situation will not be good. There are no problems in other civilizations. They have always taken the technological route, so it doesn't matter, but I mainly focus on evolution. How glorious he was against those civilizations that were much higher than him before, how embarrassed he is now. Without pain, his biggest flaw is fully reflected at this moment. In terms of scientific and technological research, it is far behind these civilizations. And now, if you want to break through here, it is best to take the scientific and technological route of civilization, because they have a strong research foundation, and it is not particularly difficult for them to research a way to leave here. No, I can't go on like this. My own research progress has not moved at all, but they are about to leave one after another. If my technological level is not unexpected, I am afraid that I will still be trapped in this when they all leave. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao knew that he had to make changes. At this time, it was obviously impossible to strengthen the investment in the scientific and technological research route on his side. This thing is not something that can be seen in a short time. So after thinking about it, he decided to take a small risk. If that's the case, then don't blame me. Thinking of this, he immediately accelerated the production of super combat celestial bodies, and began to expand the military force in large quantities. He then began to look for civilizations around him, and soon, he locked his target on a civilization that was too strong. Of course, he didn't want to destroy this civilization, but he was ready to steal the chicken. Since he couldn't figure out how to escape, he let others do it. When they broke through Yiling, he would just rush up. A large number of troops can destroy the opponent's manpower as soon as possible. As long as you can successfully escape from these troops, it will not have any effect even if you are left there. In addition, these troops can also block the opponent, so that you can pass through him smoothly. I believe that as long as there is no accident, you will definitely be able to leave here smoothly. Since you can't research related technologies here, just hand over the research task to others, and you just need to pick Peach as well. Sometimes it is a good thing to have self-knowledge. There is no need to say that you know you can't research it, and you force yourself to research there. In the end, you get nothing and waste a lot of time. Maybe you just catch up with others to take time to settle your own unclear cold. At this time, this civilization does not know that he has been targeted by a certain old 6 civilization. His research on breaking through here has reached the final stage. A large number of troops began to gather towards you, and the purpose of gathering is naturally very simple, that is, to leave here. As long as the barriers here are broken, these troops can leave here as quickly as possible. Once we reach the main universe, the next thing will be easy. Time passed day by day, and soon a huge instrument appeared in the field of vision. Then I saw that the instrument began to operate. Powerful energy fluctuations gathered here, and then a light blue beam was emitted and hit the barrier. At this time, this civilization saw the barrier. But at this moment, the alarm suddenly sounded. Chapter 1072. Originally, this civilization was still in the excitement of leaving here, and the sudden alarm sounded, which caught them off guard. They were also confused. What happened? Why did the alarm sound suddenly? But just when they were wondering, the answer was revealed immediately. At this time, the large army of insects had appeared here. When they saw the large army of insects, their expressions changed drastically. However, they knew about this group of insects. After all, they had fought with these insects during the melee. These insects were considered a relatively famous civilization here. It was not because of how strong they were, but because their strength was not strong. They just relied on the characteristics of this race to preserve themselves in such a battlefield. This was also what surprised many civilizations. For them, the situation of the insects was more or less a little outrageous. After all, the insects were actually just that, but who could have thought that the insects that they looked down on could actually bring them such a big surprise and accident? The civilizations that were in a similar situation to the bugs were basically dead and crippled, but the bugs were still intact, so they paid a little attention to this race. After all, a race that is very likely to become an enemy in the future is worth their attention. However, when they saw this race coming towards them, they were naturally not stupid, and immediately thought of something that they would never have thought of. Thinking that there was actually a civilization running over to pick peaches. Units, be prepared for battle, the enemy is the Zerg. These damn Zergs. They only knew how to run away when they met us before, but now they dare to take the initiative to trouble us. We must teach them a lesson, let them know how stupid it is to mess with us. It's really abominable. Relying on their racial advantage, they don't take us seriously, and want to pick our peaches. All warships are ready to fight back, and they must not let them pass. Obviously, this civilization did not realize that the Zerg was very well prepared for this time. While they were still trying their best to break through the technological blockade, the Zerg started to manufacture various forces directly. When they were almost done with all aspects of technology, the Zerg had already prepared a large number of troops. At this time, looking at the overwhelming sea of Zerg, this civilization felt numb, and they immediately figured out the reason. Damn it, these damn bugs, they didn't study how to break through it all. They should have invested all their resources in the military, so the number of troops here is frightening. These damn bugs, they must have made up their minds from the beginning to snatch the fruits of victory of other civilizations. At this time, this civilization was extremely angry. They never thought that these bugs would play this trick. If it was under normal circumstances, they could still fight, but this wave of the enemy's troops was too much more than theirs, which led to the complete crushing of the bugs. They watched the core buildings of the bugs, including a super combat celestial body, leisurely left this area. They had no way to stop them, because a large number of insect troops had been waiting for them here for a long time, blocking them in various ways, and not giving them any chance. They had no way to get close to the main buildings of the insects. This wave of operations made them very angry, but they had no way to do anything, because the strength of the insects was much higher than theirs. Now they were also very angry, but it was obvious that their anger had no effect, because the insects would not stop their operations because of their anger, and they were still constantly sending troops out. Damn it, These damn bugs didn't intend to leave us any chance to leave, and they are still sending more troops inside. Damn it, these bugs are really too hateful. I don't have the ability in this area, but I actually thought of this method. At this time, the people of this civilization were also very angry. Facing the shameless behavior of the bugs, although they hated it, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch the large army of bugs enter the crack in batches, and as the number of bugs entering increased, the situation of the crack began to change gradually, and they gradually became unstable. The open crack itself has limitations, and there is a limit on the mass that can pass through. Once it exceeds its maximum carrying mass, the crack will collapse. So at the beginning, they carefully selected various forces, and selected those that could be taken out at present. However, they really didn't expect that they hadn't started to act yet, but they were picked peaches. Soon, because there were too many bugs passing through, the crack finally reached the maximum number of passing through. In this way, this civilization could only watch the crack collapse and disappear. After seeing this scene, they were dumbfounded. Although there were still a large number of bugs left here to fight with them, they naturally knew that these were just cannon fodder left by the bugs for them. Even if all these cannon fodders were eliminated, it would be useless. At this moment, they were extremely angry. They felt aggrieved about their experiences. They were obviously better than these damn bugs in all aspects, but these bugs took away their victory fruits in front of them. How could they bear it? Although their victory fruits were taken away now, they could only swallow their anger, because it was not the time to entangle this problem. They had to leave here as soon as possible, and could not continue. First, they knew how long the situation here could last. They had to accumulate enough energy to break through this area again, before the other party really cleaned up here, and then leave here. As for the damn bugs, they naturally had no intention of letting them go. After they got out, they would definitely find them, and let them know that they would have to pay a heavy price for what they did today. It was not easy to collect enough resources to break through. There were too many things needed to prepare for the seal here. The previous wave had basically exhausted their belongings, so they seemed a little overwhelmed in this wave, but they had no choice. No matter how difficult it was, they had to solve the problem as soon as possible. They had no choice but to find a way to solve the problem in front of them, otherwise they would not be able to die here. During the search, they encountered several civilizations, and suffered heavy losses in the battles. This made them hate the bugs even more. If it weren't for the stealing of the bugs, they wouldn't have so many things to do later. Now they have a lot of troubles because of the stealing of the bugs. But it is obvious that no matter how they play, the bugs left safely. Jiangya was full of emotion when he appeared in the main universe at this time. After so many messy ups and downs, I finally succeeded. It turns out that sometimes luck is also a kind of strength. I originally thought that I had to fight with those special existences. If the resolution was not good, the civilization would be gone before I could leave with difficulty. As a result, who would have thought that I would wake up and leave inexplicably? Although there were some small twists and turns, it was finally completely out of control. It would be a lie to say that he was not excited at this time. After all, they didn't know when they started trying their best to leave here. I don't know when it started, but every day they think about how to get out of control. The enemy's strength made them despair, but now it's good, everything has become a thing of the past, and they have completely left here. And the price they paid to leave here is negligible. After all, many pressures have been solved by other civilizations. And the most important thing is that the so-called mainstream civilization is still being dragged by the United Civilization, so there is no need to worry about being troubled by those guys in the short term, which naturally makes him very excited. That is to say, he will enter a long period of stable development, and when he develops well, then what will happen next is up to him. Sure enough, there is nothing wrong with the old saying. Sometimes luck is also a kind of strength. This time he was just lucky enough. If he hadn't been lucky enough, how could he have encountered such a good thing? He just happened to encounter a civilization that was about to break through that layer of tortoiseshell, and then he just found an opportunity to leave with a large army. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the current structure of the entire universe makes you, the motherland of this universe, have no intention of taking care of him at all. For various reasons, he is now living an extremely leisurely life. If he came out too early, he would inevitably face the ancient civilization of this universe, and the situation would be very bad. If he came out too late, he might not even have the opportunity to come out. In short, this wave is considered to be very lucky. Of course, he is not the only lucky one, but at least he is one of them, which is enough for him. So he began to look for a place to develop and restore his strength. It is not difficult for him to restore his strength. As for the reason, it is also very simple. His biggest advantage is that he has a special bug that comes from this universe, and he has been transformed from the macro level to the micro level. So it is not difficult to study a perfect way to enter the macro level on him. After all, even if he has been transformed, he still retains a lot of traces. All he needs to do is to conduct targeted research, and then all kinds of problems will be solved in a few minutes. So, he has been very relaxed during this period of time. The progress of related research is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and there is no side effect. After all, the entire complete line is in front of him, and he only needs to restore it. The journey was naturally very smooth. Soon, he had studied the general situation thoroughly, and after the thorough study, it was nothing more than entering this level. Of course, to enter this level, a lot of preparations were needed. In this way, time passed day by day, and various research results were basically completed. Then he began to look for a suitable place, and began to enter the macro level. Naturally, the whole process was relatively smooth. Everything was going smoothly according to the plan. Because he was not being paid attention to now, it was very easy to return to the macro level. After doing all this, he began to collect resources frantically, and began to build various super combat editors at the macro level. Relying on special insects, he is not completely defenseless now. At least ordinary civilizations have no chance of winning against him. He only needs to adapt to this level and develop enough troops. At the same time, many civilizations are doing the same thing as him, but it is obvious that he has a great advantage and his progress is very fast. Many civilizations are still in the early stages, and he is almost done. By the time he is done, other civilizations may have just started to show signs. When he has already started to collect resources, other civilizations are still desperately researching, and the gap is widened. There are many good resource points. He has already established a foothold, and then vigorously develops there. It must be said that the resources of this universe are very rich, and the size of this universe is also very exaggerated. It should be said that the real universe should be like this, but they have not been exposed to it before, so their development speed in this universe is increasing at a very fast speed. Although there is not much progress in technology, this universe has brought them many benefits. After adapting to this universe, many insects have gradually optimized their genes in all aspects, allowing them to evolve into stronger special combat arms, and this benign evolution is still continuing. After all, insects have always been moving towards perfect life forms, but due to various defects in the previous universe, they have not evolved to such a level. However, this place is different. Everything here is complete. In this state, many points that insects cannot break through in evolution are easily broken through, which makes his life level gradually improve. Naturally, Jiang Miao also noticed the special situation here, which made him a little surprised. Before, he was still thinking about how to enter the next stage from now on. Who would have thought that after changing a place, all kinds of problems would be solved immediately? However, he also knew that the enemies faced in this universe would definitely not be like the previous universe. Chapter 1073. For me, this is indeed good news. Some situations in this universe seem to be very different from what I imagined. The bugs can be improved faster, which is naturally a good thing for me. I don't even need to spend much effort on the later research. Of course, this is both good and bad for me. If my advantage is known to other civilizations, they will definitely not take it easy on me. For the current situation, he is actually very clear. According to the current situation, if he doesn't arrange everything clearly as soon as possible, he will probably be finished. In short, the current situation is not friendly to him. At least from his point of view, if he wants to develop safely here, he must arrange everything in advance under the premise of exposing his own advantages. Otherwise, he will inevitably become the target of public criticism. While thinking about it, he also began to think about the details of his operation next. First of all, we must control some details. Whether it is the evolution of insects or the deployment of troops, they must be carried out in secret. Of course, there is a most critical thing before that. We must safely enter the conventional universe and integrate into the mainstream civilization of their universe. They must have been on guard against this matter, so it will be more complicated for me to deal with it later. He knew very well that no matter how he played, there was a premise that would not change, that is, he had to find a way to return to the conventional universe. Only by returning to the conventional universe could he have subsequent operations. If he could not return to the conventional universe, everything would be in vain. There were very few things that could be done in the microscopic culture, but how to return safely was what he needed to consider. He had thought of a way long ago, and it was basically the same as the method of that special joint civilization. Because now there is only this method in this universe, which is slightly more reliable. Of course, There are other ways, but the risk is slightly greater. By replacing other people, he slowly changed, so he also started to operate, and the civilization he chose was not particularly strong. So there is not much risk in the whole. The reason for this is that he mainly relies on evolving himself, and he does not need too many things here. After all, as long as the insects continue to evolve, his strength will continue to improve. There was no need to take risks to come up with any special technology. For him, the most he could do now was to restore the previous technology. As for how to restore the plan, he had naturally prepared it early. In short, he had arranged everything that could be arranged in advance, so there was no need to worry too much. In this way, the petal quickly replaced the entire civilization. Then he went to find the second civilization. This time, his target was 2 to 3 civilizations. Everything went very smoothly. He quickly solved the remaining problems of the civilizations. After he solved these problems, he started to collect resources. The difference from the previous civilizations was not big, because it mainly collected resources, and did not make other moves, except that the amount of resources collected was relatively large. As for the celestial civilization, it was basically impossible to notice him. The reason was very simple, that is, he was fighting with the united civilization. Of course, it had to be said that there was a good thing here, because through the investigation in the mainstream universe during this period of time, he soon found out some situations, such as why the celestial civilization did not attack him now. This was naturally a fortunate thing for him. The battle between the two civilizations would give him enough time to develop. For him, as long as he seized this opportunity, he would soon be able to recover to his previous combat power. Once he recovered to his previous combat power, everything would be easy. At least the quality assurance problem should not be a big problem by then, but for now, he has not gone in this direction. What he needs to do now is to collect all the resources, and then immediately start to manufacture super combat celestial bodies, and get all the things that need to be made in a very short time. The current primary goal is the combat cluster of my super combat celestial body. This is very important to me, because the combat flag of the super combat celestial body will play a big role in the subsequent war. While thinking, he also began to collect resources as much as possible, and the civilization he replaced was developing steadily as before. Now their task is actually very simple, that is to expand the scope. There is no need to improve technology, just increase their resource mining and expand their scope to store more resources. That's all, there is no need to do anything else. It has to be said that such a plan is indeed very useful. At least so far, nothing unusual has been found, and the other party still regards him as an ordinary civilization. In this way, everything around the base he currently occupies has begun to undergo tremendous changes. First of all, the scope of this civilization is gradually expanding, and there are several civilizations around them that have reached an alliance with them for some reasons, which makes the areas controlled by these civilizations even larger. They began to collect surrounding resources, and everything seemed very normal. Naturally, the movement here attracted the attention of some other civilizations in the surrounding area. After all, their neighbors suddenly began to develop their military forces, which made many civilizations in the surrounding area feel a little strange. At this time, in the meeting room of one of the civilizations, they were discussing this matter. Those civilizations suddenly united together. Logically, they should not have such conditions. They have no reason to unite at all, but now they have united together. I suspect that they are preparing to attack the surrounding civilizations, but there is no reason. Even if they unite, the price they pay to attack us is not small. Moreover, there are at least more than 10 civilizations around. Once a civilization is attacked and the balance is broken, other civilizations will definitely not watch the show. It is also clear that if the other party really takes action, then after eliminating this civilization, it may be their turn, so the other party will definitely not let it go. In short, the current situation is more or less unclear. These civilizations should know the truth. They can't be naive to think that they can destroy all of us with just a few of them. They are not so stupid. I guess the reason they united is that the celestial civilization is fighting an unknown civilization, which makes them feel threatened, so they chose to unite and strengthen their own strength. But in front of a civilization of this level, even if they unite, the effect is not obvious. But it is not clear why they suddenly did this, but we must be cautious here. In order to prevent any accidents, we are also prepared to make money. As long as they dare to take action, we can immediately counterattack. In addition, send envoys to other surrounding civilizations to test the waters and see what they say. In short, it is better for us to be careful now. We are not afraid of accidents, but we are afraid that we don't know what the other party does suddenly. What exactly is the plan? No matter what the plan is, we must be cautious. Basically, the situation is similar to that of this civilization. Many people in the surrounding areas have made full preparations. Their ideas are basically the same. They have sent envoys to contact the surrounding civilizations to find out what the surrounding civilizations are planning. Naturally, they all agree. Everyone has made a discussion. If the United Civilization is really likely to attack them, then the surrounding civilizations will work together to suppress it. For a time, many civilizations in this area were very cautious. The actions of one civilization made them a little panicked, but for a civilization like them, this was very normal. After all, for their own safety, it is not too much to be cautious. That's it. Changes continued to take place steadily here, and a large amount of resources began to converge towards each of the civilizations, which made some civilizations around them realize the threat. Although the other party did not attack at the first time, it was obvious that the other party had been accumulating strength. After feeling the threat, these civilizations naturally could not let the comrades continue to develop. They saw that several of them, led by them, directly began to warn the comrades to stop such behavior, otherwise they might take some extreme measures. I especially saw the news sent by other surrounding civilizations, and Jiangyao couldn't help shaking his head. But this universe is much better than other universes. Many civilizations can communicate with each other, so after encountering each other, they don't necessarily have to destroy each other immediately. The pattern between civilizations here is more like the pattern between countries. Different civilizations represent different countries. Of course, checks and balances will also help each other in developing this universe. Because the existence of celestial civilizations has led to changes in the development of the universe itself. Although the destruction of civilizations is a common occurrence, it is undeniable. Compared with other civilizations that directly destroy each other when they meet, this is much better. He just ignored the message sent by the other party while sighing. Just kidding, the surrounding ones are not enough for us to fight together. Of course, he couldn't let these civilizations continue to develop, because if they continue to develop, war will definitely break out. Once a war breaks out, if he shows a little bit of his skills, it will probably cause some subsequent problems. Now he doesn't want to cause trouble, so he began to send detectors to observe the situation of the surrounding civilizations. Soon he got a rough idea of the surrounding civilizations. Of course, this is not the end. After getting a rough idea of the situation here, he will face the most aggressive civilization. It should be said that this civilization is the most likely to take the initiative. Of course, his way of attack is also very simple and crude. Naturally, it is the same control routine, and there is no need for too much operation at all. Not long after, this civilization also announced that it had joined the alliance of insects, which caused an uproar in the surrounding areas. Many civilizations did not understand why this civilization suddenly joined the other side, but now is not the time to think about this. The opponent's strength has become even stronger. For a moment, the people of the surrounding civilizations were all panicked. Breaking the balance and uniting together is obvious. They must have their own plans. We can't let them continue like this, otherwise we will definitely get into trouble. We must unite. At this time, a person in one of the civilizations said so. Indeed, I thought they were warranty, but now it seems that it is not that simple. They definitely have some ulterior motives. If we let them continue to unite, I am afraid that it will be the time for them to take action. We must not let this happen. We must unite with other civilizations. Although the other party did not intend to attack them, their behavior made them feel dangerous, which is suspicion. Of course, it is normal to have such suspicion. After all, these civilizations also have to consider their actual situation and their own safety. However, just when they were about to start planning how to unite the surrounding civilizations, suddenly everything here seemed to have pressed the pause button. Everyone stopped their actions. Not long after, when they came back to their senses, their expressions had changed a little. I think this matter needs to be considered for a long time. After all, the situation here is very complicated. If we act rashly, it will definitely have a great impact. What if we misunderstand them? Indeed, we should be careful. By the way, we have traded with one of their civilizations before. They will need to ship a lot of goods here. This matter should be done as soon as possible. It will be better if we can find out what the situation is. So the content of the entire conference room took a 180-degree turn. If there was a civilization with high enough technology at this time and prepared relevant detection equipment, it would be able to find that there were a large number of special bugs in the human body here. So, the meeting here ended in a hurry, and after the meeting, a lot of supplies were immediately transported here from other civilizations, and the things in these boxes were naturally some special bugs. The people in the civilization also began to be replaced gradually. Chapter 1074. From the perspective of the universe, everything that happened here was so peaceful. Nothing has changed from before. But the bugs have assimilated a lot of planets. This is also the advantage of the bugs. Compared to other races, the replacement of the Zerg is silent. No one can find it. The replacement uses a special kind of bug. This kind of bug is a bug at the microscopic level. This kind of bug quietly invades ordinary people of civilization like bacteria. Because the bugs themselves have evolved to the level of superdimensional civilization. They have very powerful abilities, and can regard each bug as a warship. And the bugs that combine various special powers also show their own strength. All kinds of things that can be used are recorded in their genes. The characteristics of these bugs themselves and the fact that they are microscopic are difficult to be discovered, so all this is silent. After assimilating the individual, they replace it and begin to control the body to start normal actions. And while the insects are moving, they are still using the nutrients of this body to grow stronger. It won't take long for the infected person to completely turn into an insect. Although they still look the same on the surface, their internal appearance has already changed. In this way, the insects have completed the transformation from microscopic to macroscopic. The whole process is very smooth. For insects, their own physical form is not important. Take the hydralisk that looks like an ordinary person, and the same things will begin to grow inside. Once this layer of cover is torn off, it will be a hydralisk. This is the flexibility of the bugs. As time goes by, the surrounding civilizations are assimilated one by one, and of course their scale is getting bigger and bigger. Large-scale resource collection has also become very reasonable. Through the trade between civilizations, the outside world can't see any problems with the circulation of resources. In the whole process, only the bugs know that they are transferring from left hand to right hand. In this way, under the careful arrangement of the bugs, the changes here are the same every day. The bugs are really very careful. On this day, these civilizations went to the resource area to mine resources as usual, and civilizations also traded normally. Everything is normal. But the only abnormal thing is that the bugs observe something special. After analysis, they can basically determine that this is a detector hidden on their side. Yes, there is a detector hidden here. Sure enough, just as I thought, celestial civilizations have different modes of management for different civilizations. For example, the civilizations in the area I control now are not very strong, so they sent out ordinary detectors. Jiang Yao said, as he looked at the detector he found. It was obvious that he had thought about this problem, but he didn't dare to make too big a move, so he never found the detector. But if you stop here, you will be discovered. Now it is obviously discovered. After discovering this detector, Jiang Yao was naturally very cautious. The detector did not leave, which means that the changes here have not been discovered. So my previous routine was successful. As long as the detector is always here, it means that I am safe here. If the detector leaves one day, it means that I am afraid that I will be exposed here. But obviously they don't know that I have discovered their detector. But think about it, the civilization here doesn't need to pay too much attention to the functions of hiding and detection. After all, they don't have any enemies here, so they don't need to worry about these problems at all. But it's different in this small universe, so the civilizations coming from there are generally more advanced in this aspect. Even if the technology here is suppressed now, they can still find the problem. Civilizations that grow up in different regions always have a huge gap. Every civilization, whether it is humanities or other, will affect the later development. Since they can't find any changes here in a short time, I can collect resources as much as possible. As long as I don't exceed the limit of this level of civilization, the resources I collect can continue to increase. Of course, we still have to arrange some wars to prevent any accidents. As for the warships, they are naturally just for show. It seems that the Lakers use a lot of materials, but in fact, the materials used are at least dozens of times less than your estimate. In this way, the resources collected by the group's so-called interstellar battles are consumed. Only in this way can we achieve true perfection. After making such arrangements, he immediately started the subsequent operations. In fact, he didn't think about it at the beginning, but now that he has a detector, he must be cautious. Soon he found several more civilizations, which had conflicts with some civilizations in this area before. I had no conflicts at all, and it was too abrupt to suddenly come here to start a war, so he still found some people with conflicts, so that the problem would not be big, so under his arrangement, 7 or 8 civilizations united, but these civilizations had fought with a civilization here before. Because there must be detectors here, both sides definitely have them, which means that the battle here must have been known to the celestial civilization, so there would be no big problem if the two sides fought again. So after the arrangement was made, the civilizations in the two areas began to have small-scale friction. The cause was naturally because of a resource point. As the war continued, both sides soon sent a lot of troops to that area, and then the war began. The two sides fought back and forth here, and a large amount of evidence died in the war every day. A large number of warships were manufactured every day, and in order to continue the subsequent war, they were also frantically mining the surrounding resources and increasing the amount of surrounding resources as much as possible. Such a perfect script naturally cannot find any problems. The exploitation of resources is constantly increasing, and no one will think there is a problem. After all, wars are fought for this thing. Even though everything seems normal, the resources on the insect side are increasing at a very fast rate, and the amount is still increasing. On a planet in the area governed by the interstellar civilization, this is a planet that looks ordinary, but it shoulders a very important victory. And this task is to monitor all civilizations in the universe. Celestial civilizations constantly search for various small civilizations around them, and then include these civilizations in their own observation list. Each civilization will place 1 or 2 detectors. They observe the actions of these civilizations at all times. Once a civilization does something uncontrollable, they will immediately attack this civilization. On this planet, there are a large number of observers and artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence discovers the situation and then reports it. The observers then formulate different follow-up plans based on the specific situation. This is probably the pattern. At this time on this planet, an observer was boredly flipping through the report uploaded by artificial intelligence. I didn't expect such a big problem to occur in the main universe, but it was more or less unexpected. After all, those civilizations just escaped from the small universe created. I didn't expect that even a civilization developed at that level could have such a strong combat power. I really want to see what the small universe created is like. But obviously, I don't have this opportunity, because this matter has long been classified as top secret. As he spoke, he carefully flipped through various reports on civilizations and risk assessments from artificial intelligence. Soon, a related report came into view. This report seems to be about the civilization in Area A27. I never thought that so many civilizations over there would unite. This is a bit surprising to me. They are divided into 2 forces, and a war is now breaking out. There is nothing unusual in the development process. The amount of resource extraction is 60% higher than before. It's so much. Yes, they are still fighting now, so the demand for resources must be very high. According to the current situation, it won't be long before several national cities are destroyed by war. The author, a researcher, was bored. To be honest, watching the wars of these civilizations gave him the feeling that it was like watching insects fighting. At first, he was really interested, but after seeing more, his interest gradually faded. Now when he encounters such things, at most he will sigh a little. After putting this aside, he continued to scroll down. Soon a civilization caught his attention. The development speed of this civilization was really a bit surprising. And it was improving at an extremely fast speed in a short period of time. After seeing this, he immediately became alert. Something is wrong with this situation. A normal civilization would never be able to move at such a speed. This civilization must have been replaced secretly. This group of civilizations from the small universe is quite smart. They want to avoid our observation in this way, but they think too much. After all, our control over this universe is far beyond their expectations. Without saying anything, he immediately reported the matter. After receiving the news, a fleet immediately went to verify the situation. After confirming the situation, the relevant cleanup team immediately went there. The pressure on the celestial civilization is indeed much greater than before, but the elves who have been around for so many years are naturally not just looking at it. Whether it is the manpower and personnel configuration, they are not worried at all. Soon, a fleet arrived at the area. After confirming that they were basically sure that this civilization had been replaced, they immediately launched an attack without saying anything. Naturally, the people who had just escaped from the small universe also began to resist desperately, but the effect was not obvious. Now they still have some time to adapt to this place. At this time, they did not have much resistance at all. In this way, another civilization was cleared out. After doing all this, the fleet returned to the civilization, and the same observers continued their observations. From these civilizations that escaped from the small universe, the celestial civilization here also realized the terribleness of these civilizations. Their survival and adaptability are too strong. They must be found as quickly as possible, otherwise, After a long time, when they are fully adapted, the consequences will be unimaginable. So basically every observer will observe the hundreds of civilizations under his jurisdiction once or twice a day. Once they find any abnormalities, they will report the news as soon as possible. It is also because of this measure that the survival probability of the civilization that escaped from the small universe is only 1/10. It can even be said that as time goes by, this probability will gradually decrease. Of course, due to information limitations, these civilizations from the small universe are not clear about the situation. It is because of this reason that many careless civilizations have overturned. They also know that the civilization that replaces here will definitely be discovered, but they have a fluke feeling that there should be no problem in a short period of time. They just need to recover as soon as possible during this period of time, and then even if the enemy comes, they will have a way to deal with it. However, they never expected that the efficiency of the celestial civilization is so high. Basically, they just took action for a few days, and the opposing fleet came. Although these civilizations are all superdimensional civilizations, after all, the level of civilization that can escape is naturally not low, but they still make such mistakes, because according to normal means, you need to slowly replace and develop slowly. This process is too long, and it may take decades or even hundreds of years, but if you fight for time and develop at the fastest speed, you may be able to recover a lot in less than a year at most. This makes many civilizations choose to take risks and take a chance. But it is obvious that they all failed. At this time, Jiangyao, who was developing in secret, naturally learned some of the situation more or less, because civilizations were destroyed from time to time in the surrounding area, which made him realize something immediately, but it is obvious that he has always pretended not to know. But it is undeniable that because of these waves of operations, he is extremely cautious, and has been cautious to a very terrible extent. Even if it slows down the recovery time, it must not be exposed. As time goes by, the days pass by. He uses wars, and constantly expands the scale of wars, constantly increases the level of wars, reasonably exploits resources, and reasonably advances technology. After all, he had observed so many civilizations, so he naturally knew how to progress, and what the reasonable speed should be. In this way, he has always been relatively safe here. He can gain a lot of resources in every war. Although this volume is small for a civilization of his level, he is just like an ant moving, constantly accumulating his resources bit by bit. Chapter 1075. His requirement is stability. After all, sometimes if you are too impatient, you might get yourself into trouble. There is no need to be so anxious. You just need to play steadily. Obviously, his idea is feasible. At least so far, he is very safe. And through this period of observation, he has more or less discovered the rules. I see, this is more or less a little bit outrageous. The frequency of the other party reporting news is really too high. It's a bit exaggerated. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, I just need to develop step by step, and don't need to worry too much. While thinking about his continued stable development, everything is the same as he planned, without many surprises. At least in his eyes, he thinks so. And at this time, he is observing the planet. The observer in charge of this area is staring at the several civilizations fighting with interest. He was too bored here, so he had to find something to do. And he couldn't just slack off in his position, because if he did, he would be discovered. So he had to slack off within his job's scope. This way, he wouldn't be discovered, and he could kill time, so he was just idle. For him now, everything was very stable and comfortable. He lived a very comfortable life, and he could also earn a lot of money. The program he found recently was naturally about the two civilizations that were fighting. It's quite interesting. The technological level of these civilizations is not high. Their battles have no technical content at all, but that's just the way it is. Primitive battles are real battles. Both sides need to use various strategies to destroy the enemy's warships as much as possible. This is the meaning of real battles. At our level, there is no such operation at all. To put it simply, it is a competition of who has more troops and who has more technology. Because the strategies of both sides will be discovered, they can't hide anything at all. Thinking of this, he couldn't help shaking his head, but I have to say that reincarnation in this universe is a technical job. If you are born well, then you don't need to worry too much. If you are born in other civilizations, you will be like them, running for survival and a little bit of resources. At this moment, the sudden movement from behind made his body stiffen instinctively. Looking back, he saw that another observer came behind him, at some point, and began to watch this battle with relish. What a pity. I thought that civilization would fight back. It seems that I thought too much. Logically speaking, He still had a chance to turn the tables in the end, but why did he make a mistake? The observer shook his head after hearing this. You are too naive. Do you really think that a civilization of this level can have much strategic vision? If they can really find the fleeting opportunity there, then they have grown to our level. After all, we can easily see the situation clearly only when we stand at such a height. Hearing this, the colleague beside him nodded and sighed slightly. That makes sense. The situation of the two of them also attracted the attention of other observers. This group of people was usually bored, so after hearing the conversation between the two, they naturally came over and came forward with interest to ask about the situation. After figuring out the situation, they suddenly became interested in this place. Everyone started discussing the next battle and what it would be like. I think the next battle will probably be won by the losing side. After all, with this lesson, they will definitely target the new warships of the other side. That's right. The main reason why the red side was able to win this time was because they developed a new warship and caught the other side off guard. Otherwise, it would not have been this result. That's right, but I have to say that this kind of battle between civilizations looks really interesting. That's right. Both sides compete in their own technology and their grasp of the timing of the battle. I don't know who will win the next battle. How about starting a bet? I think it's quite interesting. That's fine. It's just to kill time when you're bored. Soon the group made this decision. After all, they were also very bored. If they could find some fun for themselves, it would be the best. They did nothing every day and looked at the records of various civilizations, which really made them feel helpless. Now that they had something fun, they naturally wouldn't let it go, so they immediately started discussing it. The content of this discussion is of course very simple. Which side will win the next battle? This shows how bored this group of people is. However, they have found something to do. What they don't know is that their operation has confused Jiang Yao. At this time, Jiang Yao was staring at a virtual projection with a frown, and the content of this projection was naturally a special detector. As for what this detector does, there is no need to say more. What puzzled him now was that this detector was staring at him and changing its position from time to time. So what's going on? Am I discovered? This shouldn't be the case. If I was discovered, I'm afraid it won't take long for their soldiers to rush over, but now there is no soldier. The problem is that if it wasn't discovered, why would the frequency of the detector be so high? Did he find any clues? So he started to pay attention and observe. At this point, he couldn't help but be alert. Obviously, something was wrong. If this was the case, then his movements must be appropriately smaller, and the acting must be more realistic. He thought he acted well in these battles, and generally didn't reveal any clues. But Lan Bao might have discovered something, so he had to be more cautious in the future. Fortunately, he had collected relevant data before, so he just copied a few templates, imitated some civilization battles, and directly restored this civilization battle on the spot. When he was observing civilizations before, he had observed many battles of low-level civilizations. Naturally, the battles of these civilizations can be used here. If they are restored, there will be absolutely no problem. After all, this is a real thing that happened, so of course there will be no problem. In this way, as time went by, it was soon time for the next battle. At this time, this observer was surrounded by other observers, and everyone was discussing. What will be the result of this battle? Everyone present was very curious. Of course, they were curious about the result, and even because of the bets, everyone was quite nervous. Naturally, Jiang Yao was also very nervous. After all, if the performance was not good this time, if they were really discovered by them, everything would be over. It must be said that the two sides had different ideas, but the purpose was surprisingly consistent, and they all wanted to see a big show. In this way, under the gaze of everyone, the two civilizations went to war again. This time, the two civilizations were fighting fiercely, and all kinds of tactics that could be thought of and could not be thought of were used. This was a real battle that low-level civilizations had experienced. The observers were still not satisfied with the battle. They had not seen a similar battle for a long time, so they were very comfortable watching it. As for the result, it must be said that a large number of people were not very satisfied, but there was nothing they could do about it. With the end of this battle, the people present were naturally more curious about the subsequent battles. They knew very well that the two civilizations would definitely decide the winner in the current situation, which meant that they would definitely fight many more battles in the future, so naturally they would have a lot of fun. At this time, on Jiang Yao's side, did they get away with it? Or were they discovered? With the end of this battle, he was extremely nervous, because if he was discovered, then the enemy might have arrived halfway through the war, and the fact that they haven't come yet means that there shouldn't be any big problems. But even so, he was very bumpy, but fortunately, a long time had passed, and there was still no movement from the enemy, which made him feel relieved. Obviously, he had gotten through this wave, but this time it also reminded him. He had to act realistically enough, otherwise his ending would be exactly the same as those civilizations that were found, so he didn't dare to write scripts himself in the future. He began to look through the scripts of the previous battles of low-level civilizations, and classified them, and found various things about the battles of civilizations with similar technological levels to his current level, and then began to plan the next battle. As for support, he would naturally continue to mine. It's just that he is not like before. Every battle can trap many people. In order to avoid being discovered, the number of troops he swallows is extremely limited. Only by constantly increasing the frequency of war can he make up for the difference in quantity, but the frequency cannot be too frequent. After all, the civilization level of these two civilizations is here, and the speed of replenishing troops will definitely not be very fast. In this way, everything is going according to his plan. In the later period, he can basically be sure that he should not be discovered. Why the other party may just be a routine observation should be that there are too many civilizations in the universe now. Therefore, the celestial civilization naturally paid more attention to it, which led to such a situation. At least that should be the case in his current thinking, otherwise there is no reason why the other party has not attacked him yet. Since he did not attack, it proved that he was safe, so he continued the previous operation. As for stopping the operation, he never thought about it. The reason is also very simple. Stopping will cause problems, so continuing is the best choice. And he probably would never dream that this is not the so-called correct choice, but that he is being observed by the other party in various ways. However, if this kind of operation under the lamp is discovered, then your safety factor must be very high. After all, when identifying civilizations, as long as there is a high probability or possibility of being identified, there will be no so-called verification, and it will be directly hit. Many times, there will be accidental injuries, but for celestial civilizations, it is harmless to be injured by mistake. And now he is a virgin, being observed in various ways, so it is absolutely impossible for him to be injured by mistake. As long as there is no mistake, he is absolutely safe. Although we are not clear about the twists and turns here, we have to say that this wave can be considered lucky. Because as time goes by, the monitoring of celestial civilizations is getting stronger and stronger. Once a problem is found, they will send soldiers to clean up the place as soon as possible regardless of whether there is a possibility or not. Many innocent civilizations have been involved, but they have no way to deal with it. On the contrary, Jiangyao's side has always been very safe, because these people would come to watch the battles here in their spare time to relieve themselves. The pressure from work has become a habit over time, and they naturally did not find any problems. And even if they found it, they might subconsciously ignore it. During this period, Jiangyao's side was naturally making various attempts, such as slowly improving technology, or encountering a technological explosion at a certain stage. And every time one civilization improves, the supporters of the other civilization will sweat. Fortunately, it won't take long for the other side to be stimulated by the other side, and also show a similar improvement. In short, the two civilizations are competing fiercely with each other. Their battles are also very exciting, which makes these observers dazzled. Similarly, several civilizations around were directly cleared for various reasons, leaving only this civilization. The problem is getting more and more complicated. They are now monitoring the surrounding civilizations more and more seriously, and have reached the point where they are afraid of enemies everywhere. It seems that they have discovered that a large number of civilizations have mixed in. But I have to say that this is really not good news. Because according to this situation, it may not take long before most of the civilizations will be cleared out, and by then, there will be fewer and fewer civilizations to fight against them. And the fact that they can take such a large-scale action can only mean one thing, that the united civilization should be at a disadvantage. Otherwise, they would definitely not be able to spare so much energy to tinker with these things. Keep hiding, just need to develop steadily, step by step, and then burst out at the critical moment. At this time, he could only think so. Chapter 1076. Just like that, as time went by, everything was very peaceful. Originally, he thought that everything would be so peaceful, and he would wait until he developed and then fight head-on. As a result, who could have thought that something happened during this period, which made him feel extremely surprised? That is the player. At this time, they have been developing continuously at our doorstep, and for various reasons, they don't know why they touched something. At this time, a player controlled the bugs to come to the periphery of the block area, And after coming here, he also felt a little strange. How can there be a barrier here from the perspective of the bugs? He was also a little curious while saying this. This is a player who likes to wander around the universe. What he does every day is actually very simple, that is, wandering around, and then uploading some scenery photos for everyone to appreciate. Although the content is not very passionate, he still has accumulated a lot of fans, which makes him a little famous in the game group. Originally, he thought that today would be the same as usual, and he could see some beautiful scenery again, but who could have thought that he would encounter this thing today? His intuition told him that this matter was not that simple, so he began to move along the barrier, wanting to see if there was a border, and he took pictures every time he moved. However, after running for a long time, he found that there was still no border, so he decided to try to touch this thing to see if he could pass through. But when he touched it, the screen went black, and then the prompt box showed several tips that you were dead. He was stunned. No, what's going on? Why did I die? He was confused at this time. You know, he had been killed by the enemy before, but every time he at least knew who killed him. After all, the bugs were not so easy to be solved, but this time he died in a mess. With a little curiosity, he sent another bug over, and the same result happened. In just a moment, he figured out something. There is only one possibility for this situation, that is, the border of the game. Any game has a border, and this game is the same. This made him a little excited. You know, there were many people who discussed this for a long time. Everyone was discussing whether this game had a border. After all, no player had touched the border of the game so far. Oh my god, this is a great discovery. If I publish this discovery today, it will definitely cause a stir. My popularity will definitely grow again. But soon, he shook his head and rejected this idea. No, we can't do this. If we do this, we can't catch up with the traffic. We have to do a live broadcast. When the time comes, we will first promote the gimmick, and then do a live broadcast to let everyone see the situation here. Later, I will arrange more bugs here, and then touch the border one by one, and then let everyone see the situation here from different angles, so that the benefits can be maximized. After making up his mind, the player immediately took action. I have to say that the whole process was very smooth. Soon, a post about the border of the game attracted widespread attention from many players. What the hell? You said someone found the border of the game. I'm afraid this is a joke. So many people have been running around the map before, and couldn't find the border of the game. Now someone actually told me that he found it. This is a bit outrageous. It's even written clearly on the fake post that it was found by a player who likes to browse the map. He has been moving in a certain direction, and posting some new updates every day. It has been updated for 1 or 2 years. Oh my god, doesn't it mean that if you want to get to the border of the game map, you have to run in one direction for at least 1 or 2 years? According to the data in the game, how far do you have to run? I don't know. Anyway, it's a bit outrageous. I really don't know. I thought that I actually found the border of the game, but I feel that it might be fake. After all, if it is so easy to find this game, it would not be so called without borders. You are probably making a fuss about a game. No matter what you do, there must be a border. It is impossible to say that there is no border at all. Who would believe you if you said that? What is there to argue about? Didn't you hear him say that he would broadcast live tonight? When the live broadcast is over, we will know what will happen. For a while, everyone was talking about this matter. After all, this topic is too gimmicky. After playing the game for such a long time, they really haven't found the so-called game border, and now they have really found it. Everyone is also quite curious about the border of this game map. After all, the pictures posted on the post are very suspenseful, and do not include the key things. Therefore, everyone has various speculations about this matter. Naturally, this player's popularity has also soared in a straight line, because so many people follow his account. Seeing that the number of his fans is constantly increasing, this player has to be fast. He has always been in a tepid state. Although he is a little popular, this popularity is definitely not too much. However, it is different now. Now because of this incident, his number of fans has skyrocketed to 1 million, which makes him very excited. Just for this number of fans, he can immediately become a wave of cash. These days, because of the status of this game itself, many advertisers are willing to find some players here to help them advertise, especially some people who go to more players. The advertising fee for one game is several thousand yuan. If the effect is good, there may be a second cooperation. In short, for many players, this is an opportunity to make a fortune, as long as they cultivate their own accounts. But it is not so easy to cultivate a good account. Basically, All the content is posted by someone, and there are also many old players who firmly occupy a large part of the fans. It is very difficult for some new players to stand out. Now he saw this opportunity. He knew that these fans of his had no connection at all. Everyone just followed him out of curiosity, but he didn't care much about this matter. Because he knew that his chance to make a fortune had come, although it was a one-time business, it didn't matter. As long as he could make enough money in one wave, it was enough. So, he immediately started to act. He accepted all advertisers who found him, and began to write scripts. In fact, this script did not have so many twists and turns, just telling the advertisers he wanted to cooperate with what time to insert the advertisements. This time, he accepted more than a dozen, and the advertising fees were at least 70,000 or 80,000. This made him excited. Sure enough, traffic is money in this era. In this way, with his full expectation, the live broadcast time soon arrived. Brothers and sisters, hello. Welcome everyone to watch the exclusive live broadcast supported by the Time Yo Milk Return My Ticket platform. And so on, the above 12 manufacturers support it. To be honest, this opening remark shocked everyone. They have seen many anchors who accept advertisements, but it is the first time they have seen so many advertisements in a live broadcast. You know, everyone present knew that the content of the live broadcast was very simple. Just take a look at the border of the game. The content was pitifully small, but even with such a small amount of content, there were so many advertisements, which caught everyone present off guard, and they didn't react to it more or less. No, brother, what's going on with you? Is this a little content mixed in with the advertisement, or what? I thought you were going to give us a big wave, but you came up and directly gave us a big wave. Can it still be broadcast? There are all kinds of ads everywhere, and the opening remarks are all about advertisers. You don't talk about it at all. The player had expected the current situation. He had thought about inserting so many ads from the beginning, and he would definitely be scolded, but it didn't matter. It was just a one-time business, so he naturally wouldn't care too much. Thinking of this, he continued to follow the script he had arranged before. Then the picture turned, and everyone saw a large number of bugs gathering in a space. What surprised everyone the most was that there was a huge Leviathan in the center of the bugs. Oh my god, this guy actually has a Leviathan. This is not simple. This thing was made by a landscape player, which more or less surprised me. I thought it was a bronze rookie, but who would have thought it was a king boss? But soon the players' faces changed, because they saw that there was also an advertisement on the body of the Leviathan. No, buddy, what's wrong with you? Why are there ads everywhere? If there are fewer ads, I will follow you, but with the amount of ads you have, it's hard for me to follow you. Ignoring the various complaints in the barrage, he continued to operate. Okay, brothers, today we will focus on Fong Piapiao Halo White Tank, and then send different kinds of insects to contact the border of the universe to see what the situation is like. Fong Piapiao milk tea is really delicious. After the voice fell, he couldn't help but say more. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Fong Piapiao sent the Iron Bull brand flying dragon to fly towards the border of the universe. Ignoring the advertisements that were inserted from time to time in the middle, everyone's attention was also attracted. They followed the dragon's vision and gradually approached the huge border that was like a curtain. When the dragon approached the border, the screen suddenly went black. Oh my god, what's going on? The dragon died directly? This is more or less a bit outrageous. I really don't understand what happened. Just when everyone was still confused, the screen had switched back to Leviathan, and Leviathan recorded the whole process of the dragon's fall. The dragon in the screen kept approaching the light eye, and when he was about to touch the light eye, an arc suddenly flashed. Then, there was nothing, and then the dragon was killed on the spot. Seeing this scene, the players also talked about it. They probably knew what the game border of this game was. The setting of the game border was completely different. Some games would set a super strong monster once, and it was in an invincible state. As long as you get close, you will be swallowed by him. This kind of border is actually quite rare in games, especially in current games, because this setting is really lame. This is the setting of games from a long time ago. This is also the reason why players are discussing it. If other garbage games have this setting, everyone can understand it, but this game will never have such a situation. Even if it connects the world and everyone keeps running, they can accept it in the end. But they feel that this kind of border setting is more or less incompatible with this game, and it should not be the production level of this game. So everyone is talking about the border of the game. Many players are speculating that maybe this is a limit that has been broken, and there is a bigger world outside. Another part of the players think that this is the game's programming. It is already amazing that this game can be this size, and it can't be bigger. However, this also makes many players want to try to see if they can break through the border of the game. Of course, they also know that conventional methods don't work, and they must use a method similar to card bugs. Seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd, the player in charge of the live broadcast felt that he had found another way to make a fortune. They want to run for a long time to come here, and they definitely don't have the mind to do so. This side can provide them with teleportation, and they can rush over immediately by opening a special channel on the Zerg side. But of course, it is impossible to let them come for free. I can charge some tickets, gain coins, etc., so that I can have a good hug. Thinking of this, he became more excited, so he inserted another extra advertisement. It must be said that this wave of operations is still very effective. Immediately, many players chatted with him privately, saying that they wanted to come and take a look. He also knew that anyone could do this business, and he could deploy as long as someone came. So he decided to wait until the number of people who signed up was enough before opening it up, and make some money for himself, and he didn't count on the future. It must be said that he made full use of this opportunity. He roughly estimated that if the game coins were included, he could make at least 100,000 yuan this time. This made him very excited. After a while of arrangements, players came to this area one after another. After arriving here, they immediately began to deploy around. Chapter 1077. Every player who comes here will be shocked by the scene in front of them. This is a huge and boundless curtain, and no one knows where it ends. The whole curtain emits a faint green light, which looks very strange. And what surprised the players the most is that this thing is not something you can see anywhere, but you need to get close to a certain distance before you can find its trace. Such a magical scene also made the players talk about it. They also encountered such a thing for the first time, and they were inevitably curious. Oh my god, what on earth is in it? What is that? What are you talking about? At this time, a player in the channel said some inexplicable words, which made everyone feel a little strange. But at this time, the next words of this player made everyone realize something immediately. Brother, what do you mean by what's in here? What can you see? After hearing the questions from other players in the group, this player immediately shared his perspective, and then everyone present was stunned by the scene in front of them. What did they see? They saw warships sailing behind this huge curtain. Although it was outrageous, they saw that there were warships behind this so-called edge of the universe, and judging from the situation of these warships, it was absolutely impossible to say that they were similar to background boards. All the players were stunned. So who can tell me what this means? Could it be that this is not the border of the universe? There are other worlds outside this, and we may not even have cleared this world yet. This conclusion is very outrageous, but it is not without reason. The situation here was immediately exposed, and when the players saw the situation here, they became more curious. So, a large number of players rushed here and watched these warships continue to go away. Although many people still think that this must be a background board, but when they saw that these warships were similar to the warships they saw on their side, they couldn't help but doubt that the players also discussed this matter for a while. There may really be another world outside, and we can find a way to go out and explore it. You are probably thinking too much about going out to explore. You know the situation here. If you get a little closer, it will be cold. There is nothing else to say. I feel that there should be some way. If the warships here are real, then it proves that these records may have been here before, but they left smoothly. I always feel that there is something fishy here. We can search along this edge to see if we can find some other civilizations, and see what they are doing. We may be able to understand the most real situation. For a while, the players were talking about it. Each of them was expressing their own opinions. But for the players, this is certainly worth discussing. There are also many players who put it into action. A large number of bugs began to be sent out to explore the surrounding situation, but it is obvious that the effect is not particularly obvious. This place is so big that you can't reach the end. As time goes by, more and more players come here, and when the number of players reaches a certain level, the number of detectors sent out also reaches a very scary level. As the saying goes, quantitative change leads to qualitative change, and the players have really made a discovery. At this time, all the players are staring at a picture. In the picture, a bug is hiding here, as if observing something, and not far from the bug, you can see various celestial buildings. Obviously, this is the station of a certain civilization, and this civilization is doing something at this time. In the picture, this civilization has gathered a lot of energy into a special instrument. Then, as the instrument emits a faint light, it directly targets the edge of the universe in the eyes of the players, and then they feel incredible. The curtain in the picture is being assimilated by these forces. constantly changing. Soon a huge crack is opened, and then this civilization drives all the warships and other combat celestial bodies into it at a very fast speed, and then they appear outside. At this time, all the players present were staring at everything on the screen. Seeing this, they all understood. It was obvious that the edge of the world they thought before was not the real edge at all. It was just that the place where they were now was the so-called edge. For a while, the players also discussed this matter enthusiastically. That is to say, our previous guess was correct. The so-called edge of the world does not exist at all. The place where we are now is more like a novice village. We have been fighting novice monsters in the novice village, and then we think that these are all powerful enemies. In fact, they are all novice monsters. I'm going to go. This is more or less a bit outrageous. The monsters we fought before were called novice monsters. Whose novice monsters are this strong? It doesn't matter. What's important is that we have discovered a new map, so I feel that we can go to a new place to develop. This is possible, but how should we go here, my friends? You also saw the situation over there. The other party used a special device to forcefully break through that side, and then they left. We don't have this device at all. If there is no equipment, then there is no equipment. Can we not rob it if there is no equipment? I went to rob these civilizations, which were all very powerful. You said it was easy. Do you think we can defeat them in our situation? Although these monsters are just some garbage in the novice village in the eyes of current players, they have to admit that they may not be able to defeat even this so-called small garbage. Even if they encounter some stronger ones, they will be beaten, which makes them feel troubled for a while. But it is impossible for them not to go to the new map they found. It seems that the players have also started to communicate about this matter. Of course, as time goes by, the players soon thought of a familiar and unfamiliar method. This method is to create a large number of troops and wait for the opportunity. When the time comes, they will directly send a large number of troops to delay the enemy, and then they will just take this opportunity to escape from here immediately. This method can be said to be strange and familiar, but the objects used are different. So, in the following time, the players also began to get busy. A large amount of resources were mined, and then these resources began to be transformed into a large army of insects, and the number is still expanding. Similarly, the players are also looking for other variety shows similar to Civilization, because this technology has now been used by many civilizations, and many civilizations have also analyzed the reasons. After all, the data samples received are enough. Now there are many of us who have developed various related equipment one after another, and are trying to escape from here. Although this area is very large for players in a microscopic state, and this is true for any civilization, don't forget that when the number increases, the chances of encountering each other will also increase, so the players quickly found a new target. After finding this target, the players immediately hid themselves, and began to continuously send troops to this area. In order to wait until this civilization opens the crack, their large forces can arrive as soon as possible. The waiting time is long. During this period, many players have prepared and hidden in the surrounding area, ready at all times. Finally, one day. Brothers, hurry up. Those who are not online, go online quickly. The civilization over there has started to take action. Oh my god, I finally waited for him to take action. I have been waiting for a long time. Don't discuss these things for now. Send troops over quickly, while they haven't reacted to the army's pressure, and all the work equipment in our hands, run out of the cracks. Speed up the progress. Speed up the progress. The cracks will open soon. Run out as many as you can. Efficiency and efficiency. For a while, the chat channels of the players were also messy. In this area, when this civilization saw a large number of bugs rushing towards this side, they felt very bad. Obviously, they can also guess that they have been picked up by others. But they are powerless to stop it. Because at this time, they have to face the overwhelming bugs. But I didn't expect there would be such a stupid guy, and the most heartbreaking thing is that they have no way to deal with this matter, and the reason is very simple. Because in this area, many things will be affected, including their exploration technology, otherwise, the players would have been discovered long ago. But generally no civilization will come here to cause trouble, because there is no need for it. After all, the manufacturing method of this special instrument is not as complicated as imagined, so it is not difficult to operate overall. Basically, it can be manufactured, so there is no need to go out and rob. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. Take these evolved civilizations similar to insects. It is much more difficult for them to make this thing than for regular civilizations. This is even more so for the players. They have not studied any so-called technology at all. After all, for them, this is just a game, and they study some trivial technology. So it is impossible for them to make these things. Of course, this seems to be not so important anymore, because many worker bees sent by players have successfully escaped from here. Of course, in addition to this, there are also various types of soldiers who are escaping one after another. The whole process is relatively smooth here. At this time, the civilization that was robbed is about to go crazy. They can only watch this group of insects escape under their noses, but they can't do anything. At this time, they are also angry about this wave of operations by the insects. They never thought it would be like this. Who else would have thought of this? Our plan was successful this time. Perfect, it was perfect. We escaped smoothly this time. This time was so cool. As more and more bugs continued to escape from here, it soon became less stable. Seeing that the cracks could collapse at any time, this civilization was also a jade girl of wood. He never expected that this would be the result, which made them very angry, but they had no way to deal with the current situation. They could only watch a large number of bugs escape from here, and then the cracks collapsed soon. They were basically busy for nothing during this period of time. The remaining bugs naturally became their tools to vent their anger, but unfortunately they had no effect, because these bugs were originally used as cannon fodder, so they could do whatever they wanted. The people present were also furious at this wave of operations. Although it was undeniable that this device was not difficult to manufacture, the problem was that the energy required to open the crack was very exaggerated. It required a lot of resources to work, and it was for this reason that they had dragged it until now. As a result, they finally saved enough resources, and they didn't have time to do anything, and then there was no more, and they were directly stolen by others. In this way, they could only watch these bugs go away with anger and unwillingness. At this time, when the players came to this world, they were also excited, because they felt that they had finally left the novice village. At the same time, they had to admit one thing, that is, they underestimated the overall size of the world of this game. In the past, they always thought that the place they were in was the entire map of this game, but now they understood that this was not the map of this game, but just a novice village. This also made them feel extremely shocked. It was outrageous that a mere novice village could be so big. Naturally, they were even more curious about the real world. After all, if the novice village could reach this level, how amazing would the real world be? They were also very curious about this, so after coming here, they immediately began to explore the surroundings, and as they continued to explore, they were more and more shocked. This world was ridiculously large. The world they were in before was probably not even a drop in the ocean of this world. It was so exaggerated, and the creatures in this world were extremely huge, and they were particularly small in this world. This made them a little difficult to accept. But soon, the players received a message, and this message completely dispelled their worries and concerns. This message was sent by the official, and it was some information about this world. Chapter 1078. Dear players, congratulations on discovering the secret of the world. After years of development, you finally found out that the place you are in is a protected world. And now you have discovered the real world and resolutely chose to leave. Then players, from the moment you leave, you will face real danger. The real world is a magical world. It is not what you see on the surface. The world you are in can be understood as a small world at the microscopic level. To the existence of another world, you are cells or bacteria, or even smaller existences. Without taking special measures, they cannot observe you at all. But when you enter the macroscopic level from the microscopic level, it is bound to cause dissatisfaction among these civilizations. They do not allow existences like you to appear in their world. So once you are discovered, your fate will become unknown. The powerful civilization that controls the macro world is constantly searching for beings that want to enter the macro world from the micro world. They will do everything they can to clear out the micro civilizations that want to enter the macro world in order to ensure their control. So this is not good news for all players, because you are very likely to be found and destroyed by the other party. Since you have chosen to come to the macro world, then do everything you can to survive in this world, otherwise only the fate of destruction awaits you. At this time, seeing the new announcement, the players present were also dumbfounded. What does this mean? What macroscopic world, microscopic world? This is a bit outrageous. According to the official website, the universe we were in before, to put it bluntly, should belong to an ordinary microscopic world, which is similar to the cell universe. Such a universe is a cell, which is probably the concept. That world is kept in captivity, so we can't leave there at all. And when we master the method of leaving there and leave, we will enter the real main world. That's about it, and in this real main world, they will not let us, the civilization at the microscopic level, enter, so they will try their best to stop us. But if we are discovered, we will be attacked by them, which is probably what it means, which means that if we want to enter this world, to develop in the world, we must first find a way to enter the macro world from the micro level. The official website also introduced how to enter the macro world. But once we enter, we will definitely be discovered, and then their team will definitely launch an attack without mercy. This is probably the pattern. We must enter the macro world without the other party knowing, but the official did not introduce how the other party tracked us down. I guess there is a special method. Once we make a move, we will be discovered immediately. In this way, everyone discussed the battle of wits and courage with different civilizations over the years, which made the players' awareness more and more advanced. They can think of various factors at the first time and are no longer as naive as before. After discussing this issue, the players also made a mistake. This is indeed a question worth thinking about. They would never dare to enter rashly before they figured out how they were discovered when they entered the macro. Otherwise, they would not know how to measure it at that time, which would be very embarrassing. So, after some discussion, the players decided to take the most primitive routine, and this routine was naturally to go directly to other similar civilizations and secretly observe their operations. After all, when you don't know anything, the most perfect way to deal with it should be to see how others do it, and then learn from them. There is no way, but it is always effective. Sometimes you can do something else by stealing. So, after having this idea, the players immediately started to act. They first found a relatively suitable civilization of the other party. This civilization should have run out before them, and at this time it has begun to approach the macro. They happened to meet it, so they began to observe the situation carefully. And they are constantly collecting relevant data. Data is very important to them. Under the observation of players, the other side is also growing. The whole process from micro to macro is actually not that complicated. There is no so-called difficulty and obstacle. As long as the technology level reaches this point, it is very easy to complete all this. In this way, the whole process is also extremely smooth. Players watched this civilization continue to grow. However, when they really entered the macro level, or to be more precise, before they entered much, the fleet rushed over and launched an attack on them. Seeing this scene, the players looked at each other. To be honest, this was more or less a little outrageous. Because they had been observing here for so long, to be honest, they didn't find any problems. They didn't notice anything like detection equipment, so they were all kinds of strange and couldn't figure out what happened. In short, for them, this is something worthy of attention. They were found by the other party before they figured out what happened. This is more or less outrageous. Similarly, this also indirectly shows the strength of the other party, which forced the players to be more cautious. In this way, under the gaze of the players, this civilization was instantly destroyed before it had even bubbled up. After watching such a big drama, the players couldn't help but start to calculate how to manipulate it in the future, but it is obvious that they don't need to care about so many problems now. Because they are not in a hurry to enter the macro level for the time being. Just like that, after this civilization was destroyed, the players immediately went to other civilizations to see what was going on there. The biggest advantage of the microscopic civilization is that you can be unscrupulous when looking for other civilizations, and you don't have to worry about being discovered. After all, it is very difficult to discover it at the microscopic level with their technological level. The newly found civilizations are all in a similar situation, and they were discovered before they fully entered the macroscopic level. The players are also very curious about this, and they really can't figure out how the other party did it. In this way, they observed many civilizations this year. Some of these civilizations may have been found at the beginning, some were halfway through, and some were discovered immediately after they were completed. In short, there are all kinds of strange situations, but no civilization succeeded and escaped. So what is the principle here? After watching so many, to be honest, I really didn't find any family that escaped successfully. For a while, the players were also discussing this matter, because they observed several civilizations, and didn't see any civilization successfully completed the transformation. You can imagine how much control that civilization has over the universe. The players were also very distressed about this matter. Keep observing, you can always find a civilization that successfully enters this stage, and then he can become a sample for us. We can completely follow their route, so that we can safely enter the macro level. So the players also patiently began to observe slowly, and as they observed gradually, the players also found various problems. The players also figured out why this was the case, why the other party could find out that the other party had mastered a special technology. The detectors made using this technology are extremely concealed, and have very strong observation capabilities, and the reason why the other party can find them is because of this thing. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire universe is the spy of this civilization, and everyone's every move will be exposed. And the most heartbreaking thing is that although the players know the existence of this thing, they have no ability to find it at all. This is the most outrageous. You can imagine how big the gap between the two is. Isn't it unsolvable? The other party has a detector, and we can't even find where the detector is hiding, but our every move is under their observation. It is impossible for us to enter the macro world here. After figuring out the situation, the players were also uncomfortable in various ways, because as far as the current situation is concerned, they can guarantee that they have absolutely no ability to enter the macro level under the enemy's nose, and once they enter the macro level, the enemy will definitely chase them. Even if they escape the detector, their targets will become larger, and they will naturally be more easily exposed. In short, this is a very troublesome thing. At least if the strength is not up to standard, then entering the macro is actually a torture. After a period of observation, the players found that an extremely powerful civilization entered the macro, and the fleet sent by the opponent was directly destroyed on the spot, and this civilization also escaped smoothly. As for the future, you can see from time to time that the warships of this universe-controlling civilization are wandering around, obviously to find the escaping civilization. But it is obvious that the difficulty here is not small, so there is basically no chance in a short time, and the successful escape of this civilization allows players to see something different. Indeed, that civilization has deployed spies in the universe, but no one has said that this spies cannot be cleaned or that this spies have no blind spots. After all, the entire universe is so large that it is basically impossible to have no blind spots in all directions. As long as you hide well in advance and understand their surveillance blind spots and follow the blind spots, then there is no need to worry at all. However, once you enter the macroscopic, no matter how well you hide, you will be discovered. After all, if such a big target is placed here, what do you want, and the other party can't find it, then they really live in vain. So once you enter the macro, you must have the corresponding strength, otherwise it will be useless. However, just when the players were still worrying about this, they suddenly received a message from an unknown civilization, and this civilization also explained the current situation very clearly. The general meaning is that in the current situation, we have no chance to enter the macro at all, because the other party's observation will immediately be discovered as long as there are some actions. It is simply a fantasy to want to enter the macro. And this message conveys another meaning, that is, they have mastered how to find blind spots for monitoring, and will also announce related technologies to other civilizations. They did this, of course, for a purpose, as for what it is very simple. They agreed with others on a time to enter the macro. Then everyone agreed to enter the macro together at this time, so that no matter whether they were discovered or not, the other party could not say that they would solve all the civilizations that entered the macro at the same time. There will always be some civilizations that can escape. As for the selected few civilizations, they can only blame their bad luck. This is much better than the routine of one civilization after another to save their grandfather. However, the players are also worried that this may be a trap. After all, it is hard to say. So, a group of players also began to discuss this matter. After discussion, they decided to take the risk and join in. After all, they have no way to observe these civilizations by themselves. All they can do is rely on the power of others. After making the decision, they immediately replied to the message and joined the plan. Not long after the message was sent out, the players received a reply from the other party. The other party naturally arranged various related supporting technologies for them. With these things, the players also observed those special detectors, which made them happy. Since the detector has been observed, the next thing will be easy to handle. It's just a matter of luck. The players who have mastered the method immediately began to prepare. Because everyone needs to enter the macro level at the same time, they must prepare in advance. As long as the plan succeeds, and as long as they are not unlucky, they can basically enter the macro level and develop peacefully in this universe. Although they are very likely to be found, with so many civilizations doing this at the same time, even if they wait one by one for their turn, they don't know when it will be. Chapter 1079. Naturally, Jiang Yao also received this message. Entering directly into the macro level, and entering collectively, this is indeed a good method, because no matter how many arrangements the celestial civilization has, they can't spare much in the big store with the united civilization. So it is impossible for them to say that they are preventing the special existence from entering that dimension. Of course, they will definitely clear as many existences as possible into this dimension, but the troops in the Shangchuan column can't handle too much, which means that except for some unlucky guys, other guys can basically successfully enter the dimension. Of course, this only looks like this on the surface. In fact, there are still many monsters in it, and it is precisely because of these hidden dangers that many civilizations choose to wait and see. But for most civilizations, this hidden danger can be directly ignored because they don't have many choices. If you have so many concerns, hesitating will only make you miss the best opportunity. Even if there are no hidden dangers, they may not have enough strength to fight against the celestial bodies. Instead of doing this, it is better for civilizations to fish in troubled waters, and have a greater chance of successfully entering the macro plane. Of course, for some powerful civilizations, they have more choices. In addition to this method, they can also develop in secret. Then, when most civilizations have entered the macro plane, the celestial civilization will not pay too much attention to the micro plane, because all their thoughts will be on the macro plane. At this time, you can smoothly progress to the outside of the macroscopic world, but if you do this, the biggest problem is that when you enter this plane again, you may be discovered by the celestial civilization. After all, they just paid less attention, not that they don't pay attention. If you are discovered at this time, you will definitely be targeted point by point. The premise is that you have the conditions to target this kind of attack, and you can block it. However, if this wave of operations is successful, it will definitely be a heavy blow to the celestial civilization, because among the civilizations present, everyone is strong. The reason why they are controlled is that they are very weak during the change from microscopic to macroscopic, and they need a very long adaptation period. Once they pass the adaptation period, adapt to all the laws of this universe, and restore their original strength, then they can't be opponents at all. The celestial civilization saw this point, so they chose to attack when the opponent was the weakest. Only in this way can they easily eliminate the enemy, but this time there are too many civilizations running out. Even if they have activated the observation eye in all directions, they still cannot capture all civilizations, which still gives many civilizations an opportunity to take advantage of. And now the plans of many civilizations will eventually be discovered. In this way, with the start of this plan, many civilizations from the small universe also began to prepare. Jiang Yao did not intend to participate in it. Since the players have come to this world, the next thing will be easy to handle. He only needs to observe the situation of the players, and then make appropriate adjustments. But he was still a little surprised. After all, he didn't expect the players to break through these obstacles and come here. This was really beyond his expectations. But obviously, the arrival of the players is also a good thing for me. The bugs in the players' hands are basically the same as mine. So the data they got over there can naturally be adopted by him. So, keeping this mentality, he also started to operate. At this time, he can naturally continue to collect various data from the players and understand the situation through these data. Now the players are making the final preparations. Brothers, get ready. The agreed time is coming soon. Get ready. At this time, the players are also waiting very much. At the same time, they are doing the same thing in other civilizations. They are all waiting for such an opportunity. As the countdown gets closer and closer, all civilizations have begun the final preparation stage. Is it coming? At this time, Jiang Yao quietly observed all this. Through the players, he already knew the approximate time. So he was also waiting for the situation, and wanted to see how the other party arranged it. As time passed quickly, under his observation, many areas of the universe began to change. In many places, civilizations have begun to take action, and when these civilizations began to take action, the celestial civilizations also immediately noticed the situation. They immediately sent out a fleet to stop it, but before they ran far, they saw more areas appear at the same time. It's bad. Multiple civilizations have entered this dimension at the same time. Our fleet is not enough now. At this time, inside the celestial civilization, the commander and a group of people in charge of this area are communicating anxiously. The current situation is completely out of their control, and now they are also very panicked. I should have thought of it a long time ago. The most worrying thing has happened. No matter what the situation of these civilizations is in the microcosm, they can never escape the fact that they are more likely to cooperate with each other than with us. Have you investigated it? How many civilizations have entered here at the same time? There are 732 in total, and the number is still increasing. Hearing this number, the commander's expression changed. He originally thought that the United Civilization had brought most of the civilizations, but he never expected that there were so many here. Obviously, everyone underestimated the civilizations that escaped successfully in this universe. Some civilizations were well hidden and could not be discovered at all. They would only appear at critical moments. The commander dared to bet that the civilizations he had discovered were not all of them. Most likely, they were only a part of them. Thinking of this, He could not help but feel that the future was more complicated. With so many civilizations, plus the United Civilization, they would definitely prioritize getting rid of him first, and then start a civil war. Whether he could resist so many civilizations was a question worth pondering. The only way is to get rid of all these civilizations before they become powerful. This is the only thing they can do now. Otherwise, when these civilizations recover and develop well, they will not be able to withstand it no matter what. Thinking of this, the commander made a decision immediately. All units should pay attention to marking all discovered civilizations, and clean them up one by one. Even if they enter this dimension collectively now, and have not been found by us, it is impossible for them to develop to the point where they can compete with us in a short time, so we still have time and opportunity. Now he can only make arrangements. This time he miscalculated. He really didn't expect that there were so many civilizations. In the area they blocked, he thought that there should be few civilizations that have reached this level, so he didn't pay much attention to the situation there in the later period, because there are many civilizations that have not reached this level. Even if they want to do something to them, they don't have the ability. It is impossible for them to leave there. As a result, who would have thought that there are so many? They really underestimated these hidden old sick civilizations. These civilizations were able to hold back and not come out with the United Civilizations, and even dared to take risks. To sneak out in this way is really outrageous. Once this method is discovered, it will be targeted alone. There is no need to say how big the risk is, but even so, they still dare to take this path, which shows how stupid these people are. Not only is Lao Lu very courageous, a small mistake can make him doomed, but they really dare to do so. So now the matter is serious, and it is very difficult to handle, so the fleet here began to mobilize frequently. But at this time, the United Civilization launched a general attack on them, and such a wave of operations made them very angry. I knew that group of guys would never miss this opportunity. In the battle with us, they have no advantage at all. Although they can fight with us, the pressure they bear is also very huge. It seems that they want to release more civilizations to help them share the pressure, but have they never thought about it? Even if we are eliminated, what can we do? When they release so many civilizations during the Civil War, it will be enough for them to drink a pot. Although it is so small, the commander has no choice but to bite the bullet at this time. He had to call back other redundant fleets. Then the focus was placed on the battle with the United Civilization. Because of this, many civilizations that had just entered this dimension, except for a few unlucky ones, had successfully escaped. Because of the existence of the observation eye, these civilizations were cleaning up these things while running. As more and more observation resources were cleaned up, the areas that the celestial civilization could measure soon became less and less. After all, they were facing superdimensional civilizations. Needless to say, the technology mastered by civilizations of this level was naturally very fast. As long as they could accurately locate, the speed of cleaning up was very fast. Soon, the number of observation eyes in the entire universe began to decrease by percentage. At the same time, these civilizations also sent a large number of detectors specifically targeting the observation eyes during their escape. These detectors have only one task, which is to clean up the observation words they find. In this way, with the support of various aspects, the speed of observation words is decreasing at a visible rate. Naturally, as the observation resources become less and less, it is of course a good thing for some civilizations still hiding in the dark. The reason why they are so nervous now is not that they are scared, but that they must collect more information to ensure that everything is foolproof. And at this time on the side of the United Civilization, I didn't expect so many civilizations are still hiding in the dark. The many summons we said before didn't have any effect. After all, they are all civilizations at this stage. If they were not forced by the situation, they would never participate. Apart from them, there may be more hidden civilizations. I don't believe that those extremely cautious civilizations will appear at this time. The remaining hidden civilizations should have strength similar to ours, otherwise there is no point in them hiding. But now there is not much difference between them, and not having them for us. That's true, because these civilizations are enough. We only need a few hundred more civilizations to develop, so they can share a lot of pressure for us. In addition, some powerful civilizations will find opportunities to come out one after another in the future. At this time, our pressure will be even smaller. Now try to stop them as much as possible. As long as they are all stopped, we can buy time for these civilizations. After all, they have reached the super dimension, so even if they can't fight each other on the front battlefield, they can't completely ignore them, so they will always share some of their energy with these civilizations, no matter how strong or weak they are. The joint civilization has been fighting for a long time, and they are under great pressure. If it weren't for their own strong strength, they would have died long ago. So now there are civilizations that share the pressure, and they are naturally very happy to help. After all, helping these civilizations is helping themselves. In this way, with many civilizations escaping at this time, the entire universe has become stormy, and the players are also civilizations that have escaped smoothly. They entered the macro faster than other civilizations. After all, this thing has been successful for a long time, so basically there is corresponding data in the genes, and the whole conversion does not take much time at all. After entering the macro, the players began to look for secret places, and then began their own development there. The development speed of the insects is very scary, and one insect nest after another was brought out. The development routine of players is very simple, that is to spread all the bugs outward, and set up the bug nest wherever the bugs fly. In this way, you can collect resources in a large area at the fastest speed, and also give yourself more opportunities. Even if one area is destroyed, there are still many areas in his hands that will not be wiped out. Although the strength of each area is not strong, it is very troublesome for the opponent to clean it up. If you don't clean it up, at the speed of the Zerg, these areas will form a strong combat power in a very short time, and then continue to spread. If it happens a few more times, the bugs in each area may be calculated in large quantities. Chapter 1080. At this moment, the advantage of the bugs was immediately reflected. Especially when resources were scarce in the early stage, the bugs developed very quickly. You only need to keep making bug nests. In the future, you can let it develop independently without the support of other so-called technologies. This gives the bugs more choices. Their development mode can be divided into many different categories, and such operations are less likely to be caught. The opponent has no chance to catch them, and use their heads to catch their own. It is completely useless. Anyway, if you solve one, I have many more to solve. I can always develop one. And now there are so many enemies here. The players still don't believe that the other party will only stare at them. Obviously, this is impossible, so it is inevitable that they will develop. It just depends on how many areas of the development map. For a time, all civilizations, including the bugs, have entered the era of great development. Countless resources have been mined. As more and more resources are mined, these civilizations are also using resources to continuously improve themselves, and are also gradually adapting to the situation of the universe. The progress of these civilizations every day is very amazing. Similarly, many civilizations are captured, and then completely destroyed every day. After the players escaped successfully, they began to increase their investment in resources, and wanted to develop as soon as possible. It seems that we should have entered the main task at present. We need to escape from the pursuit of that powerful civilization, and develop our own civilization. At this time, a player made such an analysis. His analysis was also recognized by many players. It seems that although we, and this group of people should be enemies in the novice village, we now have a common enemy here, so we can cooperate for a short time. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that our main task now is to give priority to developing our strength. We have adapted to the situation here much faster than other civilizations. It should be our racial advantage, so we need to use this time difference to develop as quickly as possible. In addition, it is better for all brothers to gather together as before. The situation here is more or less complicated now. Facing the attack of multiple civilizations, or the attack of the boss-level civilization in this universe, it is absolutely impossible for a single player to rely on it. We need to unite and develop together to overcome the crisis here first, then we can consider other things. As for whether we will fight with these civilizations that have experienced the battle together, my answer is yes. We are now just because of interests, so we have no choice but to unite together. Now is just not the time for us to tear each other apart, so we are very restrained. But soon this restraint will be broken, and the reason is naturally very simple. I believe everyone can know it. In short, we must be sufficient and cautious at present, and the speed of development must not slow down. After a discussion, everyone is very clear about the current situation here, and everyone understands how to develop at the fastest speed. Their biggest advantage is that they develop quickly, and they are already far ahead of other civilizations. With this speed, there is basically nothing to say. As long as there are no major problems, they will definitely be able to develop steadily to at least the top of the rankings. When facing the enemy, at least they can resist. To make up for the gap in technology, they can only win by numbers. Of course, they are naturally prepared for this matter. In this way, multiple civilizations began their own development. They are constantly collecting resources to improve themselves according to their own development routes, and these civilizations are gradually growing stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Similarly, the celestial civilization has also increased its efforts to eliminate these civilizations. Although everything was familiar at the beginning, after a period of operation, changes soon occurred. Because some civilizations can no longer be cleared so easily, when their clearing formation was annihilated, it indicates that some changes have quietly occurred. When they find that their formation often gets stuck, or even cannot eliminate the enemy, they understand the enemy's recovery speed. It is much faster than they imagined. It is obvious that this group of enemies has almost recovered at this time, otherwise they would not have this strength. So, they could only give up this civilization and go to the next one, and then they found that the next civilization had almost recovered. They searched all the way, and after they screened all the civilizations inside, they found that the civilization outside had basically developed. At this time, they entered a tangled choice. Should they destroy all the civilizations that have not developed well, or continue to look for those civilizations that have not yet developed? If these civilizations are given a period of growth, they may be able to recover to their peak, but now it is better to block all the civilizations over there than to create more peak civilizations. In this way, they can increase themselves as much as possible and destroy the number of civilizations, so as to reduce their future pressure. After the plan was made, the celestial civilization also began to get busy, and the effect of their plan was indeed very good. Gradually, we can see that many civilizations have begun to develop to a certain scale. And these civilizations just had signs, but they were attacked the next moment, and all their efforts were in vain. At the same time, there are many civilizations that have encountered the same situation. But after some civilizations have almost recovered, the celestial civilizations have not come to care about you at all. Players are lucky to be included in this category. After all, their scale has expanded too quickly, and they expanded earlier than others, so now they have a large scale. As more and more civilizations continue to recover to their previous strength, the strength of the civilization on the small universe side has been greatly improved. Naturally, after the civilizations have almost recovered, or barely reached the level of being able to fight, they will directly attack the celestial civilization. One is to avenge the attack of the apocalypse civilization on them. The rest want to expand their current territory, because the resources in the area where they are now are very scarce. Only by constantly expanding their territory and seizing more territory can they collect more resources. Facing these sudden and strong civilizations, the celestial civilization is now trying to resist, but the pressure is also very great. Damn it, once this damn civilization enters the macroscopic stage, the first thing they do is to seize our territory. At this time, in the meeting room of the celestial civilization, everyone in the celestial civilization is extremely angry. They have ruled the entire universe for such a long time, and this is the first time they have been provoked like this. One area after another was taken away by these civilizations, but they have no way to deal with it. Although I don't want to admit it, it is inevitable that something like this will happen. Before we controlled this universe, there was no powerful civilization at all. So it is very easy for us to control the entire universe. A random warship can wipe out a civilization. But now there are so many civilizations with similar strength to ours. Maybe they are not as strong as us or much weaker than us, but they can cause enough damage to us. It is no longer the era when a warship can destroy a civilization. Now facing these civilizations, we must shrink our forces, control our territory within a certain range, and concentrate our forces. Otherwise, we simply can't defend against the attacks of these civilizations, and you also know that their primary target is definitely us. There is only one united civilization on the other side, which has already had a certain impact on us. Now with so many civilizations, it will be very complicated for us to deal with it. On the one hand, we have to maintain the front line of the united civilization, and as for the others, we have to spend time to guard other areas. We simply don't have so many troops. And now it's just the lost area. You should also know that the so-called lost area is just the beginning. They haven't developed very well yet. In fact, they all know that their enemies haven't developed very well yet. Now they just want to occupy the area to provide themselves with faster development time. But if they wait until their side is almost developed, then it will no longer be as simple as seizing the territory. Next, they may directly attack themselves, and then they will face the attack of a large number of civilizations. It is impossible to stop these civilizations, so they must defend their own territory next, while defending and trying to clear out those civilizations that are not very strong as much as possible, so as to reduce their combat pressure. Gather the troops from all areas and concentrate all resources to prepare for the later battles. At the same time, we must also manufacture as many special weapons as possible to prepare for the later wars. After discussing this matter, everyone started to discuss another matter. The situation of the microcosm has been studied clearly. The main reason why the universe can give birth to such a civilization and exist is that special stone. According to the residual data we collected, we can basically determine that the stone should be what was left after the death of the previous generation of the god of creation. Hearing this, everyone present could not help but change their expression slightly. Are you sure it was left by him? The legend in this universe is unexpectedly true. That's right, that's it. Through our research, we found some clues. Although it has not been confirmed, only this situation can explain it. Otherwise, it is unrealistic to create a microcosm. Such a simple universe can be stable to this extent. This alone is difficult to explain. If it is not that special existence, then this situation is absolutely impossible. In short, what we need to do now is to try our best. It is possible to find that thing, because that thing did not disappear after creating the microcosm. Instead, it may be scattered somewhere in the universe in another form. In short, we must find this thing as soon as possible. If we can study the mystery of this thing thoroughly, then the enemy we are facing now will be vulnerable, and we can even find the possibility of taking that step. The content discussed by the celestial civilization, other civilizations, but these civilizations soon discovered some situations, such as the celestial civilization gave up a large area and began to gather its forces in a certain area. Such an operation is naturally clear to everyone. Obviously, they are also very clear that with the areas they manage now, they don't have the ability to control all these areas. Instead of doing this, it is better to gather them together. This also gives these civilizations more room for development. The same celestial civilization makes concessions. From attack to defense, many civilizations that are still watching at the micro level choose to enter the macro level. As one civilization after another joins, the pattern of the entire universe has completely changed. Different civilizations occupy different areas to develop here. Similarly, these civilizations will also have frictions because of resources, but not too much friction, because after all, they now have a common enemy, but everyone knows that once the celestial civilization is destroyed, it will be the time for their civil war. At this time, on the player's side, they naturally found an area, but because of technology, the player's side did not develop very well, because they were often disturbed by surrounding civilizations. Although both sides have losses, because of this reason, both sides are not developing very well, there is no other reason. The players and another civilization are weak, so they can only fight for this piece of land. The resource-poor area itself has fewer resources. On the surface, the two civilizations are still fighting for it, so naturally the development progress of both civilizations is not very fast. For this matter, the players are extremely distressed. They are constantly thinking about how to deal with the other party. They also know that the other party is also thinking about the same problem. Chapter 1081. It seems that the players are in big trouble. Jiang Yao couldn't help but say at this time. He was very clear about the situation of the players, but he would not interfere. He felt that the players could develop well on their own, especially what happened during this period, which was the best proof. You have to know that he spent a lot of effort to get out of that world, but the players were able to run out of it. This shows that sometimes this matter may not be as simple as it seems on the surface. It seems that the players are special, and this guess is not wrong. And it must be this group of players. The players I cultivated myself before basically did not have much effect. It may be because of my control, or other reasons. In short, only players like this can play their characteristics. For this point, he didn't know the exact principle. But it didn't matter. If the players were in this universe, it was equivalent to helping him share some of the pressure. If the players were active enough, it would not cause any impact if he entered the macro world, because they would only think that they were together with the players. So they won't deliberately target me. In short, before the players are eliminated, I should be relatively safe, but he can't be idle during this period. He must take advantage of the current opportunity to improve everything that needs to be improved. The development of the players in this universe is also invisibly collecting enough data for him. In general, this is a good thing. At least the players can provide me with great help. It is worth his trouble to find the remaining players. And the most important thing is that after finding the players, he also provided protection for such a long time and arranged so many things. Now it seems that all the efforts are worth it. If there were no such efforts, I am afraid that the current situation would be different. While thinking, he continued to observe the actions of the players. And the players performed stably as always, which did not disappoint him. At this time, in the game chat group, the players were also discussing the current situation. Brothers, I would say that we should just concentrate all the troops and solve one of the civilizations first, and then talk about the others. You, the above, are probably thinking too much. Do you really think that the other side is a fool? Seeing us doing this, I bet they will find a way to take advantage of the opportunity to attack us. Now we are not facing only one enemy, but several enemies. No, I'm just curious. To put it bluntly, we are all competitors, and it shouldn't be like this. Are you stupid? With our wide-ranging operation mode, if you are the opponent, are you afraid that you can build so many bases so quickly, and these bases are developing so well one by one on their own? If we are given a little time, what will be the result? As long as you are not stupid, you can imagine it. Do you think if you are the opponent and see this situation, will you try to stop it? Indeed, our current threat is too huge for the surrounding civilizations. They are very clear about our situation. Our development speed is indeed too fast. From their perspective, if the technology is equal, the enemy's development speed is so fast. Do you think you can tolerate it? No matter who it is, I'm afraid it is impossible to let us grow, so they will take action against us, and I guess these civilizations have also secretly finalized that everyone will unite to do this thing. In short, we can only fight these civilizations this time, but fortunately, the gap in our technology level is actually not that big, which means we have an absolute advantage. That sounds good. We have an advantage, but we are surrounded and attacked every day. We don't have time to develop. Moreover, the resource points that we have finally put in place are basically cleared out as soon as they are put in place. There is no other way. This is the situation now. We can only continue to develop under pressure. It is really too difficult. These enemies are really too much. Don't complain about these things. You know the situation here. From the current situation, the enemy has not launched a general attack on us, which means that they are still connected to each other. Simply put, they are also on guard against each other, so we have the opportunity to take advantage of our current advantages. We can still operate in the later stage, but we must withstand these attacks first. It's really hard, brothers. How many troops do you have now? We can count them here. I still have several thousand flying dragons, but in this level of battle, my little flying dragons can't play a big role. If I have to use them, they have to be like thunder beasts and leviathans. As long as the number is not enough, everything will be fine. You think too much. You know the price of these two things. It is basically impossible to produce them in large quantities. For us now, let alone producing these, it is already difficult to ensure that there are enough flying dragons. Let's do this. We use some people to withstand the pressure in front, and the other part of the people will develop madly in the back. Anyway, with our sufficient development speed, as long as there is an opportunity, we will rise very quickly. What we lack now is nothing more than a comfortable development environment. Since the other party does not intend to leave this comfortable development environment for us, we can only create it ourselves. Sacrificing some people and saving others. Although this plan feels very risky, it seems that this is the only way for us at present. Okay, let's first decide on the candidates, and try to let those who are doing better continue to develop, and those of us who are not doing so well can go over there and be cannon fodder. Anyway, opportunities are created slowly for each other. So, the players started to operate at their own pace. When they started to operate, the surrounding civilizations would naturally never stop attacking them. However, compared with the previous attacks, the surrounding civilizations obviously found something wrong. The number of bugs sent out by the players this time was significantly less. A lot, but in terms of command ability, it must be said that the combat ability has improved a lot compared to before. They naturally don't know the specific details of what happened here, but they can roughly guess that the bugs have made some tactical adjustments. However, it doesn't mean much to them, because they are multiple civilizations. Although they are each operating independently, they all have a common goal. In short, now our civilizations basically have a consistent goal, which is to prioritize getting rid of this group of bugs. This civilization is too dangerous. Their development speed is so fast that it makes people feel more or less outrageous, so we must eliminate them as quickly as possible to prevent them from growing and posing a threat to us. At this time, the commander of one of the civilizations said so. To be honest, when they first discovered that this civilization was near them, they were all shocked. At first, they thought that it was just a civilization with decent strength and would not cause any trouble. However, after observation, they found that the development speed of this civilization was more or less outrageous. Then they realized that they might have underestimated the other party's development method and the other party's own characteristics. They were born completely for fighting. They don't need a production line. They only need enough resources to convert into a steady stream of troops, and the speed is even faster, which is outrageous. This makes them feel threatened, and this is a huge threat. They know very well that if they leave it alone, the time it may take for this civilization to develop to be able to solve them may be more than 80% lower than theirs, and they will not have any resistance at all at that time. Even now, several civilizations around them are besieging this race, but the other side can still withstand the pressure, which shows how fast the other side's troops recover. In short, this is not good news for them. Fortunately, there are many civilizations around them. They are very tacitly attacking the bugs to weaken the development speed of the bugs, and if there is a chance, they will definitely uproot the bugs as soon as possible. Of course, there are more points that they need to pay attention to now. In addition, they also need to pay attention to the situation of other civilizations around them, so during the battle, they also did not forget to collect some relevant data of other civilizations around them. But I have to say that our strength seems to be about the same. In this case, it depends on who strikes first, and who can find the opportunity, and who has a higher status. But I always feel that this group of bugs is not as simple as we think. Although the bugs are operating now, revealing a piece of information, that is, they may have a shortage of troops, otherwise it is impossible to say that the number of troops sent out each time has been reduced by so much. But they can't take it lightly. I think other civilizations should have discovered the situation here. In short, this is good news. Other civilizations should also have the idea to test the real strength of the bugs. Once they are sure that their troops are insufficient, they will definitely launch a general attack on them. During this period of time, the players are strictly following the plan. They are constantly developing in secret. The pressure on the frontline players is naturally very high. I have to say that this thing is a bit difficult to handle. It's really difficult for us to withstand the attack of a large army. Hold on a little longer. Those players have already rejected a lot of troops. It's time for us to push back. I don't know if our plan will succeed in the end. The routines prepared by the players this time are actually not complicated. That is to find the right opportunity, and then directly push a civilization. Now they are surrounded, and it is basically impossible to leave here, and the other side will not let them leave as a dangerous factor, so what they have to do now is to break through the siege and go to other places to develop. Since this area cannot continue to develop, the 4 people can't stay here. So this wave they have to solve the enemy with thunder and lightning, and then break through this area. As long as this area is broken through, everything else will be easy. After a while, the players who were previously covered have gathered their forces. Brothers, the new development location has basically been determined. We just need to break through here, and then the next step is to go all out. But before that, everyone must pay attention to one point, that is, once we launch a large-scale attack on a certain civilization, other civilizations will definitely come to support us if they find that the situation is not right, so we need some people to hold them back and create enough opportunities for us to break through. Don't worry, we are ready. We ask you to take our worker bees out. As for the other things, leave them to us. The players started to move in a mighty manner. At this time, in the surrounding civilizations, the players' large forces naturally could not hide from their eyes. When they saw the overwhelming Zerg army, they began to move towards a certain place in a mighty manner. They realized that the situation was not good. The group of Zerg started to move. Damn, how can they have so many troops? Didn't we always consume them before? Why can they still get so many troops? We made a mistake. It's obvious that we underestimated their speed of raising troops. They have been hiding their speed of raising troops before, just for this time. All units take action immediately. If they escape from here, we may face their endless sorrow. They want to develop too fast. For a time, the people of the surrounding civilizations immediately panicked, especially the civilization that was targeted. They also felt annoyed about their fate. Why did the other civilizations choose them instead of the others? But now is not the time to think about these things. What did the other civilizations say? Did they send troops to support us? They have already sent troops. As long as we can hold on, everything will be fine. But now we are worried that we can't hold on. Be prepared for battle and mobilize troops. According to their support speed, we should be able to hold on. If the other party wants to break through us, we must not give them this opportunity. Chapter 1082. It is obvious that the situation on both sides has become very urgent. These damn bugs must be killed. I never thought that they could still raise so many troops under the siege of so many civilizations. This race is really terrible. The hatred has been formed. We absolutely cannot have any room for Lily. If we let them escape, we will live in fear and anxiety before we destroy them. We can't let them leave here no matter what. We must trap them all to death here. At this time, Everyone in the civilization has secretly made up their minds. The closer the technological level is to that of the bugs, the more oppression brought by this race can be felt. Compared to other races, this race is very unreasonable. Other races need corresponding production lines to produce warships. But the bugs have no such troubles at all. They can appear instantly as long as there are resources. Each bug is equivalent to a warship, and the production cycle of such a warship is even less than 1 minute. It is difficult for a race like this to enter this stage, but once they enter this stage, under the same technological conditions, as long as they don't make mistakes, they can basically crush all civilizations. In this way, both sides have their own ideas. They all have their own private chats and plans. They all know that the hatred between them and the other party has been formed and there is absolutely no room for easing. So what they can do now is to eliminate the other party. As the war began, the overwhelming insects rushed towards the fleet. The torrent of insects rushed towards the enemy's warships, and these civilizations immediately counterattacked, firing fierce artillery fire at the insects. The insects fired special long-range attacks. There are various ways to attack. Some directly destroy the shield of the warship and cause direct damage to the body. Some take root in the warship like seeds, and then begin to corrode the warship. Others carry various buns. Once they are repeated on the warship, they can devour various materials of the warship to grow stronger and hatch into new special insects. Both sides vented fierce artillery fire at each other, and a hot insect was killed, and so were the warships. All units, please pay attention. Many warships have been infected with insect spores. According to research, this substance is highly contagious. All infected warships should stay away from the main force as much as possible. In addition, the opponent has a special attack blessing on our shield system. It is very easy to break our shield. All attack warships hide behind defensive warships as much as possible. As the war began, instructions were issued one after another. Their warships were also constantly adjusting their tactics. For any management, such a war is very difficult to control. It is very difficult to make accurate adjustments based on the implementation situation, so there will always be various accidents, resulting in many warships being unfortunately shot down. What is the situation with the other two civilizations? The opponent's attack is too fierce. With our current situation, we can't hold on for long. They should also understand that if our defense line is breached, when these insects leave here, the next time they come back will be their destruction. Commander, the other side has sent a fleet to support us, but it was intercepted. Intercepted? How is that possible? You mean that the other side sent such a large army to fight us, and still had the strength to intercept? The commander knew very well that if they continued like this, they might not be able to hold on. They probably can't spare much troops to intercept. Now we can only hold on for a while, and see if the other two civilizations can break through their interception and support us. Otherwise, I'm afraid we can only watch these bugs leave. Compared to them, the players were also very lively at this time. Brothers, this is War Zone 3. We are almost unable to hold on. The offensive of the other two civilizations is too fierce. My friend, this is Line 2. We have basically been wiped out. Now there are only more than 20,000 bugs left. I estimate that we can only hold on for less than 10 minutes at most. This is War Zone 1. My friend, hold on. We will soon open a gap, and we will be able to leave here soon. Brothers, I can't hold on anymore. You don't know how fierce they are. These two civilizations are like crazy. Now they are breaking through our work at all costs and losses. This wave of operations has confused me. Judging from the current situation, I estimate that the remaining Bentleys we have can't hold on for long. At this time, a large number of warships can be seen everywhere on the battlefield, fighting with the bugs, and both sides have used all their strength. From time to time, brilliant sparks exploded in space, and various special attacks, like raindrops, continued to vent towards the enemy. Neither side has any retreat in this battle. Different positions have different ideas and their own interests, and the two sides are constantly fighting each other. The two sides that the bugs are responsible for intercepting are obviously about to collapse. Now the opponent's large forces have a situation where they have grafted the main forces of the bugs from several different directions. With the main force of the bugs as the center, you can see dense artillery fire in all directions. The bugs also immediately made tactical adjustments. Countless defensive bugs began to disperse around to provide a certain degree of cover for the bugs responsible for attacking. Brothers, speed up the attack. The defensive bugs are almost unable to hold on. Where are my infected? Didn't I hatch so many infected before? Why didn't I see any effect? It's strange that the enemy's warships are immune to a certain extent. Even if they are infected, the cycle is very long, enough for them to move the affected warships directly to other areas. This is too outrageous. If we continue with the current thing, it will be difficult for us to deal with it. At this time, the battlefield has entered a state of anxiety. The players can only continue to maintain their offensive and rush forward, otherwise they will have no way out. This wave of things is serious. We underestimated the strength of the opponent. Whether we underestimate them or not is meaningless, because we only have this one way to go, there is no other way. This battle gave the players a feeling that it was hard to say. They had no other choice but to take them out. The resources in the area where they were almost mined, so if they continued to stay there, they would only be gradually consumed and killed by these civilizations. There was no other way. Based on the current situation, they did not have many choices. At this time, all the players knew that if they continued to insist, they would not be able to hold on at all, and they could only sacrifice the car to save the king. Although they wanted to preserve their troops as much as possible and play a significant role at the critical moment, they did not have the prerequisite to protect their troops at all. Since there was no choice, they naturally began to be ruthless. Soon, they made a decision. Locusts carrying a large number of worker bees began to gather. Attack at all costs. Tearing a small hole is enough. Then all the bugs launched a crazy attack. This attack was different from all the previous attacks. This time, it was at all costs and everything was spent. I saw countless bugs like crazy, trying every possible way to destroy these documents, and they broke through the huge damage and ran directly to the front of the warship to start close-range melee. At this moment, they put aside the so-called tactics. At this time, they took the most primitive way, exchanging lives for lives. Faced with the suddenly crazy bugs, faced with the bugs that abandoned everything, the warships responsible for resistance were also a little caught off guard. At this time, all they could do was to hold on. But how could they hold on? Perhaps both sides would care about tactical losses before. They would consider the War Falcon and choose the most suitable offensive method for the current battlefield, and use various strategies to minimize losses as much as possible. But this moment is different. Facing the crazy group of civilizations responsible for resistance, they finally couldn't hold on. A gap was opened. The gap was not big, but it was enough for these locusts to pass through. A large number of locusts took advantage of this opportunity to rush out directly, but seeing this scene, these civilizations naturally did not allow it. The commander of the civilization shouted frantically that a large number of warships gathered here to block the gap. Some warships wanted to chase these fleeing bugs, but it was obvious that we didn't intend to give them this opportunity. Countless bugs risked their lives just to delay the enemy. They used all means, all kinds of methods, and they used them immediately as long as they could think of them. With the delay of these insects, the locusts that ran away had successfully opened up a long distance. Even if they wanted to chase them, they were powerless. In fact, it was normal for them to set off some insects. After all, it was unscientific to not let them run away in such a large-scale battle. But they didn't want to let these insects run away. If they let some ordinary insects run away, they wouldn't think it was a big deal, but it was obvious that these insects were not ordinary, because they knew that so many insects fought hard just to create a chance for these insects to escape, which showed how important these insects were to them. Even chasing the other side would cost their lives to intercept. Although they also wanted to do it regardless of everything, the reason was obviously not allowed now, and it was naturally very simple. Facing the crazy bugs at all costs, if they were not careful, they would most likely capsize in the gutter. At this time, they naturally could not make such a crazy move. Although the support fleets of the other two civilizations also came. Now facing the pincer attack of 3 civilizations, even if these bugs fought hard, they still suffered heavy losses. But it was obvious that these 3 files completely underestimated this group of bugs. When the locusts left, they had only one goal, which was to consume all the bugs and tear a piece of meat from the hands of these 3 civilizations. Because they didn't plan to leave these bugs behind at all. At the beginning, they thought that if they lost some of the bugs, they could break through the siege, so that they could leave a lot of troops and develop well in the new place. But now they understand that all this is in vain, because they think too much. In the current situation, it doesn't matter how much they can save. As long as they can let their worker bees run away, they don't expect too much. Now that all the players' worker bees have run away, what's left is naturally the madness of the players. They don't intend to consume these troops so easily. After all, they have spent a lot of money, so they have made subsequent deployments soon. Since you want to keep these troops so much, then we will satisfy you, but we hope you can bear the cost of leaving them behind. As they were talking, the players launched a counterattack. Before, they needed to protect the locusts, so the players' formation was very severely shrunk. But now it's different. Now they have no target to protect, so the crazy attack began. Warzone number 1, doesn't this civilization like to be a roadblock? Then let him block enough today. Let the Thunder Beast bring enough explosive insects to blast a gap first. When the gap is blasted, all the remaining insects rush in at the fastest speed. The gap starts to fight the surrounding warships at close range. They are not as strong as us in close combat. We can easily control them. In this way, a large number of Thunder Beasts rushed towards the opponent's fleet, and the next moment, the sky was full of flames that illuminated the entire area. At the same time, a large number of bugs rushed directly into these gaps, and based on the gaps, began to pour into the opponent's fleet group. When these bugs poured into the opponent's fleet group, the opponent's formation obviously had problems. In close combat, the bugs had an absolute advantage, and a bug could be seen attacking desperately everywhere. When the opponent's warship shield was breached, some special bugs would chisel a hole on the warship, and then release countless eggs. Soon, many bugs were hatched inside this piece, and began to disintegrate the enemy from the inside. Similarly, some things with special penetrating attack power can be seen, penetrating the warship and leaving a large number of Zerg spores inside the warship. Then the warship also changed, and countless spores spread to control the entire warship. This warship no longer obeyed the command. In this way, the controlled warship rushed towards the fleet group on its side, and then exploded. Chapter 1083. At this time, all civilizations realized that things were not simple. Seeing their warships being controlled in this way, everyone couldn't help but feel a little scared. Who can tell me what happened? Why is our warship controlled? What happened to the people inside the warship? The sudden change made the commander of this civilization a little unresponsive for a while. Originally, he thought that the tools and means of the bugs were just like this, but now it seems that he was too naive, and what he didn't understand the most was why such a change suddenly occurred. You must know that the spacecraft that suddenly lost control did not appear in the spacecraft they isolated, but appeared in the spacecraft that was fighting and not infected. So who can tell me what happened? No one could answer him for this question. Obviously, they had very insufficient information about the bugs. These powerful bugs were not as simple as they imagined. Especially their own spacecraft, they didn't know when they planted the trick. Of course, they didn't know that this was a special kind of bug they attached to the surface of regular bugs. Once the battleship's defense is broken, they will immediately run up there and start to reproduce. Even some insects' attacks have this ability. There are many extremely penetrating attacks among the insects. If used properly, this kind of attack can even directly break through the battleship's shield. Although it only cuts a hole, it is enough. The current insects don't have much to do with this kind of shield, but as long as it is the battleship's body, it is completely easy to control. What is most heartbreaking is that no matter how perfect the shield technology is, it has the possibility of being penetrated. Once the warship is invaded, the consequences are self-evident. However, special metals can be used to target it, but it is obvious that in the absence of intelligence, they do not have such things at all. As time goes by on the battlefield, more and more spaceships are attacked. These special bugs will continue to erode at the beginning, and when they are almost done, they will immediately eliminate all the creatures in the warship. The creatures in the warship have no ability to resist these bugs at all, and they can only watch themselves being attacked. They have no way to deal with these guys. After all the people inside died, there was naturally no follow-up. For example, it was impossible to tell what happened inside, and they had no chance to tell. This strange attack made everyone in this civilization realize that the situation was not good. However, the civilizations present had reached this level after all, and they soon guessed the reason. It should be that these bugs have these things attached to them, so if they fight our warships at close range, these things will enter our warships. After understanding the situation, they naturally thought that if they stayed away from the bugs, they could avoid such a thing from happening, but it was obvious that the players would not let them do so. Once they were connected, the consequences would naturally be unimaginable, so they really watched their ships being invaded one after another. The other two civilizations didn't know about the situation here. After all, these civilizations were in a hostile relationship. Now they just officially united for various reasons, so it was impossible to say that they shared the intelligence here. And this civilization knew very well that it had suffered heavy losses in this wave. If the two civilizations could not make any progress, it would be difficult for it to escape, so it chose to hide. Sometimes if one takes on something alone, he would feel very uncomfortable, but if someone is the same as him, then it is different. It is a very good choice, and now it belongs to the latter. The other two civilizations are still attacking happily over there, but what they don't know at this time is that the insect's method is like a virus, and it is spreading continuously. The warships of this civilization have been detected in a short period of time, and at least 30% of them have been infected, and as time goes by, this number is still increasing. Soon, this number reached more than 80%, and this civilization had already run away, and they drove the immigration ship away. As for the other warships, they stayed here to hold back the insects. This battle made them feel that the insects actually had such a means to face the attack of 3 civilizations. However, after doing this, the insects also suffered heavy losses. Insects died one after another. When this civilization was almost completely infected, only less than 30% of the insects were left. The number of these insects seemed very small, but the danger they could cause was very great. Because at this time, the controlled spacecraft here has already started their performance. The fitness here is still going on, but it is just a fake attack. The actual effect is not great, and the main purpose is to confuse the enemy. The other 2 civilizations were affected as expected. Seeing fewer and fewer bugs, they knew that they had won this battle. And the players also kept a close eye on the fleets of the 2 civilizations, watching the distance getting closer and closer, and they were also waiting for an opportunity. When the distance reached a certain degree, they knew that the opportunity had come, and the next moment the same operation began. The remaining less than 30% of the bugs immediately split into 2 groups. Then the 2 bugs rushed into the 2 fleets respectively. Although the number was not much, it still had a lot of impact on the fleet, and at this time the 2 civilizations also noticed the situation of the previous civilization. Their warships were flying towards them. This sudden change made them a little confused, but they also vaguely realized that something was wrong. When they found that some parts of the bugs had grown on the bodies of these certificates, they immediately realized something. Something went wrong. These bugs have some means we don't know about. They should be able to control our warships. There is definitely something wrong here. The warships of that civilization are definitely controlled by the bugs. Such important information, they didn't pass it on to us. This group of people is really hateful. Sure enough, they are also calculating us all the time. If we didn't react quickly, I'm afraid their warships would. The commander paused at this point, and he immediately thought of something. How was the other party controlled? What was the medium of control? Will they encounter the same thing? In just a moment, all kinds of thoughts flew through his mind. Then he felt that he seemed to understand something. The abnormal behavior of the bugs kept approaching their warships, even if they were sacrificed. On the surface, it seemed to be a fight to the death, but after seeing these warships, they understood that it might not be as simple as it seemed. Obviously, the other party must have their own ideas and plans for doing this, and those who were controlled were the best proof. Everyone keep a distance from the bugs, never let them get close, and never contact them. In just a moment, he figured out the reason, but it was obviously too late at this time. Commander, the enemy is too fast. They keep pestering me. We have no way to distance ourselves. The enemy is a hardcore fighter. They want to fight us to the death. We have no chance at all. The enemy's excitement is obviously better than ours. Hearing what the member said, the commander's face was also very ugly. These damn guys actually thought of using this method. But there are only a few troops left. How many of us do you think you can infect? There is nothing wrong with his idea. There are very few bugs here now, and they can't infect many of their warships. After all, the number and time of infection are determined by the number of bugs. So under his command, the remaining warships were also venting their firepower. They had to get rid of all these guys as quickly as possible to minimize their losses. Each of these battles is a huge drain on civilization, especially a meaningless battle like this. If they hadn't seen this race, the threat it could pose in the future would be too great, they probably wouldn't have taken action. After all, they all came from the same universe, and everyone here is an invader, so they must develop at the fastest speed. At this time, the internal fighting will only allow the enemy to reap the benefits, but it is obvious that they know that if they don't solve this race, it will be a big threat to them in the future. Otherwise, they won't take action. At this time, as a large number of bugs were killed, many of their warships were also killed by the enemy. Now count how many warships have lost contact. Anyone who can't contact is basically infected. As time goes by, the number of statistics increases, and just at this time, the previous civilization was infected, and this batch also came to this area. These should be the last enemies. The commanders of the 2 civilizations thought so at this time. Then, what happened next made them a little restless. These warships approached in a conventional attack at first, but once they reached a certain distance, they all began to self-destruct. The next moment, the sky was full of flames. Not only that, their warships also flew towards their fleet at the same time, doing the same thing. For a moment, The whole scene was in chaos, and exploding warships could be seen in countless areas. The commanders of the two civilizations were bleeding, because they found that the damage caused by the explosion of these insect-infected spaceships was countless times higher than that of normal spaceship explosions. Such a large-scale explosion caused serious damage to their troops. However, when everything calmed down, the war was declared over. They won this time, but they always felt very aggrieved about this victory. The two civilizations lost at least 60% of their warships. Another civilization was basically wiped out. The commanders of the two civilizations fell silent after seeing the loss. This was too outrageous. You know, this race was suppressed in various ways. Under such suppression, they actually produced so many soldiers, and this battle caused such a large-scale damage to them. In their original plan, the loss of this battle should not exceed 20%, but now it is really a bit outrageous. The movement here will naturally attract the attention of other civilizations around, so at this time, they can only leave, and leave here with the remaining troops. For a long time in the future, they must survive carefully, otherwise the cost may not be good once they are discovered, and it is not only the celestial civilization here that is discovered, but also players and other civilizations. This result made them very upset. They also knew that a group of bugs had also escaped. With the speed of their development, they would probably be able to make a comeback soon. They did not expect that the bugs could actually break through the siege at the critical moment. Or they underestimated the bugs from the beginning to the end. From the beginning, their idea was to take a lot of bugs away instead of simply breaking through the siege, while their idea was that if they wanted to break through the siege, they had to do their best. The two ideas were completely different. But no matter what the final result is, this time it is a situation where both sides suffer losses. None of the four civilizations ended up well. Fortunately, these civilizations finally survived and did not perish because of the war. At this time, the players were holding a general meeting. The content of the meeting was very simple, that is, to make plans for future development. After this wave, they also realized that the problem on their side was too serious. The disorderly development of harvesting resources in large quantities without unified planning and preparation led to their being discovered by the enemy, and letting the enemy know their true situation, which caused fear, and then this battle broke out. So brothers, there is nothing much to say about this wave. I believe you should know our situation. Such battles can be completely avoided. It's just that we didn't pay attention to these things during our normal development, so this situation occurred. When we go to a new place, we will meet other civilizations. When they find our problems, they will definitely do the same as this time. Therefore, based on the lessons of this time, we must change the previous development path. The first thing to do is to hide our own uniqueness as much as possible. Every time we send troops, they should not hatch them on the spot, but send them from other places. Otherwise, in our case, 1 point. It takes 2 minutes to collect resources and 3 minutes to hatch, and then you can expand to several units. Who would not be confused if they saw this? We need to build a special hatching base, which must be hidden well, and then transport the units when they are needed. In this way, they will feel that we need a long time to produce the corresponding units just like them. In addition, we should be low-key when developing, and we should not place nests everywhere. My suggestion is that we should discuss an overall module and strictly implement it. I don't want to encounter this situation again. If we make a mistake this time, we will be wiped out. Chapter 1084. This time the players were very careful. The previous disaster left a deep impression on them. They all knew that the reason for this situation was that they developed too disorderly in the early stage, which led to various subsequent events. First of all, we need to find a safe place. This place does not need to consider resources. The most important thing is safety. The convenience of transportation must also be considered. After all, we will import troops from here to other areas, so transportation here must be convenient. The most important thing is that there cannot be too many other civilizations around, or more precisely, there cannot be too many powerful civilizations. We only need to ensure that the surrounding civilizations are weak civilizations. In this way, even if there is a problem, we will not have much trouble. The range of textures that reach our level is very terrifying, so we must explore the surrounding area after we determine the area. In addition, the deployment and arrangement of our troops. I understand the battle this time. Although some special troops such as flying dragons or infected people do have the ability to move, it plays a vital role, especially as you can see later. If it weren't for the special effects of these arms, I'm afraid we would lose all the enemies, and it wouldn't be a big deal. This type of arms has strong limitations. Once used once, the enemy will definitely be on guard next time, so the number of this type of arms needs to be controlled within a certain range. In addition, there is the law of our base itself. We can say that we have no resistance at all. We must make sure that the base must have a strong sitting ability, and it is not easy for the enemy to break through. It can be used as our base camp. Although the cost-effectiveness of various turrets is not high, it must be said that their power is huge. If the number is sufficient, then in the later stage, we can actually rely on these and the enemy to sit with these cooperation, and the enemy will have to pay a huge price. This time, the players return to the time before liberation, and almost all of them were lying here, so all kinds of situations have been taken into consideration in the meeting of the players this time. From the arrangement of troops in future battles to the control of various details in the future, and so on. As long as the players can think of such things, they are all planning. It is very difficult to find a place that meets all the needs of the players, so after the plan was formulated, the players began to search in a difficult way. Now the universe is always in chaos, and some civilizations can be seen in many hidden places. So this time, they will be more careful in all aspects. However, hard work pays off. After a period of searching, the players finally found a place. This is a wonder composed of multiple cosmic dusts. From a distance, it looks like a crouching lion. However, the strength of this place is not the scenery here, but the special environment here. How special is the environment here? Even insects will be corroded by the environment here, but fortunately, insects can continue to evolve and adapt to this environment. This place is naturally the best natural barrier. Once you enter here, you will be attacked. Then, if you arrange enough defenses here, a defense system centered here will be built. Then, other areas are just the development areas for insects. They will continue to deploy troops here. Of course, considering safety, when deploying troops here, they will definitely prepare a lot of hidden means. Generally speaking, this is the plan we have. At this moment, in the large group of players, a player posted a rough draft map. The map completely planned their development route, from the most basic area to the subsequent refinement. In short, this time they planned out the entire development system. Where is the development zone? Where is their defense zone? And how many civilizations are around, all of which were planned in it. This plan is very complete, but there is also a big problem, that is, the resources are completely insufficient. I think everyone is also worried about one issue, that is, where the resources come from. It is undeniable that if our plan succeeds, we will build a very large defense system based on this. Our entire defense system is divided into 3 stages, from the outermost area to the central area, and finally the core area. Each area has very complete attack and defense methods. In addition to our own mining, our resources also have a very important channel, that is, the many civilizations around us. There are 745 local civilizations in total. The technological level of these civilizations is not as good as ours. So when they have mined almost everything, we can grab them. As soon as this proposal came out, someone asked a question. There is nothing wrong with your plan, but will it attract the attention of celestial civilizations if you solve these civilizations on a large scale? They naturally thought about this problem, but judging from the current trend, it is not the celestial civilization that can take action against them, but the civilization from the same universe as them. Originally, according to you, they were the most likely to unite together, but the fact is that they are constantly fighting each other. In short, this time is not good news for them. After this lesson, the players' vigilance against civilizations from the same universe has naturally increased a lot. The reason why they fell into such a situation before was that they were not vigilant enough. They thought that everyone had a common perseverance at present, so they should not attack each other or do anything before achieving their goals. As a result, they were too naive. After planning, the players began to act, and the surviving worker bees began to head towards the target area. One after another, insect nests rose from the ground. One after another, insects crawled out of them and began to collect resources around them. As the buildings of special arms were hatched one after another, resource points were mined one after another. The resource reserves of the players also began to increase continuously. In this way, the players gradually got on the right track. As the players got on track, combat arms soon appeared. When these arms appeared, they could feel a little relieved. After all, they were very vulnerable without the protection of these things. Only with them, the area they occupied now could be truly theirs. Players, the area divided this time is very large. Of course they can't all be there at once. They will start to deploy at several important points in the area, and then slowly occupy all the surrounding areas. In this way, everything is developing steadily, but in the process of development, players have also encountered various problems. Brothers, I feel that there are some issues on our side that need to be discussed carefully. Although there are no problems with our deployment in all aspects, I now find that our biggest problem is intelligence. We don't know the situation of the enemy. And the most critical thing is that we don't know much about what is happening in this universe. I feel that we need to consider a problem here, that is, how to establish our intelligence department. We must understand the overall pattern of the universe now, so we must be placed in other civilizations. Our eyes are constantly obtaining intelligence to keep the situation of the entire universe under our control. Obviously, this experience is very good, but it is very difficult to implement. It is indeed difficult for players to achieve their goals by themselves. It is true that we need a complete intelligence system, but how should this intelligence system be operated? I think we need to communicate on this point. We also have insects that can plant spies in other civilizations, but it is very difficult to avoid being exposed. Once exposed, we will also be exposed. The functionality of insects is still relatively large, and each type of insect has its own special role, but the defects of insects are also very obvious. So they cannot be foolproof, and if they want to obtain useful intelligence, then there is only one way. Needless to say, this is the way to plant spies in advanced civilizations. Because in low-level civilizations, even if you plant spies, it will not work. But it is easy to expose the police force in advanced civilizations. In order to ensure that there is no risk, they can only be planted in the hands of low-level personnel, because if they are planted in the hands of those important people, there is a high probability that they will be exposed soon. Only by starting from the bottom personnel and climbing up to a certain position step by step can it be foolproof. This operation also has the risk of being discovered. The most critical thing is that the time cycle will be very long, and the possibility of failure is very high. In any civilization, some systems have been perfected long ago. It does not mean that you can get to this step if you really have the ability. You not only have to have the ability, but also have your own connections, network of relationships, etc., and so on. These things are also a kind of ability in disguise. Although there are some civilizations that are very fair and democratic, there are very few of these civilizations. Most civilizations are only like this on the surface. In fact, only they themselves know what the situation is inside. The players naturally understood the problem, but they soon thought of a very good method, which was to place them in the children of some important groups of people in the civilization, especially those who were just born. If this is the case, the probability of being discovered will be very low, and because of the reasons of these people themselves, there is no need to worry about connections and other aspects. This is simply a perfect idea. Indeed, this routine is feasible. Although the cycle is long, the risk is not great. Everyone, I actually feel that it is most appropriate to place it on people like young people or young adults. First of all, people at this stage can quickly get started to complete our goals. Secondly, this stage is a learning stage. It is not easy for us to be exposed if we learn along. For a while, everyone was talking about it, because no matter what method is used, there will always be certain hidden dangers, but there is a solution to everything. Soon, a perfect plan was formulated by the players. Why do they want to control this person? They can control or replace him to understand the situation according to their will. In this way, it is easier to get useful things, but there is no need for this, because they only need to understand the general situation and do not need to do work similar to that of agents, so their operation mode can actually be very simple. They can let some special insects hide on these people and constantly obtain intelligence in this way. Although they can't get much, at least they can know the general situation. And they only need to know the general situation, and do not need to know the deployment within different civilizations. If they can know it, it can be regarded as a pleasant surprise. If we follow this idea, the overall difficulty will not be that great. Soon this plan was unanimously recognized by everyone. After all, everyone thought that this idea was indeed feasible. Compared with other ideas, this idea was undoubtedly the most suitable for them to ensure that they could hide themselves to the maximum extent and obtain useful intelligence. Of course, in order to ensure that everything goes smoothly, the players also deliberately optimized the bugs and strengthened this special bug many times to achieve the maximum effect. After some operations, the players soon began to act. Because of this mode, they do not need to choose safe targets, but can choose some targets with important positions. And they don't have to worry about being exposed. Because everyone has just come to this universe, they don't know what special creatures there are. So even if it is exposed, these civilizations will probably think that this may be a special creature in this universe in a short period of time, and generally will not suspect the players. And now that they know that there are not many civilizations, it is difficult to catch them. Of course, It is for this reason that the players dare to operate in this way, otherwise they dare not be too wasteful. After arranging it like this, the players began to act. The target of the superdimensional civilization is actually not difficult to find. Because now they are vigorously developing, more or less some traces will be left. Following these traces, the players soon found a lot of targets. Then, of course, the bugs were sent over. These bugs were very small, and not easy to detect. In addition, they had strong hiding abilities, and were difficult to be detected by detectors. They were not aggressive, and would not cause any impact on the host, so they were generally safe. In this way, the players soon found 7 or 8 civilizations. Although 2 were discovered, the players did not care. They changed their targets to other civilizations. Chapter 1085. As the plan went smoothly, it soon took effect. This time, a total of 27 civilizations succeeded. The success here means that they have not been discovered after being parasitic for a period of time. Basically, if there is no accident, they will never be discovered. Although it is not much, it also allows players to obtain a lot of useful information. This is of great help to the future development of the players. In fact, for them, there is basically no big problem in their own development. The biggest problem is the lack of information. And this is also a matter of course, but if this problem is solved now, then they will basically have no shortcomings in the later stage. Of course, in order to better integrate the intelligence, they also have special people responsible for monitoring and summarizing the intelligence. It must be said that compared with other civilizations, their intelligence is relatively complete. Although the other party does not have such means as them, they also have their own channels for obtaining intelligence, which allows them to quickly pass a lot of important intelligence to the players. Brothers, now our intelligence system has achieved certain results, and now it's time to verify it. Next, summarize all the collected intelligence. In this way, with the operation of the players over this period of time, they quickly got a lot of useful intelligence, and this intelligence can naturally provide them with great help. First of all, the current pattern of the entire universe has quietly undergone earth-shaking changes. First of all, the multi-civilization alliance headed by the United Civilization has occupied a certain area of this universe. They have built a large number of defense systems there. Naturally, with these defense systems, the price paid by the other party to attack will definitely not be small, and they will not sit idly by. So after a few rounds, the Celestial Civilization knew that they might not be able to continue to break through here, so they could only temporarily give up the plan to attack here. But it is obvious that the Celestial Civilization gave up, but the United Civilization could not give up. The United Civilization is actually very clear that the Celestial Civilization gave up here, seemingly giving them a chance to breathe, but in fact it was to be able to solve other civilizations, and then deal with them. They naturally could not give the Celestial Civilization such an opportunity. They knew very well what their strength was. Now what they have to do is to delay the Celestial Civilization at all costs. Because as long as this civilization is delayed, it will give other civilizations enough time. After other civilizations develop, they will attack him together, and this old civilization will not last long. With this in mind, they are doing their utmost to help other civilizations. They all have common interests, so it is impossible for them to do something that would harm their own interests at this time. This makes it difficult for the Celestial Civilization to spare much energy to deal with other civilizations, and create better conditions for their development. This is why their civilization can even fight a few civil wars with other civilizations. However, this situation cannot last long. The Celestial Civilization is doing these things under the condition of ensuring its own safety. It is absolutely impossible to say that it is doing it at all costs. So no one knows how long the current situation can last, but for everyone present, no matter how long it lasts, at least it gives them a chance. No civilization that can come back from the universe is weak. Moreover, they have reached the current level without relying on the premise of the joint civilization. Naturally, they are more powerful than ordinary civilizations for this reason. As long as they are given some opportunities, they can seize this opportunity and develop at a very fast speed. However, the fact is that their development speed is unexpectedly fast. This is the most useful information found by the players for their current situation, which makes them clear what the current situation is. In addition, there are some other intelligence about some civilizations or some technologies, especially the intelligence about the technologies and methods currently mastered by celestial civilizations. It has to be said that the players have mastered a lot of information this time. At the same time, they also learned that the United Civilization is still recruiting other civilizations willing to cooperate with them. The purpose is naturally self-evident. Apart from this, there is no intelligence worth paying attention to. Of course, for the players, after having this information, they have a certain understanding of the current situation in the universe, and they are no longer blind like before. Of course, after having information, it also means that they can adjust their side according to the situation in the future. In short, they now have a little direction. In this way, while they were learning about some changes and layouts of the entire universe, they were developing themselves, and their development speed was also very fast. Soon the players recovered their previous strength. With the help of surrounding resources, the players developed very quickly. Of course, the resource collection here also attracted the attention of many surrounding civilizations. Of course, the players also made some moves on these civilizations as usual. After all, the players had been pitted by this way before, so now he is very cautious. There are a total of 7 civilizations around, all of which have reached their level. If they really fight, if they are besieged, the players will definitely be in trouble. So for the situation of these civilizations, the players are always paying attention, but fortunately, their previous routines have played a certain role, making these civilizations think that their development speed is about the same as theirs. The players are only temporarily included in the observation objects, which is normal observation and not included in the dangerous standards. This also made them feel relieved, and the other civilizations around them are naturally observing each other. Days passed by one after another, and everything seemed extremely peaceful, whether it was the players or others. Of course, nothing can be said to be smooth sailing forever. The players knew very well that one day their situation would be exposed, and how much strength they would have when it was exposed would determine whether they could continue to survive here in the future. In this way, the players developed secretly while covering up. They are also constantly gathering troops to ensure that they can reach the level they want. The metaverse has also fallen into a brief period of peace during this period. Of course, apart from the main battlefields of the Celestial Civilization and the United Civilization, other civilizations can be considered relatively peaceful during this period. Of course, the reason for this situation is still related to the war between the two civilizations. Everyone knows that this is an opportunity. They must seize this opportunity as quickly as possible and develop. Unnecessary wars can naturally be avoided, so they will not be fought for the time being. As long as the civilization is not particularly outrageous, and does not pose a great threat to themselves, they are generally in a non-action attitude. Although they are calm here, they are getting more and more anxious on the Celestial Civilization side, because during the days of delay, they are very clear that these civilizations are definitely spermatoria and looking for opportunities to develop. The situation is getting worse and worse for them. Although they are very clear that a large part of other civilizations have little chance of winning against them, there are still some who are not weak. At that time, if these civilizations cooperate with the United Civilization, their pressure will only increase. At this time, inside the Celestial Civilization, this is the 327th time that the cleaning team has been destroyed. Their recovery speed is far beyond our imagination. According to the current situation, we must configure a normal formation to clean up these civilizations now, otherwise similar situations are very likely to occur. So what should we do next? At present, the United Civilization has been delaying us, not giving us much chance to clean up other civilizations. Moreover, the best time has passed. Now many civilizations have recovered to their previous level, and some have even reached a higher level. The situation is getting worse and worse for us now. Although we have gathered all the resources, our resources are enough to win this war, but we don't know how they will arrange it later, once there is any accident. In fact, according to the current situation, the Celestial Civilization is not afraid. On the surface, it seems that they are in a very dangerous state now. But since they can reach this level and rule the universe for such a long time, it is completely nonsense to say that there is nothing. They are confident that they can win this battle even in the current situation, but the cycle will definitely be very long. After all, there are so many civilizations to face, and it is not so easy to solve them all. Let's continue to maintain the current situation for the time being. Since there is no way to stop it, we can't expose something too early. And if you don't give other civilizations a chance, how can you let them jump out? If they don't jump out, how can we catch them all in one fell swoop? It is obvious that the Celestial Civilization has other plans for the civilizations from the microcosm. They don't intend to let these civilizations from the microcosm go. Although it seems that they don't have much advantage in the war now, this is only on the surface. In fact, they still have a lot of things in their hands, especially they have been studying ways to become real gods. During this period of research, they can naturally produce some extra useful things. And these things are their real trump cards. With these things, they have a way to gain an invincible position in this universe. But in order to completely clean up these little mice hiding in the dark, what they need to do now is to hide themselves as much as possible. After everything jumps out, they will solve these problems with thundering means. They will let these naive civilizations know why they can rule the universe for so long. Nothing is without reason. Of course, other civilizations are naturally unaware of the situation here. Everyone is rapidly developing their own civilizations one after another. As time goes by, they gradually develop. When they develop, they start to go to the battlefield. After all, they have to get rid of this common enemy. And as more and more civilizations join the battlefield, the celestial civilization loses more and more areas. This battle is destined to have only one side, so the time of this battle will not be too short. In this way, as more and more civilizations join, the war spreads faster and faster, and after such a long period of development, the players finally stand up on their side. Because of the existence of spy bugs, they also know a lot about the situation in this universe. They know that if they don't defeat Tianmu, they will always be threatened in the future. So, the players also decided to join this battle. Although from their perspective, they don't want to join just like that, but they also know that now they must unite together. In this way, one civilization after another joined the war. And at this time, Jiang Yao was on his side. He was not surprised by the players' actions. Even at this stage, he was not going to show up. It was still early for him. When he really showed up, it must be when the civilization of the small universe defeated the celestial civilization. Otherwise, he would never come out. After all, he knew the current situation here very well. There might be other hidden civilizations. At this time, it depends on who can hold back. There are many temptations in this war, including the technology of celestial civilization. These are all temptations. Once these things are taken away by other civilizations, their technology will be rapidly improved in a short period of time, and they may leave you behind. At this time, no matter how much you hide, it will not make much sense. Fortunately, he does not need to worry about so many problems for the time being. After all, what the players get over there, he can also get information on his side, so there is no need to worry about not getting a share. Of course, the premise here is that the players can persist to the end. Although the celestial civilization is a delicious piece of cake, if you want to seize it, you must be prepared to pay a huge price. With the participation of many civilizations, the all-out war in this universe officially began. The celestial civilization was under siege from civilizations from all directions all the time. Civilizations from different places joined in this siege battle. Almost every place in the border area managed by the celestial civilization was caught in the flames of war. Chapter 1086. However, this way of fighting will always cause a problem, that is, many civilizations will eventually unite for various reasons, just like now, as the war continues. More and more civilizations come here, and then, they form a kind of delicate balance between each other, and everyone gets along together. Soon they also form a corresponding war tacit understanding, and finally under the leadership of the united civilization. Everyone unites together this time, of course. This kind of union is not like joining the united civilization before, but it forms a common management by multiple civilizations inside. Of course, the most important task of these management is to arrange the follow-up arrangements of each civilization, including some ideas for fighting, areas, and so on. After all, among so many civilizations, everyone certainly cannot completely obey the command of some civilizations, so this is more in the form of suggestions to see whether it will be adopted. If the civilization is unwilling to adopt it, then they will immediately send the task to the next civilization. There will be no forced situation, because under the current situation, if forced, it will definitely cause many problems. Of course, after completing the strategic goal, there are naturally many rewards. Otherwise, no one would be willing to work hard, and here they have also begun to form a business model that is unique to this area. Brothers, next we will launch an attack on the celestial civilization. I don't need to say more about the situation of that civilization. At this time, after the players sat in the meeting group and joined the joint army, they were naturally assigned certain tasks. At present, because it is composed of multiple civilizations, in order to ensure that these civilizations can be connected for a long time, and also to ensure that everyone's interests can be protected, the current situation here is very transparent. The technology or spoils obtained in the battle can be divided equally by all participating civilizations. There are about 3 to 5 civilizations in each area. Naturally, it is divided equally by these civilizations. The technology in this area can also be traded with other areas in the market. The situation is probably very simple, that is, everyone works together. The spoils obtained can be distributed together, which is very beneficial to all civilizations. Everyone can continue to trade the technology they lack to improve their strength. Externally, both parties are now united, so there is no need to worry about other problems. They can continue to participate in battles during this period and continue to develop themselves until their strength is raised to a certain level. Such cooperation can improve their technology in a short period of time. Everyone does not need to worry about being defeated one by one when they unite together. This is the routine they have planned. And as the battle here begins, the players immediately entered the state. They had experienced many battles before, so there were no accidents on the Lan family side. They followed the large force and continued to approach the enemy. Similarly, when the battle started, they also helped their fleet to harass the enemy. However, the players are also very good. They are experienced and only send a large number of soldiers every time they go out. They don't say that they specially arrange anything. For example, they will never do things like fighting and breeding at the same time, because once they do this, there is a high probability that something will happen again in the later stage. So the combat mode they adopt now is relatively conventional. Relying on a large number of troops, their strength has been improved. They can also gain a foothold in this team and have a certain voice. For them, this is enough. While protecting themselves, they can also achieve such an effect. There is no need to pursue other things. Being a leader is good, but it is easy to be remembered. There is no need at all. The image established by the players is that they have a good sense of sitting, and the most important thing is that they have a large number of troops. These 2 points are completely enough. At this time on the battlefield, the players also saw the celestial civilization for the first time. Before they knew this civilization, they only knew it through various unclear information and hearsay, but they had never really fought against it. Now, after the actual battle, the players also understand the strength of this civilization. First of all, its attack power, needless to say, is much higher than theirs. Civilizations of their level are mostly auxiliary after the game and cannot join the real battlefield, while the real battlefield is the main attack of those powerful civilizations. These civilizations are at the forefront. Once a warship is damaged, there will be auxiliary civilizations to find ways to rescue it immediately, so as to minimize the loss as much as possible. Otherwise, with the current amount of losses, even they can't hold on for long. In this way, with the mutual help of multiple civilizations, the losses of war after war have been reduced to a very low level. Of course, as non-main war civilization players, the technology they get is not much. They also want to get a lot of rewards, but it is obviously impossible. Because their current strength is not enough to support them to participate in this level of war, being able to be a post-war auxiliary is already their limit. This is their current level. Through these wars, they also understand their own situation. For them, this is naturally a good thing. It has to be said that there are still many powerful civilizations in this universe. Fortunately, we did not act impulsively at that time, otherwise we would not know how we died. Based on the civilizations we have seen in this area, our strength should be in the middle and lower reaches. It's about the same. There is no way to improve it. After all, it is too difficult to improve it in our current situation. But fortunately, we have barely reached the current level of help. At least we can get a lot of rewards. Although these rewards are not much, they are still very helpful for us now. Yes, the task rewards for a task are too much. The technology assigned to the players was handed in as a task, and then a certain amount of game points were obtained. After all, they don't have professional researchers. After these technologies are researched, they can be put into use immediately and appear in the player's mall. By purchasing these things, you can strengthen yourself and become stronger step by step. This is the promotion path he designed for the players. Although they are just tools for the players in this route, they can also obtain enough benefits while ensuring that they avoid the main civilization path as much as possible. This war is actually a huge opportunity for other civilizations in the universe, or for the players. If you don't seize this opportunity to improve again, you will slowly be left behind by these civilizations. There is a big gap between us, so we must find a way to get as many of these as possible. The biggest advantage of players at present is quantity. They can complete multiple tasks at the same time to get more special points, and then use these points to exchange for corresponding proportions of technology or other things after the end. I can reduce the cost of players to manufacture arms, so that every time they can send more to the past, they can get more things. Although the things that players get now are basically some trivial things that everyone doesn't need. Or it is not worth looking at, otherwise it would not be left to civilizations of the level of players. But this is enough. As long as it can be improved, it will be fine. As time goes by, the strength of the players will become stronger and stronger, and they will be able to receive better tasks. To be honest, the current situation is also very clear. In fact, the higher the strength, the better the things you get, and the gap between you and the weaker strength will gradually widen. If the weaker strength wants to catch up with them, then the only way is to improve the strength as quickly as possible and complete enough tasks. The distribution mechanism here is fair to any civilization. The more you contribute, the more benefits you can get. Of course, these benefits also have a bottleneck period. After obtaining all the technologies of the celestial civilization at the current stage, there is basically nothing to share, and the celestial civilization will probably be dead. However, there will be a problem here, that is, after obtaining these technologies, there will soon be a second celestial civilization and a third celestial civilization. At that time, the great theory of the universe is definitely inevitable. However, these are all things to be discussed after the celestial civilization is eliminated. In fact, the celestial civilization is also very clear about the situation here, and they are currently waiting for an opportunity. Don't underestimate any civilization. At this time, the celestial civilization continues to maintain the front line as before. Report to the commander that more than 85% of alien civilizations have been detected to join this battle. Hearing this, the commander of the celestial civilization nodded. Although this number is already a lot, it is not enough. My goal is to catch them all at once. It seems that the situation here is not enough for their other secret civilizations to act. In that case, then continue to reduce the scope of our territory and give them the illusion that we are retreating step by step. As the saying goes, hit the snake at its weakest point. The commander of the celestial civilization is very clear. If these civilizations are not solved all at once, there will always be endless follow-up, and they don't have the energy to keep chasing these civilizations. The rats in the dark are the most disgusting, so he needs to lure out all these annoying guys as quickly as possible, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. So, the celestial civilization started a new arrangement. And as they arranged feedback, the areas they occupied on the front line were getting larger and larger, and all civilizations saw the hope of victory. From the beginning, they could still withstand the attack to now, gradually shrinking their area. The current changes of the celestial civilization are naturally seen by everyone present. This makes many civilizations excited. They know that once this state appears, it proves that they will gradually be unable to support it, and then their failure is only a matter of time. And this wave of operations naturally attracted many civilizations that are still waiting to join in. Even Jiangyao couldn't help wanting to take action many times. Because once the celestial civilization, this behemoth, falls, his legacy will make many civilizations develop immediately. Everyone wants to get a piece of the pie. Fortunately, he held back in the end. His strategy was that the players were outside, and he was hiding. He didn't want to expose the players outside too early, so he just had to follow his own pace, and didn't need to think too much. The players could definitely get the resources that could be obtained, and there was no need to hide the resources that could not be obtained. At the critical moment, a battle would decide the outcome. This was his current strategy. No matter how great the temptation was, he had to withstand the test. He also knew that there might be other civilizations that wanted to continue hiding themselves like him, but judging from the current situation, many civilizations might not be able to sit still. The temptation this time was too great, and not every civilization could afford it. In this way, many civilizations jumped out, and naturally the purpose of these civilizations jumping out was very simple, that is, to obtain resources. With the addition of these civilizations, the situation of the apocalypse civilization soon became worse and worse, and they lost territory faster and faster. Sure enough, they came here by smelling the smell. But it surprised me that there were civilizations that could withstand this impact. It doesn't matter, I still have time, I can continue to wait. In this way, the commander continued to wait for the opportunity, not worrying that what he had to do was to destroy most of the civilizations in one go. As time went on, one after another, the territory of the celestial civilization was broken and continued to shrink. All civilizations seemed to have seen the dawn of victory, and the number of celestial civilizations under construction was gradually decreasing. In every war, it can be clearly seen that the number of warships they sent out is much less than the last time. This civilization is about to fail, this is the common idea of everyone, and it should be all the civilizations participating in this war. As if to confirm their conjecture, in the next few battles, the celestial civilization lost faster. At this time, the celestial civilization has lost about half of its territory. At this time, some civilizations could no longer hold back, and they ran out and joined the war. Chapter 1087. For this war, all civilizations thought they had already won. Seeing that the territory of the celestial civilization was getting smaller and smaller, all civilizations became more and more excited. It seems that everything is the same as we thought. The celestial civilization finally couldn't hold on. Although we have paid a lot of price along the way, finally this universe will belong to us. At this time, a civilization said so. They came to this world from this small universe, and all they wanted along the way was just to survive. In fact, many civilizations did not have such great ambitions at the beginning, and they did not need to have such great ambitions, but for various reasons, they had to embark on this road. Although for most civilizations, they are a huge threat to the celestial civilization, but they have been forced to join this war from beginning to end. Sometimes, some things are like this. Even if you have not thought about joining this one, you will join it for various reasons. The celestial civilization cannot let these civilizations go. Although they have not thought about participating in some of these standing, the best way for celestial bodies to deal with them is to get rid of them all, so that there is no need to worry about backstabbing. It is also because of various reasons that celestial civilizations will always be on the opposite side of other civilizations. There is nothing to say about this, it is inevitable. The relationship between civilizations is sometimes like this. Everything was forced, but for the united civilization and many civilizations from the small universe, this battle ended with their victory. From their perspective, this is naturally great. Although there may be many problems that have not been properly resolved, it doesn't matter as long as they are still alive. As long as the final winner is their side, there will definitely be endless civil strife in the future. Although things have developed to the current point, in fact, according to the normal development route, the celestial civilization has new operations. They can take another way, quietly withdraw from the stage of history through this battle, and let these civilizations attack themselves. In this way, they can reap the benefits of being a fisherman, but it is obvious that the celestial civilization does not intend to adopt this strategy. Through this method of raising goo, we can make them kill each other as much as possible, but it is undeniable that after they finish killing each other, the remaining civilization will be extremely powerful. So we don't need to create such a powerful enemy. Instead of fighting like this, it's better to solve them here directly. At present, most of the civilizations in the universe have come here. They want to participate in the division of our last stop. Similarly, this is also the last time we solve these troublesome guys. Compared to these excited civilizations, Jiangyao always felt a little uneasy during this period. As the saying goes, those who are involved are confused, and those who are on the sidelines are clear. Now he is a complete onlooker to this battle. So what he saw was completely different from what the fighting civilization saw. First of all, it was about some things about the battle on Tianming's side. From the beginning to the end, they were at a disadvantage in the battle. In fact, according to their technology, every battle should not be fought like this. The abnormality here made him alert immediately, and then he felt that the route of failure on the Tianyi civilization side seemed to have been planned long ago, and there was no even one defeat and escape. The so-called defeat and escape means being caught off guard by the enemy, and then not knowing how to deal with such a situation for a while. In this case, it will be very chaotic when returning. Although the probability of such a thing happening is very low, it is impossible for it not to happen once, and the area chosen by the opponent always gives him a feeling that he can't describe. Although it is unclear what happened, if nothing unexpected happens, the next step is the final battle. I have to admit that the celestial civilization is very powerful. But if they have so many enemies, including other allied civilizations, then the outcome of this war is really hard to say. Although it feels a bit outrageous, if nothing unexpected happens, there will be a final answer tomorrow. As he spoke, he began to use the player's vision to continuously collect various battle data. Similarly, the technology he obtained in these days is also being continuously strengthened and researched, which has improved his current strength to a certain extent. Although it is still at the micro level, he can now arrange many macro arrangements at the micro level. If everything goes well, then it will be time for me to appear soon after this battle. After this battle, the celestial civilization will step down, and after the celestial civilization steps down, the next step will be the civil war among many civilizations. So there is naturally nothing to say about this battle, which is basically coming to an end. And the time when he appeared was the last stage of the internal, and he made a move against some of the last surviving civilizations. In this way, many civilizations launched the final general attack. Many civilizations sent out almost all of their warships. This battle is also the largest battle in the universe at present. The fire in the weak field illuminates the countless light years around. The huge energy fluctuations wantonly washed away everything around. Even if it was a complete planet, it would be instantly shattered if it was affected by the aftermath of this battle. In this battle, all civilizations have already taken out the ability of armor, and the celestial civilization naturally took out everything it had. There is nothing to say about this battle, which will determine the true fate of the universe. The players were also filled with emotion about this battle, because they had waited for this battle for too long. In fact, it was not only their other civilizations that were like this. When these civilizations knew that they were made, and that they were canaries controlled in a cage, they went crazy. The purpose of their constant efforts was to break free from the shackles of this cage. It was unknown how many years had passed before they had the current result, and they succeeded. And now they are about to achieve a truly great feat, because it won't be long before this special civilization that created them will be trampled under their feet. How ironic that the creators trampled the creators under their feet. As time went by, the war was about to come to an end. According to the current offensive, it would not take long for the living forces of the celestial civilization to be completely cleared. At this time, inside the celestial civilization, as we thought, they took action. Everything is going according to our original plan. I have to say that these civilizations are quite capable. But judging from the current situation, what we can do now is actually very simple, that is, to get rid of them all. Although not all civilizations have been called out this time, the number of civilizations left should not be too many, and it will not take too much time to clean them up later. It's almost time to end this battle farce. As the voice fell, a super building of the celestial civilization. This is a huge disc-shaped building, which slowly opened at this time. The sophisticated mechanical structure inside makes anyone unable to move away after taking a look. The eyes begin to penetrate with the faint sunlight, and then a diamond-shaped crystal appears in the center of the disc. The crystal contains something similar to a small universe. From a distance, you can see the stars flowing, as if this is a miniature version of the reduced universe. Concept weapon Joe, start to activate. As the mechanical electronic sound rang out, huge energy began to gather here. Celestial civilization, almost all the energy is gathered here of course. This special equipment is also specially installed with various auxiliary things, to ensure that the energy is sufficient when using it. Every time this special weapon is used, the energy consumed is huge. This energy is not something that ordinary civilizations can afford. Even celestial civilizations need to accumulate for many years. And this is also their greatest murderous aura, and it is also the basis for them to control the entire universe. Conceptual weapons. It is also because of this thing that they firmly believe in the existence of God, because according to legend, this weapon is left for them by God. This is a special prop used by God to control the entire universe. In their ancient legends, they once had a person who ascended to the throne of God and became a true God. And these things are what he left for his descendants, and through the things discovered over the years, including the many civilizations of the small universe, all tell the truth of this matter. Perhaps this weapon is a legacy of an ancient writing, but how to explain those small universe civilizations that suddenly appeared? Current technology cannot reach this level. Evolve a truly multidimensional universe, allowing many civilizations to develop there, and develop to the current technology. At this time, the commander-in-chief of the celestial civilization appeared here. His whole body was wrapped in a special power, and he just looked at the small universe floating in front of him. Energy charging 20%, 30%, when the charging was completed, the universe emitted a dazzling light. For a moment, the stars flowed. Then a large amount of energy began to gather. At this time, the commander waved his hand. In a moment, the celestial civilization, the area where it was located was infinitely magnified, and around it, countless densely packed dots could be seen emitting little starlight. It was like observing this war from a higher dimension. And at this moment, the attacking civilization seemed to notice something. Through their observation devices, they saw a huge phantom, looking down at them from a higher place. They looked so small in front of this virtual. What is this? At this time, everyone was confused. They didn't understand what was happening at all. What exactly is this thing in front of them? They were also confused. But what they knew was that this matter might be a bit complicated. The next moment, the phantom waved his hand, and then a majestic force appeared out of thin air. The besieged warships were turned into dust under this special force. Even their super-author celestial bodies could not withstand such an attack. This was just an ordinary attack, followed by another attack towards this side, and the next time a large number of warships were destroyed here. Seeing that the situation was not good, many civilizations wanted to escape, but they suddenly found that this area had been blocked. They had no way to leave here. As a last resort, these civilizations had to fight back desperately, but their attacks easily passed through the huge phantom and did not cause any damage to it. The next moment, the attack came again. All civilizations were shocked by the scene in front of them, and could not speak. They could only watch their warships being destroyed so easily. At this moment, they understood what it meant that all beings were equal, regardless of the level of technology. There was no possibility of resistance under such an attack. Unable to be attacked, they could only passively bear the damage. All their armies were harvested as easily as wheat, and they had no way to resist. At this moment, everyone understood the reason. Why did this battle go so smoothly? It was not because they fought smoothly, but because the other party did it on purpose. They just wanted to attract as many civilizations as possible, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. No one could have thought of this, because no one knew that this civilization actually had such weapons in its hands. So for this conspiracy, they had no way to fight against it. After all, the situation was very clear, and there was a limit to what they could do. In this war, the civilizations present saw what powerful weapons are, and they also experienced what despair is. The originally good situation was reversed at this moment. Facing the opponent's unreasonable weapons, they had no room for resistance at all. They didn't even know how to deal with this weapon, because it was the first time they encountered this special weapon. This weapon gave them the feeling of attacking from a high dimension to a low dimension, but it was completely different from their dimensional weapons. This was not at the same level. The opponent attacked them from a conceptual level. They had no room for resistance at all. Although the principle was not clear, many civilizations knew that they were afraid that they would be finished this time. As they thought, these civilizations had no power to resist, and could only watch themselves being destroyed by the enemy. When everything was settled, everything returned to peace. The army that was originally besieging had long disappeared. The dream of taking down the celestial civilization was shattered. Only a few civilizations still had some remaining warships in other places. They relied on these to avoid tracking and then find an opportunity to make a comeback. Chapter 1088. Sudden changes, sudden attacks. This is a completely incomprehensible way. Such a battle ended too suddenly. So suddenly that no civilization reacted. Of course, if you think it's over, then you underestimate this weapon. This battle made many civilizations understand that they failed this time, but the impact of failure has not ended yet. To be precise, the opponent has just started. After all the participating fleets were destroyed, this attack has not ended. A pair of eyes in the void are watching the entire universe. He seems to be the most sophisticated instrument, patrolling the entire universe to derive the anomalies in the universe. No civilization can escape such observation. This universe seems to have no secrets in an instant. Soon a hidden base of a civilization participating in the siege was discovered. The next moment, a vast and unstoppable force pressed towards this area, and then everything in this area turned into nothingness. Similarly, in the universe, it is possible to see some warships, which are being eliminated madly, and are far away from the place where the celestial civilization is. However, just halfway through, all the warships suddenly stopped, and they could not move anymore. The time of the entire universe fell into a war stop at this moment. When the entire universe returned to normal again, the warships that were sailing began to fall apart like building blocks. There are also some civilizations that think they are well hidden, but they find that the buildings of all their individual civilizations are like fragments, and they are slowly breaking apart. This is a huge catastrophe. For many civilizations in the microcosm, today's experience will leave them with a deep impression. Countless civilizations have been destroyed by this strange means. In front of this force, they have no room for resistance. All technology seems to be non-existent in front of this force. It cannot be stopped and cannot cause any harm to it. This impression will even affect the entire universe, and the universe is respecting this will. Finally, when everything is over, the dust has settled. This is a disaster. In the microcosm, there are very few surviving civilizations. Only a few civilizations have escaped this great cleansing. A large number of civilizations finally ushered in the end. They finally left the microcosm and thought they could gain a foothold here, but they ended up like this. They had struggled in the microcosm for countless years, and never thought that they would leave like this. No one could have imagined it. What is certain is that when this time comes to an end, the dream of all civilizations to dominate the universe should be shattered. Now they can only pray that they can survive, and nothing else. The past glory will be a passing cloud. Now they have no ability to make a comeback. Compared with other civilizations, Jiang Yao's side is different. He witnessed all this with his own eyes, what he saw, the incredible means, and also saw the civilization that had no resistance under such means. He couldn't believe it. These proud civilizations were destroyed so easily, and there was no room for resistance. All of this happened so suddenly that no one could react. After the great purge that destroyed these civilizations, Even if he was at the microscopic level, he suddenly felt that he was being watched. At that time, he did not dare to make any move. Fortunately, all this was an illusion. He escaped the other party's observation. If he entered the macroscopic level, he would probably be one of the many invaded civilizations. He died so unclearly. What kind of means is this? There is no room for resistance at all, and it cannot be resisted by conventional means. This time, the shock he brought to him was too profound. All the things he had studied before had no room for resistance under this special attack. The only thing they could do was to endure it silently. Fortunately, I didn't participate in the crusade. I didn't show up from beginning to end. So I escaped this attack, but if there is such technology, then we have no chance at all. I am afraid that the situation in this world has been doomed from the beginning. If we continue like this, they will find us sooner or later. At present, we can only be active at the micro level. In fact, he also knows that for this level, it is just that the other party does not have so much energy to manage it. When it comes to action, they will definitely clean up this level. At that time, he will really have no way to retreat. Now it is just to solve all the civilizations that have entered the macro level. After all, their energy is limited, and it is impossible to be comprehensive. Because of these reasons, there are very few things that these civilizations can do now. All macro-level layouts must be careful. Once the opponent activates this weapon again, all your layouts will be in vain. This is really unsolvable. With such a heaven-defying technology, there is no way to fight this battle. It is unreasonable for the opponent to destroy you directly from the conceptual level. The opponent's incredible means are really hard to understand. Wipe out everything you have directly from the conceptual level. Concept-level weapons. This only exists in fantasy. Ignore any restrictions, no conditions, no reason. This is his evaluation of concepts and weapons. If you want to compete with it, then you must have the same weapon. But this is obviously a foolish dream. At this time, on the side of the celestial civilization, using this other weapon is also a great burden for the entire civilization. All the energy prepared for thousands of years has been used up. It only lasted less than a minute. As expected, with our current personnel level, we are simply unable to control this weapon for a long time, but for the current situation, even 1 minute is enough, because no civilization can withstand this level of attack. Although your technological level has even reached our level, it is still useless. Without this conceptual level of weapon, you have no way to fight us at all. We can directly erase the fact that you exist. This weapon fascinated the commander, and there was no reason to explain it. Any defense, any technology seemed to be non-existent in front of this weapon, and he could destroy it directly as long as he wanted. Although the cost of using it was very huge, it could have a decisive effect. Everyone thought that they had won the game, but encountered such a result. This was something no one had expected, and no one would ever expect it. After all, you are just a civilization from a small universe, from a civilization of an incomplete universe. Your vision determines many things, and you cannot compare with us. But for us, all this is unimportant. Because you have already left the stage of this universe, there is no chance to come back, and we will still rule this universe. As for some small civilizations hidden in the dark, they can no longer pose any threat to us. As long as we have time, we can clean them up at any time. But I have to say that this incident must be taken seriously. I originally thought it was just a small matter. Who would have thought that such a weapon would be used? Or if there was no such weapon this time, we might have been destroyed immediately. Although they won this battle, the disaster brought by this battle made them understand a truth, that nothing can be taken lightly. There are always some things that will be out of their control, and the supervision of every detail and everything that may pose a big risk must be strengthened. If the previous supervision is still followed, then there will be a second, third, or even more. This is not good news for this civilization. The lesson this time is profound, and their losses are very heavy. So they will naturally not allow the same thing to happen again. After all, the current situation has made them feel a little difficult. If there is a more difficult civilization in the future, or even a civilization that even conceptual weapons are useless, then they will really be out of luck. It's time to clean up the civilization. All the existence of research taboos must be completely wiped out. Some jumping clowns should also be completely kicked out. Maybe they were kept for some reasons in the past, but now it is impossible. They must die. This war must have an explanation. As the commander said this, he left here, and as he left, this instrument began to emit a faint light, and then this super weapon began to be gradually covered by blue crystals. Not long after, it returned to its previous appearance, and then the device began to slowly close and return to its previous state. Then this huge building began to disappear in the universe. With the end of this battle, the real reckoning began in the civilization. For a time, this civilization, which had just experienced a war, became chaotic. Many organizations hidden in the dark were dug out. They thought they were hiding very well, but in fact they were always under the control of the other party. The other party just didn't want to deal with them. But now it's different. This incident has touched the bottom line of civilization, and they will no longer tolerate such things happening. Many civilizations that were still secretly preparing to find opportunities to cause trouble were also in trouble. This time, the cleansing was so crisp that there was no room for easing. As long as what you are studying involves taboos, it will be cleared without hesitation. It must be said that the impact brought about by this time is very far-reaching, allowing many people who are ready to make a move to understand the strength of civilization. As the saying goes, you must first stabilize the internal situation before fighting against foreign enemies. Their current idea is to solve some internal problems first, and then clean up the remaining scum outside. Facing the really angry civilization, they finally understood the seriousness of the matter. This big cleansing will also create opportunities for many civilizations that are still hiding, allowing them to hide themselves deeper during this period. Paying a little attention to their actions, you can also guess something. So the surviving civilizations naturally cannot miss this opportunity. Jiang Yao. At this moment, he was in a dilemma. The first thing I have to do now is to cut off all macro connections and all macro layouts. There will be a long period of time before the Great Purge begins. I must ensure that I and the players can successfully survive this Great Purge. Now it seems that I need to rely on sleeping again. For him, this is a stupid method, but it is undoubtedly very useful. At present, this is the only method he has that can completely conceal himself. At least this method can ensure that he is foolproof. The concealment at the micro level is strong enough. With this method, when the liquidation begins in the later stage, he will most likely be able to escape. Although we have to start from the beginning again, at least we have to survive first, right? As long as we survive, the rest of the things will be easy to handle. When they think they have cleared all the invaders, then we can take advantage of their uncles to slowly develop ourselves. But before that, I must figure out their damn technology. After seeing the other party's unreasonable technology, he knew very well that if he didn't study that thing clearly, all his actions would be useless. The other party's technology restrained him tightly. No matter how well he developed, no matter what level he reached, the other party could easily make him return to the pre-liberation era. Let's take it one step at a time, and overcome the difficulties in front of us first. At least 90% of the small universe civilizations that have come here have been explained. If I hadn't been careful and tolerant, I'm afraid I would have been the same. In the next period of time, we will try to find out if the technology they use has any restrictions. We also need to find a way to resist it. After the last sleep, he also found the problem of this technology. Once entering this state, any research will stop, which means that he will gradually distance himself from others. In order to solve this problem, he figured out a new plan. During the sleep, formulate several research directions. Then leave some bugs to be responsible for these research, but they must be separated from the main civilization. All research results will be saved and will not be transmitted, so that no clues will be left. When the main civilization wakes up from sleep, these research results can be synchronized. Of course, in addition to this, there are other special technologies, such as storing all important information in genes. Even if the bugs responsible for the research are eliminated, as long as the genes are found, the contents inside can be read through various special means to preserve the results of the research. Chapter 1089. This idea is indeed very feasible. But the only problem is that the bugs left behind are very likely to be found by following the clues. After all, once the other party discovers this special creature and is still studying some messy things, it would be strange if there is no response. But if he doesn't do this, during the days of sleep, all his news will be completely blocked and all his technology will be completely stopped. What he looks like after waking up from intoxication is what he looks like, without any changes. This is not good for his subsequent development, although he did escape the Great Purge. And he dares to guarantee one thing, that is, he is definitely noticed. Although this feeling flashed at the time, but he had a premonition in his heart. The other party's technology is definitely not as simple as it seems, or they deliberately create an illusion that they will not be discovered at the microscopic level. In short, there are all kinds of possibilities. But the cost of trial and error is too high, he dare not gamble. He even considered that his guess was correct, so he planned to reserve a fake civilization. In this way, even if this place was really discovered, the other party would ignore him, who was sleeping after destroying this fake civilization. The reason for being so cautious was that the other party even pulled out this kind of conceptual weapon. God knows if this weapon has other characteristics. For example, something like a causal line. When he was looking for players before, he proved that this thing really existed. If it didn't exist, then he wouldn't be able to find the descendants of the players. If the other party can even take out that kind of thing, then will that thing have this ability? Otherwise, this fleeting gaze of mine could never be said to appear for no reason. In short, this time we must be well prepared for safety, and cannot make any mistakes. Anything that can be imagined or unexpected must be planned. So, he began to prepare according to his own plan. First, a batch of insects that have shed their shells were prepared. These insects have very low resources, and belong to the first generation of insects. The role of these insects is naturally very simple, just to confuse people. If I am really discovered and the other party will settle accounts later, then these insects will naturally become the target. At that time, the other party will solve these confusing guys, and may be able to ignore me. In addition to the natural research of insects, we must not fall behind, and all the research that should be done must be kept up. This time, he has arranged everything that can be thought of and prepared. It is divided into several dimensions in total. From the most basic fake civilization to separate research, and finally the place where he really sleeps. Of course, there is also insurance. It is not difficult to guess what this insurance is. It is naturally the players. After thinking about it, he decided to let the players continue to develop. Naturally, it is to help him attract firepower. After all, the players participated in the battle at the beginning. And the reason why he was exposed is probably related to this matter. If they disappear with him, and then the other party finds the bugs, it will be exposed immediately. So he can't let the players follow him. However, the planet where the players are located naturally needs to be strictly protected. Although it is still possible to be discovered, he can only try his best. After all, there is no perfect method in the current situation. The other party is determined to find the weapon he used before, and it is useless for him to hide anywhere. He is very helpless about this. This is the biggest problem of this universe. It is not like the small universe where he was before, which has many different universes. If the situation is not right, he can just sneak away to other universes and be safe. Even if you follow me, I will continue to sneak around in a few more universes, and I don't believe you can still find me. But it's different here. There is only one place, and there is no place to hide. And the other party has such a super standard weapon in his hand, which is simply cheating. But sometimes things are like this, although it is helpless, you have to face it. As he began to arrange his colleagues, the celestial civilization also carried out the internal cleanup of its own civilization at a very fast speed. Don't underestimate any civilization that has reached this level. When the decision is made, all obstacles are meaningless. This place is not like a low-level civilization. A casual decision will take a long time to be implemented. From the order to the execution, it will take no more than a day. A large number of battle records are densely gathered towards the designated area. Because the situation this time is serious, the civilization also issued a warning before the execution. The civilization will give them 1 day to report their situation, hand over the illegal items, stop future research, and accept inspection and review. Then you can pretend that you have done nothing, but if there is no action after 1 day, the civilization will take certain measures. But this warning is not effective, since the other party has already prepared for these things. So the war began. To be precise, it was one-sided. Because this time, the civilization did not have any intention of playing house. In the previous cleanup, they would not use real weapons. But this time is different. This time, they must solve the internal problems as quickly as possible before they can solve the external ones. This time, they have to solve all the problems as quickly as possible, and then target those civilizations that are still hiding in the microcosm. These civilizations are difficult to find, although the approximate locations of these civilizations have been found through conceptual weapons before. Who can guarantee that they will stay there all the time? They may run away when they find that the situation is not good. Every time they use this weapon, the price they need to pay is very high. It is impossible to say that they use it once in a while like playing house. So they must solve all the problems as quickly as possible, and then go to the places where these microscopic civilizations are hiding. This is their current plan, so this time the cleanup is completely different from the past. This time, they are divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a very normal stage. In this stage, they still carried out a small-scale cleanup as before. After the cleanup was completed, they immediately issued a notice to tell all those who were still hiding to come out honestly. The first batch of cleanup actually belonged to the cleanup without any important background and relationship, which did not need to be considered too much. After the first batch, the basic cleanup would involve a lot of things, so they did not want to involve so many problems at once, and gave them a chance. Because of the first warning, these people should know that they are serious about the second time. If they still have a fluke mentality at this time, they are just asking for trouble. So they know very well that as long as they use their brains a little bit, they will not continue to hide. Now they have also given a relatively easy and safe way to land. Tell them to accept a certain punishment, and this matter can be forgiven. If they really want to come out like this, they can whitewash their identities this time, so that there will not be too many problems in the future. This can also be regarded as giving these organizations, with so many forces involved, some opportunities. If they can't even grasp this opportunity, then it's hard to say in the later stage. But obviously, their action only made a small number of people think. More people still chose to continue hiding. They all had a lucky feeling that the people behind them had already hidden everything that needed to be hidden, so they didn't need to worry too much. But obviously, they underestimated it this time. As one warship after another flew out, the entire civilization fell into chaos, and some people found that the umbrella behind them was useless. Maybe their so-called protective umbrella could be of some use in the past, but now it is obviously useless. Even these protective umbrellas have been taken down. Facing these celestial civilizations that are still unwilling to surrender, they have lost their last patience. There are actually many reasons for this. The first reason is that they have too many things to consider. They are also worried that if the hidden civilization appears in the same situation as before, it will be embarrassing. These civilizations are hidden in the dark. If they are given a chance to develop all of a sudden, and then such a situation will occur again, although the probability is very low, nothing is absolute. For this reason, they need to bring this incident to an end as quickly as possible. So this time, they took the most extreme way for those who are still resisting or holding on to luck, and directly completely destroyed all kinds of weapons, and fired at these hidden bases without reservation. The next moment, the artillery fire was continuous. Although they resisted desperately, it had no effect. Facing the real powerful weapons here, what they studied seemed like a joke. One after another, the organizations that wanted to do things in secret were cleared out, and the people involved were also cleared out at the same time. This time they were unreserved, and this time, they wanted to make sure that nothing could go wrong. As time went by, all kinds of unstable factors were soon cleared out. This time's cleanup also expressed the real determination of the civilization side. Obviously, this time they were really scared. The cleaning this time lasted for a very short time. After all, it had to be solved as quickly as possible, and the handling method was very simple, directly taking real action, so basically no one could hold out for long. After all this was cleaned up, it was time to get back on track. The annoying guy has been cleaned up almost. At this moment, the commander looked at the many reports and muttered, "It is time to clean up these cancers that have been entrenched in civilization. In the past, we thought that their research might be useful or helpful to us, so we kept them. But now it seems unnecessary, because these guys might do something similar to you one day, which is not easy to deal with, so it is a good idea to get rid of them now. As for the forces behind them, they are useless. They are just a group of marginal figures, who have not really entered the power layer. Such people can only do some simple things for civilization. Their loyalty is not enough for important things. And now they are blocking the way for the development of civilization, so it doesn't matter if they are cleaned up. But I have to say that these guys are interesting, and have really made some useful things. Although they are all small gadgets. Perhaps in the past, they might have been spared for these reasons, but now it is obviously impossible. We must focus all our energy on the remaining civilizations. Compared with other people, the commander has a different view on these remaining civilizations. He knows very well that the civilization that can hide until now is the real opponent. Being able to continue hiding under the temptation of so many people is enough to show that they are not simple, and this kind of civilization is the most terrifying. Compared with those civilizations that jumped out at the beginning, those civilizations are not to be feared, so he will never allow these civilizations to make any big noise at that time. After all, it is too normal for them to make a big noise with their tolerance. So he is very concerned about this matter, especially if someone hinders him from completing this matter, then he will not hesitate to take action against him at any cost. This is also the reason why the big purge is carried out, because he knows very well that if this operation is not carried out, there will definitely be problems in the later stage, especially some civilizations may run over to unite with those organizations on his side. They can really do this kind of thing, and it will be more difficult to find these civilizations at that time. If they really hold back a big thing for you, it will be a big deal, so he does not allow such a thing to happen. As he thought about it, he saw a huge star map appearing in front of him, and there were many red dots on this star map. The locations of these red dots were naturally the locations of those microscopic civilizations. Through the conceptual weapon, he located all the microscopic civilizations that came to this universe, and now it was time to harvest them. I have to say that you are indeed a powerful enemy, but we will not give you a chance. It's time to end this farce. It is indeed relatively safer to be at the microscopic level, but we also have troops specifically targeting the microscopic. As the voice fell, the cleanup of these civilizations officially began. Chapter 1090. We will not show any mercy to the enemy celestial civilization. At this moment, the celestial civilization has made the final preparations for war. All combat units are ready. This time, their mission is to clean up the many civilizations at the microscopic level. Although there are not many civilizations left at present, if they are allowed to develop, they may still pose a great danger to themselves in the future. So considering this factor, they naturally need to solve the problem immediately. Through conceptual weapons, they have determined the general situation. They have already figured out some of the situations that should be figured out here, and now there are still many civilizations from the microcosm. The specific location, so it will be very simple to deal with it next. As these fleets at the microscopic level enter the enemy's area in a mighty manner, soon an invisible war begins. At this moment in a certain civilization, it's a close call. Fortunately, we didn't jump out at that time, otherwise we would probably be destroyed like them. But it's scary to think about it. I didn't expect that the famous celestial beings actually had such weapons in their hands. That's right. Who could have thought that the situation that was originally doomed to fail was reversed? But we have to admit that no civilization is simple. They can rule here for so many years, and still have such a status. It is enough to show that they are not simple. While they were still talking, the alarm sounded suddenly, and the communication request was connected. Oh no, the fleet of the celestial civilization is attacking. They are fleets at the microscopic level. We have no resistance at all. Everyone present was dumbfounded when they heard this. What do you mean? The fleet at the micro level is attacking. What's going on? And how did our position get exposed? We haven't done anything unusual since we came here. At this moment, everyone present was very confused. They didn't understand why they were suddenly found by the other side, and the other side also prepared relevant weapons specifically for them, which made them more or less unresponsive. Without thinking too much, they immediately called up the frontline combat projection, and as the projection appeared, many commanders present were stunned. At this time, they saw that dense celestial civilization warships had appeared outside their base, waiting for them here for a long time. They launched an attack here without hesitation, and under the bombardment of countless fierce artillery fire, their side. This scene made them panic immediately, because they really didn't expect that they would be found so quickly, and judging from the situation, the celestial civilization should have been prepared long ago. After cleaning up the macro civilization, they immediately turned their attention to the micro level. And the most important thing is when their position was exposed, and when the other side found their position. Until this moment, they seemed to have thought of something. Maybe it was when the other side used that special weapon to find it. Otherwise, they really couldn't figure out when they were exposed there. At the moment, they had no more choices, so they could only organize immediately. The fleet launched a counterattack, but it was obvious that the gap in strength between the two was too huge, so it seemed that soon, this civilization was conquered. There is no way. In a one-on-one duel, except for a very few civilizations, basically no civilization can be the opponent of the celestial civilization. After all, their strength is there, and if they don't have some skills, the celestial civilization will definitely not be able to persist until now under the siege of so many civilizations. At this moment, in the command room of the celestial civilization, this time is not bad. We solved the civilization so quickly, and we must speed up next. Before other civilizations have not reacted, we must solve them all. In addition, for other civilizations that have not yet attacked, we must also closely monitor them to ensure that they escape before our fleet is sent over. This time we can't let any civilization escape from our palms. Soon, the celestial civilization began the next action. This time, the civilization they found was not particularly strong. Basically, there was no resistance, and they were all eliminated. There are generally two possibilities for civilizations that are still in this dimension. The first is that they are powerful but very cautious. The second is that they know that they are weak and have no chance to participate in such a battle, so they just live their lives honestly. And the vast majority of those that are still in this dimension are not particularly strong. Of course, there are a few that are quite strong. When they find that something is wrong, they have already entered the state of running away. After all, if the bugs can find the problem, why can't they find it? Feeling that something was not right, they immediately started to run away just in case, so they would not be found in the short term. Of course, the celestial civilization is also constantly tracking this kind of civilization, because these civilizations are the most difficult to deal with at present. However, it is obvious that for the celestial civilization, it is only a matter of time before they find them. Since they have decided to catch them all, they will naturally leave nothing behind. The other party is in a state of escape, and the speed of resource acquisition and development in all aspects must not keep up with the pace, so they are not worried at all that the other party will develop at that time. In this way, several civilizations were easily taken down by the celestial civilization soon, and through the various technologies left by these civilizations, and the information about the distribution of the universe and so on, combined with the data collected by their side during this period of time, the natural enemy civilization has determined almost all the civilizations that have entered here. Before, they did not know exactly how many civilizations there were. Now that they have obtained so much data, after comparing with the data of multiple civilizations, they finally determined the total number of civilizations that have come here. After determining the number, they began to check the clean civilizations. After rounds of data screening, the specific situation was soon clarified. Including the civilizations they have cleaned up, the total number of all civilizations now should be around 7 to 8. This made the commander of the celestial civilization feel relieved. That means there are only a few little mice left. If TLI is like this, it shouldn't take long to get rid of them all. In that case, let's work harder. The celestial civilization immediately began their final finishing. However, sometimes it is the most difficult to deal with at this stage, because there are definitely many civilizations that can survive until now. Either they have a very good ability to escape, or they are extremely strong. In short, there must be their own highlights. And the failure of the celestial civilization once proved this point. This time, the celestial civilization targeted the civilization marked as number 3 by him. At this moment, the commander of the civilization looked very serious when he saw the last picture sent from his side in the command room. In the picture, their fleet was easily destroyed by the enemy, and it was destroyed without any resistance. How is this possible? How did these guys bring it? Impossible, they definitely don't have such technology. Originally, he thought that no matter how strong the civilization here was, it would not be that strong, so for the subsequent finishing work, he still felt that the problem should not be too big. But after seeing how this civilization destroyed his fleet, he knew that things might be a bit serious. The other side used a special weapon, and then their warships slowly began to disappear, and then no trace could be found in the universe. But how is this possible? This is a conceptual weapon. The commander stared at the screen at this moment. To be honest, he really didn't believe that the other side could research such a terrifying weapon. Although the conceptual weapons they showed were not particularly strong, once they touched this field, it would be completely different. Only concept sets can compete with concepts and weapons. Take their concepts and weapons for example. If they use such weapons against this civilization can also use this type of weapon, and the result of the collision between the two will not cause any damage. Simply put, in the current situation, they have no way to use concepts and weapons to destroy the enemy. And the enemy also has no way to use this weapon to solve the problem. The two have reached a balance point at a certain level, so if they decide the winner, they will fight with their own fleets. The particularity of concept weapons determines that the strength of this weapon is basically the same. The biggest problem with this weapon is that once the opponent also has the same weapon, your advantage will disappear, because neither of you can use this weapon to cause damage to the other party, and the collision of the two concepts will eventually disappear. There is nothing else. So the next step is naturally the confrontation between conventional weapons. This problem is naturally very big. No matter what the cost, this civilization must be destroyed, and this civilization must never be allowed to exist. However, when the commander just made this decision, there was suddenly a heartbreaking news. They lost track of this civilization. Of course, it cannot be said that they lost track of this civilization. In fact, the situation is that they could have found this civilization, but who would have thought that after the conceptual weapons they used destroyed all their surrounding monitoring equipment and other things, the other party immediately ran away. It is obvious that this wave of operations was premeditated by the other party. This made the commander very angry. The enemy that posed the greatest threat to him actually slipped away right under his nose. Although he wanted to find this civilization at all costs, he knew very well that he had to get rid of other civilizations. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he gave other civilizations a chance. In the end, He had no choice but to report the matter and arrange other fleets to continue the action. What he didn't know at the moment was that the civilization they called Number 3 was running away frantically. In fact, they didn't have much attack power. This is a very special race, called the Ghost race. They themselves are a special thing. They can evolve to this level completely because of their specialness. Their own strength is not strong, and even the various technologies or other things they have developed are not very good. Among many civilizations, they can only be a mediocre level. As for the reason why they developed conceptual weapons, the most critical reason is because of their own specialness. In a sense, they are the product of concepts themselves, and they didn't have any ideas in this regard at the beginning. Then when the celestial civilization used that weapon, it seemed to open the door to a new century for them. Then they found that if they wanted to use similar attacks, they could do it, but their technology did not know the principles and how to mobilize them. So they came up with a good idea, which was to use themselves as a medium to trigger this special attack. Although every time it was used, many masters would definitely be lost, but as long as civilization could continue, these losses would be worth it. Then they succeeded. They successfully used their own characteristics to trigger this very special attack, and it also created a good effect. Then, with this opportunity, they naturally ran away immediately. Even if they used themselves as fuel, they would consume a lot of energy to use this attack, and they were still using it in a small range. Even so, this consumption was not something they could afford, and every time their tribesmen would lose a lot of energy. For this reason, they used this to clear the surrounding area and then ran away immediately, without any intention of fighting. It is no exaggeration to say that if they were caught, or they could not use this weapon at this time, any civilization could solve them. But because of their own special characteristics, they could use it. At this moment, this civilization was also very panicked, and the reason was very simple. They also saw the operation of the celestial civilization. It was obvious that the other party was going to clean up the microcosmic universe, but they had no way to resist. They could only become one of the objects to be cleaned up, and compared with other civilizations, their combat effectiveness was very weak. So they are naturally worried about their future. Anyone would be worried about this situation. Now they just hope that they can successfully escape this disaster. They also know that they will be targeted after using this kind of weapon. Maybe they can hide for the time being, but once the remaining civilizations are cleared, they will definitely come to them. But they have no way, they have no ability to change anything. Chapter 1091. In fact, they are also very worried now. After all, this time the celestial civilization obviously hates them, and is ready to take real action against them. What should we do? Our civilization itself is not strong. If we don't have this characteristic, we can't be the opponent of those civilizations at all. After surviving the disaster, the ghost civilization is also very troubled. They now know that they are being targeted, and because of their characteristics, the other party will definitely keep a close eye on them. So they will definitely be taken care of in the later stage. If possible, I would like to think of a way to unite the remaining civilizations. The probability of everyone surviving together will definitely be greater, but it is obvious. There is no mutual distrust between civilizations. On the surface, no civilization can really calm the situation, so it is even more impossible. He knew very well that these so-called surviving civilizations were nothing more than lingering on. There is no other way. Now the other civilization is so powerful that they naturally cannot compete with it. Now for them, being able to survive is already good enough. What else can they expect? But they are very unwilling. Now they don't even have the chance to survive. Although they know very well that there is no other way, after all, their enemies are too powerful. At this moment, they are also discussing how to arrange the next step. In short, this time is also a very difficult challenge for them. If they can survive, then everyone will be happy, and they will be able to live here safely in the future. But if they can't survive in the end, there is no need to think too much. But the current situation is mostly the latter. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. We must find these civilizations to cooperate with, and find ways to contact the civilizations that are still hidden. Then cooperate with them, so that we can have a glimmer of hope. The ghost civilization made a decision very quickly. There was no other way. They had no other choice now. Either they cooperated with other civilizations to fight, just in case they succeeded, or they went directly to the scene and gave their heads away. So, they began to try to contact these civilizations. Some civilizations that were easily found would naturally be ignored at the first time, because they knew very well. The strength of these civilizations was here, and it was impossible for them to pose any threat to the enemy. What they really wanted to find was the kind of civilization that was hidden very deeply, and then they would provide help to them after they were found by the celestial civilization and had nowhere to go. Then everyone would discuss the alliance, and let everyone unite together through the crisis. This is also the most reliable method at present. But in this way, they would inevitably be discovered by the celestial civilization. Originally, they were eyeing them covetously, and after such a wave of operations, they were dancing on the grave. But even so, they still decided to take the risk. There was no other way. If they didn't take the risk, they would just have to wait for death. So they soon found another civilization that was strong enough and was targeted by the celestial civilization, and then the two sides naturally started fighting. Just like their situation, the other side was beaten back as soon as they fought. At this time, the ghost civilization appeared and began to discuss the matter of cooperation with them, because the ghost civilization could release special attacks by burning itself, and in fact all their attacks were carried out in this way. However, if they want to kill instantly, the price they pay will be very high. With the help of other civilizations, they only need to play a supporting role. In this way, the damage of other civilizations themselves plus their support will not be bad. And this civilization also knows that under the current situation, they have no room for resistance at all. Naturally, it would be good if a civilization joined, so they agreed without hesitation. The strength of the two civilizations has indeed improved. First of all, the defense and attack that the ghost civilization can provide have greatly improved the strength of their warships, which allows them to fight on equal terms with the celestial civilization. The two sides cooperated with each other, and the first round of the celestial civilization ended in failure. Of course, they also knew that the celestial civilization would definitely prepare for the second round of battle, and the number of warships sent out next time would definitely not be small. So in order to ensure that everything is foolproof, they decided to leave here. After all, they are not stupid, and it is impossible for them to come to fight the celestial civilization head-on. At this moment, whether it is the ghost civilization or this civilization, they have not realized how much of a threat their operation is to the celestial civilization. As I expected, this special existence may be a product of concepts in nature. The reason why they can use such attacks is also for this reason. And the most important thing is that if I am not wrong, their strength is probably far more than this. They should have other ways or other modes, but this race has not developed them yet. However, it is undeniable that this race must be a huge threat to us and must be produced as soon as possible, otherwise the impact on us in the later stage will be very large. Especially their own characteristics, which are more helpful for us to study the subsequent conceptual weapons, so we must capture them all or destroy them all. In short, we can't let them continue to jump around in the microscopic world. To be honest, this is the first time they have encountered a special creature like the ghost civilization, so they are naturally very concerned about it. The strongest point of this creature is that their essence is actually a conceptual product, which is what they pay the most attention to. They have no clues to study conceptual weapons at all. The conceptual weapons in their hands are just the legacy of their predecessors. In their eyes, the so-called god they spread may have evolved to the conceptual level. However, now there is a creature that is of this type, which makes them naturally very curious about it. They even have reason to suspect that if this creature goes one step further, it may become the god in their legend. This is naturally a threat to them, but also an opportunity. If they can find out the situation of the other party, they may be able to master the principle of the real conceptual weapon. At that time, they may be able to fulfill their long-cherished wish that they have never achieved. Naturally, they would definitely be very concerned about this civilization. There was no other way but to pay attention. With what the other party had shown now, no one could stand such temptation. So they decided to send more fleets over, and even prepared to miniaturize the main fleet, and then go to the microscopic civilization to bring all those guys back. Will it be too risky to send out the main fleet directly? At this moment, everyone in the meeting room of the celestial civilization was discussing a question. After the macro goes to the micro, it is impossible to restore the macro again. So if we send out the main fleet, it means that we must rebuild a brand new main fleet at the macro level. Otherwise, you should know it very well. I believe you have seen the previous battle scenes, and you should have some understanding of the opponent's situation. So you should understand what I mean. The opponent is definitely worth our efforts. If we do not send out the main fleet and continue to send out those small formations, it will not have much impact on them. They can find a civilization to cooperate with at random, and the strength they can exert can pose a threat to us. So if we want to destroy them, we must show our true abilities. And for us, that special civilization is actually a huge threat. If they really reach the realm we imagine, what should we use to resist? Don't forget that this race may be born with a conceptual attack method, which is the biggest threat to us. If they continue along this path, one day they may even reach a realm far beyond our imagination. We will never allow a second entity in this universe to use conceptual weapons. In this way, everyone discussed that the conceptual weapons used by the ghost civilization itself have too many uncertainties. For the celestial civilization, it is simply like a thorn in the throat. They naturally cannot accept that such a civilization can be active under their noses for a long time. As long as you can master the conceptual weapon, even if there is only a slight possibility, they must eradicate it. Now the other party is not saying that there is only a slight possibility, but can actually use it, so for them, this threat is naturally very huge. So they also began to think about the feasibility of sending the main fleet directly over, and finally after many discussions, they decided that they would directly send the main force at that time. Although the loss will be very large, there is no other way. Because they can't rest assured if they don't completely eliminate this civilization. While they were still discussing this matter, another thing happened on the other side. The ghost civilization was naturally noticed by the players, especially their weird way of fighting, which made the players shine. Brothers, I send you a video. I feel like this civilization has something. They can possess other civilizations. Oh my god, what's going on with this civilization? I feel like there's something resurrected on the warships of other civilizations that can provide them with certain defense and attack assistance. And you can see that their attacks can cause very effective damage to celestial civilizations. Brothers, do you mean to unite with this civilization? Will they agree? They will agree. I saw the celestial civilization go to find them before, and then they had a fight with them. Of course, they didn't win. To be precise, they won and destroyed the fleet of the celestial civilization, but they seem to have suffered heavy losses using that special attack. So after using it, they ran away, and then I followed them quietly from behind. Later, they found a civilization. It seems that this civilization was also targeted by the celestial civilization and fought with the celestial civilization. As a result, you don't know that they came to unite with this civilization, and the two of them fought against the celestial civilization and defeated the celestial civilization. Hearing the player's story, everyone was also very surprised. No, buddy, how can you know so much? I go to follow them all the way. How bored you must be. It doesn't matter whether it's boring or not. The important thing is that I feel that we can talk to this civilization and see if we can consider cooperation. I think the probability of success of the negotiation is very high. If we combine them from now on, I feel that the strength of the two will definitely not be bad. The players discussed this, and the more they looked at it, the more feasible it was. Moreover, the cooperation between the two sides would help each other, which would be of great benefit to both sides. Naturally, there was no reason to refuse. So, after some discussion, they decided to negotiate with this civilization. Soon, the players sent out bugs to find this civilization and discuss this matter with them. Although the players' plan was very complete, the final result was not satisfactory. Thank you for your trust in us, but we don't want to unite too many civilizations. We already have a partner, so we don't plan to unite with other civilizations. These were the original words of the other party, and this made the players look at each other in bewilderment. So it was obvious that they were rejected on the spot. This made the players feel a little uncomfortable for a while. Oh my god, this civilization really doesn't understand things. If we unite multiple civilizations now, the probability of survival will definitely be greater. Even if they don't trust it, after all, it's very risky to unite with a civilization. And you don't know? I also asked a little bit. If they unite with another civilization, they will only send troops. As for their bases, they will hide and will not show up. To put it bluntly, they just play a supporting role. Hearing this, everyone probably understood the meaning. Maybe the civilization's intention is to help some guys who are fighting with the celestial civilization. Of course, they will delay as much as possible, and then create enough opportunities and time for themselves. After all, with their help, the timeline for the celestial civilization to solve the lower will be stretched very long, and this is their purpose. For themselves, they may also want to use this event to block it more tightly, or to develop it well. In short, they must have their own ideas. Chapter 1092. The negotiation error this time will naturally have a great impact on the players. First of all, they are definitely exposed. God knows whether they will be dragged down after the two civilizations are destroyed. After this period of understanding, they also arranged a lot of spy bugs before, and also figured out the current situation of this universe. There is nothing much to say about the current situation of this universe. It is nothing more than divided into several points. First of all, the first point is very simple, that is, to integrate the civilizations currently contacted, and only in this way can we compete with the celestial civilization. For the situation of this civilization, after understanding it from many aspects, the players have almost figured out the situation. The opponent's strength is very strong. They are like little chickens in front of the opponent, there is no difference, and the opponent can easily control them. So their own safety is very important to them. They themselves have no ability to compete with the opponent, but this is understandable. If they have such strength, then it will be a different situation. They are naturally very clear about this. It is no exaggeration to say that none of the currently surviving civilizations have the ability to do so. The Ghost civilization can indeed provide strong assistance, but the effect it has is just a drop in the bucket, because they still have no way to truly compete with the other party, while the other party has a way to easily deal with them. How long the civilization they help can last is a position, and through understanding, the players also understand the situation of this civilization. Simply put, there is nothing much to say about the strength of this civilization. Its own strength is very weak, and the number of their troops is really not good. The Ghost civilization itself has a strong reproductive ability. In fact, the most critical thing for them is themselves. And the civilization they are now united with cannot provide them with such help and support. To put it bluntly, if the civilization they are cooperating with dies in large numbers, there is no way to replenish enough troops in a short time. This is a huge flaw. If this flaw is not solved, then they will only be controlled in the future. It is also for this reason that this civilization can only provide certain help to it at this stage. Once the other party uses power, they can't fight a few games at all. But the players are different. They have the ability to increase their own troops in a short period of time, which is also their biggest advantage. They are not afraid of huge losses in a certain battle, because it is not difficult to replenish. So, our two civilizations are complementary. Why would they choose to reject us? I don't understand it either. To be honest, there is really no need to say more about how huge the gap in strength between us is. They should also understand that survival is the first factor, which is true for both us and them. Shouldn't we unite to solve the current crisis at this time? I don't understand it, and I don't understand it. But you have also seen the situation of this civilization. They can use a special attack method, and this attack method can cause great damage to celestial civilizations. To be honest, with their cooperation and us, I feel that we may be able to fight against the celestial body. Just when everyone was still discussing this matter, a player seemed to have thought of something. Brothers, I'm afraid I have guessed the general reason. The reason why the other party is unwilling to cooperate with us may account for a large proportion. After hearing what this player said, everyone present also looked at him curiously, waiting for his next words. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid they are very afraid of us. Hearing this, everyone present was also full of question marks. Indeed, on the surface, if we cooperate with each other, it is undoubtedly the best choice. But have you ever thought that the characteristics of both sides are almost the same, and they are all through the evolution route? Then we must have a lot in common. Just like we cooperate with them, we will evolve in their direction, and their samples must be very useful to us. Over time, when we evolve to their level, what do you think the result will be? Hearing this, everyone immediately understood something. Obviously, the other party must be worried that they will abandon us after we have done our work. We can find their cooperative customers, and they will subconsciously think that we have the confidence to evolve the other party's things faster than them. Then for the Ghost civilization, the risk is very high. Once we succeed, and they don't copy the evolution of our side, then their strength will be much worse than ours. At this point, the two sides will definitely not be able to cooperate in the previous mode, and their lives will fall into their hands. It is also for this reason that they are unwilling to choose themselves even if they choose some civilizations with lower chances of winning. If this is the case, then things will be troublesome. In the current situation, you know that without their help, facing the celestial civilization, our chances of winning are really low. But soon another player thought of an idea. It is true that the chances of winning will be very low, but does it matter? Since they are unwilling to unite with us, I think we can also take some relatively extreme measures. We can revive them in large numbers, and then find a way to see if we can evolve in their direction. In this way, even if they don't unite with us, we can still hatch a large number of ghost bugs that can assist us. Everyone was silent when they heard this. Indeed, this is a way. But the impact of this method is very large. Even the enemies, who are united with the Ghost civilization, will attack us. At that time, we really have no ability to resist. But this player seemed to see everyone's concerns. Brothers, don't think too much. They can't do anything to us. The celestial civilization is not stupid. The problems we are worried about are definitely what they are worried about. For them, clearing the ghost civilization is definitely a higher priority than ours. By then, they will be too busy to take care of themselves. It won't be that easy for them to cause trouble for us. After hearing what this person said, everyone present was also somewhat moved. In the end, it's nothing more than the word interest. Where are there so many tricks? The reason why others want to touch you is not because of other reasons, but simply because the benefits are enough, then someone is willing to take the risk. If the benefits are not enough, no one is willing to come and offend you. This is the naked reality. From this starting point, they soon had an idea. Now that the situation is clear, the next thing to discuss is actually very simple. It's nothing more than whether the feasibility of the matter is high. For the players, if they want to survive, they don't have many choices. Of course, this is normal. What choice do they have? It's nothing more than whether they can find a way to fight against the celestial civilization. Now such a big method is in front of them. If they don't try to fight for it, then it will be in vain, right? If that's the case, then let's take action. First of all, there are not many opponents, and they are very strong, so I don't need to say more about fighting against them. We must find their nest, and then attack their nest. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that we must notify the celestial civilization of this matter. No matter what method is used, we must do this well. Hearing this, many players hesitated slightly. Brother, is your routine a bit heartbreaking? Not only do we do it with them first, but we also have to raise the guys who make a living for them. I always feel that doing this is more or less too unrighteous. You can't think like that. Being kind to the enemy is cruel to yourself. I believe you should also know that it will be a fight to the death. It is better to be safe than to take risks. In this way, everyone discussed this matter one by one. To be honest, if they really did this, it would be too much. But in the current situation, in order to survive, many things can actually be abandoned, and they have already made psychological preparations. After a period of discussion, they decided to do so. In order to prevent themselves from being liquidated in the end, they can only die and not die. In fact, from a certain perspective, everyone can have a better way to deal with this matter, but unfortunately, the other party does not seem to intend to be decent. In this case, the players can only do it themselves to give them a decent life. It's just that it's actually very difficult to find the other party. To put it simply, the other party is not stupid. They know very well that they are now the target of public criticism. Many civilizations are staring at them. So for their own face, the first thing they have to do is to hide themselves, and then consider other things. They are also very good at this. They are not ambiguous at all about hiding themselves. The players have no clue at all, because they want to squat there, and this idea is actually quite feasible. But these ghost civilizations are really like their names. They suddenly appeared in that area, and there is no trace of them at all. It is also because of this reason that the players have been squatting for a long time without any clues, which makes them have to doubt whether there is a problem with this idea. Then the players started another routine, which was also very simple. That is to release surveillance bugs. Although this way has great risks, especially if this kind of bug is discovered, the players will be exposed. Through the previous communication, the other party must know that the players are eyeing him. In this case, you still release bugs, which is simply exposing your situation to others. But now there is no way, we can only do this. Yes, the other party does not intend to cooperate with us at all. If we continue, we will be eliminated sooner or later. Instead of doing this, we might as well fight hard. In fact, sometimes players also think that various civilizations can actually unite, and then work together to fight and improve. This is very effective. If we did not use their special weapons at the beginning, then the result of all this would be their victory, so they are still more concerned about this matter. But later they really didn't understand. Under normal circumstances, everyone is now in a state of common hatred and hatred. Why do you still choose to take such extreme measures? Confronting each other, letting others take advantage for nothing. Until this moment, they understood the reason. In the current situation, in order to survive, sometimes some things have to be done. The so-called overall situation is not much meaningful compared to one's own survival. It is also for this reason that even if they cooperate, they are wary of each other, and it is impossible to say that they have shown their true abilities. In fact, if the ghost civilization had appeared earlier, the ending might have been different. During this period, the research of the bugs on conceptual weapons has entered a breakthrough stage. Although they have not yet figured out how to use them, they know the principles of this weapon, and will naturally distribute relevant information to the players, so the players are also very clear. If both sides have such weapons, it will not be effective. So if the ghosts were present at that time, the fleet of the United Civilization could be saved, but the United Civilization chose to hide at that time, resulting in the current situation. In fact, no one knew what the situation was at that stage. After all, the weakness of the ghosts is beyond doubt. Their special nature determines that they prefer to hide in the dark. It was also because of this reason that the final war failed, resulting in no chance of winning on the side of the small universe. It was also because of this reason that the players understood a truth, that is, only by getting everything that can be plundered, it is really useful, and other things are nonsense. After all, each civilization has different positions, and their own little thoughts. After making a decision, the players immediately took action. They began to cultivate special insects. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, many things must be prepared, especially after capturing the ghosts, follow-up research, and how the ghosts can make them survive longer. Some or prevent them from self-destruction, and other such things must all be taken into consideration. But the most important thing is that doing so will definitely attract the attention of celestial civilizations, and how to deal with this matter in the future is also something that needs to be considered. Chapter 1093. Of course, after having a plan, the next step is to execute it. The players did not have a particularly smooth execution process. The main reason is very simple, that is, the situation of the ghost civilization is much more complicated than expected. The whereabouts of the ghost civilization are too strange. In fact, if they are so easy to find, then the celestial civilization will not let them go. And they appear suddenly every time, and other players are not aware of it. But the players believe that they must have a gathering point, but the gathering point is now very well hidden. Their special way of perception makes it difficult for them to be exposed. However, after this period of research, the two families have also figured out some of the situation of the ghost tribe. According to our research, this race can be roughly divided into two stages. The first stage is the movement method of this race, which is very strange. First, it can exchange positions with each other, so that one ghost master can exchange multiple ghost tribes. This ability is simply against the sky. As long as a ghost group reaches a certain area, they can immediately replace other ghost groups. I don't know how long this skill lasts, or how long the distance limit is. At present, what can be confirmed is that they can exchange one for two at the same time. This ability allows them to enter infinite nesting dolls. The most important thing is that we have not found any traces left by this exchange, so there is no way to track them in this way. Apart from this, this race has only a few attack methods, but they are all very powerful. After our survey, we can now basically confirm that they do use conceptual attacks, but their methods are still in a relatively superficial place. At present, more than 90% of their 100% attacks are still conventional universe attack modes, and the remaining 10% are real concepts. Although the proportion is very low, it is actually very exaggerated. Basically, this is all the information we have at present, and we have no way to deal with the rest. During this period of time, the players have also sorted out all kinds of information, but the final result is not particularly satisfactory to them. There are still various problems that cannot be solved. Now they can only rely on the information in their hands to find the Ghost Clan's nest for the time being, compared to them at the Ghost Clan side at the moment. Chief, why do we reject that race? In fact, the characteristics of that race are more compatible with us, because we can both win by numbers, and they can even surpass us in numbers. In this way, each of their combat units can be equipped with a ghost. If we work together, our strength will definitely be much stronger than the civilization we are currently cooperating with. And the most important thing is that their speed of mobilizing troops is indeed much faster, which means that we don't need to worry about the problem of too many fleets from the other side, because the speed of mobilizing troops on both sides is sufficient. Hearing this, the ghost leader shook his head. You think things are too simple. Do you think I haven't thought of this? Of course, I thought of the reason. It is also for this reason that I am unwilling to cooperate with them. Indeed, if we work together, our strength will definitely be greatly improved, and we can cooperate with each other, so that our combat capability will be further improved. But you may have forgotten that their racial characteristics are almost the same as our racial characteristics, and they can evolve continuously. I am worried that if we get along with them for a long time, they will evolve all our abilities. In fact, their evolution speed is much faster than ours. By the time we barely master their abilities, I am afraid they have already optimized them. At that stage, if they want to turn against us, we will become fish meat at the mercy of others, so this is also the reason why I don't want to cooperate with them. After all, we will never know whether our partners are reliable or not in the future. For us, this is a huge risk, because they can rely on themselves to reach our level, but other civilizations we are cooperating with now cannot. In other words, we will always have interests involved, and there will not be too many problems. But it is different from them. They may only have such involvement with us in the early stage because they want to evolve our abilities. It took us such a long time to evolve to the level we are today. I believe you also know that the evolution speed of our race is very slow. As for that group of guys, I have never seen them in this small universe before. Of course, at our level, there are definitely many civilizations that we don't know. But I believe that they are not seen in the powerful civilizations that I don't know, which is enough to show that they may have reached this level recently. This also shows how great their potential is. So I would like to ask, who will evolve the ability of the race with such great potential first after a long time with us? I don't need to say more about this. So this is why I stay away from them. I am even sure that if we keep rejecting them, they will also attack us. This is why I asked everyone to be careful during this period of time. Hearing this, all the Ghost Tribe members immediately understood something. They have always wanted to get as many powerful foreign aids as possible to avoid being targeted by the celestial civilization in the later period, but they have overlooked this key issue. The powerful foreign aid must have sufficient interests with them in a short period of time. Only in this case can they cooperate well. It won't be said that there will be any problems, to put it bluntly. As long as the celestial civilization is not destroyed, they can only help each other forever. But if they cooperate with the bugs may evolve their abilities just halfway through the fight. At that time, their role in the bugs will be dispensable, and after such a long time of getting along, the bugs should have figured out their position. At that time, they really have no way to deal with them. This is what they are worried about, and it is also for this reason that they refused. However, they also knew that this was indeed a very big hidden danger. Once they did such a thing, it meant that they and the insects were already on opposite sides, and that race would definitely attack them at a critical moment in order to survive. However, they had no way to avoid this, because when making some decisions, they would inevitably offend another group of people. There is no way to have the best of both worlds in this world. For them, what they care about now is not whether Phone can have the best of both worlds, but how they can live in this world peacefully. After all, the enemy they are facing now is too powerful. As for whether they will come to trouble him from now on, or how to deal with it after finding him, this is a matter for the future. They are not without any solution. After all, the number of civilizations they have won over is not small. As long as there are enough, even if the insects dare to cause trouble, maybe it will not be them who will avoid it, but the insects may be killed in return. So for various reasons, it is impossible for them to cooperate with the bugs now. Of course, they are also very clear that the bugs are definitely eyeing them, and they have to ensure that every ghost will not be captured by the bugs. Even if they are captured, they must rescue them in time to prevent the bugs from researching something unfavorable to them at a critical moment. After all, they now have very few chips in this universe, which are of course very useful. Otherwise, they would not be able to unite with so many civilizations, and many civilizations have heard about them. After having such ability, they chose to cooperate as soon as possible, which is why they dare to operate like this now. In addition, there is a more critical reason. Their special ability is not innate, but acquired through acquired evolution. It can even be said that various scientific and technological means have no way to study this thing. It is also for this reason that they know very well that this ability must be acquired through evolution, which is also why they are more afraid of insects. Of course, they don't know the principle, but it doesn't matter. After knowing the general situation, they naturally can't rashly do something stupid. At this time, they gradually discovered that it is obvious that some insects can be found around from time to time. Just as they imagined, they have been targeted. In the civilization that can survive in this universe until now, there is no simple insect that is targeting them. They are also trying to get rid of the insects. There are only 2 evolved civilizations in the surviving civilizations. If the insects are solved, then their irreplaceability will be very large, and only then can they have a certain initiative. Because if the bugs are there, it means that they may replace them at any time. After all, the bugs can continuously acquire this special ability through evolution, and other civilizations in the universe are eager for this special ability, so there is no need to say more about the situation between the 2. Both civilizations have their own concerns. Of course, no civilization will be soft-hearted when dealing with the enemy. After all, kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Everyone knows this sentence, so now the ghost civilization is also secretly searching for the location of the players. As long as they find it, they will definitely find a way to let the civilizations that are currently cooperating with them unite, and send troops to solve the huge threat of insects. As long as this race is solved, the subsequent things will be very easy to handle. Of course, the players don't know much about this. They also found that the ghost civilization has also taken action against them, and they are not surprised about this. Among the information currently known to the players, this civilization has united with one civilization, so the players are not too worried. However, compared with the intelligence obtained by the player Jiangyao, he has found 4 cooperative civilizations. It is also for this reason that he is very clear. If the players are found, it is too easy for the ghost civilization to combine his relationships to wipe out the players. So he immediately began to remind the players by issuing tasks. The number of civilizations that the ghost civilization has currently united with is gradually increasing. The purpose is naturally to let them keep a low profile first. After all, sometimes some appropriate help is inevitable. After all, when you know a lot of important things, it is really meaningless to hide them. Unless the other party knows about this, it will not be of much use. But if it is useful, it is best to say that the consequences of being a Riddler are very serious. So he told the players everything he should say at the first time, so that the players can be mentally prepared, so as not to be caught off guard. At this moment, the players who received the news were naturally very surprised. They really didn't expect that the other party had done so much in secret, which made them speed up their own plans. In this way, both sides were preparing, until one day a player accidentally discovered the location of the ghost civilization while strolling around. To be honest, after this period of time, the two sides have tested each other, and in fact, everyone has a certain understanding of their respective locations. The follow-up is nothing more than seeing who has better luck, and at this moment it is obvious that the players have better luck. Now the players have found the other party's hometown in advance, so they immediately began to make arrangements, secretly began to gather various insects, and strive to defeat the other party in the first time, and then catch as many ghosts as possible. For this time, the players have prepared for a long time. In this way, after a period of preparation, the players immediately sent troops, and this time because it was a surprise attack, the other side failed repeatedly as soon as they fought. At the same time, the players also seized the time to start collecting various supplies. As for these, the ghosts will catch as many as they can. After all, they will rely on them in the later stage. This time, the players will run away after the fight. Once the area is almost beaten, and they have received enough benefits, they will run away in a flash. They dared not stay here any longer, otherwise they would be completely wiped out. After all, there were still many civilizations on their side, who wanted to come and help. If the players had not acted quickly enough, they would have been helpless when these people arrived. Chapter 1094. At this time, on the side of the ghost civilization. Damn it, these damn bugs actually found our base camp, how dare they? At this time, one of the commanders of the ghost tribe immediately began to organize a counterattack after receiving the news. However, in order to unite with other civilizations during this period, most of their ghosts were sent out. Although the remaining ones have combat power, they are still far behind the players, who are ready. At this time, the ghost tribe also showed their strength on the battlefield. Oh my god, the damage of this ghost is a bit outrageous. A player was also shocked when he saw his large army being killed in seconds. Brothers, spread out, these ghost tribes' attacks are ranged, and they are the kind of attacks that can ignore defense, but they will also consume their own strength when using this attack. Although the players suffered a lot of losses in a face-to-face encounter, they still found some problems with the ghosts. The biggest problem is that the ghosts are divided into two attack methods. The first is the conventional combat mode, and the second is the special attack. Especially when using special attacks, the ghosts are consuming their own lifespan. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. This race, like us, relies on its own strength. Compared with other technological civilizations, the situation on both sides is basically the same. So what's going on now? The attacks of these ghosts are a bit confusing. If they are scattered, they are no match for us alone, but if they use special attacks, not only the range is large, but the damage is also high, so we keep letting them use this attack and gather together to provide them with output space. In this way, the players discuss one after another. As the battle began, a large number of players could be seen on the battlefield controlling the insects and ghosts to fight. The two sides also fought back and forth. It was often seen that when the fight was fierce, a ghost suddenly used a special attack, and the insect fighting with him was almost finished. But at this time, the ghost's breath after using this attack began to wane, and just when he wanted to leave, another insect came. Now the situation on both sides is that the insects can't beat it in a single case. This is naturally referring to the ghost's normal attack mode, but if the ghost uses a special attack mode, although it can kill the insect, it will also die. This attack mode itself has a great impact on them. At this time, it is not suitable to continue attacking, But there is no way they have to fight with the other party now, and the other party will not let them go, so generally they will be killed by the insects after using it once. This time, both sides paid a huge price. Now it's nothing more than comparing which side has more troops, and which side's support comes first. In fact, it's not difficult and simple to fight this civilization. After all, the situation of this civilization is just like this. Its own strength is not very strong. It just relies on special attack methods, so it can fight against those who are much stronger than itself. However, if they encounter insects, it is equivalent to being restrained by nature. Indeed, these two races are actually connected to each other whether they are united or separated. If they unite, the two sides will cooperate with each other, and their strength will increase greatly. But the Ghost Tribe needs to be on guard. If they separate in danger, war is inevitable. However, the Ghost Tribe is not good at fighting insects, which are a race that has a fast speed of exploding troops and wins by numbers, because this race actually doesn't care much about losses. Their speed of exploding troops will not be slower than their own. In this case, they don't need to think too much, just keep exploding troops. When a group dies, there will be new ones immediately. Both sides consume in this way to see who consumes the other first. In fact, both civilizations are very clear that if the situation of the other party is delayed, it is really hard to say who will win in the end. After all, war is not about weirdness, but resources. It was indeed like this at the beginning. When the players captured enough numbers, they were ready to retreat. After all, no matter how powerful this race is, there will always be some fish that slip through the net or similar to termites. So what they have to do is very simple. Try to use a series of coercion and inducement to get their intelligence. Since these ghosts are willing to become captives, they must just want to survive. So just give them such a chance. They are still very happy to spit out some information, and they also know that it is probably difficult for them to leave here in this life. So the things in the past are just like passing by. Now they are just relying on their ability to surrender, so they have survived to this day. So they naturally have to show their value. So all kinds of information are revealed, and the players also know that things have changed, because the ghost civilization currently has a lot of people in alliance, and they must have returned to take revenge at this moment, which makes the players very puzzled. They really didn't expect that the other side would actually leave them a trick, but fortunately this time it was a surprise attack, so they ended the battle as soon as possible and then ran away. And this time the players also prepared a big gift for them. As early as after the war started, they successfully captured a certain number of them, and they began to reserve them. The purpose of the information here is naturally to wait for the celestial civilization to come. At this time, other civilizations that were allied with the ghost civilization also sent fleets to support them at the first time, but this takes time. The players are mainly capturing, not completely destroying, so the whole process is still very fast. So this time, their plan was extremely smooth compared to the previous time. The players completed the subsequent evacuation action very quickly. When the resource fleets of other civilizations came, the players had already disappeared. However, when these civilizations were still preparing to chase them, they suddenly found something wrong. Because the fleet group of the celestial civilization was already at the gates of the city, it scared all the civilizations. When the celestial civilization found that this was actually, after they found the lair of the ghosts, they became even more excited. Without further ado, they began to attack here. For them, this is the biggest threat in the entire universe, but this civilization has not yet grown up. For them, it is an opportunity, but this opportunity is fleeting, and they did not seize it last time. Although they have been looking for it these days, most of their energy is still put into finding other civilizations, which has not yielded any results so far. Now, not only are there 2 or 3 problems with results, but even this ghost is one of them. How can they not be excited? However, after this wave of operations, the next thing is even more exaggerated. The United Civilization began to clean up the entire ghost civilization, and the papaya in the picture found the place where many other ghost bamboos now live. Not only that, the civilizations of these 3 resources have been beaten extremely, but fortunately they did not expose themselves, so that they barely survived this wave. In short, this time the loss was heavy, at least for the civilization of the small universe, but it is not important for the players, because they have basically determined the current situation through this incident. Now there is basically no possibility of a comeback on the small universe side. The only thing to do now is to survive, and it is really hard to say whether they can attack the enemy later. Of course, for them now, at least this wave is considered to have survived, and there will definitely be more problems later, but fortunately, these problems will eventually have solutions. Of course, what will happen to them in the future does not seem to be that important. After all, as long as they can survive safely now, there are ideas for how to deal with it later. So now that they have understood the general situation, they are no longer panicking. The main thing is to research the things on the Ghost civilization side, so there shouldn't be many problems with quality assurance. However, it must be said that this time the players have seen a lot of things. If they hadn't made clear arrangements, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been so smooth. This also made them clearly aware of a problem. They really have no resistance to these civilizations. This includes the civilizations that they are fighting against. They are basically in this state now, and there is no way to deal with the other side. Whether it is them or other civilizations, they are in this state now. As long as the celestial civilization appears, then they really have to bear it hard. But the heartbreaking thing is that they can't bear it at all. This makes these civilizations immediately realize a problem, that is, their enemies are much stronger than they imagined. But fortunately, they also noticed this at the beginning, so they have been planning very clearly all along. Now what they need to do is to develop as safely as possible to the follow-up. After all, if they don't develop to the end, they will never know how to operate. Of course, all the plans are that they can develop to that level, but judging from the current situation, they feel that the possibility is very low, because now they, and some other civilizations around them will be completely crushed. The easy crushing is also because of this reason that makes them realize that the strength of the other party is really. Many times it has exceeded their imagination. I don't know how to defeat such a strong enemy. To be honest, I feel that we are no match for them in our current situation. So this is the most heartbreaking thing. I really can't figure out how to get rid of the enemy. The gap in strength is too obvious. You didn't see how many civilizations rushed over and just collided with the celestial civilization, and then there was no resistance. They had no ability and were directly defeated. The difference in strength between the two sides is too obvious. It's not a battle of the same level at all, so it will be very difficult for us to fight the other side in the future. We must think of a perfect method. There is no good method. The gap in strength is too huge. While the players were still discussing this matter, at this moment on the celestial civilization side, I didn't expect to find the Ghost civilization so smoothly this time, but I have to say that this Ghost civilization still came up with something. In this way, everyone was discussing one by one, and it had to be said that they still encountered some problems this time. These problems were not few. And in the battle with the Ghost civilization, they also found more powerful aspects of this civilization, which made them more cautious about this civilization. Fortunately, this time they really found their nest, which made the celestial civilization a little excited, but soon they found that the so-called finding of the other party's nest was actually the biggest problem in another point. Some of the situations of this civilization were more or less unexpected. The reason why they were discovered was that many things were deliberately leaked by another civilization. Naturally, with their own abilities, it would take a very long time to find this hidden civilization. This made the celestial civilization a little confused. Obviously, there are still many hidden talents in this universe. They soon found a civilization whose reconnaissance ability is not worse than their own. In fact, it is not that the opponent's reconnaissance ability is poor, but the celestial civilization did not understand the situation. After all, the players are following behind, and are definitely more likely to find the opponent. The celestial civilization is searching on a large scale, so it is normal that they find it difficult to find. It is also because of this reason that the celestial civilization has a misunderstanding, but even so, it is enough to make the celestial civilization cautious. Then, when they were collecting some things, a race soon appeared in their field of vision. Zerg? After all, the players had contact with them before. Everyone knew the advantages and disadvantages of both sides, and they all knew that they were very compatible. It was also for this reason that the celestial civilization must study it carefully. After all, this race was recorded as very important in the Ghost civilization. This made the celestial civilization also have a certain curiosity, so they began to check everything about this civilization. The more they checked, the more shocked they were, because he found that the Ghost race was in a completely adapted state. If the two cooperated, their strength would be greatly improved, and there would be more possibilities in the future. Chapter 1095. This race is a little beyond my expectations. It seems that there are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this universe. If the two races cooperate with each other, the strength they can exert is indeed worthy of our attention. At this moment, the commander who is famous in the world said so. In fact, he did not expect that there would be an unexpected surprise this time. What surprised him even more was that the situation of this race was too easy for him to obtain, because this race actually took the initiative to go public and expose the location of this civilization. The reason is very simple, and there is nothing to say. It is also because of this reason that the celestial civilization realized that this civilization is probably ready to fight to the death. Their idea is very simple, but it must be said that their idea is also very risky. In this way, they get what they want as soon as possible, and after getting these things, the rest of the things are very simple. It's nothing more than needing someone to hold them back. After all, everyone can guess their plan. And we became the civilization they used to delay, and it was just as they calculated. As soon as they succeeded, the ghost civilization rushed over with the civilizations that had united with them. There is nothing much to say about the overall idea. The courage was very big, to a very scary degree. But it didn't matter. Because only in this way can the other party safely survive the current situation. The risk is great, and the benefits are also great. In short, there is no such thing as 100% certainty in this matter. I can only see whether the effort and return are worth the risk. It seems that their plan is going well. They have obtained enough samples. As long as they cultivate these samples well, there is no need to worry too much in the future. But there are still many problems in the future. The most critical question is, are they so sure that they can get out of our control now? For this question, the people present were not particularly clear. But since the other party dares to do this, it is obvious that they are also certain. It is indeed the same as they think. Maybe we have not discovered them during this period of time, or their priority is very low, so we ignore them, but it doesn't matter. From now on, their priority is second only to the ghost civilization. Although the ghost civilization's nest has been destroyed, there are still many ghost civilizations living in the civilization that has united with them, but the fate of the ghost civilization is not particularly good at the moment. At this time, one of the lords of the ghost civilization was full of worries about the future of his own civilization. How dare those bugs do that? Don't they know that their actions will send both of our civilizations into an endless hell? At this moment, the ghost clan leader's head was buzzing. Those who have seen tigers have never seen such a fierce civilization. A civilization that can develop to this point, no matter how stupid it is, would never do such a thing, because doing such a thing would be completely detrimental to others and not beneficial to oneself, which is bad for others and for oneself as well. This is the most critical. Let's put it this way, if we have to say this, it is actually very simple. First of all, once they destroy themselves, they will also pay a certain price. In fact, they will also expose some characteristics of the same two civilizations and let the other party know. After knowing, they will definitely be more replaceable to the bugs, because they have obtained the reset of the ghost, so in the future it is very likely to reach the point where they can compete with the other party. So in this case, the bugs will also become the target of public criticism. They are absolutely impossible to be immune, and now we just rejected their cooperation, which does not mean that there will be no chance in the future. As a result, the other party was so convinced that they sent troops directly. And the most important thing is that even if they beat themselves, and then they failed and fled, taking the samples and fled, they actually felt that it didn't matter. But they actually lured the celestial civilization here. If they did, the probability of escaping would be very high. At least no matter how many civilizations they united with, they would be delayed. However, doing so would also expose them and put them in danger. When encountering such a situation, no matter how extreme it is, your way of dealing with it should be to shoot up the layer of the ghost civilization first, and then start to flee directly. As long as a few people escape, you can start related research. Although there is a probability that the whole army may be wiped out, even if it fails, it will not affect you much. If it succeeds, it will naturally be better. Therefore, his words are truly foolproof, and he will not be pushed to the forefront, but the other party chose such an extreme method, directly pushing themselves to the forefront of the storm. Indeed, they took away a large number of ghosts with this method, but what's the use? Putting themselves in a dangerous place without any subsequent development is definitely not an option. At least from the perspective of civilization, it is very stupid. In this world, for their own safety, this is the first priority. It is impossible for these insects not to think of this, because they can develop to this level, which proves that they are definitely not simple. There is no simple civilization that can enter this stage. Don't these insects know the interests involved? They know it clearly, and still do it. I really didn't think it through. However, although they were puzzled, they knew that they would have a hard time in the future, because they didn't think of this behavior of the insects at all. So for this matter, they didn't make any plans at all. As for other possibilities, they have plans, so there is no need to worry about too many things in the future. Since then, after such a wave of operations, they have no plans here. This means that their civilization actually does not look negative now, but it is almost the same in essence. The remaining ghost tribe, whose base was destroyed, are now in the civilizations that have united with them. At this time, these civilizations are also clear about the situation of the ghost tribe. At this time, combined with the characteristics of the ghost tribe, some civilizations naturally have ideas. After all, you are already rootless, your large army has been almost cleared out, and the remaining troops are divided into many batches and placed in different civilizations. At this time, you are just cattle and horses that can be slaughtered at will. Even if you can resist, how much effect can you have? So these civilizations immediately had some ideas. The union in the universe is like this. If everyone is of equal strength, then we can consider uniting and cooperating. Even if my strength is stronger than yours, but many of your things are useful to me, I am willing to cooperate with you. But once you become weak to a certain extent, then we will never cooperate, but I will directly swallow you up. At this time, the ghost civilization faced such a problem. Although the commander tried his best to escape from here, or to take his ghosts away, he just ran away. Not far away, they found that they were surrounded by the construction. The meaning is self-evident. Although the other party is still talking to him in a friendly manner, the patriarch of the ghost tribe knows very well that this is completely nonsense. As long as their answer makes the other party dissatisfied, they will be cleared out or captured at the first time. In short, their current situation is probably like this. The crazy civilization is just a madman. But the thing he regretted most was that he rejected the player at the beginning. If he was given a chance, he would definitely agree, because no one would have thought that the other party would do such a desperate operation. This operation made him confused. If it was other operations to fight their incentives, there would not be too many problems here, and they would still have the right to speak, as long as the base was still good, but the other party directly brought the celestial civilization over and destroyed all their bases. This wave of operations caught everyone off guard, let alone him, and he also knew that he didn't need to think too much about the current posture, otherwise he would really be in trouble. At present, their civilization can only temporarily compromise and reach a short-term cooperation with these civilizations, and then consider escaping. This is probably the situation. I am not going to accept the toast. If I had cooperated with these bugs at that time, then maybe we are still good now. At least it is impossible to say that we are destroyed now. Sometimes it is like this. One wrong step is not bad. Live longer. And then, there are more opportunities. This truth is clear to everyone. Now the decision he made before was to consider what to do if he developed in the future and did similar things. Whether he had the ability to check and balance on his side was what he needed to consider, but he ignored the present. He didn't even think that he had no future, and didn't need to weigh which civilization to cooperate with in the end. It was obvious that they had no chance. They didn't expect that their civilization would end up like this. Although when the celestial civilization came, they fought against the heaven and earth civilization, and caused a lot of losses to the celestial civilization. But what's the point of this? After all, the civilization is gone. No matter how much they destroy it, it will be useless. Moreover, they have seen from the previous battles that the other side has been on guard against their skills. Whether it is the deployment of troops or other things, they are very defensive. In this way, they are very cautious and can always minimize the losses as much as possible, and then, they are exhausted alive. This is the biggest flaw of the ghost tribe. Their combat capability is very weak. If it is not that kind of special attack, then their combat capability will be reduced by at least one time. However, using special attacks is simply unbalanced. At least all of them are like this at present, and there is no way to use it frequently. This is the biggest flaw on his side now, and this flaw can be easily solved if it really unites with the bugs. When necessary, use the special attacks of the ghosts to maximize their power. In normal combat, you only need to reset them. In addition, the development of the bugs themselves is relatively fast, so they don't have to worry about too many other things. They just need to keep investing in the battlefield. This is probably the situation. It's a pity, but they are not much better. They always want to get it. We don't want to be troubled and to be foolproof. We take such extreme measures, which will eventually harm ourselves. I just don't know if our race can see that the civilization that imprisoned us has begun to study us blatantly. According to their current differentiation, they may want to rely on research to truly stand on the top of the world compared to giving us. But these studies are not so easy to crack. If these ghosts were really so easy to get out, then this race would not be so rare, and this attack method would not be so rare. If you want to thoroughly understand this special race, then this thing is not easy. Moreover, even the insects have no way to study the most, that is, to record genes and finally achieve the same ability as them, that is, to obtain this ability through continuous evolution. This is why only evolved civilizations can control this special attack mode, because there is no known civilization that can study the relevant content and obtain the relevant content. Therefore, it can only be accomplished through evolution, through the instinct of organisms, and through some things that have not yet been unlocked, even if the cycle is very long. No matter how long the cycle is, it is at least an opportunity here. Compared with other civilizations, no matter how long they study, they have no clues. Obviously, civilizations like insects have taken the lead. It's just that no one knows what the future will be like. Everyone knows it very well. As for the current situation, what everyone can do is to let the insects complete the metamorphosis as much as possible. At this moment, in the place where Jiang Yao of the Zerg army is. It's just as I imagined. This thing can only evolve slowly with the help of bugs, and finally evolve to this level. But fortunately for me, this is also a killer, so it's not that strong. As for the others, I don't have to think about it for the time being. What we need to do now is to get this thing done as soon as possible. If we can reproduce ghosts and then cooperate with bugs, then we will have the ability to challenge celestial civilizations. But obviously, it's not as easy as we imagined. Forget it. There's no point in thinking about it now. Chapter 1096. If you insist, the situation this time is also quite complicated for them. Although there is no problem with the various operations of the players, it is obvious that it is impossible to be calm at any time because this time the crisis comes from another place. This place naturally comes from outside the game. To be precise, the celestial civilization is currently preparing to start with the entire microcosm, because at this stage there are many ways to start with the microcosm, and it can be done without some overly complicated operations. So the celestial civilization has chosen a very simple way, and this way is not difficult for them to implement. So in order to ensure that there are no mistakes, we must divide it into several plans. First of all, the enemies we are targeting must not only take into account the most basic high-level civilizations, but also some low-level civilizations. I believe everyone has also discovered that it is not difficult for us to target some high-level civilizations. What we really find difficult to eradicate may be some low-level civilizations that we have directly ignored. These civilizations have relatively few things preserved in them, and in the process of development disasters, things belonging to this universe will gradually increase and become more difficult to distinguish. This will also lead to the final result, that is, they may withstand some of the conditions of this universe, and then develop to the later stage, and even pose a threat to us. Although under our management methods, this possibility is very low, but it cannot be ruled out. So we must also take action against these low-level civilizations. For some low-level civilizations, they are 100% still in the microscopic state. They have no way to enter the macroscopic state, so it is relatively easy to deal with them. At this moment, in the meeting room of the celestial civilization, a person was discussing the general situation. In order to ensure that the root cause can be reduced, he called this plan the extinction plan. Although there is no problem in all aspects of what he said. It's just that this operation itself has a lot of uncertainty. It does make sense, but have you considered another problem? That is, if we do this here, then many civilizations in our universe will be affected. What the man in front of him said did not make sense. If we do this, it will inevitably hurt many low-level civilizations in this universe. Compared to the low-level civilizations in our universe, I think what we should really pay attention to is our future. Have you ever considered how much impact the destruction of the ecology of microscopic civilizations would have on the universe? We have been controlling the entire universe for years, and we also ensure the operation of the entire universe. If there are too many problems, we cannot ensure that the next time the universe restarts, it will be the same as usual. Once we make too many interventions, will there be uncontrollable factors when the universe restarts? Is it important? For us, we currently have many screening mechanisms, and this one is the simplest and crudest. Low-level civilizations in other universes will be instantly destroyed in this mechanism. However, some hidden advanced civilizations can escape this time. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that those who can escape can be included in our observation objects. In this way, some civilizations that are hidden deeper may be discovered. At this moment, everyone is discussing this matter. For most of them, this plan is very feasible, but it is too extreme. Once there is a problem, it will be very dangerous for them. But in the end, this plan was decided, and after it was decided, it was naturally implemented. The whole plan is to release a special substance to the microscopic level. This is a cleaning machine they have used before. This thing will be released in all places where microscopic civilizations exist. This thing is like a black abyss, which will continue to devour everything around it. At this time, The civilizations in the microcosm will escape if they have the ability. And those who don't have the ability can only wait to be swallowed. Once there is an escape, we will include these as key observation objects. The Black Abyss has the ability to monitor these civilizations, and devour some civilizations that cannot escape. As this plan began, many civilizations suffered, and naturally the planet where the players were located did not have any accidents, and you suffered the same. This wave of operations directly led to the players not having the heart to play the game at all, and all their energy was placed on reality. At this moment on Blue Star. This is the Hope Immigration spaceship. When you receive this broadcast, Blue Star is still 48 hours away from extinction. My fellow countrymen who are still on Blue Star, I regret to tell you that we have tried our best. 12 years ago, from the moment we observed the devourer of the universe, human civilization entered the countdown. In order to continue civilization, we launched a bold and crazy plan, the Spark Plan. As the full channel broadcast sounded, the last hope of the survivors of Blue Star was shattered. The Spark Plan took less than half of the people away. Everything changed when the last spaceship left the blue planet. The order that had long been shaky collapsed. The remaining people made all kinds of crazy moves to vent their fears. This chaos has lasted for more than a year. And this full-frequency broadcast is undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. All the survivors are venting their last madness. The Player Alliance base is one of the few pure lands in this chaotic world. Inside the base, through the display screen, Jiang Chung couldn't help but sigh. It's time to leave. Jiang Chung, a member of the Player Alliance. Many years ago, they gathered all the players together. The reason for this is that as players, they have obtained a higher social status like the original players under Jiang Yao's intervention, but the contributions they have made are not enough to support it. At least that's what everyone on the planet looks like. For this reason, when the crisis occurred, they were pointed at here by others. In fact, this is understandable. Alas, the official immigration ship took away most of the resources on the entire planet. Even after staying here for such a long time, we only collected enough energy to make 2 jumps and enough survival supplies for 4,000 people for 1 month. Jiang Chung knew that this was the limit of what they could do. There were a total of 4,000 people in this base, including 3,900 staff members he selected. This made them try their best to get some things for themselves. Through various materials, they finally managed to create their own spaceship. But it is obvious that this time, they will not leave as smoothly as they imagined. For him now, if resources can be saved a little, then try to save as much as possible. But even so, supplies are still a big problem. The supplies can barely last for a month, but in fact, if resources cannot be collected within a period of time, the real survival period may only be 15 days. Of course, only he knows this news, and he dare not tell this news to others. Although the people who can leave with him are carefully selected. But once they know this news, in order to survive, I am afraid that some people will take extreme actions. The security system inside the spacecraft is divided into 2 parts. The first part is the security force composed of 300 people. These people are also carefully selected, and he trusts them more. But Jiang Chung does not want any problems to occur inside the spacecraft, because even if the spacecraft is suppressed in the end, it will be damaged to a certain extent. His collection of the spacecraft seems to be nothing, but only he knows the actual situation. This spacecraft has only barely reached the standard of being able to navigate in the universe. There are still too many things to be perfected. To put it bluntly, this is a universe that can't stand the tossing. Retracting his thoughts. It's almost time. He picked up the communicator while speaking. Everyone, check the supplies you carry for the last time, and each unit should make the final deployment. The Star spacecraft will leave in 12 hours. As he finished speaking, the entire base became busy. But at this moment, his communicator received a communication request. Commander, it's bad. The fact that we have a spaceship has been exposed. Now many people are gathering towards the base. An anxious female voice came from the communication area. Jiang Cheng's expression changed when he heard this. Who leaked the news? Without thinking too much, he immediately turned on the surveillance screen around the base. As soon as he turned it on, he saw that not far from the base, many people had gathered here. They'd built a lot of bunkers here with stones, cement, and messy materials. Obviously, they also knew that the defense facilities on the base were very complete, and it would be dangerous if they got close. Jiang Cheng's expression was very ugly when he saw this. These guys want to drag us down. Of course, he couldn't let this group of people do what they wanted. His spaceship bought a shield device in the system. If it is turned on, it will definitely be able to withstand the attack of this group of people. But once the shield is activated, the energy consumption on his side will be very terrifying. I'm afraid that the remaining energy can only support one jump at most, while 2 jumps are required in his navigation plan. The first jump is to a planet with life to resupply various materials. By the way, restore the jump engine to prepare for the next jump. As long as the supply is completed here, the food problem on the spacecraft is solved. The next time you can jump to a resource planet, collect resources to exchange system points, and then upgrade the spacecraft, and refill the spacecraft's fuel. Then you can start the next journey. There must be no mistakes in the middle, otherwise you will either die halfway, or because of insufficient energy, you may only be able to jump once, and then wait to die on the spot. It seems that we can only take risks now. At this time, on this side of the crowd. For the people here, they don't need this base, because it doesn't make much sense. The Devourer of the Universe has 48 hours left to devour the blue planet. The Devourer of the Universe is a very special existence, and no one knows what it is. According to observations, it is a huge black shadow group with a length and width of at least tens of thousands of light years. It is very fast, and will continue to move forward along a line. Devour everything it passes. We can't let them leave. Why can they leave? We can only hide here and wait to die. We must stop them. At this time, the people gathered here talked about it. The malice was fully exerted here. They knew that they were hopeless, so they didn't want to see others alive. If the spaceship in the base wanted to take off, they would inevitably be discovered by them, and they had a lot of laser guns in their hands. Although a gun is not a big threat to the spaceship, the power of the mob is strong. If there are thousands of guns, the effect will be different. At this time, several thousand people have gathered here, and many of them have laser guns in their hands. Obviously, some people take out their own stocks for a very clear purpose. After receiving the news, everyone has entered a state of preparation, and such personnel immediately rush to the storage room. In the storage room, among the rows of containers, he found his own container. After fingerprint recognition, the container was opened. There was a sci-fi pistol in the container, in addition to a set of bulletproof vests, and several things similar to grenades. This is their equipment. After putting on the equipment, everyone looked at their laser guns. There is still 57% of energy left, which should be enough. At this moment, a player noticed his teammate who was in a daze. Hey, brother Xiaohei actually came so quickly. At this time, the player of Xingmai greeted him. Xingmai, you are not slow either. And while they were still talking, Li Huazhou came over at some point. Brothers, you are here so early. By the way, when I came here just now, I saw the commander coming over too. It seems that the task is about to be issued. Hearing what Li Huazhou said, the two immediately checked their equipment for the last time, and then left here without stopping. Not long after, in the hall of the cloning room, 100 fully armed players were already here. Jiang Cheng looked at the players, and made up his mind. The spaceships of the Space Marines are in big trouble. A large number of survivors have gathered outside the base, and they want to stop us from leaving here. There are only 40 hours left before the Devourer devours the blue planet. And according to the characteristics of the Devourer, it has a very strong mass, and can also interfere with space. So when we are very close to it, I'm afraid, we can't even start the jump engine here. According to the data calculated so far, we must leave here within 16 hours, otherwise we will be devoured. Now is the time for the survival of the spaceship. We need to stop the group of guys outside as much as possible. Chapter 1097. The players walked out of the base in a mighty manner. The movement here naturally could not be hidden from others. The situation at the base had been known by other members. Now the whole base was in a state of panic. Everyone was filled with worry. They all knew the current situation of the spacecraft. If they wanted to follow the plan they had made before, the spacecraft could not use the shield when taking off. Because once it was used, a certain link in the subsequent process would have problems due to insufficient energy. So their spacecraft could only bear the damage and leave. Facing the attack of several thousand people outside, this spacecraft could not hold on at all. If the shield was used now, they would most likely become space junk at a certain link due to insufficient energy. Almost everyone was ready to fight desperately. And at this time, a broadcast was heard from the base. All units should pay attention to the final check of the items they carried. All members who have not yet boarded the ship are requested to board the ship as soon as possible. The spacecraft will close all hatches in 1 hour. When they heard the broadcast, the expressions of the people present changed slightly. They immediately understood something when they saw the group of people leaving. Obviously, this group of soldiers would use their lives to create an opportunity for them to leave. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little depressing. They knew very well that they could not do anything now. The only thing they could do was to watch this group of soldiers leave. As the gate of the base slowly closed, the players began to occupy advantageous shooting positions around the base. Oh my god, so many people? This wave is not easy to deal with. It's definitely not possible to attack them head-on. Take some people, and try to get behind them, and attack them. Even if we attack them from the front and back, the effect of our small number of people is not obvious. Besides, they also have laser weapons, which can cause great damage to us. This wave is not easy to deal with. At this moment, this group of players also knew that things were difficult to deal with, but they could understand it. Facing this group of enemies, they knew the situation on their side very well. But there was no way. Sometimes necessary sacrifices had to be made. Before, their group was targeted by many people for various reasons, and they did not take them with them when they fled. Of course, Jiang Yao knew the situation here, but he had no way to intervene, because too many people were watching here. If he intervened suddenly, the impact in the later stage would be very large. This is the most heartbreaking. Some things are impossible for me to intervene even if I want to, but this group of players is very different from the previous group of players. If it were the previous players, no matter how tragic it was, they would not fall into such a situation. Of course, this also involved my intervention, but it was more of their own operations. They relied on themselves to maintain their status. After all, I can intervene for a while, and it is impossible for it to be like this forever. Obviously, this group of players did not consider this point, and before, they relied on the game to gain a lot of wealth. Now they don't rely on this to improve their status. At this time, the problem really arises. He was quite helpless about this. Sometimes you need to grow up, not just do whatever you want. This time, just teach this group of people a lesson, because in essence, they are the saviors of this planet. If they were not there, then maybe there would be no fleet of insects deployed there, and they might have been destroyed in this small universe before they came here. It is because of their existence that they can leave the small universe safely. So from a certain perspective, as long as they are willing, then many things can actually change, but it is a pity that this group of people did not see through this point, and even said that they regarded themselves as playing games from beginning to end. Of course, this point is naturally very good from Jiang Yao's perspective. Because in this case, then he will not have as many things to consider in the later period as before, but for the players, then the various special treatments they are receiving now cannot be avoided, because if it is purely playing games, it is naturally impossible to consider so many things. In short, there are various factors. But it is obvious that the crisis faced by the players at this moment is the biggest one at present. They may not have had so many problems before, but after the crisis appeared, they started the immigration plan during this period of time. A large number of people will be left behind in this plan, but due to various reasons, they did not take action at the beginning. At this time, the people above used various ways to deceive many people, making many people believe that they would take everyone away, but it is obvious that they did not. They adopted this routine of sneaking through Chinsong, and when someone reacted, it was too late. Then the later troops, because everyone is for their own interests, so in the process of immigration, these selected people immediately suppressed those who wanted to stop them, giving them a chance to leave. After a few waves of operations, the remaining ones were not selected, and then they saved themselves. Use the technology and various materials that can be looted to make a spaceship, and then leave. Such technology is not something that ordinary people can obtain, but there are still some rich people who know some news through various channels, and they successfully got some key materials for spaceships. In recent years, some people have made spaceships, but it is obviously not meaningful. Because most of the time these spaceships have no way to leave the planet at all. As for the reason, there is no need to say more. Very simple. Because the survivors will never let them leave easily. For these survivors, they will never accept such a thing. Why can these people leave, and they can only wait to die here? It is also because of this reason that they eventually open fire on those who want to leave. This also means that even if you get the relevant technology and equipment, the final result is still that you can't leave here. And these people have formed an organization, and the purpose of this organization is naturally to prevent these people from leaving quietly. They are embedded in different cases, or squatting near different rooms. As long as they find that something is wrong, they will immediately inform other people of the news, and other people will rush over immediately. In this way, they prevented most people from leaving here, but nothing is absolute. There are always some people who escaped, but the escape of this part of people made them more cautious. In short, this is the situation of the whole planet now. Now basically no one can leave. As the distance to the negative side gets closer and closer, just when everyone thought that everyone could die together, such a thing happened. There are still people who want to leave here, which is something they absolutely cannot allow to happen. So at this moment almost everyone gathered here, their eyes fixed on the huge base in the distance. Don't think about escaping, these damn guys. Why can they leave? While we can only wait to die, we will never let them succeed. If we want to die, we will die together. If we want to die, we will die together. Why can they not die? For a while, the crowd watching was noisy. At this moment, they knew very well that they had to drag one more person to be buried with them. Although the final result was the same for them, at least they felt better and happier. The reason why the players were able to build a spaceship was not because they had acquired any technology, but because they discovered something very outrageous, that is, some of the things they collected in the game could actually be used in reality. This made them realize that the game was not simple. The fact that the game was not simple made them realize that this game was probably much more powerful than they had imagined. But for them, this was naturally a good thing, because with these technologies, they were able to build this spaceship. So they also brought the game on the spaceship, wanting to see if they could get more technology through the game later. This escape was very hasty for them, and many things were not prepared at all. But there was no way, they didn't have so much time, and there was only so much they could do. Of course, now they must wait to leave before the crisis comes, so as not to be unable to leave at that time. The final fate of the selected players does not need to be said too much, but sometimes some sacrifices are inevitable, and there is no way. If sacrifices can be avoided, they will definitely be very happy, but it is obviously impossible. At this moment, the players of the Vanguard team are also ready. Brothers, I'm thinking next, I don't need to say more, this time we must stop this group of people, and then create opportunities for the spaceship to leave. Although our fate may be like this, we can always leave something behind. In short, this time at any cost. At this moment, everyone present was wearing some damaged armor. Now they have no extra resources to repair them. If conditions do not allow, they will even melt all these armors. But it was obviously impossible, because someone had to resist the situation, so the armor had to be kept. As he spoke, everyone present was ready, and they went in all directions at a very fast speed. At the same time, a gate of the base slowly opened. As the movement from the base appeared, the besiegers seemed to have received some signal. Everyone, their spaceship is ready to start, rush to stop them. They can't escape from us. I saw these survivors rushing up without caring about their lives. In fact, for them, there is not much difference between 1 day earlier and 1 day later, so they are fearless now. As the distance approached, the turrets in the base started up soon. Almost at the same time, all the weapons in the base fired in all directions without mercy, and the sky was full of artillery fire. But it was obvious that it didn't matter to this group of people. Although many people who charged were killed on the spot, it was obvious that more people took this opportunity to pull the trigger on their weapons. A large number of lasers covered the sky and directly destroyed many turrets. This also reduced the firepower of the base a lot, and with this opportunity, I want to join the Vanguard troops here. There are already many close to them. Brothers, fire. Don't save energy. Just fire at all costs. We have no future anyway. Charge. Compared with the army of survivors, this group of players is undoubtedly weak. Relying on the turrets of the armor and their own weapons, they do pose a great threat to the enemy, but that's all. After discovering that someone was attacking them, some survivors pointed their guns at them. Although they were protected by armor, they still suffered heavy losses. The armor could not hold out for long and was directly penetrated. Naturally, when there was no protection, these people could not hold out for long. At this moment, they had already put life and death aside, and all they could do was to delay some people as much as possible. While the battle was going on, a huge spaceship slowly began to take off. It's out. The spaceship of these guys is out. Don't worry about anything else, destroy these spaceships. No matter what the cost, we must keep the spaceships. I don't know who took the lead and shouted, and the rest of the people stopped the exchange of fire, and saw that they put their eyes on the spaceship. At this moment, their idea was very simple. Even if they died, they had to shoot down the spaceship. The sky full of lasers went towards the spaceship, and you can see that many parts of the spaceship began to melt. Seeing this scene, everyone present showed an excited expression, and at this moment, the players responsible for intercepting the scene didn't care much. There are too many people now. Everyone should try to target those who are holding powerful weapons. As for the remaining weapons, it depends on luck. We can't do anything about it. The thing they were most worried about finally happened. When they were escaping, they had considered that if the other party attacked the spaceship at all costs, they would really not be able to stop it. So they would attack first to attract some attention and create opportunities for the spaceship, But it was obvious that they were too naive. Even if they risked their lives, they would prioritize solving the spaceship. What they can do now is to solve those who are holding powerful weapons, so as to reduce the pressure on the spaceship. As for how much it can be reduced, they don't know. Now they can only do this. Chapter 1098. Brothers, there is nothing much to say about the current situation. Let's fight. Don't even think about firing. While shouting, the players could no longer care about many things. This time they tried their best. They desperately pulled the trigger continuously, trying to clear as many enemies as possible as quickly as possible, even though they knew it was all in vain, but they still wanted to fight for a little chance for the spacecraft. These bastards. They want to die by themselves and drag others down with them. They have no scruples. We are fine here. We have family and children. We know that our sacrifice can create better conditions for them, and either some people sacrifice or all of us sacrifice together so that we know how to choose. At this time, the players responsible for interception knew very well that they could only fight desperately. Fortunately, they brought a lot of weapons this time, and this time they used them at all costs, which made their firepower very fierce. Finally, their behavior was noticed by many people. You bastards, we are giving you face, right? I didn't intend to do anything to you, but since you are like this, don't blame me. Brothers, kill these annoying guys first. There are not many of them, so it won't take much effort to kill them. After we kill them, we will get the spaceship. As they talked, many people pointed their spearheads directly at this group of players, and seeing this, the players knew that they could buy a little time for the spaceship. Facing these people, pointing the spearhead at themselves, they were not afraid at all. When they decided to come over, they had already thought about their own fate, so they were not too afraid. Under the fierce attack, the armor on their bodies had already been shattered, and they were also beaten with holes. The opponent did not hold back when they attacked them. In the end, one player after another fell in a pool of blood. This group of idiots left without taking you with them. Why are you fighting for your life here? Yes, I can't figure out what's in these people's minds. You said you took them with you when you left, and they fought hard. I can understand, but I didn't take them with me. Their role is to delay time, so it's worth fighting for. Everyone, stop talking, the altitude of the spacecraft has risen again. If we continue at this altitude, our weapons will only cause less and less damage to them. Yes, yes, continue to attack the laser weapons, don't hesitate to keep shooting. However, at this time, someone discovered that the situation seemed a little wrong. The sky full of lasers attacked the other side, and such an operation naturally caused the surface of the spacecraft to begin to melt. According to the current situation, it will only take a few minutes at most. However, as time went by, the spaceship continued to increase its altitude, which made everyone present frown. This is not right. The surface has melted like this. Why is this spaceship still fine? It doesn't make sense. It has melted like this, and it can still go up? The more people looked at it, the more strange it felt. You know, the distance is already very high. At this distance, the damage they caused was getting smaller and smaller, but the problem was that they had been attacking non-stop before. Logically speaking, the spaceship should have crashed by now, but now it is fine, which makes them a little confused about what is going on. No, we have all been fooled. It must be high-temperature resistant materials and coatings. There must be such things on the outside of this spaceship, otherwise it would not have been fine for so long. Damn, we have all been tricked. This group of people has been thinking about this from the beginning. At this moment, some people in the crowd reacted. In fact, at the beginning, whether it was the base or the special people sent to intercept, many actions of the other party were meaningless, but they still chose to do so. As for the reason, it is actually very simple. Because of these weapons, if they want to intercept with ordinary live ammunition weapons in their hands, it is impossible, especially when facing missiles with a large killing range. They must use laser weapons, which are very easy to intercept these things with laser weapons. So their attention was diverted at the beginning. And the other party took advantage of this. The other party is using this to divert their attention. As for why they divert their attention, there is no need to explain too much. The purpose is to prevent them from using live ammunition. Simply put, this weapon is fatal to their arrangements outside. As long as they dare to use it, it will be truly silent. As long as that thing hits, the fragile coating and ceramics will definitely be broken. So they sent people to directly clear all the missile weapons in the base for suppression. The purpose is to let them use laser weapons first during that period of time, and then when it is almost time, they react to using live ammunition. It is meaningless because their distance has exceeded the range. At this time, of course, laser weapons are still effective, But it is obvious that the effect that laser weapons can play in front of these coatings is too little, just like now. At this moment, you can clearly see the special materials melted on the spaceship, which are constantly sliding down from it. The entire spaceship is also wrapped in these materials, and it no longer looks like before. At this time, they are more like melted candles. But even if it has become like this, the spaceship is still rising. There is no need to think that the interior of the spaceship has not been damaged at all. If the interior of the spaceship is not damaged, then all their attacks are basically on the outside, which has no meaning. Damn it, how is this possible? How can we let you leave here? I must keep you here. Why do you damn guys want to leave and die with us? At this moment, many people have begun to curse. They can't stand the situation in front of them. Watching the other party escape under their noses is what they can't stand the most. It's obvious that they just need to die together, but the result is like this. If this continues, the other party will really escape. At this time, their minds were working fast, and they began to think about how to get the other party down. Although they knew that the possibility was getting lower and lower, they still kept using the weapons in their hands. Die, all of you bastards, die. Don't even think about escaping. However, under the almost crazy manipulation of this group of people, someone soon found something wrong. Something had begun to fall off the spacecraft. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but look happy. It was obvious that it had worked. Then pieces of things began to fall from the bottom. Obviously, these things were special coatings and high-temperature resistant ceramics specially designed to deal with the current situation. As layer after layer fell, everyone present knew that the other party could not hold out for much longer. Keep working hard, their high-temperature coating has begun to fall off, and it is obvious that they can't hold out for much longer. Now is our chance. Some people shouted and watched, and soon the high-temperature coating had fallen off. Everyone knew that the next step was to shoot through their plywood. At this moment, the height of the spacecraft was already very high. The alarm detected the spacecraft, and the lower plywood was attacked. Start calculating the opponent's attack intensity. The calculation was successful, and according to the current opponent's attack intensity, the lower plywood can hold out for 1 minute. Listening to the prompt from the alarm, everyone in the spacecraft held their breath. At this moment, they knew that they didn't have many choices on their side, and they could only continue to wait and see if they could get lucky. After surviving this section, as the spacecraft took off, the damage to themselves by the laser weapons would become less and less, and maybe they could survive this step. They didn't have many choices, they could only choose to hold on, and as time went by, the damage to the lower plywood soon exceeded 50%. According to this trend, it wouldn't take long before they were finished. As long as the lower deck is burned through, they can't escape even if they reach the universe. But just when everyone was desperate, the number 50% suddenly seemed to stop for a minute, and waited for a long time before it rose to 51%, and then waited for a long time before it rose to 52%. Seeing this scene, everyone in the spacecraft immediately cheered. It was obvious that their height was enough. At present, this height was basically at a safe height. The damage caused by laser weapons to the spacecraft was extremely limited, and the spacecraft relied on its own resistance and could easily survive. We successfully reached a safe height under their interception. We don't need to worry about safety anymore. We can finally leave smoothly this time. At this moment, everyone was very excited. In order to achieve their goals and collect enough materials over the years, they have spent too much time in life. It was for this moment, but now this moment has finally come true, and they have also stepped into space. As the spacecraft continued to take off, the people below saw that the attack was no longer effective, and a large number of people began to get angry. At this moment, they were extremely angry. Originally, everyone died together, but in the end, a group of people escaped. How could they bear this? At this moment, this group of people was almost going crazy. They couldn't stand such a result, but the fact had become a foregone conclusion. At this moment, they regretted it very much. They shouldn't be afraid of that wave of missiles. They should charge against the missiles. In this way, some of their live ammunition weapons would definitely be used. However, when these weapons were used, they would be able to find the problem of this spacecraft. But now it was too late to say anything. The other party's plan succeeded, and they paid only a small price to make the spacecraft successfully take off. What awaited them next was the vast universe. No one knew what would happen in the future, but they survived. But what awaited them was death. Inside the spacecraft at this moment. As the spacecraft slowly took off, it soon broke through the atmosphere and came into the universe. At this moment, everyone present could not help but feel a lot of emotion when they saw this blue planet in the spacecraft. Looking to the other side, There is an endless black domain that swallows everything. No one knows how this thing is produced, but the players know it very well. It destroyed them. Finally, he took a look at the planet, as if he wanted to remember it firmly. Then his spaceship turned its target and began to sail. As the spaceship began to move, the speed was very slow at the beginning, and it continued to accelerate until the speed reached an incredible level. Then the mechanical electronic sound sounded, and the jump engine was officially started. When the jump engine was started, the spaceship entered a strange space. They were not unfamiliar with this strange space. This space is the technical principle of artificial wormhole jump. It is to sail in the artificial wormhole at a speed exceeding the speed of light in this way. As the jump engine started, a lot of energy was consumed immediately, but this was just the beginning. The warship that shuttled rapidly in the wormhole was like a bottomless pit, and the energy stored in the warship was constantly decreasing. Of course, the players didn't care about this, because these were all in their plans. They were naturally very clear about the situation they were building, so their first point was a resource supply point. The time of sailing always passed by slowly. As the speed of the spacecraft began to slowly decrease, it seemed that many people in the spacecraft began to get busy one after another. They needed to change into special protective clothing. Of course, there were also some people who were responsible for driving the vehicles in the spacecraft. Although their spacecraft was not big, it was small but complete. The things inside were relatively complete. After all, it was built according to the standards of immigration, and many things that could be thought of and unexpected had to be prepared. In this way, the speed of the spacecraft began to drop rapidly. When it dropped to a certain level, the speed could no longer support the existence in the artificial wormhole, so the charging right withdrew from the artificial commitment, and the speed reduction of the same spacecraft continued. It was not until it dropped to a critical point that it ended. Then the spacecraft began to orbit around a planet. Because it's time to work, all the energy of the spacecraft has been consumed. And this planet has abundant resources, which can completely solve this problem. Now we have to collect the resources on this planet as quickly as possible to fill up the energy of our spacecraft. After the energy of the spacecraft is filled up, we must go to the next place, because here we will consume a lot of food. The next place is naturally food supply, and there are a lot of special metals there. We can transform and upgrade our spacecraft there. Chapter 1099. At this moment, their situation can be described as walking on thin ice, and there is nothing wrong with it. Everyone take action. Everyone is very clear about the plan, and there can be no mistakes. In addition, we must rush to the next area as soon as possible, because although the spaceship has made very strict protection when we came here, it is obviously far from enough. So far, there are still too many factors that need to be considered for our spaceship. So now we must go to the destination as soon as possible, otherwise I am afraid we will encounter many problems later. In short, we don't have too many choices now. After knowing the general situation, everyone immediately started to act. The 2 transport ships in the spaceship were sent out. Rather than saying it is a transport ship, it is better to say it is an ordinary small spaceship. In fact, this spaceship does not have much spaceship that can be carried, only these 2. After all, the space here is limited, and various things have to be stored. The transportation capacity of these 2 ships is not very good. Fortunately, the energy of these 2 ships is mainly solar energy, so it is relatively convenient to replenish, but it still comes with other energy sources, otherwise the power will definitely not be enough. As the 2 spaceships slowly approached the planet, the other people on the spaceships also began to get busy. The first thing they had to do was to plan how to unload the things they brought as quickly as possible, and the second thing they had to do was to plan the subsequent routes and arrangements. Although the route had already been planned, they still had to go through multiple calculations to ensure that everything was foolproof. In addition, the resources of spaceships must be adjusted. According to different situations, the use of spaceship resources must also have a perfect charter. In this way, the players who drove the transport arrived at this planet very quickly. As they thought, this planet was full of various exotic plants and animals. All units immediately began to hunt animals, scan the bodies of animals, and then conduct various experiments to ensure that they are safe for us to use. The same is true for plants. We must find some plants with rich nutritional value and safety. It is better to be able to carry some seeds. There are also zoologists and botanists among the players, so as soon as they arrived here, they played a great role. Through observation, they first determined the general situation of these animals and plants, then supplemented them, and then conducted slice research to determine which animals are worth carrying back. The spaceship responsible for transportation is to transport these useful things back to the mothership bit by bit. It has to be said that the animals, and plants on this planet are beyond the imagination of the players. It is also the first time for them to see so many strange creatures, which makes them feel deeply moved. Of course, in addition to this, what shocked the players the most is that many of these animals and plants have strong reproductive abilities, which is very good news for them. Although there is no complete breeding farm in the spacecraft now, it will definitely be built slowly in the future. Collecting resources here also requires efficiency. The players stayed here for a week in total, and the energy of the transport ship was almost used up. Everyone, it's almost done. This week we have selected a total of 52 plants and 27 animals. In addition to what we eat, we have also captured a lot of the remaining cubs and some adults. Next, it's time to go back and start the next journey. After receiving the news, the players immediately started to act. The mothership players immediately got busy and returned to their respective positions, making full preparations for the launch of this spaceship. Brothers, the next point is the next point. The food we collected this time is enough for us to use. Half a year means that we should have about 4 to 5 months in the next area. How to make perfect use of this time has become the most important thing. If we use it well, maybe we can take off. But if we don't use it well, then I'm afraid the situation will not be particularly good. In the early stage, we found a total of 7 docking points, which are also our only harbors in the universe. Once we miss these points, we can only rely on ourselves to find other resource points in the future. So at these points, we must be fully prepared. At this moment, they all nodded secretly while listening to the voice on the radio. These 7 points are the stops during the escape. Each point has different resources, and what they do in each area is also different. In this way, as the journey to the first point ended, the spacecraft soon entered the jump state. This jump took 2 days. This time, all the energy of the spacecraft was consumed. When the spacecraft began to slow down and stopped in the orbit of a certain planet, the players knew that the next step was the real action. This is a huge lava planet, and magma can be seen flowing everywhere on the surface of the planet. The temperature of the entire planet is also abnormal. Needless to say, the high degree of natural danger, the activity of the planet is also very exaggerated. From time to time, you can see volcanic eruptions. The whole planet is full of toxic gases. In short, this is a death planet. Similarly, this is also a very important planet in the eyes of players. Although it is dangerous, danger often comes with opportunities. This dangerous planet has a large number of special substances, and in addition, the metal content is even richer. As long as you collect resources here, the efficiency will be very high, and most of the resources are close to filing and approval, and only a little processing is needed. Players need to complete the supply of spacecraft energy, and the expansion of the spacecraft here. They have a full 5 months to do these things. The rest of the time is to go to another planet with life and collect enough resources. So soon the players began to act. It was still the transport ship as before, but this time the transport ship gave priority to bringing down various construction tools. First, the players found a relatively safe area on this planet. The geological activities in this area were not so frequent, and there were no large volcanoes around. Compared with other places, this place is undoubtedly much safer. The transport ship arrived here, deployed construction robots and a large amount of materials, and began to build a camp here. Some smelting furnaces and other similar equipment were also deployed. The whole process took about 7 days. Because all of them were built in a modular manner, a base here was basically formed in 7 days. Naturally, the players also lived in it. This place was isolated from the terrifying high temperature outside. It was relatively safe, and the only safe spot for the players. The planetary resource collection vehicle was also deployed at this time. This big guy, which was specially born for collecting resources, naturally underwent special transformation. When it was manufactured, the special environment of this planet was taken into consideration. This vehicle was transported down by 2 transport ships. It can be seen that its size is large enough. With these tools, the subsequent operations are much easier. The players immediately began to collect resources with the safety point as the core, and then refine different metals, and then fuse them according to a certain ratio, and finally refine the high strength and high toughness metals they are currently using as expansion materials for spacecraft. The transport ships are constantly transporting these materials back to the spacecraft every day, and the spacecraft in space is naturally not idle. A large number of players are working with construction robots to continuously expand this spacecraft. This spacecraft has prepared many expansion locations. This is also prepared for continuous expansion in the universe. Of course, there are also blueprints after the entire spacecraft is built. Now you just need to expand it according to the difficulty. Before, it was because of the materials on Blue Star that it was impossible to make it bigger, but now it is different. According to the current situation, this spaceship should be able to increase the total volume by at least 30% when it leaves. At this moment in the conference room, a group of players are checking the progress of these days. At present, the total length of our spaceship is 3 kilometers. According to our plan, this spaceship will eventually be expanded into a large one of hundreds of kilometers. The spaceship will be equipped with a complete set of ecological systems and construction systems. Our spaceship will exceed the huge immigration ship built by the Federation at the beginning. And this feat, we must complete before the investment of 7 resource points. At this resource point, the capacity is expanded by 30%. If all of it is used to store food, then the food consumption of our spaceship can support all the personnel of the entire spaceship for about 2 years. The next stop is the food point. We need to collect so much food there, and then go to the next resource point to expand the spaceship again there. According to our estimate, this expansion can reach at least 60%, or even 80%, because we have enough time. Hearing what this player said, another player fell into thought. You're not wrong in what you said, but I'm thinking about another question now. What if something goes wrong along the way? No one can guarantee that there won't be any accidents along the way. So I think we need to expand this area by at least 40%. 40%? How is that possible? We only have 5 months now. There is no other way. We must be prepared for any eventuality. You are also very clear about the movement of the Devourer of the Universe. According to our current time plan, if nothing unexpected happens, the Devourer of the Universe will be less than 2 years away from us when we reach the last supply point. That is to say, we can only stay at the last international point for 2 years. And God knows whether the Devourer of the Universe will accelerate in the middle of the journey. If it accelerates, this time will continue. So we can't follow our plan. Once there is even a little bit of an accident in the middle of the journey, we may really be finished. So although this may be uncomfortable for most people, there are some things we have to do, because now we have no choice but to do this in order to survive. At this moment, everyone fell silent after hearing what the player said. Indeed, all their previous plans were based on a premise, and this premise was that the Devourer of the Universe could not have any accidents. Once it appeared, they would definitely be seriously affected. So after considering this factor, they must be cautious about their future plans, otherwise it may cause unexpected consequences. If things go wrong, they will eventually become space junk, because they don't get the resources at the last point. So after considering these factors, everyone present was silent. They knew very well that sometimes they had no choice but to do this. Brothers, this request may be a little abrupt for everyone, but please be patient. The escape route we have planned and our time calculation are based on the assumption that the Devourer will not encounter any accidents. But if the Devourer has something like acceleration or some other situation in the middle of the journey, then all our plans will fail. So we can't guarantee that we still have 2 years to reach the last point. Considering this factor, after negotiation, we decided to increase our progress at the previous points. If we are lucky and the Devourer does not encounter any accidents, the increased progress will help us get a longer time at the last point. But if we are unlucky, the increased progress in the front will also increase our chances at the last point to a certain extent, but if we do this, then our workload will definitely change greatly. So now I hope you can make more efforts for our continuation at this time. It is very euphemistic. To put it bluntly, it means increasing everyone's working time. According to the previous plan, they work about 9 to 10 hours a day, but now after considering these factors, the players are very sensible and finally extended the working time to 12 or even 14 hours after voting. There is no other way. Now we can only increase the working time to improve efficiency. Otherwise, there is really no way to improve efficiency. In this way, the transport button is more frequent, the mining car is also more frequent, some people in charge of maintenance are also busier, and various robots are damaged more frequently. In short, the entire player group is united at this time. Chapter 1100. They are not fools. They know that this matter must have been negotiated and determined by many parties. If it is not contained, there will definitely be big problems in the later stage. So it is natural that there is still a chance at this time, and they must be fully prepared in advance. After all, there is only one chance. They are not like other civilizations with high technology. It is very easy to make up for any problem in any link. For them, it is simply a pipe dream to make up for it. One opportunity must be grasped well, and no mistakes can occur in the middle. At this moment in the planet, busy players are constantly transporting resources in car after car. The players in charge of exploration use their professional knowledge to judge which areas may have more resources. After determining which area is about, they immediately went to the field for investigation. After confirming that it is correct, they mark the coordinates. Then, there will be mining teams coming later. At this moment, they are like a sophisticated machine. Everyone is doing their job and trying to increase their resource mining as quickly as possible. Naturally, their efforts have achieved a relatively good effect, because our current mining volume has far exceeded our previous expectations. According to the current progress, by the time we leave, our resource mining volume should exceed our estimate by at least 30%. It can even reach 40%, which means that the expansion we are building can increase the capacity by 40%, and the resources it can carry naturally. Needless to say. Seeing this, everyone showed joy. That is to say, our resource storage room can basically be completed with this opportunity. After the resource storage room is completed, there will be other cabins in the next area. We can put all our energy on them. That's right. The most important thing for us is not the resource storage, but the processing room for all our resources. As long as this thing is done well, we can process resources no matter where we go in the future. In fact, if you want to travel in space for a long time, then this thing is inevitable, and the reason is naturally very simple. The spacecraft will definitely encounter various problems during the flight. Once a problem occurs, it needs to be repaired, and the repair materials carried can naturally be used. But these materials will always run out one day, and there may be a shortage of a certain material. If you encounter this situation and need to use it immediately, it will be a complete mess. But with the processing room, it is completely different. A complete production line can not only manufacture the missing things at ordinary times, but also ensure that they can be taken out at critical times. Secondly, after encountering an emergency, it can also be manufactured immediately to solve the current problems. This is the difference between having this thing and not having it. But the size of the entire production line is not small. Starting from the most basic smelting furnace, to various manufacturing workshops and raw material processing plants, etc., their spacecraft must be expanded at least twice. In other words, the resources needed are massive, and this resource is collected at the fourth collection point. The third collection point is a resource collection point for their new food. Now their efficiency has improved a lot compared to before, which means that their previous plan to complete the food storage section at the fourth collection point, and then add other sections can be slightly changed. At that time, they can put all the sections into the manufacturing aspect of this production line. If that's the case, being able to complete a section ahead of time is definitely a great thing from our perspective. I believe everyone knows that the faster we are now, the higher the chance of survival will be. Of course, there were many problems in our previous plan, because the previous plan was based on our approximate collection volume, and then a slightly reasonable plan was made. This plan can only ensure that we have a great probability of being able to follow the plan. But there are still many loopholes. And now our collection rate has been greatly improved, which means that many of our previous plans can be slightly adjusted according to the actual situation to increase our success rate. That's right. I think the material storage part can be stopped appropriately. For us, the manufacturing part is the most critical, at least from the current perspective. Since it is a change of plan, a player immediately expressed his thoughts. The reason why he said so is naturally also for a reason. In the previous plan, he was not particularly inclined to give priority to this. Your plan is not very feasible. Let me tell you this. You think that it is not so troublesome for us to store food, but in fact it is not available. Now you feel this way because we currently have resources in several areas. After replenishing at this supply point, we can run to 1 or 2 more supply points to get food, so there is no need to worry about food shortages, but in fact, we can't think like that. Once we finish running and get everything we need from every resource point, we can only rely on ourselves. So at this time, where do you think we should find food? It seems that what we built is just a storage room, but it is only a temporary storage room. After it is built, we will start to arrange the most important things in it. A relatively complete ecological cycle, this is the real focus. First of all, we will look for relatively suitable exocentric plants here. Cultivate better varieties to ensure that the growth cycle and maturity cycle are within our acceptable range. If this is achieved, it means that we can rely on this place to supply our daily food consumption in the later stage. Although it cannot meet our needs 100%, at least with our other food reserves, which can only survive for 1 year, it may be increased to 2 to 3 years, or even longer. In this way, we have the preliminary conditions for survival in space. And now this place can only be regarded as a very simple one. After the transition, it will definitely continue to expand, at least to ensure that it can be self-sufficient to meet the consumption of everyone in the spacecraft. While speaking, the player continued to add, "After all, during this period of time, at least before we finish the route we planned, we will not be short of food." This also makes many people have an illusion that we are not short of food, which is completely wrong. When we run all the places and want to find a new place, it will be very difficult for us, because the place we are looking for now has taken so many of us, including so many people from Blue Star, for almost 10 years to find. The route that the players are looking for was actually considered by the escape troops of Blue Star before. These planets were discovered by them, but some places were eliminated for various reasons. Maybe it's not on the way, or there are other reasons. In short, there are some places where the players overlap with them, but many places are eliminated. But no matter what the specific reason is, it is certain that it is not so easy to find a second place after spending so much manpower and material resources to find it. So the next place is actually very confusing for everyone. They also know that the probability of finding it here is not high. For these reasons, players in these areas must complete their plans. In this way, they can buy themselves enough time to find a new place. Okay, the previous plan will definitely not change in general. What I want to consider now is actually the time issue. For example, if we follow the efficiency here, we can eventually improve it by nearly half, which means that we can save half of the time. That is to say, we can also save a lot of time in other places in this way, and I think it will be better to plan to save time in a certain area, so that the risk will be much lower than if we change the plan. For example, our next area is to collect food, and when we go to another area, it is to continue to expand. However, each of these areas can save a certain amount of time, so we leave early, and then strive for more than half of the time planned before for a certain area, which means that the area we expand will definitely be much larger than what we planned. We can even add some other facilities. This plan is indeed feasible. We can arrange some plans for the remaining areas in advance, so that we can definitely expand the spacecraft before running through the other points. In this way, the remaining points can decide how to operate according to our needs. In this way, everyone discussed one by one, but they all knew that this spacecraft was missing everything after all, and they could only improve it bit by bit like assembling building blocks, and finally complete the spacecraft. Of course, their spacecraft may be more than that in the future. It may be much larger and more functional than what they planned, but now they can only take it one step at a time. This meeting lasted a long time, and everyone voted after the meeting. After all, the entire group is not a one-man show, and after some discussion, they decided to take a slightly riskier plan. At this resource collection point, they will first complete a facility according to the plan, and then start planning the subsequent operations. For the next resource collection point, because it is to collect various foods and the facility has been expanded here, the amount of things to be loaded must be much more than they had planned before, so they can stay at the next resource point for a while longer and leave after collecting enough food. Of course, there are many more detailed plans in addition to this. In short, it is natural to maximize efficiency in all aspects. In this way, time passed day by day, and soon a huge square building gradually took shape above this spaceship. And this building is connected to the original food storage space below. After the construction here was completed, it was naturally not the time specified by the players before, so they took the time to arrange some of the various materials here. After all this was ready, the spaceship once again embarked on the journey to the next point. At this moment, after the spaceship set off, the interior of the spaceship naturally began to get busy. Various facilities are needed in the new cabin. This is when these facilities are manufactured. A complete ecosystem is not so easy to come up with, and it also requires a lot of effort during this period. As time went by, related facilities were built one after another. I have good news for you all. The plant culture chamber we prepared before successfully cultivated useful plants. And the first pollination has been completed. Among the plants we found on that planet, there are 6 types with very short growth cycles, which are completely harmless to us, and the nutritional value they contain is relatively rich in all aspects. This will become one of our staple foods in the future. Everyone smiled when they heard this. It was obvious that for them now, every additional kind of food meant that their chances of survival increased by 1 point. Great, our previous efforts have not been in vain. And the most important thing is that if nothing unexpected happens, our ecosystem may also be successful, which means that we will have a steady supply of food in the future. We only need to continue to expand the ecosystem, and then we will not lack food. An area of about 3 kilometers is only a few square meters. It is difficult to satisfy so many people. We have to continue to expand. But now it is pretty good. At least it is not in a state of deficit. And when necessary, We can reduce the amount of food for each person to ensure survival time. For us, this is pretty good. Don't forget about animals. It should be enough if we had animals. Don't think too much. Animals need to consume a lot of food to grow. Meat is a luxury for us. Unless there is a demand, there is no need to do this because the cost effectiveness is too low. Although there are not so many worries in the period when resources are relatively sufficient, because the roots and stems of some plants can be used to feed animals. But if food is scarce, then some roots and stems may also become our food. At this moment, everyone was discussing. Chapter 1101. For them now, except for eating a little bit around the resource planet, they are well planned at other times. There is a standard for how much each person eats every day, and it cannot exceed this standard, otherwise it is easy to run out of food. After a discussion, the meeting ended. The content discussed at the end of this meeting was also very simple. The first point was that the stay time on the food supply planet would be appropriately shortened. It was determined that the plants they collected did not have much time to stay there. And now they have some plants that meet the standard. This so-called standard is actually very simple. First of all, this plant is harmless to the human body, and the nutrients contained in it are rich enough. In addition, the growth cycle must be high for the yield. This is a prerequisite that needs to be met, and only when these conditions are met can there be a follow-up. After all, this is related to their lives, so it is naturally impossible to say how to mess around. Fortunately, their requirements are not high, so it is easy to achieve overall. There are actually quite a few plants like this on the planet, but it is definitely very difficult to find them among so many plants, so there is a bit of luck involved. Of course, for them, as long as they find a few, it is enough. The follow-up is mainly icing on the cake. This time they went to the food supply planet, and they were mainly looking for animals. First of all, the requirements for animals this time are that the growth cycle is fast, the size is large enough, and the reproductive capacity is strong. The most important thing is that it must be a herbivorous animal, and no substances harmful to the human body can appear in the body. This requirement is more or less a little outrageous, but it is obvious that this must be met for them, otherwise it will be difficult for them to gather what they need for survival in the future. In fact, for them now, they can cultivate through technology and cultivate some plants for special processing. But there are too many problems with things cultivated by this technology. If used for a long time, it will inevitably have a certain degree of impact on normal people, which is what they don't want to see. After all, for them, their own safety is the most important. They don't want to eat this thing and get hurt when they eat it, which is not worth the loss. It is also for this reason that they have never thought about baking this thing. At present, their food is actually a mixture of plants and animals, similar to biscuits. This thing contains everything they need, although the taste is not particularly delicious. But this method can now maximize the effects of all parties. It is also the most cost-effective method they think at present. It's just a pity that they are also very clear that although this is the most cost-effective method, the taste is not very friendly. Fortunately, when they arrive at the food supply planet, they can eat it with confidence. And this time, they need to find enough animals because only in this way can they select the ones that meet their requirements. I don't know if we can find what we need in the new place. Among the animals we have found so far, only one can barely meet our expected growth. The cycle is about 6 months, the meat quality is also good, and the size is large enough. Although the amount of food consumed every day is not small, this is normal. However, the biggest problem of this kind of pig-like animal is that their growth cycle does not reach the 4 months we expected. In addition, their physique is very weak. This is indeed a big disadvantage, and if the physique is weak, once there is an infection, it will really be fatal. So this thing was abandoned. Remember that we also have genetic research here. In fact, we can consider making up for these problems through research in this area. You think too much. With our current technology, we can only make some superficial modifications. In the later stage, we still have to rely on them to continue to reproduce and cultivate the next generation to slowly solve these problems. But this also has a probability of success. So instead of gambling on the future, it is better to choose a more suitable one. Well, if this is the case, it is indeed a headache, and now we have too few things on the spacecraft, and it is impossible to do something at all. Although many equipment and technologies are prepared, it is obvious that they cannot be implemented for the time being. At present, we must first ensure the survival of the problem, and then consider scientific research or other aspects. In this way, everyone discussed it one by one, and they also attached great importance to this matter. After all, this is closely related to their lives. The planet covered by red is not covered by red. The clerks know that this is because most of the plants on this planet tend to be red as a whole, so it presents such a scene. After arriving here, The final inspection was carried out, and the players also landed on the planet using the transport key. As soon as they landed, the players were shocked by everything in front of them. This planet seemed to have a relatively large impact on their senses, and the various animals on the planet also had this color of protective color. These strange-looking animals also looked at this uninvited guest curiously. Oh my god, there are a lot of animals and plants on this planet. Yes, it's more or less good. Next, let's find some useful animals and plants. In this way, the players began to act. The first thing is to start setting up a temporary base, which is very important, because only after the temporary base is established can we consider the following things. The whole process is not complicated. After all, there is nothing here that can pose a threat to them. In this way, a base was built very quickly, and the relevant researchers moved in as soon as possible. Then various animals were sent over. First of all, we need to determine the adaptability of the animals here and their resistance to various possible viruses. Then, there are the conditions for reproduction, speed, time, etc. These are all factors that need to be taken into consideration. The second is whether it is harmful to the human body. What are the categories of food? And the various trace elements contained in the meat. At this moment, a player was explaining to others some necessary conditions that meet the needs. After hearing what he said, the other busy players nodded. Don't worry, everyone is an old hand, and they must know these. We can't be careless. Even if there is a little problem, it will be extremely risky for us. In the future, there will be fewer and fewer planets for food supply. If we haven't found it on the last planet, we will be in danger. So it is best to find it on the first few planets, so that we will have less pressure in the later stage. In fact, the sooner they find it, the more species they can replace or cultivate later. They have already divided these animals into several levels, and the highest one is naturally the S level. In addition to the conditions mentioned above, animals of this level need to meet another key factor, which is strong adaptability. What is strong adaptability? Being able to eat plants produced on this planet, and also being able to use plants from other planets is truly useful. Because some plants they eat on some planets have a long growth cycle, if they are used for feeding, they actually occupy a relatively high proportion of space, and in many cases they are meaningless. Every inch of space is precious to them. What they ideally want is that the plants they eat have a short growth cycle, and the fruits they grow can be eaten by themselves. In this way, while satisfying yourself, you can also satisfy the cultivated animals to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Of course, this kind of thing is hard to find. As for why you didn't bring some cultivated species when you were on Blue Star, it's not that you don't want to bring them, but many of them are not suitable. If those things are used for a long time, they will have a certain impact on your body. The potential of these animals has been developed almost, but such potential cannot meet the needs of players, and there are few samples, especially in the later stage, which is basically invisible. Many animals have long been extinct. After all, after most of the immigrants in the later period, the remaining people are desperate, and no one is engaged in production and planting. So it consumes the remaining resources. This leads to a series of consequences, which is why the players prepared for so long there, and finally only brought a little bit of things. It's not that they don't want to bring more things, it's not that they don't want to build bigger warships, it's not that they don't want to build a complete ecosystem in advance, but that there are not enough resources for them to complete these things. Sometimes it's really a headache. We still have too many things that are not perfect. If these things are not perfected, they will definitely have a great impact on us in the future. Okay, don't think about these things for now. Let's think about our next arrangements first. Continue searching. First capture all the animals you need and study them slowly. In this way, the players were busy here during this period of time. But fortunately, they found the right animals and also found a suitable plant on this planet. Since then, their search for food has basically come to an end. Well done! We originally prepared 4 planets, but we didn't expect that the problem had been solved on the second planet. This saves us at least half a year. Then the issue of expanding the production workshop on the next resource planet can be put on the agenda. And this time the expansion must be done very well, and secondly, our food warehouse can also be considered to continue to expand. That's okay, make the most of this time to make us self-sufficient in food, and then the storage warehouse. These things must also be arranged as soon as possible, and the time we fight for is enough. Because next they only need to go to the support planet. And there is no need to say that they went one planet at a time as they had considered before. After they were ready, they left here, and then arrived at the next resource. After filling up all the fuel here, they jumped directly to the second to last planet. The remaining 2 planets are resource planets, where you can collect enough resources to build warships. With so many planets saved, players can naturally build on a large scale here. The first is the manufacturing workshop, which is mainly responsible for the processing of various spacecraft parts and the manufacture of various tools. It took almost a year to complete the whole process, but now they have a lot of time, so there is no need to worry. Then they began to expand the food warehouse, and at the same time, they were also building storage cabins. In addition, the research laboratory was also under construction. This made their spaceship continue to expand, and new cabins were added above and below the spaceship, making the entire spaceship look a bit bloated. However, it is undeniable that their spaceship can no longer land on the planet, because their spaceship thrusters simply cannot support such a huge volume. Once it lands on the ground, it will never be able to take off. In this way, time passed in a blink of an eye. In nearly 5 years, the spaceship, which was originally only 3 kilometers long, has expanded to 5 kilometers. The height of the spaceship, which was only a few hundred meters before, has now skyrocketed to 3 kilometers, and the volume has increased by more than a circle. At this moment, the basic facilities of spaceships are built on the basis of game cabins, because they can get to where they are today because they build game cabins in the game. Because the reason why they can get to where they are today is because many of the data in the game are real, which makes them want to dig out more data. And they also want to study how some of the immigration warships in the game are arranged. This is also very important for them, because their spaceships will definitely continue to expand. They will even build new spaceships later. Okay, this planet has almost been resupplied. Next, we should go to the last planet. The last planet has enough metal resources, and some energy resources. The personnel we are using are still relatively crude. Next, we need to research and find more efficient replacement personnel, and that planet should have the answers we need. Chapter 1102. Of course, energy replacement is not something that can be achieved overnight. There are so many things that need to be considered. The first point is whether this energy is universal. This is the most important point, because this energy needs to be able to be supplied stably for a long time. Otherwise, once the energy is cut off, there will be many problems. So this is very important, and there are many other factors that need to be considered. Thinking of this, they can't help but feel a little headache. I'm afraid this matter is not that simple. But I feel that if this matter is handled well, there is still a certain space. They are not stupid. They know very well that the energy they are currently using is mainly nuclear fusion. This energy is one of the long-term and stable energy sources they can think of. But the huge energy consumption of the spacecraft, especially during the jump process, this will keep their energy in a state of shortage. If they cannot be replenished, even this energy cannot be maintained for a long time. Although resources that can be converted can be seen on many planets, there are still a large number of planets that do not have such things. Therefore, it is urgent to replace new energy. Once the replacement of new energy is carried out, there are many things to consider. For example, the distribution of the most basic energy in the universe, the engine used by this energy, and other things need to be studied from scratch. But this is an inevitable step, and the energy currently used is not enough to maintain subsequent operations. Well, there's no point in thinking about this now. Let's make a decision when we get to that planet. Now that we prepared everything here, let's go. Yes, let's go take a look first. Also, how is the astronomy department preparing now? The astronomy department is naturally responsible for something more important, which is to observe the next planet to land on. If there is no planet to land on for resource replenishment, they will sooner or later use up all the energy. At present, the astronomy department has found 2 planets that meet our replenishment conditions, but they are all for energy replenishment. Those planets also contain metals, which can be used to expand our spacecraft again. As for other life planets, they have not been found yet. Everyone nodded when they heard this. The situation is roughly understood. It's good enough to find 2. If you want to find more, you will definitely need everyone's cooperation in the future. At present, we can only take one step at a time. There is no way to plan further, but for us, even this is enough. In short, since it's almost done, let's go! After making preparations, the players set out on the journey again. As the spacecraft slowly moved, it soon entered the space. As the spacecraft slowly entered the jump state, the players were about to go to the last area. This last area was very different from the areas they encountered before. This was their last stop and the last supply. After a period of jump, when the spacecraft slowly docked in the orbit of this planet, the players began to get busy again. This planet needs to be expanded again. This time, the expansion is naturally the laboratory and many necessary research laboratories. In addition, it is necessary to collect the personnel needed next, and all the expanded cabins are naturally used to store the personnel they need now. As for the new energy, they will also take some samples of energy stones and start to study the corresponding facilities. Thanks to the fact that their ecological cycle system has been built very well, it is okay not to replenish a large amount of resources in a short period of time. At least there is no need to worry about food in the short term, but they also know that they must find a place to replenish food as soon as possible, because from the current situation, they also need to solve the food problem as soon as possible. Otherwise, the problems encountered later will be very difficult, and food is a very critical factor. Although they can persist for a long time, the production efficiency and their consumption efficiency are still in an unequal state. So they need to maintain this balance as soon as possible, which naturally requires their joint efforts. In this way, as time goes by, the days pass by. Soon they found all the resources they needed here. In addition to the resources they needed, they also found the special energy, or they had been thinking about. The energy contained in this, or is very terrifying. This made the players excited, because if they could use this energy, then they would no longer have to worry about it in the later stage. I calculated that according to the current ratio, the energy contained in a stone is equivalent to the amount that our nuclear fusion can reach in at least 12 years. And this is just a palm-sized stone, which is simply against the sky. It's outrageous. We have a warehouse for such energy, and must research the corresponding facilities, and replace them when the time comes. It must be researched as soon as possible, so that we don't have to worry about energy in the future. After learning about the special nature of this energy, the players have already made up their minds. The energy contained is really too huge. This is the new energy they have dreamed of. Although it seems that this thing is indeed against the sky, in fact, as long as the level of civilization is getting higher and higher, various defects of this thing will gradually be discovered. First of all, although this energy is very useful, it is very difficult to obtain, at least not everywhere. Of course, it is much better than the energy they are using now. This new energy is naturally the reason why you need to master it when you set foot in the universe. It's very simple. Now the power of their spacecraft is very low, so it feels that some basic personnel can be used, but when they want to develop better in the later stage, the level of their spacecraft users will continue to increase. If there is no new energy, then it will never be able to be upgraded. So now what they can do is to try their best to research this thing, so that they have a certain amount of capital to gain a foothold in this universe. The research started in full swing. This is not an easy task, and everyone knows it. I don't need to say more about this specific situation. At present, we must come up with a new method of using personnel as soon as possible, so that we can solve the problem of constantly going to other planets to obtain energy to a certain extent. According to the current reserves of this energy, if we can develop equipment that can use this energy, we will not have to worry about energy problems for at least the next few hundred years. So the research department is responsible for the fate of all of us. You must research it as soon as possible. Of course, apart from energy, other aspects are also the same. First of all, in terms of food, the growth cycle of the plants we have cultivated is getting shorter and shorter, and the yield is getting higher and higher. And according to, it won't be long before we can cultivate perfect plants. And now our entire ecosystem has been expanded, and it can barely maintain our daily expenses. That is to say, in terms of food, we don't need to worry too much in the short term. Of course, we still need to increase production, because we need to have some storage and takeaway, and we also need to consider future generations. In order to ensure our most basic identity, we are not allowed to have offspring in these years, but the continuation of civilization requires this thing, so there will be more and more mouths to eat in the future. So we have to arrange a lot of things, and we also have to consider the seeds brought back from the planet, especially the medicinal materials. Go plant some. This is also very critical. After all, our life safety is also very important. Of course, there are many details besides this that I don't need to say more. And the most important thing is that we must also consider the problem of our activity space. This spaceship looks very large on the surface. But in fact, considering the utilization rate of space, because such a large spaceship not only has to carry so many people, but also has various different ecosystems that need to be improved, and resource reserves and so on all need space. Although they have been expanding continuously over the years, one thing that must be admitted is that this expansion is limited. Even now, the environment where players live is still not particularly large. This matter can indeed be tolerated in the short term, but it will inevitably be a bit depressing over time, and players must also consider their mentality and other things. So it is urgent to build a professional living cabin. We must ensure that we are comfortable and at ease, so that everyone can work more happily and build our spacecraft better. It has been several years since we escaped from the planet. I personally think that we have survived for so many years, which is very good. Of course, this is far from enough. We not only have to survive, but also live very well. This is my goal. So this time we must ensure that all our things are perfect, and continue to do these things well in the future, and turn this spacecraft into an ark that belongs to us. As the voice fell, a group of players began to discuss. First of all, it is our current personnel problem. Now that we have samples of energy, it is inevitable that we will research and replace the corresponding energy-using equipment in the future. Of course, there is no problem in continuing to use the original energy, but we just need to maintain the operation of some important facilities during the replacement. Okay, this is the first point. We need to overcome the difficulties now. As long as we have new energy, we can go further and find more good things in more places. At this moment, a player expressed his thoughts. As his voice fell, the second player stood up. Okay, everyone. I don't think there's any need to say more about other things. I just talk about my own opinion. What I need to discuss with you is naturally another thing. What is this thing? It's also very simple. That is about our residential area. In fact, for the residential area, we can separate a large area as a place to live. In this way, we can carry out some relatively comfortable construction there. The height of the residential area can be set at about 3 kilometers. The overall length of our current spacecraft is nearly 6 kilometers, so we set it up as 6 by 3, of which 1.5 kilometers can be used for building construction. Don't underestimate the height of 1.5 kilometers for building construction. According to the current standard height of about 3 meters for the first floor, we can build at least a few hundred floors at this distance. If there are hundreds of floors, we only need one building to accommodate all our current people. As he finished speaking, another person stood up. Your idea is not a big problem, but it is obviously inappropriate. It is not good to build a building too high. I suggest that the area be divided into 2 floors. We don't need many people at present. A large part of the area can be built as an entertainment area, a living area, and some flowers and plants can be planted to arrange the environment of the area well. According to my estimation, the area can accommodate at least hundreds of thousands of people. It won't be particularly crowded. In fact, according to the current standards, 3 people live in 100 square meters. Not to mention hundreds of floors, the height of more than 20 floors can accommodate thousands of people. Of course, considering that they need to live here in the future, it must be planned well, because this will become their future residence. In the future, more people will live and develop here. So it must be planned clearly, so that it will work. In this way, everyone discussed this matter, starting from the most basic and then going deep enough in the later stage. Of course, apart from these, there is another point that they are more concerned about. We also need to consider the defense system, not only the defense of the spacecraft itself. Now our spacecraft can only be said to be able to withstand the environment of space, but the defense of the spacecraft itself can be ignored. There is no offensive system, which means that when facing the enemy, we don't have many means at all. In this way, everyone discussed this matter, and they really didn't have any good solutions for the 2 aspects of offense and defense. Because all their technology trees were for survival at the beginning, it is actually a very difficult thing to redo this kind of weapon research now, especially in the spacecraft. A little disappointment may mean that the whole spacecraft is gone. Chapter 1103. The weapon system is very important to us. If there is no weapon system, then we will definitely need to plan a lot of things in the later stage. After all, in this universe, it is not that we cannot encounter other enemies. Once we encounter other enemies, if we do not have the ability to protect ourselves, then we will die here. So we must be cautious about this matter, but there will be many problems when studying the weapon system. The most critical one is that if there is a mistake, you also know that none of us can escape in this spaceship. This is also a point that players are more worried about now. After all, the weapon system is not a big problem in essence. The real problem is that the subsequent impact of this weapon system is very large. Especially now that all their little faces are in this spaceship. Once the spaceship explodes, then it will be finished on the spot. This is also a point that they are most worried about. Everything else is fine, but once this weapon explodes, there will be nothing left. It is true that everyone knows the risks of the weapon system, but it also affects our safety, so no matter how dangerous it is, we must consider it. My personal feeling is that in fact, as for the weapon system, we don't say that it must be carried out in the spacecraft. We can build research bases on some planets, and then carry out it there. We are wondering, Have you considered the problem of the Black Abyss? The biggest problem of the weapon system also appears here. If the Black Abyss is not solved, do you think we can operate this smoothly? Hearing this, everyone's expression became a little ugly. It was indeed a very realistic problem. If the problem of the Black Abyss was not solved, then the time they could stay on a planet would be very short. This meant that even if they wanted to study, they would have to change places soon, otherwise they would be swallowed up by the Black Abyss. And the most critical thing was that the Black Abyss had another problem, which was that the speed was too fast. That was to say, they could not study in one place for too long, and they needed a spacecraft to take them away, otherwise these researchers would probably stay there forever. In short, various factors led to the fact that they now knew that this matter was very difficult to handle. If it was not handled well, then you were basically finished. So now, because of the existence of the Black Abyss, we can't operate according to the plan at all. We must come up with a more perfect plan, otherwise everything will be in vain. This made everyone feel difficult. Now it seems that they have many choices on the surface, but in fact everyone knows that they don't have many choices at all. At present, they can only take risks, so after thinking about it, they have made a mistake in the weapons they are researching later. They try to research laser weapons, which will not cause too much damage to the spacecraft if there is a mistake. At most, they can make a few skeletons for the spacecraft. This thing can still be repaired. Compared with the kind of method that blows up the entire spacecraft at any time, it is obvious that this method is much more harmonious and slightly safer for them. In this way, the players soon came to the last area while discussing. After arriving here, the operation was basically the same as before. The players began to get busy. First of all, their expansion in all aspects was the top priority. Now they are all counting on this. Of course, the entire expansion process takes a very long time. Fortunately, in their previous time planning, the time reserved for the last area was sufficient, so they are currently proceeding steadily according to the plan, and there are not too many problems. In this way, the players continue to expand the size of the spacecraft, and it was proceeding according to the previous situation. As time went by, the relevant aspects were quickly prepared. After all these preparations were complete, the players left here without stopping. As the spacecraft left the last area, it also indicated that the players needed to find all the areas by themselves. In fact, this matter is not simple. First of all, they have to avoid the first one, which is the Universe Devourer. It means that they need to keep the market, and find the planets along the way during the voyage, and they must meet the conditions. This is a very difficult thing. Although the support planet is, to be honest, every planet is, but the life planet is different. Most lifeless planets will sooner or later be hit by food and many other things. These things will carry the metals that players need, so even on a barren planet there will always be some gains. However, if you want to find a planet with energy minerals or life, it is hard to come by. So there are too many things to consider in the future. The player's journey is relatively smooth, at least for now. They are moving forward according to the plan, and the stored resources can also maintain daily consumption. Everything is going according to their plan, but they have not had much procedures for the use of energy ores. The main reason is that there are too many technologies that need to be covered, which makes people quite headache. While thinking about it, the players decided to try another routine. This routine is naturally very simple, that is, restarting the game. They found many technologies from it before, so they want to explore more technologies in it next. We can only rely on this now. This is the only way we can think of to get the technology. There may be other ways, but I guess the credibility is not as high as we think. After making the decision, the players began to build a large number of game warehouses in the living area and began to arrange special personnel to handle this matter. At present, they need to consider too many things. Naturally, it is impossible for everyone to play games as they thought before. They can only select some talented people, and wait until their descendants have risen in all aspects before relying on their descendants. In short, the plan is the beginning, but there are still many things to consider in the future. As the players go online one after another, they find that they are now in the area where they were offline before. The progress is still the same as before, but this universe should have changed a lot. In the past few years, when the situation has disappeared, the timeline should have evolved on its own. But I have to admit that this game is really amazing. I don't know how this technology was obtained in the first place. The players started chatting as soon as they entered. At this moment, their goal is very clear, that is, to find some civilizations that can meet their conditions first, and then use their functions, and then use some technologies found by these civilizations to see if they can work in reality. But the players feel that the feasibility is very high, mainly for several reasons. First, their technology came from other civilizations in this universe, and then problems arose for various reasons and were finally intercepted, and then their data was integrated into this game, which means that a lot of data must be true. This is the situation of this game, and the reason why they can find these technologies is that these data were not actually discovered when the game was made, but were hidden in the game together with the players. They can discover these things by constantly exploring the progress of the game. So the players naturally knew how to manipulate the game in the later stage, so everything started to proceed according to their plan, and soon the players found a suitable civilization. The technological level of this civilization was not high, but the players found the special or they found before mining, which immediately aroused their interest. It was naturally very simple for the players to take down this civilization. After the players took down these, they immediately found the corresponding database in the heritage of this civilization. Brothers, we have found the database. I think this thing should be useful. When the time comes, give it to our researchers and let them see what's going on. After obtaining the data, the players hurriedly logged off and handed it over to the research center. At this moment, when the research center saw the data handed over, they couldn't help but be amazed. The reason is very simple, because the data seems to be true, which makes the players feel incredible. Many of their research overlaps with this data. This is the most amazing thing for people to be at the top. At the same time, it also makes players realize that there are more treasures waiting for them to dig in this game. After having this research, the following things will naturally be easy to handle. With this data, they can quickly get some results. The first point is about some detailed data. This data records how the relevant thrusters are made, what is the principle, how to convert energy, and how to improve their energy level, so as to study more things they once wanted to study. In this way, this data brought great changes to the players. First of all, after obtaining this data, the first simulated thruster has been manufactured. The propulsion capacity of this thruster is hundreds of times that of their original thrusters. Secondly, a new energy system is adopted, and the personnel that this energy system can provide are very terrifying. Even if they use new thrusters, they can support it for a very long time, and no longer need to worry about energy. Next is the situation of this kind of personnel. Although this kind of personnel is relatively rare in the universe, it can also be encountered, which means that as long as they have enough storage warehouses, they can store enough of this special ore. In addition, after having this thing, there are more important things. Needless to say, these more important things are new weapons, and other things developed around this new energy. In short, there are so many things that can be derived from this, so many that it is simply outrageous, which makes people feel a little excited. For everyone, this is undoubtedly very good news. In this way, the players soon began to build new thrusters and began to replace the original various equipment so that they can use this energy. Of course, everything went smoothly. Let the players see their future. At present, we have many plans for the research of this energy-related system. Although many of them are immature, at least we have a research direction. We also need to get more data through the game. The number of people entering the game must be increased, which means that we may need more people. We have been in this world for such a long time, and I think we can consider the population. Before, due to various reasons of resources, we have not planned this matter, but now we must consider planning. There is no big problem, but the consumption will increase, which means that our food must be prepared sufficiently. I personally don't think we need to worry about this for the time being. The reason is very simple. First of all, you should understand one thing. We don't need to worry about energy now. We can go to different planets to collect resources and continue to expand. Anyway, the energy ore can support us for a long time now, so there is no need to worry too much. So based on this, our subsequent operations naturally do not need to be too complicated. Keep going to areas with a lot of resources for expansion. During this period, there is also enough time to find life planets, resource planets, and the like. In short, we have many choices, and now there is a direction that we don't have to worry about. It can save us a lot of manpower, material resources and time, etc. After some negotiations, the players' plan to expand while fleeing began. One piece of energy, or can be put on the spacecraft and operate for a very long time. The reserves were also very high before, so there is no need to worry about the problem of energy, or in the next few decades, or even hundreds of years. However, such a long time is enough for them to find new energy ore. So they started to get busy here, and as time went by, all aspects of the players began to gradually get on the right track, and what excited the players the most was that a lot of the data they obtained in the game could basically be used in reality, which made them start to increase their time in the game and conquer other civilizations. Chapter 1104. I didn't expect this game to be a treasure. It's not that this game is a treasure, but some of the content of this game is guaranteed based on the information obtained in the past. This game was created by us analyzing a spaceship. It seems that this spaceship should be left by an advanced civilization, otherwise there would be no such problem. But for us, this is naturally a good thing. After all, if we get all the technology in it, then we don't have to worry at all. The rapid progress of the players' technology during this period made them extremely excited. At the beginning, they didn't take them away. They thought they might not survive in the universe for a long time. No matter how rigorous the plan was, without the support of technology, it was nonsense. However, now they know that they are lucky enough. Thinking of this, the players are also a little excited. At least for them now, all this is good. In this way, the players continue to develop according to their own plans, and the spaceship is gradually getting on the right track with repeated enhancements. The number of players is also gradually increasing. Then the players began to think about how to proceed. After we have completed all aspects of the residential area and expanded other areas, I think we can consider slowly restoring the planet. At this moment, a player mentioned this. He certainly didn't dare to think so before, but during this period of time, they got a lot of technology through the spaceship, which gave them an idea. Restore the planet? To be honest, this idea is bold enough, but you also know that if we really want to do this, then to what extent our spaceship should be expanded? What's so difficult about this? We have mastered so many technologies now, and the technology of starting materials is one of them. As long as we find enough materials, slowly replace the old materials of the spacecraft with new materials, and integrate the blueprint, we will definitely be able to build a large enough spacecraft in the future. Let's not talk about restoring the entire planet. At least our spacecraft must be the size of a city. If there is such a large spacecraft, it is not impossible to build houses in it, and restore the life mode on the planet. Moreover, there are technologies such as artificial suns, so I think we can arrange it well. Players also came to talk about this. To be honest, compared to the supermarket in the spacecraft, or a small residential area, it would be best if a city could be restored. Of course, they also know that if they want to do this, the size of the entire spacecraft must be expanded by at least hundreds of times on their current basis. Maybe they were worried about energy issues before, but now they don't need to worry at all. Because there is a new energy source, the system-related technologies have basically been studied, so they don't need to worry about energy issues at all. This means that they now have many new ideas to operate. With such a large spaceship, they would definitely not have been able to ensure sufficient energy in the past, but now it is different. Without this limitation, many ideas can be implemented. For a while, everyone was thinking. To be honest, I feel that this plan is indeed feasible, especially for us now. If there is no good enough environment in the universe, there will always be certain problems over time. If the entire spaceship is built into a city, then it will be different. This is not much different from our survival on the planet, and with our current technology, it is completely possible to do this, and we can also design more scalability for this spaceship, so that we can find a second city and a third city on it. Now a city can accommodate at least millions of people. According to this structure, we can continue to increase the number of people in the future. If a city takes into account the space utilization rate, if it is all built into a residential area, it can at least accommodate tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of people. But if you want to consider comfort, you need a lot of additional buildings, such as living areas, such as scenic areas. In short, if all these things are built, then it will be different, and the overall space utilization rate of the city will be immediately limited. If we can create an area of millions of square meters and control the height within 2 or 3 kilometers, then according to this data, if our spaceship wants to look more coordinated, then our overall height must be at least several hundred kilometers. So how huge this spaceship will be? How to build and expand the personnel arrangement is the key. Humans are definitely not enough. We can make some robots to help us work, which will be very efficient, and robots can ignore the environment of outer space. They are always busy there, so our construction progress will also increase. The technology we have now can produce a batch of such construction robots. If we have this batch of construction robots, plus our previous preparations, then as long as the materials are sufficient, there should be no major problems. Among the technologies we have obtained, there is a technology in which the material is very strong. I think we can consider using this material, and the thickness should be at least 2 or 3 kilometers. In this way, even if we are attacked, we can't break through the defense for a while. Of course, our plywood must be layered, and the number of layers must not be too low. In addition, as for shield technology, there are some research results now. With the blessing of the shield and such a thick defense, ordinary civilizations can't do anything to us. As for the attack, of course, we have to take it into consideration. If that's the case, it's feasible, but then we have to think about another problem, which is about our attack technology. The Legacy itself must have a strong attack capability as a mothership, and then we need other carrier-based aircraft, so that we can maximize our combat capability, because once our spacecraft operates according to this plan, it means that the target of our entire spacecraft will become much larger than before. In the past, they were very small, and sometimes even if a civilization discovered them, they would ignore them. After all, such a small spacecraft, it doesn't make much sense to attack it, but if it follows their plan, then the size of the entire spacecraft is definitely impossible to say that it is the same as before. In this way, the players discuss one after another. Now they don't have to worry about the basic aspects of life. In addition, the problem of personnel has been solved, so they don't need to worry about this in the short term. What's left is to consider how to plan for the future. After all, they still have a long way to go in the future, so it's time to arrange the things that should be considered. In short, the players talk for a long time this time, and arrange the future plan clearly. Now that the entertainment area has been established, in order to obtain more data, the players are gradually speeding up the progress of the game's strategy. However, the overall number of players is much less than before, so now even if they want to speed up the progress, it's the same level as before. In this way, the players discuss one after another. At this moment, Jiang Yao knew about the situation of the players. It has to be said that for them, being able to achieve this step is already very good. This thing created by the celestial civilization has already cleared out a lot of civilizations. According to the current situation, the Black Abyss will continue to devour the universe from the outermost edge. The civilizations along the way basically cannot escape, whether they are macroscopic or microscopic, but the Black Abyss itself is at the microscopic level, and its impact on the macroscopic is very small. After talking about this, he couldn't help but think about it. According to the current situation, it can actually be destroyed along with the microscopic to macroscopic. So why is the celestial civilization deliberately protecting the macroscopic? Because at present, there is nothing in the macroscopic except some useless civilizations. So why did the celestial civilization keep them? I don't think it's as simple as it seems. According to the survival rules of the universe and the style of the celestial civilization itself, it would be great if things were really that simple. I personally feel that things are probably not that simple. The celestial civilization should have its own preparations. These macro civilizations should have a certain effect on them, otherwise they would not have kept them intentionally, and the micro civilizations might also be useful, but considering the need to clear potential threats, they chose to give up the micro civilizations and preserve the macro civilizations. And the most surprising thing is that the celestial civilization is the strongest civilization in the universe. They have ruled the universe for a long time. Basically, all the civilizations in the universe understand their existence and their rule. In fact, this operation mode of the celestial civilization is the first time he has seen it. In the previous universe, many powerful civilizations were hidden, and no one knew about them. But once a civilization reaches a certain level, and this level is something these civilizations don't want to see, they will take action. In short, their mode is completely different from that of celestial civilizations. Most of them choose to hide themselves, rather than let others know their existence. He couldn't figure this out, but fortunately, before the players fled, he had already helped the players protect their things in advance. So now there is no need to worry about the players having no bugs to use when they go online. And now he is also carrying out the reproduction of Ghost civilization. Compared with the players, he has studied this civilization more deeply. Now he is using the characteristics of these Ghost civilizations to purify his bugs, but it is obviously not an easy task. Even if he has studied for such a long time, he still has no clue. So this matter is not as simple as imagined. This Ghost civilization must be studied to understand that this is the most critical thing to fight against conceptual weapons, because it itself is also a kind of conceptual existence, which can effectively resist the damage of conceptual weapons. The reason why the celestial civilization was able to win in that war is also because of conceptual weapons, so I must have corresponding checks and balances. Otherwise, if it is discovered later, I will have no way to deal with the celestial civilization, and it will be easy for them to destroy me. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help frowning. Although I really want to enter the macroscopic stage at this stage, and at least not worry about the Black Abyss, it is obviously impossible. At present, I still have to find a way to solve the problem of the Black Abyss. The Black Abyss is not only harmful to some low-level civilizations, but also to him. The black abyss covers the entire universe from the outside to the inside. One day, he will have nowhere to hide, so before that, he needs to use some means to break through the black abyss. This is inevitable. Otherwise, once it is trapped at the center point, it will become a turtle in a jar. Even if it is not swallowed, it will be solved by the celestial civilization. But I have to say that this thing is still quite special. At least I have shot so many bugs in it, and there is no news. Obviously, the ability of this thing is stronger than I imagined, but even so, it doesn't matter. I am not without targeted methods. If it doesn't work in the future, I will take the risk of defeating it directly, so that I can travel through that area. However, doing so will make it clear that there is a sufficiently powerful micro-civilization over there, and the celestial civilization will definitely feel it immediately. I think there must be a celestial civilization paying close attention to the black abyss. Of course, for him, this is a last resort. He wants to take advantage of the period of time covered by the black abyss to continuously develop himself. In fact, according to the current situation, he is very clear that at the current swallowing speed, it will take a long time to complete the cleansing of the entire universe. This period of time is the time for him to develop steadily. Improving his own technological level, military strength, and other things need to be completed in an orderly manner during this period of time. When he really completes these things, it will be time for the final battle with the celestial civilization. However, before that, there are still some other redundant civilizations that must be resolved in advance. That's right, they are other civilizations from the same small universe as him. He doesn't expect these civilizations to help him in the end. In fact, at this stage, everyone actually has a hunch that in the end there will be only one civilization that may fight the celestial civilization to death, and this civilization will combine the technology of all the civilizations that have been formed now. The current situation is quite like raising a poison. Whoever can laugh last will be the ultimate winner. Chapter 1105. Actually, he was quite satisfied with his own arrangements. As for the players, we can provide them with relevant technologies, so that they can ensure their own safety during the development process. In addition, we will have to conduct experiments after the ghost technology is almost developed, and players are undoubtedly the best choice. He has always been cautious about this matter. In fact, under normal circumstances, this is not necessary at all. It's just that this is related to the future of his civilization. He has a hunch that once his celestial civilization is completely confronted, there will be no way out. This feeling is very strange. He doesn't know why he has such an outrageous feeling out of thin air, but he knows very well that this feeling may be true. Once he really confronts the celestial civilization, he will have no way out. Therefore, he must make a perfect layout before he can really step onto the chessboard and play against the celestial civilization. The relationship between the two civilizations is very delicate. In fact, the existence of the bugs has long exposed that the celestial civilization also knows the existence of this race, but the degree of attention paid to this race is far less than that of other special civilizations. So he knows very well that according to the normal cleaning order, he should be at the back, so this is an opportunity for him. Although I don't know what the celestial body plans to do next, I can be sure that this incident is the beginning of the game between the two civilizations, and the civilizations that can survive to this day also have their own culture. How to stand out in this fight is the key. In fact, he has thought about these questions many times, and sometimes he even thinks that thinking about these questions is meaningless. From time to time, he will think about other questions that are not closely related to this question. On the contrary, he thinks that these questions are more interesting than thinking about these questions, such as how the celestial civilization controls the entire universe, and how it can survive countless reincarnations. In fact, after obtaining some relics of civilization, he has also learned about a corner of the universe, and roughly knows the situation of celestial civilization. He is also very curious about the various deeds of this civilization, because there are many impossible things, and this civilization has done them, which is the most outrageous. A very simple example, according to the normal development route, normal civilization must start from scratch after the universe restarts, but celestial civilization can ensure that it is still in its original position after the universe restarts. It seems that the restart of the universe has no effect on him. All civilizations in the universe are basically restricted by this rule, and only they can transcend the rules. This is incredible. You have to know that no matter what you do, if you want to achieve a certain goal, you must first have something similar. Normal cosmic civilizations absolutely cannot have such things. He has done things like controlling the universe before, and this is the most critical thing. If the celestial civilization has left any tricks in this universe, he should be able to detect it, but the fact is that he can't detect it at all, which is the most incredible point for the celestial civilization. You know, he had tried to control the universe before and succeeded. At that time, those universes helped him a lot, but he knew very well. The reason for this situation is not that his technology is superb enough, but that the laws of that universe are not particularly perfect. To put it bluntly, it is an incomplete universe. It is very difficult to do this in this incomplete universe. In a complete universe like this, such a thing is basically impossible. However, the fact is that this incredible thing still happened, which is what surprised him the most. Although he didn't know the principle, he knew very well that based on the current situation, things were probably far beyond his imagination. I'm afraid this is why the celestial civilization can be so powerful. At this moment, he made such a choice, and he was actually thinking about it. If he was a celestial civilization and encountered a similar thing, how should he deal with it? Or how should he solve it? If it really poses a great threat to himself, then he would never be as calm as he is now. Although the celestial civilization has made a considerable reaction, he is sure that this is just a certain reaction. Only he knows the real situation. In short, things are a bit outrageous. At this moment, he is like an ordinary scholar who keeps thinking about some problems. Many of the problems are actually outrageous. However, when he is not clear about these outrageous things, he is not sure what the reasons are, and these reasons may cost him his life at some point in the future. So for this matter, he has been in a more cautious state. Over the years, he has been thinking about bringing himself into the special existence of celestial civilization, and then looking down on the entire universe from the perspective of celestial civilization. How should he deal with unknown dangers? Such thoughts are the most considered issues in recent years. When he stood at his current point, many things would no longer be considered with such simple ideas as before. Now he analyzes things more thoroughly, and wants to know more. Compared with developing those illusory technologies, or even desperately developing them, in the end, it may not be as good as the other party's casual moves. He wants to think about the other party more. What is the principle of doing so? Maybe it seems that it doesn't have much effect on the surface, but in fact he knows very well that this is the key to victory, because only when you know what the other party does, you can have relevant means. Knowing what the other party wants to do, and what they need to use, you can find targeted methods in advance. This is his idea. Although it is very old-fashioned, it must be said that it is still very useful. At least at this stage, it is much more reliable than burying yourself in studying those technologies that can be improved once in who knows how many years. After all, targeted research is equivalent to giving yourself a very complete path, and with this path, you can have a very clear plan. You can't study some messy things like a headless fly like now, and whether it is useful in the end depends on luck. This is what he doesn't want to see. He believes that any civilization that has fallen to his point will not see such a situation. If there is no way, you can only accept your fate. But now he has a way in his hand, so it is naturally impossible for him to accept his fate. He keeps thinking about these things with the idea of maybe. If I were a celestial body, these problems entering the universe would be out of control. So I have to ensure my position, so I have to clean up these civilizations. Of course, these two ideas of his were not thought out of thin air. He had his own ideas. First of all, no civilization can do meaningless things. Celestial civilization invades here. To be honest, all I can think of is that our civilization is more or less uncontrollable. And other civilizations are always watching, and they know the situation of this civilization very well. There is nothing wrong with this idea. So all I can do is to make subsequent plans based on this idea. As for whether this idea will eventually lead me to the right or wrong path, it is unknown. So before doing anything, I must bring myself into the celestial civilization. Now these unstable factors have been almost cleared by me. So the next thing I have to do is naturally to kill all the hidden dangers in advance. Although the remaining civilizations cannot cause much trouble, I still have to believe that for this reason, the next thing may be much easier to understand. I need to clean up civilizations one by one. These civilizations will pose a threat to me now, or in the future. This is the reason for cleaning. It has to be said that if he thinks about the problem from this perspective, he has even thought about how to clean up. Every time, how should you operate to ensure that there is no risk, etc. This is the answer he got after changing his way of thinking. But it must be said that these answers seem to be nothing at first glance. But it made him think of more things. For the tolerance of civilization, this needs to be considered. The enemies from outside are really enemies. If they are controlled, if I have such ability to control them, then they have no chance to fight against me at all. Why should we destroy them? Why can't I keep them in captivity, and use them to give more technology to make me stronger? After thinking about this, he felt that he seemed to have a little bit of a name, and many unreasonable places. By unraveling the cocoon in this way, he gradually seemed to see something. Although he was not sure at this moment whether he really understood it, or whether it was not just his own guess. But now, he has a certain degree of understanding of the situation between the two civilizations. Based on this principle, some subsequent outrageous things may have a better explanation. The first is the control of the entire universe. In fact, this civilization is not as powerful as imagined. There should still be many places that he cannot control. He is worried that foreign civilizations will accidentally enter this place, and then begin to grow until one day they come out and destroy him. The similarity with the path he is taking now is very high, but he knows very well that this is not what he is going to do now. The microscopic level where he is now is definitely not the so-called hidden place. It is even unknown whether this hidden place exists. Continue to follow this line with this idea. Just treat it as if it is there. Then the second problem that needs to be solved is his hatred for these foreign civilizations. He also thought about this question for a long time, and finally seemed to have a certain answer. The reason was very simple. It might be because of the other party's technology. Yes, it was that simple. This so-called technology was very general. There was the technology of the universe before they came to Japan, and the technology developed after they came to this universe. These technologies had no effect on themselves now, but it was like you were standing between the paint tables and watching the paint being splashed. You would always worry about splashing yourself. There was basically nothing wrong with this metaphor, but it had a premise. The splash paint could not cause any harm to you, unless there was something in the paint that could cause harm to you, such as concentrated sulfuric acid, and this concentrated sulfuric acid was hidden very well, and was not easy to be discovered, or it was not here at all, but it suddenly appeared when adding paint later. In short, everything is possible, so the emergence of this problem made him alert immediately, but the premise of all this was that the other party had concentrated sulfuric acid. Now thinking of this, he couldn't help but start thinking. Why do you think in this direction? Then naturally you have heard or really seen it. Then everything is very simple, which means that the other party may really have such an idea, or have seen similar things. So in order to ensure that there is no mistake, there will be such a great hostility, and this thing comes from one of these small cosmic civilizations, which can pose a threat to this place. If this is the case, then the other party has a reason to destroy me, and then there is the previous siege of the celestial civilization. This incident may have a great impact on them, letting them know the threat level of our group. And this time the threat level is not mixed with that terrible thing. It can cause such an effect. From this inference, if that thing is counted, it will cause a more terrible disaster. If we continue to extend this principle, various problems will soon be solved, and he will immediately understand why the other party will bite them like a mad dog. In this way, he continued to unravel the cocoon, and he thought of the other party's special weapon, and used the weapon inside as the original to think about why they have not used it under such circumstances. Can it only be used once, or is the cost of each use very high? Or in other words, he was waiting for the critical moment to use it. In short, there were problems and troubles one after another waiting for him to solve, and what he had to do was to solve these problems before the decisive battle. Chapter 1106. He is very clear about how powerful his enemy is now, and the characteristics of this universe mean that he only has one chance at present. For Jiang Yao, the current situation is not particularly friendly to him. But fortunately, he now at least knows something. There are probably many civilizations stronger than me among all the civilizations at present, and I have been very careful in my behavior during this period. So there is no need to worry about being targeted. After all, the current situation is that if the sky falls, there is a tall person to hold it up. Now is the right time for me to prepare. Since I came to this universe, I haven't experienced many battles at all. After all, I still keep a low profile. However, I have also gained some understanding of the situation in this universe during this period of time. First of all, this universe can be understood as a real universe that is more perfect in all aspects compared to the small universe I was in before, so there is no way to use law weapons. The reason why my previous universe can use law weapons is because all aspects of that universe are not perfect, so some special forces can be mobilized. But according to the standards of my previous universe, conceptual weapons will even surpass law weapons. But this universe can't even use the law, but it can use conceptual weapons, which is more or less a bit outrageous. In fact, such a situation can only mean one thing, that is, the opponent's technology has a huge gap with the current system technology. Maybe the existing system can be understood as a small mound of earth, while that piece of technology can reach the height of a mountain, which is the fault. So it can be seen that there should be a more powerful civilization in this universe, submerged in the long river of history, and that weapon should come from that powerful civilization. This is his current inference. In fact, this inference is not without reason. In fact, combined with the current situation, it should be the most correct inference. After all, if the celestial civilization really mastered the technology of this special weapon, then there would definitely not be so many things. They couldn't even get out of the small universe, or they were solved as soon as they got out. So if you think in this way, there is basically no big problem, and it can even be said to be very correct. But he also knows very well that if this is the case, then things will gradually become more complicated. After all, if the other party has mastered such advanced technology, who can guarantee that they have not obtained other technologies? Sure enough, things are getting more and more troublesome. Although these things of the ghost civilization can be resisted to a certain extent, if I want to defeat them, then I must at least have similar technology. But he still has no clue about this technology. Compared with the various special technologies he could obtain before, the reason is actually very simple. The previous road was walked by others, and he just took up the road that others had walked. He has a direction in scientific research. If it doesn't work, he can destroy one or two civilizations and get some research results from them. In this way, he can slowly master and comprehend it, so it is not difficult for him. But now, because of this fault, it seems that the clues are completely gone at a certain place. It is equivalent to saying that if he wants to study this now, he can only start from scratch by himself. As an evolutionary person, he is weak in technology and cannot study this thing by evolution alone. Therefore, the only way at present is to evolve the characteristics of ghost civilization, so that it has certain resistance and special attack capabilities, that's all. However, he can't do it at all to clean up the entire universe, like the celestial civilization. Compared with the celestial civilization with such special weapons, he is like an ordinary soldier in ancient times facing a modern mechanical army. You can cause harm to the modern mechanical army. You can deal with the drivers, but the price you pay to deal with one of them is heavy. Moreover, they have certain strength, which makes this price continue to rise by several levels. So the current situation is actually very clear. If he continues to take this path, then he can only fight with the celestial civilization in this mode, and it is impossible to reach the same level. While thinking, he put his attention back on the images sent by the scout bugs. The celestial civilization has been cleaning up the surrounding civilizations these days, so this also allows him to observe the way these civilizations fight from a close distance. At this moment, this area on the battlefield is a special area. Here, the fleet of the Heaven and Earth civilization is fighting with another civilization. Both civilizations belong to the technological civilization and are full of sci-fi warships. They are constantly fighting in the universe, but the attack of the celestial civilization can easily penetrate the warships of this civilization, while this civilization cannot pose too much threat to the celestial civilization. But the most critical thing is that this area has been blocked by the celestial civilization, and the other party has nowhere to escape. So the other party has no choice but to release the combat apocalypse. Although the combat world, as the mainstream combat unit of the small universe, has a strong combat capability, it still seems powerless in the face of the army of the celestial civilization. Although it destroyed some of the celestial civilization's warships, the combat natural enemy has also been seriously damaged. If we fight against a celestial body as I thought, the damage that can be caused to the celestial civilization is extremely limited. To be precise, the technological gap between the two civilizations is too big. Even if the combat power of the celestial body is very strong, it will not have much effect. The huge technological gap is an unbridgeable gap. If there is no way to fill this gap, everything will be in vain. However, the current scientific and technological research of the small universe has actually reached a fault here. Although many technologies have been changed in combination with the situation of this universe, they are more suitable for this universe. But because the civilizations of the small universe are not united now, this has led to the inability to make progress with each other. Therefore, many civilizations are still in the same state when they came out, and they cannot be improved in a short time. Although it is very normal for technology to reach a certain point without any improvement for a long time, what is lacking now is time. He couldn't help sighing as he spoke. The current situation here is actually quite complicated for anyone. It is basically impossible to solve the current situation. We can only say that we can strive for more time. Of course, he was busy during this period, and the players were also busy. It's just that the players are not as active as before. Now they are more focused on expanding their spaceships and escaping. At this moment, the players are only more than 5 million kilometers away from the Black Abyss at the closest time, and the farthest time is close to 1 light year. Of course, the reason for the risk is that they encountered a planet rich in various ores they need, so they risked staying there for a while in order to mine more ores. It is also for this reason that their spaceship has expanded by nearly 10 times compared to before, and the overall length of the spaceship has reached 50 kilometers. There is a super large factory inside the spaceship that covers an area of nearly 20 kilometers. This factory is mainly used to produce special metals for expanding spaceships. Even such a large factory has not produced high metal output. The main reason is that this metal has too high requirements for all aspects. First, it requires many different special ores, then refines them, and then fuses them, and various processes are very complicated. Each process has very different requirements for temperature in various aspects, so this production line has to go through thousands of refinings before it can finally take shape. Although we can produce this kind of gold now, the output is indeed a bit low. It seems that we must find a way to add another factory area. This is indeed necessary, because this metal is related to our future development, so we must increase production, but now our number is gradually increasing, our overall consumption is also increasing, and other blocks must also be taken into consideration. In this way, everyone discussed one after another. And at this time, a player seemed to have thought of something. By the way, everyone, how is the data collected in the game now? We haven't collected anything useful for us recently. Hearing this, a player also told everyone about the situation in the game. Now there are fewer and fewer civilizations in the game. They know a powerful celestial civilization. If they want to obtain technology, then they should be able to get all the technology in this game by solving the celestial civilization, but they have no way to face this civilization, so they can only find some relatively weak civilizations as a second choice, but they can't find them. They probably have too few people, and the civilizations in this game are too scattered, so they can't find them. In short, they also have their own guesses about this matter, but what they don't know is that it's not that there are too few civilizations, but that everyone is running away. The current situation is a doomsday for microscopic civilizations, so they naturally want to find a way to run as far as possible, which is similar to their situation. But obviously, the place where the insects are located is closer to the center, so they don't know the approximate situation, but as time goes by, there will be more and more civilizations in their area in the future. Of course, this will happen a long time later. But it is undeniable that many civilizations are now on the run, and will not wander around in the universe, which makes the chances of players encountering these civilizations lower. Jiangyao is busy with her own things now, and has no time to guide the players, so it is indeed very difficult for players to find civilizations by themselves. While the players were still discussing this matter, a bad news came, and this news made the players present completely change their faces. Brothers, the situation is not good. We found a spaceship that has been following us, and it has been following for a long time. I suspect it is a spaceship from another civilization. As the player's voice fell, the people present couldn't help but change color. Brother, what is going on? Tell me in detail. Didn't we get the data of a reconnaissance technology some time ago? We have been studying this reconnaissance technology for a while. We have manufactured this equipment before, and just used it, and the effect is really good. But the problem lies here, because we scanned and found a spaceship near us. At first we thought it was a coincidence and thought that if it didn't find us, we would sneak away quietly, and it didn't seem to be a big problem. But now our spaceship is in navigation, and this spaceship has been keeping a certain distance from us. It is obvious that the other party has been following us, so now, if I am not mistaken, we should be targeted by other civilizations. Everyone present couldn't help but change color when they heard this. Everyone, don't send it yet. Let's try to jump to see if we can escape. If we can't escape by jumping, we can only fight them head-on. At this moment, a player proposed this, and naturally his proposal was also recognized by most players. In this way, this spaceship slowly started the jump state. The distance of the player's spaceships, this time, was also relatively far. When the players stopped again, they didn't find any traces of the enemy at first, which made them feel relieved. However, after sailing for a few days, they found that another spaceship appeared nearby, which made their expressions become ugly. It was obvious that they were being tracked. Now they can basically be sure that the civilization will probably attack them. This is a big problem. I don't know what method they use to track us, but what is certain is that if we don't solve it quickly, I'm afraid we may really be solved by them. Fortunately, during this period, our spacecraft's defense and attack technology has been almost perfected, and a lot of artillery has been arranged. Now we also have carrier-based aircraft. As long as the enemy's fleet is not large, we may not be powerless to fight. In short, take it one step at a time. If we can beat them, we will fight. If we can't beat them, I really have to find a way to escape. If I really can't escape, I must let some of the fire escape. Only in this way can we have hope. If we can really beat them, we must find a way to wipe them out in one fell swoop, so as to avoid endless troubles in the future. Chapter 1107. In an instant, the players had already arranged the follow-up. Everyone, you can put other things aside for now. How we should operate in the next war is the top priority. It is definitely impossible to hide that the spacecraft has turrets. There is no need to think about this, but compared to turrets, don't forget that we also have carrier-based aircraft, which is also our real killer move. In addition, I believe that we also have a general understanding of the situation of the enemy civilization. So combined with this understanding, I think we should still have a certain amount of room for operation. Yes, the wars we experienced in the game are real space wars if nothing unexpected happens. Maybe these data come from the war experienced by the original civilization before. This should also be our advantage. The situation of this civilization should be similar to ours. The situation is similar. Their technological level is not much higher than ours, but they have definitely experienced fewer wars than us, and they are not as clear about the pattern of space warfare as we are. So this is our biggest advantage, and the carrier-based aircraft in our hands can also be hidden, and used as a killing move when necessary. Based on the situation of this ship, I guess they followed us all the way, and knew that this was a mothership. They must want to ensure that they can capture us without any mistakes, and in these days, they don't know that our reconnaissance technology has been improved, and their position is instantly clear. This is also our advantage. When they want to attack, why don't we prepare to catch them off guard? After some thinking, a rough plan was soon formulated by the players. First, they pretended that nothing had happened and continued to do what they had to do. But in fact, they had made all the preparations secretly. When the opponent launched a surprise attack on them, they immediately made an effective counterattack. After the counterattack, they immediately changed the squeezing posture, took out all their strength, and directly launched a surprise attack on him. In this way, the chance of winning should be very high. The players felt that if they operated in this way, the success rate should be relatively high. And there was no better way at present, so they began to be busy as usual and kept going to useful planets to collect resources. In this way, the days passed day by day, and they were also developing their power in secret. As the days passed day by day, the civilization in love soon took action. After following the players for almost a year and thinking that they had figured out the situation of the players, some unknown spacecraft gradually appeared in their general scanning range. The other party did not know that they had discovered it. Of course, while pretending not to know, the players also became more alert here. Finally, one day, they found that the fleet was approaching them within the players' scanning range. Everyone present knew that the other party had taken the bait. Although they were very nervous at the moment, they knew that nervousness would not work. They had to defeat the enemy. In this way, as the enemy ships got closer and closer, the players became more and more cautious. As the distance got closer, the players' warships were ready, all the turrets had started to charge, and all the thrusters of the warships had been activated. And at this moment, warships suddenly appeared one after another. At this moment, this civilization that had been following the players for years finally showed its healing. They set almost all the warships of the civilization this time, 132 ships. This was all their resources, and even the ones guarding their immigration ships were all sent over. Although in their eyes, compared with their own warships, the players' warships were simply. It was pitifully small, and there was no problem in calling it a miniature version. Even so, they still used all their strength. If any civilization had such symptoms, they would not be able to withstand it if they were basically at the same level of technology as them. First, they had deployed for a long time in advance and made full preparations, and then they suddenly attacked and you had no time to react. Under the blessing of these factors, if it weren't for the technological overwhelm, it would be hard to imagine how they would win. However, the situation on the battlefield at this moment was completely different from what they expected. When these warships appeared, the players also began to take action. When the warships gradually approached to a certain distance, they found that the players' warships suddenly turned around and rushed towards them. At the same time, a large number of turrets began to pour firepower on these suddenly attacking warships. At this time, the civilization responsible for the sneak attack was also stunned for a while. What is going on? How can they react so quickly? No, there is nothing wrong with their technology level. It is exactly the same as what we have been investigating for so long. They are also in the early stage of starting like us. It takes an average of 20 seconds for their energy weapons to fire. It is obvious that they need a long time to prepare, just like us, but why? At this point, Everyone present suddenly realized something. Just as their warships came out, they were hit by a wave of artillery fire, which caused them to lose a lot of warships. At this time, the problem they suspected was naturally that they misjudged the other party's technology. However, later they found that they thought too much, and it was not the case at all. They did not miss judgment, and their judgment was completely correct. There is no problem with the technology, but the weapon in the first round was basically used successfully in an instant. This means that they gathered energy in advance. Through this point, they immediately realized that it was obvious that the other party should have discovered them a long time ago, and then used the same trick. This made them sweat coldly, because they were discovered, and he knew what it meant. Damn it, I didn't expect that we have been in their calculations all along. Now things are in trouble. The other side must have been well prepared. We no longer have the innate advantage. The commander of this civilization was also a little indignant while speaking. Without the innate advantage, it is all about the strength of the individual. It doesn't matter. They only have one warship. It is definitely impossible for them to be that strong. As they spoke, their own attack also fell on the other side's warship, and the next moment, they left traces on the other side's warship. Both civilizations used laser weapons, so the efficiency of the fight was very high. How is this possible? Seeing that the attack of his warships did not penetrate the opponent's defense, the commander of the battle immediately realized that the situation was not good. The materials used in their warships may be a bit outrageous. Ours was defeated so easily by them, but they were unscathed. Their material level far exceeds ours. But how is this possible? They are the same as us. They are also a civilization that just fled from their home planet. There is no reason for such a big difference. Through this period of observation, he naturally has a clearer understanding of the general situation of the players, technology, etc., otherwise he would not dare to act rashly. However, after the real fight, he found that everything seemed to be completely different from what he thought. Many things displayed by this civilization do not fit the situation of their civilization at all. First of all, materials. They are very clear about the material limits on the planet. Even if you can make higher strength materials and have higher technology, the reality is that your own technology is absolutely not enough to support you to make this thing. So many times it is not that you can make it if you have the technology, but if your preparation is not up to this point, everything is in vain. The fact that the other party already has this material at this stage means that they may have been using this material a long time ago. But how is this possible? This spaceship is basically made of this material, and they are very sure of this. Otherwise, the other party's spaceship would have been easily penetrated by me. Now their spaceship is fine, which is enough to show that the warships on my side can indeed cause damage to them, but the damage is relatively limited, just like now. After attacking for a long time, their deepest attack only left a deep pit of about several hundred meters on the body of this warship. And this deep pit is a drop in the bucket for this warship, and there is no penetration. At what stage did they use this material? At this moment, the commander's mentality completely collapsed. Up to now, they have not broken the enemy's defense, but at this time, the opponent has cleared almost half of their warships. Damn it, we can't continue like this. If we continue like this, I'm afraid that before we break their defense, all our warships will be destroyed. All warships immediately attack the opponent's weapon turrets. As long as there is no weapon turret, they are a tiger with teeth pulled out. But obviously, they underestimated some of the players' operations. When they began to focus on the turret, the carrier-based aircraft were dispatched almost at the same time. They needed to avoid the double attack of the carrier-based aircraft and the turret, so naturally many warships were hit on the spot. This time, with the cooperation of both, they also suffered heavy losses. Realizing that the situation was not good, he immediately ordered a retreat. However, it was obvious that the command error that was already laid twice led to the players successfully destroying many of their warships this time. At this moment, more than half of the warships have been hit. This made the commander anxious and angry, but it was obvious that this was just the beginning. The players naturally could not miss this opportunity, so they immediately started again and seized the opportunity to attack. At this moment, the attacking civilization could only flee in panic. They knew that they would lose if nothing unexpected happened. Damn, this civilization is too insidious. He hides too many things. It's really hateful. Retreat, retreat immediately, we must give a thumbs up. We leave here before they are annihilated, and come back to take revenge after we recover our strength. At this moment, the commander knew that the situation was over. There was a huge problem with his intelligence, and he did not have any advantages in technology. It was normal to be crushed. He naturally could not continue, so he decided to reduce losses and leave temporarily. But at this moment, he suddenly received bad news. Not good, Commander. The mothership has found enemy fighters. Hearing the information from the radio, the commander felt his eyes go dark. Damn it, they should have discovered that we were following them from the beginning, and then they started to use this method to take advantage of us. When we focused our attention on them, they were also making plans in secret. It is obvious that they also wanted to take us all down from the beginning. It was our mistake to try it. At this moment, the commander was not stupid, and naturally understood the general situation. This made him immediately realize that he had fallen into the opponent's calculation, and it was too late to regret it now. The other party did not intend to let him go. While they were targeting each other, the other party also targeted them. This was the situation between the two sides. It was hard to say who would have the last laugh, but it was obvious that now it seemed that they had completely lost. Thinking of this, he could not help but sigh. I didn't expect our civilization to fail so quickly. It seems that our civilization may only end here. He knew very well what failure meant. It meant that you had no follow-up, and that your civilization would be swallowed up by the other party, and turned into the other party's nutrients. After a long time, he could not help but sigh. Although he struggled desperately in the middle, through various commands, the players also lost some warships, but the effect was not obvious, and they could not save their defeat in the end. When the last warship was defeated by the players, and then their mothership was surrounded by the players and forced to stop, everything was over. At this moment, they felt extremely uncomfortable. They really didn't expect such a result in the end. After a long time, they could not help but sigh. They had prepared for this time for too long, a whole year. In the end, they still fell into this situation. Who can accept this? They thought they had understood all the intelligence of the other party, including the technological level. However, now, they thought they were well prepared, but they didn't know that the other party had already seen their situation clearly, and rescue was also arranged in secret, just for this moment, and then the result was that they lost and the other party won. Compared with them, the player's side was naturally a completely different scene. Chapter 1108. This battle is a milestone victory for them. They won this battle, and it will eventually lay the foundation for their formal contact with this universe. Perhaps the road ahead will be very bumpy, but now they have the conditions to continue to survive in this universe. Cheers came from the spaceship. They were all very excited. They finally reached this point with the technology they had worked hard to develop. They also knew that if they did not have the support of those technologies, they would not be able to win. However, now they finally won, but soon they also knew that there was another very difficult thing they needed to choose. To be honest, from their perspective, they really didn't want to choose this problem. So what should we do next? The atmosphere in the conference room was very solemn at the moment, which was very different from everything outside. There was no so-called joy here, and everyone was here with a serious look. The other side's spaceship was several times the size of theirs. After these years of development, there are now about 40 million players in total. The number of the other party has exceeded 100 million. Of course, they also know that the other party is a content creature like them, but this is not important. The important thing is that the players are now very entangled in what they should do in the future. Okay, don't be silent here, you should be very clear about the content of this meeting. There are things we must face. At this time, a player spoke up, breaking the dull atmosphere at the scene. After hearing what the player said, everyone present couldn't help but sigh. They all knew that what was coming would eventually come, and what was to be faced would eventually need to be faced. Blindly avoiding would not have any effect. In these years in the spaceship, they naturally gained some basic knowledge about the universe, so they knew very well what they were going to do next, which made them feel a little helpless. I'm thinking, there's no need for me to say more, or else capture them. After a long time, a player proposed this, and as his voice fell, many other players nodded in agreement. But soon a player stood up as if he had made a decision. I oppose this proposal. As his voice fell, everyone looked at him in unison. The player adjusted his thoughts. Everyone, I know what you are thinking now, and I also know what this decision means to us. Maybe everyone will think that my idea is a bit cruel, but I believe that you have seen a lot about the Dark Forest Law over the years. The entire universe is a huge Dark Forest Law, and every civilization is a hunter hidden in it. We keep hiding so that we will not be discovered by the enemy. Any civilization that is discovered will be attacked by other civilizations. Compared with other civilizations in the universe, we are just a very weak civilization from an ordinary planet. In order to survive in this world, we are walking on thin ice. Any decision we make will affect the fate of our entire civilization. Perhaps for you, the next move may be very cruel. For other civilizations, or for those people you think, this is a disaster. But I still want to tell you that we don't have too many choices, and the world won't give us too many choices. Indeed, we can let them go because of our temporary kindness. I think they may thank us, but they will think more about how to get rid of our subsequent control and how to take revenge. Perhaps one day we or our descendants will regret today's decision. Our descendants may be enslaved or killed by them. In short, anything can happen. As the player's voice fell, a player couldn't help but stand up. Why can't we live in peace? You should know in the game that the civilization in the game has many subordinate civilizations. Why can't they become our subordinate civilizations? This sentence also aroused the approval of many players present, but it is obvious that a group of players did not have such an idea at all. Do you think this is possible? Why do the civilizations in the game have so many subordinate civilizations? Is it because they are powerful enough? If not, what do you think? And you should also know that the civilizations in the game operate these civilizations in a slave manner, and they operate in this way when they have enough strength, so they don't have to worry about anything. But don't you know the situation on our side? Our strength is just like this. Do you think we can do this? It is absolutely impossible. We will only be found by them at some point, and maybe some accidents will occur. So my idea is to eliminate them all. This is too cruel. There are so many ordinary people on the other side who don't want to participate in this battle. For a while, everyone was talking about this matter. They knew very well what to do at this time. They also knew what kind of impact a wrong decision would have on them. But when this happened, they still hesitated when they had to make a decision because it was too cruel. This is something that any civilization needs to experience. When you decide to set foot in the universe, you need to experience it. If you give up this matter because of some so-called reasons, you will also bear the corresponding consequences. This is inevitable. But for a civilization that has just entered this universe and has not experienced much beating, this is indeed a very difficult decision to make. In response to this matter, the players also held many meetings. Of course, not only that, they also launched a vote, and the final result of the vote was that most people would take the other party as a slave civilization. But obviously, some people would not allow such a thing to happen, so they tried their best to prevent it from happening. They didn't want the final result to be like this. Compared with others, they believed more in the cruelty of the universe. For a while, the two factions were arguing fiercely, and each faction had its own ideas and principles. This matter had been discussed for half a year. Of course, everyone present knew very well that this matter really couldn't continue like this. If it continued like this, they didn't need to consider the subsequent development and would just toss around this topic to death. In this way, everyone discussed it one by one, and finally a joint meeting was held. Everyone participated in this meeting, and everyone had the right to vote. And this time the ruling will be the final decision. At this moment, at the conference, the people on both sides were also tit for tat. Do you know that your behavior is stupid? You want to drag the entire civilization into the fire pit. Don't you understand the truth that those who are not of our race must have different hearts? Why should we let them go? They took the initiative to attack us. If we fail, what do you think will happen to us? I really don't understand what you are thinking. Can't we give them a chance to reform? We have also investigated their situation over the years and talked to their managers. They are willing to submit to us. Do we still have to kill them all when facing a civilization willing to submit to us? What if they are willing to submit? Who can guarantee that they don't have ulterior motives? You know, in a sense, we have an irreconcilable hatred. Let such a civilization follow us. If one day when we are weak, they suddenly attack us, what should we do? Don't use this idea to speculate about other civilizations. Not everyone is like what you think. No one can guarantee that they can really be honest. For them, it only takes one sentence, but for us, it is gambling with the fate of the entire civilization. We are wandering and fleeing in the universe, but don't forget that we are human beings. We are not of any color. We cannot do such inhumane things. If we do, what is the difference between us and beasts? Don't forget our true colors just because we have entered the universe now. At this moment, both sides are constantly discussing this matter fiercely. This matter naturally attracted Jiang Yao's attention. He was still quite concerned about this group of players. The previous players in the universe had also been there, but it was obvious that they were not as indecisive as this group of people. I really don't understand. I admired them again at the beginning, but why did so many people who had experienced hell think like this when they came here? Jiang Yao couldn't figure this matter out, but soon he changed his mind and seemed to understand something. It's not that they have such thoughts now, but because everyone united together to build a base, Some people were well protected so that they still have the feeling of the civilized society at the beginning. But it is obvious that most people, especially those fighting outside, are completely different. They have experienced life and death battles again and again. They know very well that in order to survive, they have to do whatever it takes, and any kindness is cruel to themselves. They have seen a child take a knife to end the life of their teammates because he couldn't bear it. They have also seen some people who they have helped turn their knives against them, and they have experienced the backstabs of the people they have rescued. After experiencing so much, they have become cold-blooded. They know very well that this is the only way to survive. Jiang Yao, who has figured it out, sighed. No one's growth is without a price. Including you, I have provided you with technology, opportunities to survive, and a lot of help, but you have also lost a lot. If you want to survive in this world, you need a complete system, not the knowledge I tell you. You need to experience something yourself. So no one knows where this matter will end, but if you are safe, then it proves that you have grown up. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh a little, and continued to focus on the players who were playing the game. These players are called the strategy group, responsible for obtaining more resources in the game, and if you want to obtain more resources and technology, then the first thing you need is to defeat civilizations one after another. Some civilizations can obtain some useful resources, while others may just work in vain. The only good thing is that they are busy now, and have no intention to participate in the trial of another civilization. Of course, they are not particularly concerned about it. However, at this time, the spacecraft suddenly made a huge vibration sound, which puzzled the players who were discussing. Everyone couldn't figure out what happened to cause such a big vibration, and then the spacecraft alarm sounded. When the alarm sounded, everyone realized that something was wrong. Everyone, it's bad. We have been discovered by other civilizations. The enemy's spacecraft is attacking our mothership. This time we can't even find out how they got out. That is, the enemy's gravity technology is far superior to our attack level. The attack technology is similar to ours, and the defense technology is also similar to ours, but their sedimentation time is much longer than ours, and they have more spacecraft in all aspects. Now, while there is still a chance, we use other carrier-based aircraft as cover and then evacuate the mothership. In the end, they could only take this approach. However, when evacuating, everyone was very strange at this moment. Why were they discovered by other civilizations? What happened? Soon someone thought of the reason. It was obvious that it was definitely the civilization they solved who did something to make them discovered by other civilizations. Then the players immediately screamed, and the results did not disappoint them. They found that the opponent's warships were releasing a special energy wave frequency. It was also because of this thing that the opponent could locate it in the first time, which made the players angry and angry. Obviously, this wave of operations caused them to suffer heavy losses. Damn it, these damn guys, we have already spared them. Why are they doing this? I told you before, these people are not trustworthy. They don't want to surrender at all, but want to secretly plan how to get rid of us now. They are willing to expose our coordinates and attract other civilizations to perish with us. This is the civilization you wanted to save in the first place. This is the civilization you gave him the opportunity to reform himself. Now it's all over. Everyone is screwed. Chapter 1109. Okay, buddy, stop complaining. What's the point of complaining now? Instead of considering so many problems, it's better to consider how to solve the current situation. At this moment, a player couldn't help but say, "How dare you say that? I've said it before. Those people can't stay. Without the absolute suppression of civilization and civilization, do you think you can control them? You still want to learn from others to collect civilizations. I don't know what you think. Let me tell you this. Under equal strength, you have no way to avoid many of their techniques. Their small moves can be easily completed. I don't know what you think. Now you are all screwed. You actually took the lives of all civilizations to gamble on the kindness of others. Have you forgotten that you almost destroyed them? But strictly speaking, you have already destroyed their civilization. With such a big hatred, I don't know what you are thinking." At this moment, some other players were also extremely angry after hearing what this player said. Okay, don't blame those people for this. Wasn't there less than half of the votes? And don't you know the voting situation? After the vote, that group of people didn't want to accept the result. They continued to make trouble, which led to the failure of the final cleanup plan. So what's the point of this? Okay, don't think about it now. Organize a counterattack immediately. Indeed, it doesn't make much sense to consider these messy things in the current situation. The priority now is how to get through the current situation. Everyone present knew that the gap in strength between the two sides was very large, and the other side was well prepared. This battle was probably very dangerous for them. After thinking about it, some players made up their minds. "Brothers, let's get on the escape ship and run away directly," a player suddenly said. At the beginning, we also expected that there would be such an unexpected crisis, and we couldn't deal with it, so we also have a corresponding plan for this crisis. First of all the data of our game. We can transfer this thing instantly and transfer it directly to the escape ship, and there is enough food in the escape ship. Enough? We will go to some planets with resources to redevelop the outer generation. As long as the game data is in it, it can continuously provide us with value, plus our research over the years. Hearing what this player said, everyone present looked at each other. Of course, they knew about this matter. "Brother, we understand what you said, but now we are just leaving like this." A player's tone was full of surprise. "What else do you want? Are you going to be buried here? But we only have 2 ships, and if we want to use them, we must get everyone's consent before we can choose one." What he meant was very clear. Simply put, if they use one, the rest of the people will be gone, and there are only 2 ships in total. The total number of people in their small team is only more than 500, and one ship can take away tens of thousands of people. It's already this time. Why are you still thinking about these things? What we have to do now is to ensure that we can survive. To put it bluntly, maybe we are the fire. But the battle hasn't started yet. The escape sword can indeed allow them to leave here, but the problem is that the supplies carried in it seem to be a lot, but they won't last too long. If they find the planet during this period, then everything will be fine, but the problem is that if they don't find it, they may become space junk in the end. The player naturally knows about their concerns, and he also knows why some of these people don't want to leave. The battle has just begun. To put it bluntly, it hasn't started yet. So it's hard to say who will win or lose. If they run away at this time, if they win, it's basically unrealistic for them to come back. Don't worry, we will lose this battle. At this moment, the player seemed to see everyone's thoughts clearly, so he said, of course, the people present naturally didn't believe what he said. "I know you have a lot of doubts, or think I'm exaggerating, but let me put it another way. When we struggled on the planet, how much we paid to survive, how much we saw, I'm sure you still remember it clearly. At that time, our planning for the entire system was actually very simple, just saying that everyone would work together to find a solution. But some people were born without any combat ability, they were very good at logistics or other aspects. So that group of people was mainly responsible for the daily maintenance of the base, and the fighting still depended on us. But I'm sure you also found that that group of people were protected too well by us in that world, and they knew too little about the cruelty of this world. Although we were walking on thin ice in the early stage after coming to the universe, and all kinds of crises needed to be dealt with and resolved, it is undeniable that the crises we faced before were actually nothing. Because these are nothing more than some things about survival, nothing more than some things about time that seem very difficult to deal with, but there is nothing that requires special testing of people's hearts. At this point, everyone naturally knew what he wanted to say. The mentality of this group of people was not qualified. Coming to this universe and stepping into this universe, first of all, you can no longer look at everything here with the previous mentality. Of course, there were many warriors fighting at the beginning, which was also a better mentality. But as time went on, these people were assimilated, and some people in the group who were better at being gentle would regulate other people through morality and other things. People are herdsmen, and once they subtly accept this mentality, they will gradually change. This led to the situation in this incident. If the vote has decided to follow up, then it should be implemented, but that group of people began to make trouble for various reasons and wanted to stop it. This is the same as a child regretting something while playing house. But this matter is not as simple as a child playing house, so it has led to the current situation. After a long time, he couldn't help but sigh. So everyone, don't you understand yet? There is a problem with the current player group. The survival rules in the universe have been fully demonstrated in the game. All the data in the game are real, including those technologies, which are enough to explain many things. It is not as simple as we think. The spaceship that escaped and crashed with technology was a witness to the cruel battlefield in the universe. They kept the data, but we got the data and felt that they were wrong. This is a joke in itself. We have obtained so much technology from them, which is far higher than our current level. They are stronger than us, have gone further than us, and know more than us. They should have experienced similar things to us, but in the end, they survived with their cognition, proving that their route is correct. However, we are still doubting the route with evidence now, which is problematic in itself. Surviving in the universe is the first point, without any constraints. If there is no. If you can't really grow in the universe, you can't survive in the universe. The real laws of the universe are what you must accept. Any civilization that is unwilling to accept this law will be destroyed. For example, now, if we still have so many thoughts and considerations, then we will eventually go down that path. I think you can see that our chances of winning this war are not high. Whenever such a situation occurs, the most rational thing to do is to abandon everything and run away directly. Although this will make many people unable to escape, it doesn't matter. What matters is that we survive. This is the first lesson this universe teaches us. Hearing this sentence at this moment, everyone present was silent. Let's go! After a long time, a player said so. Then the second player also stood up. Then the number of people increased, and finally everyone reached a consensus, so this team went there at the fastest speed. The place where the escape ship was located, after entering the spacecraft, they used their authority to transfer all the game data and technology data and other things to the spacecraft's intelligent brain. Then, as one of the hatches of the spacecraft slowly opened, a small spacecraft, with a length of only a few hundred meters, left the mothership at a very fast speed. At this time in the conference room, many players were responsible for commanding this battle, and were also planning how they should operate next. At this time, the information from the communication made them stop arguing. What? Someone escaped? What's going on? How can they have authority? Soon the information of the escaped person was sorted out, and this person was also very authorized to be responsible for the safety of the entire fleet. It is no exaggeration to say that his personal authority is very high. Naturally, it is not difficult for him to control an escaped spacecraft, but they never thought that such a person would be the first person to escape. They really couldn't figure out that the current situation of the two sides of the battle was actually not much different. At least the two sides fought back and forth. In this situation, at most both sides would suffer losses. After the other side knew the general situation of their side, they would definitely choose to leave instead of fighting head-on. But in the end, they were the first to escape. This was also very puzzling to them, but at this time, everyone had no way to care about this matter. Even if they wanted to chase, they would have to wait until this battle was over before considering the pursuit. So they decided to hide this matter, and wait until later to settle accounts. After all, they could not accept such people who fled without fighting. However, many people's eyes changed slightly at this time, but soon became regretful. Obviously, this group of people probably guessed the reason, because not all people are now gradually assimilated by peaceful life. The years of escaped life did not cover up everything they had experienced at the beginning, so they knew the cruelty of this universe better than anyone else. It's just that the mentality of this group has changed over the years, so they didn't make a decision at the first time. Now that they see someone has made a decision, they are very clear and have thought of this. But in the end, they hesitated for various reasons, and this hesitation will have no follow-up, because if this happened, the authority of the other escaped spaceship will definitely be locked, and there will be no chance to drive out. Even if they want to drive out, they will have to wait until they can't hold on at all, and by then, there may be no chance. Of course, they are also very clear when they think of this. Perhaps from the perspective of the entire civilization, this is a good thing. Because at least someone figured it out and made a decision immediately, so that their civilization could continue in the future, and even have a chance to avenge themselves in the future, but no one wanted to die, and they were not the survivors, which made them feel a little sad. However, it was not that they had no strength to fight now, so they could only put all their hopes on this battle, but everyone present knew very well that this was just their fantasy. Since the other side attacked, they must have made some understanding of them, and would attack only after confirming the situation. No one would be so stupid as to fight a battle that they could not win. As time went by, just as these people thought, they soon found that something was wrong. The civilization attacking them was very strong, especially their mothership, which was much stronger than the player's current one. Under the fierce fire of the opponent, their escort fleet was soon destroyed by the opponent's mothership. Although the opponent was not as good as them in terms of escort fleet technology, their investment in the mothership far exceeded their huge firepower coverage and powerful main guns, which easily penetrated their warship, and countless players died here. At the same time, the opponent took advantage of this advantage, and came with more intensive firepower coverage, and then used the open gap to fight hand-to-hand. This kind of battle was very primitive, but for those who wanted to clean up these wooden pieces, and keep some things inside as much as possible, it was obvious that this way of fighting was undoubtedly the fastest. When this group of aliens from other planets entered the spacecraft, everyone understood what survival meant. For these aliens, cleaning up players is just like slaughtering cattle and chickens in their own yard during the new year. It is normal, and does not cause any disturbance in their eyes. Chapter 1110. At this moment, everyone present was desperately resisting in the spaceship, and the turret of the spaceship was constantly launching counterattacks. But as more and more turrets were destroyed, the counterattacks became less and less. We failed. We are not the opponent of those guys at all. Even if we die, we will not let them have an easy time. Damn it, why did things end up like this? At this moment, everyone present felt bad. They knew very well why this happened. They had communicated before. As for how to deal with the civilization that was defeated at the beginning, they also discussed it very clearly at that time. As long as you don't have any ideas about them, and are willing to cooperate with them, then everything will be fine. The two civilizations can even exchange what they have, and finally merge into one civilization, so that everyone can develop and develop better. It is also for this reason that they want to slowly cooperate with these civilizations. But the final result made them feel heartbroken. The reason is very simple, because they were actually teased in the end. They didn't expect the final situation to be like this. The other party agreed to them on the surface, and in order to prevent any accidents, they also installed a large number of bombs in the other party's warships. As long as the other party has an idea, they can send the other party away at any time. Obviously, they underestimated the ruthlessness of the other party, and underestimated the other party's hatred for them. For these failed civilizations, they know that they have no future. They will not gamble that the other party can be kind to them, so they made a decision in secret, that is, to directly send the coordinates here. As long as they keep sending coordinates and are not discovered, then sorry, it is obvious that this place will be discovered sooner or later. In the current situation of the entire universe, everyone is on the run, and it is easier to receive signals at this time. As they thought, it was not long before a civilization received the signal and learned about it here for such a long time. This will be a disaster for any civilization, because this civilization exposes itself and also exposes the enemy, and the final result is that both sides will suffer. Both civilizations will be destroyed, but what does it matter? As long as they can get revenge, it doesn't matter, so they are not worried at this moment. Because they have achieved their goal, watching their enemies retreat, and are about to be destroyed because of other civilizations they have attracted, they are extremely happy in their hearts. At this moment inside this civilization, I didn't expect that there would be such a stupid civilization in this world, but how did such a stupid civilization survive until now and develop such technology? Although the reason is unclear, it is still something worth discussing. They sent themselves into the abyss with their own hands, which is indeed a good thing. Originally, they only needed to eliminate the enemy, then there would not be so many problems. Obviously, this civilization has not experienced the baptism of the true cosmic society, and they still maintain their innocence on the planet. This will make them step into the abyss. Obviously now they know it, but there is no chance. These civilizations will not let them continue to live. At this moment, all the civilizations present were extremely excited. There was no way, they were just like that. Looking at all this in front of them, they felt extremely happy and extremely sad at the same time. The reason why they felt this way was actually very simple, because they were actually solved by such a civilization. Such an unsophisticated civilization defeated a civilization like them, and actually mastered more advanced technology than them. But they soon thought of the reason. It was obvious that the other party had an adventure. You have not experienced related things, but you have mastered unmatched power. Such a result is inevitable. You are lucky to have obtained advanced technology, but you are also unfortunate because you do not have the ability to control this power. At this moment, the people of these civilizations thought so. In fact, such things are very normal, and abnormal things are really strange. Sometimes things are like this. No civilization is really the same as imagined. They all have their own little thoughts. Everyone in the civilization has their own ideas. If it were a normal situation, then everything would be fine, but it is completely different now. There is no one in the civilization who can suppress everyone's voice, which leads to the final result being what it is now. If there is someone in the civilization who can suppress the tempting voice and make a decision at the critical moment, then it will be different. In fact, they have experienced some things before, which are not particularly complicated. They just heard some news at that time that the other party wanted to deal with them. At that time, they thought they were finished, but they didn't know why the group of people behind them seemed to be. For some reason, they didn't make any other subsequent actions. It may be because of internal disagreements that the current situation has occurred. As a result, they never expected that they were not dead, and the other party was still hesitating. At first, they were a little surprised, but then they thought about such a good opportunity, how could they let it go? So, they immediately took advantage of this opportunity, and began to carry out various operations in secret, in order to use this opportunity to get rid of the other party on the spot. Since they didn't die immediately, they couldn't be sure whether they would die later, so they naturally chose to strike first. They wouldn't have any ideas about the other party just because the other party didn't let them go. They only knew that their civilization covered their precarious lives, and they certainly didn't want to die with them. What they had to do was to take the other party into the water together, even if it was just one more person. This was their truest thought in their hearts. Obviously, they succeeded this time. This civilization gave them the opportunity, allowing them to successfully drag them down with it. Although it was a little outrageous, the other party would eventually share the same fate as them. At this moment, watching them being completely eliminated on the battlefield and being cleaned up by this group of other powerful civilizations, everyone present knew that they would definitely not escape the same fate, but being able to see the enemy go to hell with them was also a happy thing for them. Die, let's die together, you naive guys. They all felt like they had gotten revenge. No matter which civilization, when encountering something, their first thought is to die together with the other party. There is no such thing as repaying evil with virtue. Since you attacked us, it is natural for us to fail. However, you did not make certain decisions at the critical moment and lost the opportunity, so you deserve it. In their excited eyes, the other side's warships were easily invaded, and they also found that your warships were the same. This civilization is different from the previous naive civilizations. After they came in, they began to purge all the personnel here. They would try their best to obtain what they could get, and they would directly eliminate what they could not get. All the actions were clean and neat, without any drag. Seeing this scene, they naturally knew that this was a normal civilization in the true sense. Real civilization should be like this, not the messy model before. These naive civilizations, even if they are lucky enough to escape once, will eventually be eradicated by other civilizations for various reasons. For example, the players who defeated them are like this. It is really too naive, and they still haven't seen the essence of the matter clearly. Such guys will be destroyed sooner or later. It's just a matter of time, and they can now see the negative side of such a civilization with their own eyes, which is also a blessing for them. In this way, the players' warships were soon occupied, but in the end, the players still chose to do their best to destroy as much of their various data as possible. Even if they are bad, they have to make sure that the other party can't get any benefit from them. This is not because the players have a conscience and are unwilling to surrender to the enemy, but now they just want the other party to lose more. Fortunately, there was still some preparation when playing the game before, so it is relatively simple for the players to destroy the data. There are also some civilizations in the game that use similar solutions, so they have the same blood sample, so it is relatively fast to clean up various data in this situation. When the other party finally came here, they soon found that the useful data was basically cleaned up, which made the civilization even more angry. At this moment, their revenge on the players was even more serious. After all, they lost a lot in this war, but the most important thing was not obtained. Although some resources can be obtained, resources are not necessities at this stage. How can they not be angry? So many players were retaliated, and the means were extremely cruel, which made a large number of my players regret it very much. Until this moment, they also understood what cruelty was. At this moment, they finally understood how naive they were in the past. Their kindness ruined themselves. However, there were some extreme people among these people. After they knew their fate, they suddenly remembered the group of escapees. So some people chose to sell out their teammates. Yes, their mentality was very simple. Why should they suffer here while the group of escapees were safe and sound? At this moment, their thoughts were very simple. That is, if this group of people knew that there was another group of people outside, they might use them as bait to lure that group of people back, which means that as long as that group of people were not caught, they would still be useful. At this moment, in the hull of the spaceship, many people who chose to betray their teammates held such a mentality. At this time, the commander of this civilization stared coldly at the group of people below. It seems that this group of people is still too naive. Do they really think that they can lead the group of escapees back in this way? When the group of people decided to abandon them at the beginning of the battle, escape alone means that they have predicted the result. For them, since they can see through this layer at this time, it means that they have mastered cosmic sociology. In their eyes, this group of people are already a group of dead people, and they will not take risks for the dead. For them, they need to do everything they can to survive. The commander of this civilization shook his head. Kill them, it's useless anyway. So, in a few words, the fate of the survivors has been decided. Of course, what the commander said is not wrong. Once they appear here and make this decision, It proves that the escaped group has become a new human. This is the first reaction of those who have truly set foot in the universe, truly understand the universe, and adapt to the cosmic civilization when encountering similar situations. They will not take revenge for this group of people. Maybe they will meet in the future, but they fight because they encounter each other, because of resource competition and various other reasons. But they will not fight for revenge, because revenge has no meaning, and the current situation has been caused. This group of people is one of them. They will not do anything for this. After cleaning up the two civilizations, this civilization immediately began to integrate the resources of the two civilizations in all aspects. This allowed their spaceships to expand again, various special metal barium solutions, and then recast them into warships or other materials. In this way, as time went by, things here finally came to an end, and things here did not cause too much waves in this universe. But it feels different for different civilizations. At this moment, the surviving players are driving this broken spaceship in the universe. Everyone, we must now find new life planet resources. The planets found by the previous civilization are no longer usable, because God knows whether these materials have been obtained by our enemies. We can't take any risks, so from now on we have to find these planets as quickly as possible, otherwise only the fate of hunters awaits us. At this moment, a captain in the spaceship said so, and hearing what he said, everyone present nodded, and after a long time, a player asked the question in his heart. We are wandering again. Do we still have a chance on the mothership? No chance at all. Remember, no matter if we win or lose, if we win, we will be regarded as traitors and killed by them even if we go back. If we lose, we will be trapped if we go back. It doesn't matter. From the moment we left, we have become independent. If we don't want to die, we can only rely on ourselves. Chapter 11:11. This is undoubtedly a very heavy topic for everyone present. After we left, we cut off all contact with the mothership, otherwise the other party might find us through the contact. But no matter what, we have no chance to go back, so the victory or failure over there has little to do with us. The next step is our wandering. As he spoke, the player thought for a long time. Let's build the mothership from scratch. Although we now have the previous experience, we lack the way to set foot in the universe. The so-called way to set foot in the universe, everyone present knew very well what it was. In fact, it was the resources and supplies they had brought along when they left the planet. Although we have lost this path now, it does not mean that we will not succeed. We cannot go to the planets discovered by the mothership at present, because those planets can be easily found by following the clues, so we have to rediscover other planets now. But we do not have relevant observation equipment here, and the information is not particularly complete. It is very difficult to find them, especially in a short period of time. There is no need to worry about the characteristics. First of all, our resources are relatively sufficient, and I mean food here. Each mothership considers food for 10,000 people, but we only have a few hundred people now, so the time we can support is very long. For us, at present, in terms of resources, the mothership already has a lot of energy ores, so there is no need to worry about energy in the short term. Now the most important thing for us is to find resources first, and expand our battleship on the planet. There is no need to say more about our battleship. You should know that it is designed to be used as a mothership in the future, so there is no need to worry about many inappropriate places during the expansion. In this way, everyone discussed one by one and soon, many details had been arranged by them. After everything was arranged, everyone turned their attention to another matter, looking for new planets. In this way, this battleship continued to wander in the universe, and at the same time, it was also looking for planets that might appear around. Although most planets have relevant resources, now they have mastered new metals, so basically all they use now are this kind of metal, and they are unwilling to use inferior metals, which makes it a little difficult to find a suitable planet. This time they drifted in the universe for nearly 5 years. In these 5 years, they went to many planets, but some metal resources were found, and some metal resources have not been found until now. And their mothership is still the same as before. Although there are many more things in it, these things are not very meaningful at all. At this moment, the expressions of everyone present were also extremely serious. I don't need to say more, everyone. 5 years, 5 whole years, we haven't found a suitable planet. Although we have built an observation device for detection in these years, it has not played a very good effect so far. We must become stronger as soon as possible. For them, these 5 years are completely a state of no progress. If there is a little progress, it will not be like this now. They can accept that they are making slow progress. But they are unwilling to accept that they have been standing still for so many years. In addition to consuming resources, they have not found a suitable planet at all. But at this moment, A player raised his hand tremblingly. Actually, I do have a place to go, but I will explain it to you clearly. This place may not be as good as you think. There may be nothing. I was responsible for astronomical observation before. In addition to some planets that are sure to be recorded in the database, there are also some uncertain planets. These planets cannot be observed in detail or distinguished in detail with the technology or distance at that time, so this type is recorded by us until we reach a similar position later. We will consider detailed exploration. Many members of our observation team have such planets in their hands. Because the data is not real and has not been verified, it will not be recorded in the database. Hearing what this player said, everyone immediately understood what he meant. That is to say, these uncertain planets may have what we need. You can consider going there to have a look. Although there is a high probability of disappointment, at least there is a goal. We have been blindly searching for these years. In fact, you could have told us this earlier. There is no need to hide it until now. For this reason, the player couldn't help but sigh. You also know that if I said it at the beginning, we might lose a lot of opportunities. Most of these planets cannot be observed because of the distance. If I said it, we would go there directly. There would be nothing there at that time. It would be a pure waste of time, and even a waste of a lot of resources. So I can only follow our route. I will tell you when we are closer to the places I am observing. In this way, we can save energy as much as possible and increase opportunities as much as possible. Everyone naturally understood what this player said. To put it bluntly, there is no certainty. If you give this order, what if it is different from your plan, then who will be responsible for the loss? The reason why I say this now is that the nearby planets have to be explored anyway. It is nothing more than adding one more planet. The overall impact is not great. After some discussion, they quickly reached a consensus and immediately set off to the place pointed by the player. Although there are still a few planets to explore along the way, they all know what the result will be, so they go directly to the goal. In this way, in the vast universe, this spaceship keeps shuttling in it and quickly reaches the destination at a very fast speed. This is a reddish-brown planet. As soon as the spaceship arrived here, it immediately began to scan the planet. The data of these planets were scanned out soon, and when the players saw the data, they couldn't help but smile. Because this planet contains all the metals they need, although the content varies, and some metals are even very low, but this is enough, because this is the first planet they have found that contains all the resources they need. In this way, the spacecraft slowly flew towards the interior of the planet. Because the size of this spacecraft is still relatively small, it can enter and exit the planet at will, which is one of its few advantages. After arriving on the planet, various operations began soon. All the things carried inside the spacecraft were transferred to the planet. Soon, a temporary base on the planet was built. Next, they will collect and smelt resources here. In addition, there are many things that need to be done here. After putting down these things, the spacecraft slowly goes deep into space. During this period of time, the spacecraft cannot do nothing. He needs to take advantage of the time when someone is developing on the planet to go to other parts of the universe to explore the other planets pointed out by the player. Next time, he can go directly. As the spacecraft left here, the people who were put down soon began to be busy. They began to collect resources and make some simple mining equipment. At the same time, equipment such as smelting furnace production factories also began to enter the construction, and as time went on, all aspects were almost ready. Then they went to different places according to the scanning data of the planet, and started the busy resource collection work. The whole process is usually very boring and powerless, but now they can only do their best. It would be a lie to say that they didn't have any thoughts about the other people on the mothership. The actions of this group of people made them lose their chance. If there weren't so many self-righteous people, maybe they wouldn't have suffered such a disaster, but it was because some people always liked to put the so-called kindness on others that the result became what it is now. If all those people had been wiped out, they would never have been in such a mess now. But it seems that those people were punished, and they can be relieved about this, but they also know that many innocent people were implicated because of their stupidity. In this way, the discussion continued. As time went by, soon, the first article of materials was forged. While they were busy, they were also thinking about some key issues, such as integration, so that the people who followed them would not follow their old path. After all, the old path they had taken before was too dangerous, and they were wiped out by the enemy at any time, so after thinking about it, they decided to change the content of education. Conventional concepts and various things similar to moral etiquette can be retained, but there must be a premise that this premise is only for oneself, and then, there is another set of rules for other civilizations in the universe. With the previous lesson, Some unnecessary things must be abandoned, but it is definitely impossible to be so cruel to one's own civilization. In short, these two sets of concepts are very important for the development of civilization. These are some of the ideas and situations. This proposal naturally aroused the unanimous agreement of others. After all, they don't want the previous things to repeat themselves again. The previous experience left a deep impression on them. They knew very well that the reason for the original situation was because of some things. Sometimes things are like this. If they still deal with some things according to the previous ideas, then the result will definitely be that they will have various hidden dangers on their side, and such hidden dangers are not something they can bear now. They don't want to go through the original incident. All in all, this incident has sounded a wake-up call for them. Some things are not as simple as they imagined. Some things must consider many factors before making a decision. Anything must have a perfect solution, not just muddle through. Soon, the future development direction of civilization and some subsequent ideas or other things came to an end in this discussion. For them now, time is very tight, and they don't want to see what they have experienced here repeat the same mistakes again. So they need to discuss a result as quickly as possible, but they also hope that this result will not take up too much of their time. Obviously, discussing while going to other places is undoubtedly the best way. As time goes by, soon all aspects of things have been prepared in the process of rushing to the next few planets, most of which are not what they need. Fortunately, they still found 2 planets on the way, which can allow them to resupply. After determining the next few planets, they returned to the previous planet and began to strengthen the spacecraft here. Because they have been sailing for these years, they have left Black Abyss behind for a certain distance, so they can continue to stay here for a long time. In this way, time passed day by day, and many things were improved during this period. While the players were still regrouping, at this time on Jiang Yao's side. All civilizations will continue to grow through repeated failures, and I am the same. After this time, they will adapt to the survival rules of the universe again, just like the original players, who also adapted to the survival rules after experiencing a lot. However, after saying this, Jiang Yao fell into thought. Did they really adapt to the survival rules of the universe? Although I let them experience it once in the simulation, it was not their real experience. Later, I told them the truth and let them develop in the universe. In the end, they were destroyed, and only a lucky part of them escaped, and then lived a relatively primitive life on a planet. I experienced the change of dynasties, and the rise of technology again. The once glorious civilization became an existence similar to Atlantis, and was buried forever in the planet. One day a group of archaeologists dug up the original ruins. There were many things in them that they couldn't understand, which made them think that these were totems of the ancients. Little did they know that these texts recorded one after another technology that surpassed them by who knows how many times. I found them again, and then they embarked on the path that their ancestors had taken. This may be a reincarnation. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this time it will usher in a real end. Chapter 11-12. In this way, Jiang Yao also put his attention to the back. Compared with other civilizations, the celestial civilization naturally has a unique advantage, and with that super weapon, he is now tied up. As time goes by, the Abyss Devourer released by the celestial civilization is also constantly cleaning up all the microscopic civilizations around. The microscopic civilization that hid here with him at the beginning also stopped struggling at the first time. They decided not to hide anymore, and then began their own operations. In order to survive, these civilizations had to unite again. In fact, the current situation is very simple and clear. Through continuous cleaning, one day, the Universe Devourer will drive all the microscopic civilizations to the center of the universe, like driving fish. And the celestial civilization must have set up a net over there. With such a wave of operations, these civilizations will eventually have only one result, which is what no one wants to see, so all civilizations cannot be immune to this matter. Since they have already understood their own situation, they will naturally respond accordingly at the first time. As one full-channel broadcast after another was sent out, almost all microscopic civilizations responded. This time, everyone knew that if they continued to delay, they might not have a future. And they were not doing nothing in the past few years. Many survivors were controlled and reproduced by them, and eventually became weapons that could resist celestial civilizations. For the Ghost civilization, this is sad news. They never expected that this would be the final result. But if they think about it carefully, they can understand it. As a concept, Ghost civilization is the only special existence that can deal with special weapons. If they develop along the normal route and have the opportunity, they may be able to reach the pinnacle of the universe. But unfortunately, Sometimes choosing the wrong route means you will lose everything. No one knows whether this route is right or wrong. Everyone is crossing the river by feeling the stones. Ghost civilization is actually not weak. It's a pity that their unique characteristics have not been studied, because they are different from insects. At the beginning, the insects took the route of great unification. Different civilizations merged with each other. Different development methods merged with each other. Although they could not achieve specialization in each mode, they knew that their main line was evolution. With a clear direction, other side branches are icing on the cake, but they can also play a significant role at critical moments. At this moment, it is obvious that this advantage is already very obvious. In fact, countless civilizations have been born in the development of the universe. Each civilization has its own unique features. If these things are integrated together, it may give you more routes and choices. If you go wrong on the main line, it is very easy to change the new route immediately. It is also for this reason that civilization has an advantage from the beginning. This time it should usher in a real end. Civilizations from two different worlds will eventually have a final battle here to see who will have the last laugh. As for this point, he is actually quite confused now. Sometimes things are like this. What you meet, what you experience. What kind of sparks can be emitted in the end? And at this time, a piece of information was also conveyed. From many small universe civilizations, I believe everyone is already very clear about our future fate. We have experienced countless years in this small universe. We originally thought that we were standing at the top of the entire universe, but in the end, we found that we were just livestock raised by others. After the efforts of countless ancestors and civilizations, we finally escaped from the cage and came here. And now we raise the sword of resistance to the farmer, but obviously, we underestimated the strength of the farmer, and we failed in the first war. Now the second war is about to begin. The farmer has carried out a comprehensive cleanup of us, and we don't know what our future will be. But we know very well that we must stand up. We can never win if we act alone. 7,200 years, this is the time we have left. I hope that during this period of time, the civilization from the small universe can respond and join us in the final battle with the so-called farmer after 7,200 years. We have no way out. I believe everyone is already clear that all we can do is to fight back. At this moment, Jiang Yao received the broadcast and naturally knew that there was not much point in continuing to hide. 7,200 years does seem like a lot of time, but in fact it is just a blink of an eye. But it is time to move. This time, both I and the players have only one chance, including other civilizations. He is naturally very clear about the current situation. There are not so many twists and turns. This time, all he can do is to try his best. No one knows what will happen in the future. If he doesn't try, then there may be no future. I should also be prepared. Of course, it is definitely not me who joins here at this time. I still have to let the players go. He will take action in this war, but he will definitely not join in at the beginning, but at the end. After they start fighting, I also have my mission. Through the players, he can obtain a lot of intelligence and make corresponding decisions during the battle. In addition, he has one more thing, that is, he must find the other party's thing. As for what it is, there is no need to say more, that is, that super weapon. As long as that weapon is destroyed, then the celestial civilization will lose. Although it is said that the ghost civilization can resist this kind of damage, after all, if the entire base is really united, the ghost civilization will not have enough, and it is impossible to say how many fleets can be retained. So the biggest threat to them is nothing more than that special weapon, but how to destroy this weapon. This is the key factor that really determines this battle. Let's start. It's time to make arrangements. After making up their minds, the entire swarm of insects began to get busy. First of all, it is about the evolutionary direction of these insects. Through the battles over the years, he also knows the general situation of celestial civilization, so the data direction of evolution. The first is the attack and defense against celestial civilization, and the special attack against celestial civilization. In short, everything is very targeted. Now the goals of all civilizations are very clear, so it will naturally go to completely target the apocalypse civilization to hatch targeted insects. These years are enough for him to optimize the relevant genes. Secondly, when the Universe Alliance enters the macro stage, he will also enter at the same time and start collecting resources for development. As for the players, they also need to be able to join the battlefield and the Alliance as soon as possible to obtain relevant information for themselves. Now the players have the conditions to survive in the universe. They are very clear about their situation and how to survive in such a world. And that's enough. Only with these conditions can they be qualified to join the subsequent civilization war. In this way, as time goes by, Day by day, the players' new spaceships have been resupplied many times, and then gradually got on track. As the number of players increases, the consumption of resources intensifies, and the expansion of the mothership is also faster. In this way, the players soon return to the original size of the mothership, and are still gradually improving. After 400 years, the players' motherships have reached a length of nearly 500 kilometers. Of course, this is only at the micro level, but it is enough, because Jiangyao has never planned to let players enter the macro stage. Although players can join the battlefield if they enter the macro stage, he does not intend to let the players know about this, because it will affect their mentality. This is what he does not want to see. In this way, the players are still developing steadily, and as all aspects are more fully prepared, the players once again began to take out the game, wanting to obtain more data from it. Because the material conditions are basically met, the game gradually began to flourish. At first, they were for collection, but later many people were purely for entertainment. As time went on, the number of these people increased, and the number of insects also gradually increased. At the same time, relevant tasks were also released in the game, and this task was naturally to destroy the celestial body. Civilization has become the main task. After destroying the celestial civilization, all the remaining technologies can be unlocked. With the release of this task, the players are also very excited. After these years of development, players know very well that only by destroying civilization can they obtain the corresponding technology. There are too many technologies in this game, but they are very difficult to unlock, because many civilizations are difficult to defeat. However, now with the release of this task, they know that as long as they defeat the celestial civilization, they can obtain all the technologies, and can rely on these technologies to grow and become a truly powerful civilization. No longer like now. Similarly, they also received a new task, which is to join the new union and become one of them, and then jointly fight against the celestial civilization in the future continent. In this way, everything is developing steadily, and time passes quickly day by day. At about the same distance, about 1,000 years after the signal was sent, many civilizations have responded and called to join this army. Of course, this is just the beginning, because this time it is far more than that. The entire call is about 2,000 points. Basically, except for a few scattered civilizations, all the civilizations hidden in this small universe have joined in. The first thing this new cosmic union did was to let all civilizations contribute all their own technologies, so that they could integrate and research stronger technologies. Everyone knew that there was no way out, and there was only this way to go, so many people joined in. A large number of different technology trees were lit up, and with the increase of these technology trees, new technologies were soon researched one after another, and the strength of the entire alliance was greatly improved at this time. Not only technological evolution civilizations, but also these civilizations cooperated with each other to communicate with each other, obtain their own business advantage genes, and so on, so that many evolutionary civilizations also had a very large improvement in strength at the first time. Different races and civilizations finally united at this moment. In fact, this is the second time they have united, but compared to the last time, this time they have no way out. Of course, it is a good thing that there are still so many civilizations that have not joined in, because these are equivalent to the remaining fire. If all civilizations joined in last time, they would be directly wiped out by the celestial civilization, which would be very embarrassing. Everyone, I believe you all know that the previous joint effort was a wake-up call for us. We understand that celestial civilization is the strongest brand. In recent years, we have made corresponding plans for celestial civilization's attack and combat modes, including their trump cards. Compared with the past, we have made great progress this time. We have prepared enough things, so this time our results will inevitably change dramatically. Now we will make the final preparations to collectively enter the macro world after 1,000 years. After entering the macro world, it means that our war has really begun, but we will not have a real war with them in the early stage. We need to protect an area and then start to develop, because after we enter the macro, many things must be redeveloped, so we need to recover as soon as possible. As long as we can withstand the first few waves of attacks from the celestial civilization, we can buy enough time. At this stage, we can easily resist the attacks of the celestial civilization. At this time, we can speed up the development. After arranging everything, the Cosmic Alliance also began to prepare for the final attack. All civilizations came to the prearranged area. As time went on, the civilizations with strong technology entered the macro world first, and then began to develop and build defenses at the fastest speed, followed by the civilizations with weaker technology. Naturally, a large number of civilizations suddenly entered the macro world, And no matter how hidden they would always be discovered. After entering the macro world for 120 years, the celestial civilization discovered this area. They knew that this was the last remnant of the small universe. Entering the small universe of the microscopic civilization, under the oppression of the Black Abyss, there is only one way to enter the macroscopic world, otherwise they will definitely be easily defeated by themselves. These civilizations naturally saw this, so they had no choice. No matter how much they didn't want to, they had to enter. Chapter 11:13. At this moment inside the celestial civilization, all commanders have received this news. It seems that our plan has succeeded. That group of bugs finally came out of the microcosm. But our behavior means that the microcosm of this universe will basically enter a fault, which may have a certain impact on the later restart of the macrocosm. It doesn't matter. At most, we can create a microcosmic civilization again. The Black Abyss we released only destroyed all life forms, and it will not have much impact on the overall layout of the microcosm. Hey, how much time and energy did we spend on balancing the microcosm back then? Is it really too late to arrange it again now? It's not a big problem. Don't worry. It doesn't matter whether there is civilization in the microcosm. What's important is that as long as the number of life forms there meets the requirements, it's fine. It's difficult for life forms to meet the requirements, because the speed of ordinary life extinction is too fast. There is no civilization of intelligent life. A powerful intelligent civilization not only has countless numbers, but it is also difficult to have large-scale deaths in a short period of time, so it is more controllable. That's true, but now we are not without a way to solve the biggest problem, which is that group of hidden dangers. We have to do this. For celestial civilizations, they are more concerned about balance. Each time the universe restarts, a balance point needs to be reached. If an accident occurs, what the universe will look like after the restart or whether it can succeed is another matter. So they generally observe and control the cosmic civilization and will not destroy it in large numbers. This time, they have broken through the boundary, but they have to do it for the future. Of course, it doesn't matter how many civilizations they kill, and creating civilization is not a very difficult thing. What they are worried about is that by then, the wisdom of civilization has not developed, and ordinary life and intelligent life are completely two different concepts. Ordinary life will die on a large scale due to various reasons, while the intelligent life forms that have given birth to civilization can rely on their own technology to resist disasters. So the survival rate will be much higher. Although the restart of the universe is not so strict, the fluctuation of the balance point is still limited to a certain extent. As long as the fluctuation is not too large, there is basically no problem. This is the case with the previous intelligent life forms, but these ordinary lives are prone to unexpectedly exceed this point. Forget it, there is not much point in thinking so much now. Let's get rid of those guys first. That's all there is to it. After determining the plan, the celestial civilization also launched an attack as soon as possible. As the battle between the two sides unfolded, the celestial civilization quickly showed its strong strength. Although they suffered a lot of losses in the previous battle, they were not stupid, so they also improved themselves as soon as possible. The current strength is stronger than before, and with the previous lessons, their military strength has been greatly improved, so now they have everything. They have also been prepared for the battle in recent years. Fortunately, in the past 100 years, the small universe united civilization is not stupid. In the past 100 years, they have not only allowed civilizations to enter the macroscopic realm, but also built defensive fortresses. At this moment, when the warships of the celestial civilization appeared here, they were hit immediately. Both sides fought hard in this battle, although the united universe was struggling. Fortunately, the advance arrangements allowed them to hold on. As more and more civilizations joined, the united universe civilization, which was still struggling to hold on, gradually held on. Discovering that the situation was not good, the celestial civilization also sent out a lot of warships. Everyone, the situation is not good. You know, if it is normal, the other party should not be able to hold on for so long. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. The celestial civilization was also a little surprised at the performance of the small universe. They had learned a lot about the small universe before. The strength of the civilizations that were wiped out by them was also one of the best in the small universe. But now the gap is too big. There must be no big problem with the intelligence we got at the beginning, so the problem lies in their progress over the years. There is not much progress in technology, but there have been great changes in attack, including defense. Soon they found a familiar figure on the other side. Yes, it was the ghost civilization, the civilization they had been thinking about at the beginning. It seems that we roughly understand the situation. They should have incorporated that civilization or used it together, so their strength has been greatly improved. After understanding the situation, they suddenly felt a little tricky. When they discovered this civilization, they knew that this civilization was very likely to do bad things, so their first thought was to destroy the other party. In the end, who knew that the other party escaped, and they could not find it again after searching. It should be the characteristics of this civilization that have been discovered by other civilizations and used, and this is why they can't find the other party. The more this happened, the more they felt their scalps tingling, because with the existence of this thing, their conceptual weapons would cause very little damage to the other side. Without the biggest trump card, they couldn't get much advantage if they went head-on. As a result, the war between the two sides fell into a very tense state. Now it's just the simplest battleship bombardment. Of course, the players also joined the battlefield, where they obtained intelligence and eliminated the enemy, and time passed day by day. It has to be said that the united civilization still showed their advantages, but the effect was not obvious. In this way, the battle between the two sides continued. Neither side had any good way to deal with it, but the other side could only continue to consume it. Originally, this was not good for the small universe, but fortunately, they could digest it by themselves, and the united civilization also relied on it. With their own accumulation, although they had a big bleeding before, the remaining resources were also an inestimable number. So they didn't worry about insufficient resources at all. The battle between the two sides destroyed one piece of credibility after another, and as time went on, the small universe gradually gained an advantage. After all, the number is here, and the preparations I have made over the years are not in vain. The achievements that can be made by the joint efforts of many civilizations are not low. Soon they won a war. You should know that most of the previous wars ended in a draw, and this decisive victory seemed to open the valve, and then they successfully occupied an area. Although this area was destroyed by the other side, using a special route shortly after it was occupied. The power of this weapon made them more wary of the celestial body, and they also knew that this was not a conceptual weapon. But even so, it was enough for them to look forward to it. They didn't know how much inventory of this weapon was stored and how often it could be used. Various problems surrounded it. Of course, this battle would not change much because of this situation. The two civilizations are still fighting. Soon they discovered this special weapon. Although it was powerful, it was not without restrictions. On the contrary, the restrictions were very large. At least they could not use it for the second time in a short time. This was good news. At least their early pressure would not be so great. In this way, the battle between the two sides continued. Both sides tried their best to use various plans, and as time went on, the celestial civilization was the first to be unable to support it. According to this trend, it won't be long before the celestial civilization will definitely face a wave of destruction. Back then, everyone knew that the celestial civilization would use that special weapon. Although the ghosts here can play a certain role in resisting, the number of ghost civilization is small after all, so only a part of the goodbyes, or combat units, can survive. Therefore, the celestial civilization knows that this matter must be done as soon as possible. The earlier this weapon is used, the greater the damage to the opponent. If it is used later, the effect will be completely different. After all, both sides have fought almost to the end in the later stage, and how much use can it have if it is used later? Now, while most of the opponent's combat power has not been resolved, it will be completely different if it is used. At this moment in the universe, Jiangyao was constantly searching everything around him. Because the Cosmic Alliance was attracting firepower, the first thing he did after entering the macro was to hatch enough reconnaissance bugs. If he didn't get rid of the opponent's special weapon, he wouldn't feel safe at all. He started to consider combat bugs only after the number of reconnaissance bugs became popular. At this moment, his eyes could be seen everywhere in the universe, and the subsequent actions of the celestial civilization were naturally discovered by him. At this time, in a special space somewhere in the universe, earth-shaking changes were taking place here. As the changes here appeared, Jiangyao knew that he had found the target. Sure enough, as I thought, they would use this weapon in the early stage, because this weapon has various restrictions. If it is not used in the early stage, it will not have much effect in the later stage. When this special instrument appeared, Jiangyao knew that he should act. The mighty Zerg army flew towards this area. The weapons of the celestial civilization were also activated at this moment. As this special weapon was activated, changes soon occurred here. The same scene as before appeared. Mysterious power began to pour out, and the entire universe seemed to have become a plaything in the hands of a special existence. This power immediately locked onto the area where the united universe was located. The next moment, All civilizations in the United Universe felt that they were being targeted by a mysterious power. Then, as this power poured down, everything turned into dust, but at this moment, a part of the powerful spacecraft had a hidden special power to resist this powerful attack. These special forces seemed to have angered that special existence. The next moment, a stronger force surged. This special force also gradually became shaky. The alarm sounded in the combat celestial body. In order to resist this attack, these civilizations chose a tricky method, deploying the ghost civilization in the combat celestial body, and then returning to the celestial body immediately in case of an accident, so that as many warships as possible could be saved or they might be wiped out. But it is obvious that this routine is effective. At this moment, inside the combat celestial body. Alarm, alarm, ghost shield remaining 40%, 30%, 20%. But just when everyone thought they couldn't stand it, suddenly this strong pressure was relieved. At the same time, seeing that they couldn't take this place, the celestial civilization put the target on the other side. It was where the bugs were. The next moment, the same operation appeared, but it was obvious that Jiangyao was not the same as before. All the bugs had the characteristics of the Ghost Clan, so Jiangyao easily blocked these attacks. This made the celestial civilization realize that something was wrong. At this moment, an alarm suddenly sounded, and a large number of bugs appeared where their conceptual weapons were. Not good. At this moment, the celestial civilization realized that something was wrong. At the same time, after surviving a wave, the United Civilization immediately launched a general attack, leaving them with no way to allocate too many troops to solve the problem here. Attention all bugs, if you can't take that place again, destroy that device. In short, if you can't get it, destroy it. As the order was issued, these bugs also launched the attack at the first time. At this moment, both sides of the celestial civilization were attacked. In the end, they decided to prioritize their headquarters and put all their targets on the United Civilization. Now, even if they keep this weapon, it doesn't make much sense. Because there is no way to use it in a short time, it is hard to say whether they can hold on until the next use. So the first thing to do is to ensure their own safety. At this moment, facing the final counterattack of the United Civilization, because a large part of the fleet has been cleared before, the pressure of resisting next time will not be too great. But they also know very well that the specific situation is really hard to say, because this time, the United Civilization is desperate, they have no chance. They know very well that after this wave, even if they don't fight hard, the Celestial Civilization will fight hard, so this time, the United Civilization has no one left behind. This battle lasted for 100 years, and in the end, both the United Civilization and the Celestial Civilization were defeated. And Jiangyao felt that the time had come, and without thinking too much, he immediately sent out his heavy fist army for the final harvest. What also surprised him was that the Celestial Civilization was not as persistent about that weapon as he imagined, and he finally succeeded in seizing it. Although it was damaged, it was repaired after all these years. If he used this weapon, he found that if he used the insects with ghost characteristics as fuel, he could use it again very quickly. He has been doing this for many years, and now the time is ripe. As the conceptual weapon was activated, the next moment he only felt that the universe in front of him became very small. His intention could reach any place in the universe, and he could also mobilize a special force at any time to destroy everything he saw. Soon the place where the Cosmic Alliance and the Celestial Civilization were located became his target. The next moment, a huge force came crashing down. The two civilizations realized that the situation was not good, and they also struggled to resist. Although they tried their best, the situation on both sides was not much better at the moment. This battle made them even worse. Both civilizations were in a shaky state. At the same time, their internal players also began to turn against them at this time. Similarly, the insect army he prepared also launched an attack on the two civilizations at the first time. It's finally over. At this moment, watching his Zerg army easily invade the interior of the Celestial Civilization, and also easily disintegrate the alliance from the inside, he can be regarded as relieved. With the last battleship of the two civilizations being defeated, this war also ushered in the end. Now I can easily rule this universe. Perhaps it is not appropriate to say rule. I will also play the same role as the Celestial Civilization and observe this universe through some means to ensure that the development of this universe does not deviate from the original track. After collecting the relics of the Celestial Civilization, he also cleared some of the situations of this civilization and the tasks he performed to restart the universe, so that this universe will always be in a cycle. It's just that the Celestial Civilization is more extreme. Sitting in this position, he naturally has to ensure that there will be no civilization that can threaten him. Compared with celestial civilization, he chose to use a more gentle method of technological fault. Some technologies would be completely blocked by him. Without these technologies, the civilization under his control would never evolve to his level. In this way, the problem of late civilization can be solved. As for the players, he still restored the players to the macro level. Let them develop again in this universe as an ordinary civilization, but he will take more care of them. At least they will not be destroyed. His idea is very simple. Just let this main universe continue in a certain way. As for the parallel universe, or the small universe, it will be extended through the main universe according to other situations in the later stage, so that these universes are within his controllable range. The development of civilization is diverse, and it is not good to be restricted. In addition, he is not the kind of civilization that must restrict others. For him, as long as he can develop steadily and everyone can survive, that is enough. He once thought that he would wait until he truly ruled the entire universe and truly became the master of the entire universe. What will he do next? Now that he has truly accomplished this task, he is not too surprised or emotional. For him, everything seems normal. Everything that needs to be arranged has been arranged. Over the years, I have been like a machine, constantly thinking and planning for the development of civilization. Now I can finally relax. Maybe one day in the future, a civilization will replace my civilization, and they will do the same thing as me, but it doesn't matter. The changes of the times, and the changes of civilizations. This is inevitable for any civilization. The celestial civilization was like this at the beginning, and so am I. In this case, let everything go with the flow. So Jiang Yao fell into a deep sleep. He used soul technology to let a wisp of his soul descend to a certain planet with blank memories and start a new life. Many years later, on a certain planet, a young man's roar came from a small rental house. Defend the tower, do you know how to play? I give up. I was killed in a 5-player fight. I can play better than you even if I sprinkle rice on the keyboard.